Chapter 406, Zhao Minutes Horror. Bloomberg News. The United States announced that it has completely banned marching ants from entering the market. On the morning of the 25th, local time, the U.S. President signed document number 13 to prohibit all products of the Marching Ant Company from entering the U.S. market on the grounds that the Marching Ant Group threatened U.S. national security. The contents of the file include: a stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The University of Tokyo has just hinted that the Marching Ant Company is behind the scenes of the Satan virus. And now the United States has directly announced sanctions against the Marching Ant Group. Countless people have begun to suspect that the United States also believes that the Marching Ant Company is behind the scenes of the Satan virus. The Chinese company, paying for their greed. The president is insane. The only termite system in the world can withstand the Satan virus. Is this time sanctioning the Marching Ant Company? Can't wait for the crisis. The company of the Marching Ant Company. I will not sympathize with bankruptcy. I hope he will go bankrupt early, and now he is not daring to play games with computers. I will quit the game, die of internet addiction, and will not use the Army Ant Company. The termite system plays the game. Americans are used to tactics, which sanctions do not threaten their national security. This ridiculous excuse. It's time to limit their Chinese company, thinking that there is technology that can't be done. As for the news of the sanctions Marching Ant Group released by the United States at this time, public opinion is in vain on a global scale. In this troubled autumn, a wave of unrest, a wave of up again. Soon after this decision in the United States, Australia also decided to refuse to enter the Australian market. This scene jumped out and let other countries start watching the show. Countries that are not nervous about China's relations do not jump out. The top officials of all countries understand that it is only one side of the island country. Before the final result is confirmed, it is not a wise decision to commit crimes, because only the termite system can withstand the Satan virus. This time, the global sanctions Marching Ant Company. The Marching Ant Company is mad, and the global internet will become an island state. Once this state occurs, the daily losses are immeasurable. This president is crazy. Seeing the news, Chen Mo is a bit speechless. It is not the first time that the United States has been banned from marching ants to enter the market. They don't have much business in the United States, and such sanctions are irrelevant for their company. However, the choice was made at the time when Satan broke out. The intention was obvious. It was framed by the University of Tokyo and refused to enter the United States by the termite system. We will go home tomorrow, said Xiaoyu. In the past 2 days, the news was all about the news of the Army Ant Company, and Chen Mo and her peace of mind. She always felt very inappropriate. Don't worry, the company has nothing big to do. Chen Mo suddenly saw the heart of Xiaoyu. There is such a big thing now. If you come out, it might be better. Xiaoyu said, if you are on the honeymoon, you can wait for the next holiday and make up. Things are not as serious as you think. Don't look at the internet is very fierce. In fact, the company's termite system share is rising, especially in the corporate office market. People who understand, naturally understand that sleeping is a person, you are also not awake. Those who are violent, do not expect them to bring benefits to our company. We are not a listed company, and public opinion has not had much impact on the company. It is only a little troublesome to rely solely on the things that the University of Tokyo has forged, and it is impossible to cause substantial harm to the company. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's head and signaled her peace of mind. If honeymoon travel is unhappy now, then take a few days off. I will pay attention to the progress of the matter in the past few days. After the truth of this matter comes out, will you accompany you? Good. Xiao nodded and promised, I am going to get some snacks. You are busy first. In the conference room, Zhao Minutes, who studied how to respond to US sanctions, received a call from Chen Mo, and made a big decision to let the people on the field discuss freely. She also left the conference room. Unconsciously, Chen Mo has become her reassurance. As long as there is Chen Mo's news, Any major event will make her emboldened. Boss. Convenient to talk, yeah? Hearing Chen Mo's calm voice, Zhao Minutes responded. What is the company's situation now? Chen Mo asked. Step by step, there is no big problem. The University of Tokyo splashed dirty water, but it has brought us a lot of trouble. It is said that it will send personnel to investigate, walk through the scene. I have already contacted with Yao Shuji. Although the public opinion is not good, the market share of the termite system is still rising. It is estimated that we are stealing the market of Microsoft, Umbrella and Apple. The Americans are anxious to be sanctioned. I am in a meeting now to study how to respond to US sanctions. Zhao Minutes reported the situation of the recent company. Is there a clue to this? We are prepared to completely withdraw from the US market and do not consider entering the US market until their sanctions order has been revoked. Their long-term restrictions, our market in the United States is not large, and the withdrawal from the US market has little effect on the company, Zhao Minutes said. Well, you decided on this matter. Chen Mo said. In addition, the Satan virus was developed from the Institute of Artificial Intelligence of the University of Tokyo. They planted us. It is estimated that we want to transfer the target and let us go to the pot. If you have evidence, I will send it to your mailbox. Chen Mo told Zhao Minutes the truth. This truth. It is very troublesome to ask someone else to check it, and I don't know how long it will take. He was also fortunate to have not helped the islanders solve the crisis. The Institute of Artificial Intelligence of the University of Tokyo? Zhao Minutes' face was condensed. Yes, the essence of Satan is an artificial intelligence. Viral artificial intelligence. A part of the intelligent program with the clown virus. Now is a subroutine that locks the computer desktop. Quite disconnected contact tentacles. If the team at the University of Tokyo rerun the source of the smart core, the digital face will talk like artificial intelligence. Zhao Minutes squats and shrinks. With a look of horror, she now knows that this is not a computer virus crisis at all, but an artificial intelligence crisis. If this news bursts out, I am afraid that it will set off a storm. If this is the case, I am afraid that this matter cannot be announced. After all, artificial intelligence has too much influence. Once the artificial intelligence panic on a global scale is caused, public opinion forces the state to limit artificial intelligence. I am afraid that our company will become the #1 target. Zhao Minutes Shen regained her weight. Nowadays, artificial intelligence threatens human speech everywhere, especially after determining that Satan is a smart virus. If it is announced again, the essence of Satan is artificial intelligence, which may cause global panic about artificial intelligence. After all, in the movie world, the idea of artificial intelligence and robots destroying the world is very real. You deal with this matter. Chen Mo nodded. This global crisis should not be delayed for too long. If you want to solve the crisis, you must at least have a killing procedure. Now the team is looking for ways to crack Satan. In a short time, I am afraid it is not so easy to study. You said, it is artificial intelligence. Then let them crack first. It really can't. You tell me again. I will solve it. Chen Mo said. You know that you have a way. You don't have to take a shot for the time being, but not now. At least let the outside world still innocent our marching ant group, or the world will not thank us when the killing program comes out, but we will be more and more black. It is the black hand that spreads the virus. Zhao Minutes' voice is very uncomfortable. It's a bad mood for the University of Tokyo, and it's also bad for the United States. Well, I will talk to you when I get there. Chen Mo nodded. Hang up the phone. Zhao Minutes' heart is big. With Chen Mo's protection, she is now calm. And at least she has a bottom. Back in the conference room, Zhao Minutes glanced around. The meeting ended here. I just discussed with the boss. The sanctions against the United States have already been decided. Next, a press conference will be held. I have something to announce. Chapter 407. Strike Back by Marching Ants. The Marching Ant Company will hold a press conference. With this news, all the reporters quickly rushed to the Marching Ant Company and waited early at the press conference. The news spread less than 2 hours. The meeting was already crowded. Every reporter had a long gun and a short gun. waiting for the appearance of the Marching Ant Company personnel. On the scene, the special police detachment stationed next to the company has dispatched personnel to maintain order, for fear of problems. At this time, the Marching Ant Company is at the forefront of the cusp. No one can be sure. Wait for the reporter will not have any conflict. The live footage on the field spread this scene around the world. This is the first time that a marching ant has held a press conference after the outbreak of the Satan computer virus. Everyone who is concerned about the Satan storm is in front of the live broadcast and looks forward to waiting for the beginning of the press conference. 10 minutes later, there was a commotion on the scene. In the eyes of everyone, Zauminits walked out from the background, holding a document in his hand, and walked on the stage of the reception without expression. The other top executives of the company also sat down on both sides of Zauminits. Hey. The entire venue is the camera's flash and shutter sound. Friends in the media, everyone, I am holding this press conference. There are two things to announce. Zauminits spoke, the whispering sound disappeared on the field, leaving only the shutter sound. The first thing, on behalf of the Marching Ant Group, is here to respond to the unreasonable sanctions imposed by the United States. Our company has decided to withdraw from the US market in full. Before the US sanctions are not revoked, our group will not consider and will not seek any effort enter the US market. At the same time, on behalf of the company, I announced a decision to terminate all seismograph orders from the United States and Australia to our company, and will not provide seismographs to the United States and Australia in the future. This shot is spread around the world through live broadcast. Many people are secretly screaming, even if the Marching Ant Group is in the wrong direction of public opinion, it is so strong that it is targeted by global suspicion, and it dares to counter the US sanctions. Companies that have been sanctioned by the United States are swallowing their voices, while marching ants dare to fight back. The seismograph is monopolized by the Marching Ant Company and is an extremely important product. The Marching Ants Company will not sell them. In the future, in the event of a major earthquake between the United States and Australia, the nicknames and pressures of the two governments will be imaginable. It is impossible for the two governments to smother the victims of the demonstrations, and then they will have to re-seek the Marching Ant Group to sell them seismographs. I have to say that this incident is enough to prove that the Marching Ant Company has enough strong capital, not a company that is arbitrarily swayed. The second thing is about the University of Tokyo suggesting that my company is spreading the Satan virus. I can tell you very well that the Satan virus has nothing to do with my company. The purpose of the University of Tokyo is so implied. Very puzzled. This is very obvious. We have to guess now that the purpose of doing this is to take us as a ghost and divert attention. Zauminits said without hesitation. The reporters on the field have already had a commotion, and they have whispered, "You are nonsense. Shameless companies have harmed our country into chaos, and you must compensate our country for its losses." An island reporter was angry and stood up and pointed at Zauminits. He opened up in Japanese. When he just wanted to rush out, he was stopped by the special police and security guards responsible for security. Zauminits' body was also blocked by two bodyguards. There was a commotion in the scene, and all the reporters were excited to point the camera at this scene. "Please go out with this reporter." Zauminits looked at the scene and said coldly. The security guard on the field heard the instructions and immediately took the struggling island reporter, regardless of his shouting, and seized him from the scene of the conference. It was just an episode. I don't want to make it unpleasant again. After taking the reporter away, Zauminits continued to speak, a strong tone, and pressed the scene of the commotion again. "I just said that the biggest possibility of the University of Tokyo is to divert attention and take our company as a ghost, because we have no reason to spread the Satan virus. Many people may think that the Satan virus can make our company profitable, so we think we are spreading the Satan virus culprit. Our company has dozens of products to gain income, and there are many patents. The income of the termite system was not even ranked in the top 5. a large-scale holographic projector technology and new material technology that have been applied to our chairman's wedding have long matured. With these advanced technologies, we have not even enough energy to release the listing. We have a large number of technologies that can be used to gain a steady stream of revenue through legitimate and illegitimate means. Why do you have to worry about gambling on a big company to do this illegal thing? Why do you risk the fun of burying the entire company and earn some money? Can anyone tell me a reason? Is our company's top management lacking in mind? This idea is ridiculous and stupid. Zhao series of questions asked all the reporters and the people in front of the live broadcast to fall into meditation. Think carefully. There is really no reason for the Marching Ant Company to get revenue in this way. The revenue of holographic mobile phones has already made the Marching Ants Company lie in the pile of money, and other technologies are very fierce technologies. The Marching Ant Company is not going nowhere. There is no reason to take this risk. After telling this question, Zhao eyes swept over the camera on the field and smiled as if he was talking to someone at the University of Tokyo. Miss Zhao, the United States believes that the marching ants threaten their national security. Can they think that they are behind the scenes, and the termite system is not safe, and you cancel? The seismograph order is not against the United States. Sanctions? A reporter stood up and asked, which U.S. sanctions the Chinese company? Did not say that they threaten their national security. This statement, everyone knows what is going on. I repeat, we have nothing to do with the Satan virus. Our company's termite computer intelligent operating system, with the most advanced intelligent firewall, can prevent the invasion of Satan virus, and is the last line of defense for internet security. And they feel unsafe. What are the other computer systems that fall into Satan? As for the cancellation of the seismograph order, the U.S. Department of Commerce has ordered that all products of our company are not allowed to enter the U.S. market. Seismographs are also products of our company. We take the initiative to cancel the order, which is better than cancelling them. Don't bother them to continue to make excuses. Miss Zhao, the University of Tokyo just said that the Black Hand is in my city, and it is not specified that it is a marching ant group. Are you now seated one? Why do you think that the University of Tokyo is framed? The first question is the right seat. It is not that we want to check in, but their suggestion is too obvious. When the outside media report, they use our company to make wild guesses. Many media help our company to sit in the house. We are enterprises, they are schools, and there is no conflict of interest or competition between the two sides. We have no reason to do these things. It must be innocent. And they have no reason to suggest that we are doing what we are. From my point of view, they are guilty of thieves. Thieves call for thieves. So we have enough reason to believe that they may be behind the scenes. Satan is the news of artificial intelligence. It must not be released to the public. Otherwise, the consequences are very serious. Therefore, Zhao speech is very measured and he has not said too much to the Satan virus. At Tokyo Airport, a well-dressed young man was sitting in the airport lounge waiting for the news to be broadcast live, with cold sweat on his forehead. He is the name of the Rukawa at the University of Tokyo's artificial intelligence team, and he is also the idea to find someone to replace the ghost. He was born with timidity, and he came up with the idea of blaming the Army Ants group, and also for the purpose of temporarily stabilizing the team. He knows that such a big thing will not last long, because the destruction of Azure is too great. Their team has not yet written a clear procedure. He knows better than anyone else. It is an artificial intelligence, ordinary antivirus software, and it is impossible to kill Azure. Staying in the island country was detected and they may face jail time. Last night, he had secretly booked a ticket. As long as he left the island, at least his safety was guaranteed. Bell bell. The ringing of the phone awakened him and saw the call, and the name of Rukawa was hesitant to connect. Mr. Murakami, is there anything? Rukawa name tries to make the sound behave naturally. Come on, a lab meeting, some things need to be discussed. The sound of the water on the village is very dignified and a little nervous. Well, I will pass now. said Rukawa. Hang up the phone. Hear the airport boarding notice. Rukawa name off the phone, drag the suitcase, and quickly walk toward the boarding gate. Chapter 408, Satan is Artificial Intelligence. The Institute of Artificial Intelligence at the University of Tokyo, Murakami's water stop and the entire R&D team are not good. The name of Rukawa is running, and the phone can't get through. This is not a good news. These days, they are studying the method of clearing Azure, because this disaster is too great. The loss of the island country is already astronomical, but there is no effective way to remove it. Now the name of Rukawa is running away, which makes them deeply disturbed. What do you do now? The Marching Ant Company has turned a part of its attention to us. In case something is exposed, let people know that the Satan virus is the Tanzao of our laboratory research, and we are finished. If you want to completely delete the Tanzao procedure, destroy the evidence. Even if we find us, we have a unified caliber. There is no evidence, there will be no problem. No. Murakami stopped the water and turned black. Azure is closest to advanced artificial intelligence. We are so successful. It is the hard work of our team and cannot be destroyed. What do you say? One of the hairy white leaders finally couldn't help but speak with anger. The blame has already fallen, the name of Rukawa has ran away, and in case everything is exposed, all of us will be finished. At the beginning, the artificial intelligence mixed blood plan was proposed by you. If you have such a big disaster, you have no way of doing it yourself. You can't do it by other people's methods. What do you want? On a van in the University of Tokyo, there are a variety of instruments. Okada Whitefeathers wore headphones and his face was horrified. Not only him, but his men. His face was equally shocked, and he seemed to hear something unbearable. They are the task force dispatched to investigate the Satan virus. In order to find the behind-the-scenes hand as soon as possible, they have a group of people on the face and a group of people in the dark. They already know that the University of Tokyo is the source of the Satan virus, but there is no way to target specific people. According to the speculations of their case-solving experts, the University of Tokyo computer security team came out to hint at the Marching Ant Company. They began to pay attention to the University of Tokyo security team. The source is here, even if they say that others are attacking, but they cannot rule out their own suspicions. In the past few days, investigations into the computer security team at the University of Tokyo have been carried out in secret until they turned their attention to the team of the Institute of Industrial Intelligence. They have installed a miniature bug on the research team and didn't expect to hear such a terrible news. The Satan virus is the product of an artificial intelligence laboratory and is also an advanced artificial intelligence. This has gone beyond the scope of cybersecurity. What should I do? The team members on the side looked at Okada Whitefeather with horror. It was artificial intelligence, and there were many artificial intelligence crises in the movie, but I did not expect it to have happened in reality. Although the impact is not as horrible as a movie, it is also shocking enough. Control all the people in their team, don't leak the news. I will contact the section chief now. Okada Bayu decisively ordered. Nowadays, many people think that they are marching ants companies. The evils have already been planted. They must conceal the news and let people continue to think that they are the ants of the marching ants. This nickname does not need to fall on their island countries. Satan is an artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence is in their country. This explosive news must be blocked. All of this is going on in the dark. No one knows, and in the outside news, it is also very lively at this time. Marching Ant Company anti-sanctions the United States. The Marching Ant Company thinks that the University of Tokyo thief is calling for a thief. The press conference was just over, and the two hot searches were on the top of the list. In particular, the Marching Ant Company cancelled the US seismograph order, so that the people who eat melons yelled. All along, the United States has sanctioned other companies, and other people can only swallow their voices. Now the Marching Ant Company cancels the seismograph order, which is obviously a counterattack. In several earthquake-prone countries where seismographs have been installed, several earthquakes of magnitude 5 and above have been accurately predicted. saving many lives and property losses. This is why Chen Mo is called the time giant. His international fame is to accurately predict the accumulation of a field earthquake through a seismograph. Now the Marching Ant Company cancels the US seismograph order, which is a counterattack against US sanctions. Once the United States has an earthquake in the future, because the seismograph forecast is not installed in time, the US government will become the target of the victims and public opinion attacks, and will endanger the party. The seismograph technology was monopolized, and many countries wanted to copy the seismograph without success. Only the Army and Company owned it. Many people are watching the show behind the scenes. Even the biggest victim of the Satan virus in the island country, without explicit evidence, has not publicly targeted the Army and Company. When the US government ruled the Marching Ant Company, it thought that the Marching Ant Company was a soft persimmon. It was not thought that it would be strongly countered by the Marching Ant Company. The reason was that the United States refused to march into the US market, and the Army Ants cancelled the order, and everything went smoothly. The news that the Marching Ant Company cancelled the US seismograph order came out. In the earthquake-stricken areas such as Los Angeles and Hawaii, there were protests from the demonstrations. The Australian government also suffered the same pressure. This opportunity was taken as an attack by the opposition parties of the two countries. As a main event, the mainstream media in the West clarified to the Marching Ants that they were not behind the scenes of the Satan virus. They all chose to understate the tacit agreement and did not make any excuses for the Marching Ant Company. The domestic network, in the rhythm of hearted people and network sprayers, the explanation of the Marching Ant Company is pale and powerless. Everyone's focus is different, but one thing is certain: the Satan virus is still raging on the internet. Unless the termite system of the Marching Ant Company is installed, it can only be disconnected or opened. All major network security companies are doing their best to try to eliminate the virus. They know that once they are cracked, the company will skyrocket. Rukawa's name opened his eyes and looked at the strange environment in front of him. His look was full of confusion. He remembered that the plane that had just left Canada had slept in a taxi and didn't expect to wake up. It was an unfamiliar environment. And the hands have been caught by the hands, and the body is tied and unable to move. Who are you? Why are you kidnapping me? Seeing two strange Western faces in front of them, Rukawa's heart was somewhat fearful. Don't be nervous, we only need some answers. As long as you cooperate, we will not do anything to you, but if we don't cooperate, we don't mind using special means to let you speak. Hwang Thuman looked at the name of Rukawa, jokingly. Speak in fluent Japanese. Tell us about the Satan virus you know. I don't know what you are saying. Rukawa's name is faint and uncertain. I don't know what we are talking about. Another black-bearded man sneered, took out a saber, and slowly approached the name of Rukawa. In his face, the cold feeling of the metal from the blade made the fear in the famous name breed, and the line of defense collapsed. He was timid and afraid to choose to escape. He did not expect to fall out and was kidnapped by secret. What do you want to do? Rukawa's name sounded with fear. Tell us about what you know is the Satan virus. If you don't answer, we don't mind. Give you a knife. No, don't. Rukawa's voice sounded with fear. I said everything. This is smart. You are a talent. As long as you tell us what we know, we will guarantee your safety, and you can give you what you want, money and beauty. The yellow-haired man seems to be on the name of Rukawa, very satisfied with the attitude. What are you talking about? Said Rukawa. Of course it is true. Killing you has no benefit to us, as long as you tell us about the Satan virus you know, what you want, money, beauty. Can you say now? I said, Satan is called Azure and is the artificial intelligence developed in our laboratory. When the machine was studied in the laboratory, it was out of control, which caused the current disaster. We didn't mean it. As soon as this was said, the two men questioned and shrank. The Satan virus is actually artificial intelligence, and this news is beyond their expectation. What about source code? I don't have the source code of Tanzao. The source code is in the hands of the Murakami teacher. Only he has the authority to get all the source code programs. Rukawa name gave up any resistance. He was timid, fear of the unknown, yet he did not hesitate to compromise. You don't know? That is to say, you have nothing to use. The yellow-haired man's voice is somewhat unfriendly. I am the researcher, I can work for you. Don't kill me, I really don't have the source code. I am only responsible for the part of the code for machine learning. Rukawa is named to keep the life, has no other. The Huangfu man gave his companion a look and left the name of Rukawa. Contact the Eagles, Satan is an artificial intelligence. Chapter 409, Pressure US CIA. Lina looked at Zhao Minit's video of the press conference and smiled. I have to say that the reaction of the marching ant company is very fast. If you think about it, you can be sure that there is a problem inside the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo has done a very good job of shifting the vision and attention of ordinary people. Looking for trouble for the marching ant company is also a lot of people's opinions. So apart from the official Chinese, no one jumped out to question the University of Tokyo. But the group of scholars at the University of Tokyo are only eager to divert their eyes, but they don't know that it is the eyes of ordinary people. For these special people, this is a clear flaw. They have already suspected that the Satan virus is related to the University of Tokyo and sent agents to investigate it secretly. The progress is good and the Institute of Artificial Intelligence has been locked. When Lina relished watching the video, the phone rang. Secretary, the name of the Rukawa, who escaped from the artificial intelligence team of the University of Tokyo, has been controlled by us. He confessed to the Satan virus, and the Satan virus was transmitted from their laboratory. Sure enough, are there any source code in his hand? The source code of the Satan virus is very important. From the beginning of the destruction caused by the island nation, the Satan virus is no different from the nuclear weapons of the internet. If you can get the source code of this smart virus, and then launch a cyber attack against the enemy, Satan is the best weapon. It is for this reason that they have spent a great deal of time to participate in this matter. No, the source code is in the hands of their team leader, but he confesses another. What's up? He said that the name of Satan is called Azure, not a computer virus. It is a runaway artificial intelligence program. What? Lina suddenly stood up from the position, her voice shocked. What did he say? Yes, I will pass back his video to you. 10 minutes later, Lina's face was dignified. She contacted the agents of the University of Tokyo and got the news that the entire R&D team had been controlled by the special department of the island country. Obviously the island people knew the news. Taking down the hard drive with the video, Lina got up and left the office. Satan is the artificial intelligence of the island country? Trump was surprised to see Lina, and it seemed to be very unexpected about this news. Yes, President. Lina nodded. At the first time of getting the news, Lina arranged personnel to find a way to get the source code of Satan from the village to stop the water, but the reply was that the Murakami water stop team had been secretly taken by the special department of the island country. Go. This means that if you want to get that artificial intelligence, it is definitely impossible through normal means. It must be pressured by special means, such as through the government. Perhaps the island people will compromise. The importance of artificial intelligence can be imagined, and in the future, there is a huge market. The marching ant company relies on artificial intelligence to make a home. Whoever controls artificial intelligence will take the lead in future development. They have tried many ways to get the artificial intelligence program of the marching ant company. Nowadays, there is a high-level artificial intelligence in the island country, which is simply good news. We have to get the artificial intelligence, but the team that developed artificial intelligence has been controlled by the island country, so we have to put pressure on them to bring the R&D team and the program code from their hands, Lina said. Are you sure the news is true? Trump asked. Determining. Our investigation found that the source of Satan was at the University of Tokyo. We also set our sights on the Institute of Artificial Intelligence. Our agents captured the R&D personnel responsible for machine learning and learned from his mouth. Lina will the information of Rukawa name was placed in the hands of Trump. Seeing the information, Trump nodded. "I will contact the ambassadors of the island countries now. Let them hand over the code of the team and the virus that spreads the Satan virus. If you sent someone to help in the past, you must get artificial intelligence. Try not to expose the murderer to the island nation. It is not good. Contact me again." Trump clearly understands the importance of artificial intelligence, and does not have the necessary moments to announce to the public that Satan is an artificial intelligence. Of course, there are also his own considerations. He just used the Satan virus as an excuse to think that the Army and company threatened US security and sanctioned the Army ants. If the truth is exposed, his sanction is to face himself. Although his face is thick enough, the sanctions have not been more than 2 days. Island country. In the Prime Minister's meeting room, the faces on the field are not much better. The Satan virus was developed by the Institute of Artificial Intelligence at the University of Tokyo. This is bad news. This means that the initiators are their own people, and everything is self-sufficient. Anbai is more complex and he knows what some people on the field don't know. Satan is a quasi-advanced artificial intelligence. This is a message that is not too good or bad, because this artificial intelligence is not fully mature. Now the Americans have also found that the behind-the-scenes black hand of the Satan virus is the Murakami water stop team. The US government asked the ambassador to pressure him to hand over the village's water stop team and bring it back to the United States for trial. Because the Satan virus spread by the Murakami water stop team attacked the US network and harmed the interests of the United States. He is not sure whether Americans know that the Satan virus is a quasi-advanced artificial intelligence. If you know that Satan is an artificial intelligence, they hand over people, that is, meat buns and dogs. But if they don't hand it out, their island nation will probably face American sanctions, and even say that the news will be exposed. Americans' control of the island nation is far deeper than imagined. No one can say that some of their cabinet officials are pro-US personnel. Anyway, the prime ministers who have been against the United States have all failed to serve before they step down. He is also pro-American, and this position has remained so far. "Do you have any good ideas?" Anbai said. No one on the field spoke and looked at each other. Mixed to this position, they are not stupid. This time opening, they do not know which side to go. One side is the United States, and the other is their own country. With a little carelessness, their political career will end here. It's better to let their people come here to interrogate. We help them and prevent them from leaving our sites. Mom go. Good morning. Sanyu in the South China Sea, Chen Mo and Xiao Yu Gang got up to have breakfast, and the voice of the ink girl was transmitted from the mobile phone. The holographic projection behind it also jumped out of the appearance of the ink girl. "Good morning, what news?" Chen Mo asked. The University of Tokyo's artificial intelligence team has been controlled by the islanders, and a team member who escaped was also secretly arrested by US agents. Now Americans are putting pressure on the island to ask them to hand over the artificial intelligence team and the source of Danzhou code. "What is Azure?" asked Xiaoyu, who was eating breakfast, curiously. "It is the Satan virus, which is artificial intelligence developed by the Institute of Artificial Intelligence of the University of Tokyo. The networked machine learns out of control, and finally causes a computer-controlled virus disaster. This thing, ordinary people still don't know, think it is just an ordinary computer virus," Chen Mo explained. "The original internet disaster is like this." Xiaoyu suddenly realized that it is no wonder that the University of Tokyo is going to frame them. It turned out to be a scapegoat. In these 2 days, because the marching ant company was smeared, she did not have the heart to honeymoon, and Chen Mo rested here, so that Chen Mo had time to pay attention to the company. "What are you going to do next?" asked Xiaoyu. "Tell the news to Zhao Minutes, she knows how to handle the size, but I did not expect that the Americans know." The Americans caught a researcher and knew that Satan was an artificial intelligence. "Now I want to put pressure on the island government. I don't have to think about it, I want to get that artificial intelligence. But he can't destroy the artificial intelligence code." Chapter 411, Compromise on the Internet. Because of the news released by Trump, the whole world is focused on the island nation, and the parties also put the secret game on the bright side. The truth is on the bright side, ready to launch pressure. Only the UK countries and Germany have begun to pressure the island countries, requiring the island to immediately hand over the R&D team and source code. The voices of all countries are consistent and require source code to develop software for virus removal. In this case, the parties may move at any time. Countries that are under pressure have already received accurate information. And Satan is an artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is one of the most important technologies of the 21st century and represents the technology of the future. The destructive power of Satan just illustrates the horror of artificial intelligence, which is almost a network nuclear. Therefore, at this time, we must get this artificial intelligence, in order to maintain a place in the future network world competition. UK has never been consistent, condemning the spread of the virus by the island nation, threatening global internet security, and demanding that the island country immediately surrender the source code of the Murakami Group and Satan. But a few countries that know the truth have no tacit agreement that the Satan virus is artificial intelligence. The impact of this news is too great. Once it is announced, it will directly affect the development of artificial intelligence. The pressure from countries around the world has made the island official complain, and there are pressures from the people. Today, the island nation has been embattled. This is the worst situation facing the island nation since the Second World War, facing the common pressure of several countries in the world. The Satan virus incident has risen to the game between countries and reached an unprecedented climax. The economic situation of the island country has experienced the ravages of the Satan virus, which has caused heavy losses and is in jeopardy under the pressure of sanctions from all sides. In politics, the opposition parties also began to madly attack the smuggling island countries. Nowadays, the island nation has troubles with internal and external troubles. If you are not careful, you will never be able to recover. Inside the Prime Minister's office, Anbai's face was black and scary. Those rogues. Even if Anbai restrained, he couldn't help but export. The Americans tried their best to get rid of the skin and get Azure, which made him very uncomfortable, suffocated, and could not vent publicly. The island countries' ruling and opposition, as well as folk opinion, have given him a lot of pressure. In addition to the United States, there are 4 other big countries plus Germany, and the 6 most powerful countries in the world have joined forces. The Prime Minister, what should I do now? An official asked carefully. People who negotiate with them can hand over the source code of the virus, but after the team's trial, they must go back to the island nation to punish, and immediately revoke all the system. Anbai made the final decision. This team developed this quasi-artificial intelligence. Even if it is now a disaster, it is still very important. The code they know best, they will rely on them to study in the future. It is impossible to hand over the entire team. He underestimated the determination of the United States to get Azure, and those loyal allies are so vulnerable in the face of interests. If you don't hand over Azure, several countries will join hands. I am afraid they will be completely finished. Handing over a quasi-advanced artificial intelligence, Anbai's heart is unwilling. But in the face of such high pressure, he has to compromise. Otherwise the entire island country's economy will collapse and he will suffer. After that, Anbai got up and left the meeting. The island country handed over the behind-the-scenes team and source code for the spread of the virus, and will be heard by Anne. This news pushed the Satan virus incident to a high tide. There is no explanation for the island nation. It is a disguised recognition that it is forced to pay people. The Satan virus is the artificial intelligence team of the University of Tokyo. The group gathered outside the University of Tokyo to attack and fight against the University of Tokyo. Not only is it dissatisfied with his own loss, but also the anger of the University of Tokyo, who wants to deliberately conceal the truth. Things are so lively, and the global news media are paying attention. The island countries handed in people and source code, and countries also lifted pressure on the island countries to ease the pressure on the island countries and concentrate on coping with domestic troubles. On the global scale, we have to face another reality. So far, no company or team has found a viable way to clear the Satan virus. The Satan virus still occupies the internet, does not have a termite system installed, or does not dare to make computers easily networked. Washington, USA, Microsoft headquarters. The bright head of Nadella entered the network security lab. His face is not very good looking. As the president of Microsoft, he is very clear that Microsoft's recent situation is not very good. Network security has never been more challenging. The last time it was a clown virus, it easily broke through their Windows firewall, giving the Marching Ant Company's termite system a chance to take advantage of it and quickly gain a foothold in the office market. This time is even more embarrassing. The Satan virus directly shakes the foundation of cybersecurity and shakes the foundation of their Windows operating system. In the corporate office market and high-end market, termite companies launched a predatory expansion, which caused their company to suffer heavy losses. Nowadays, many office computers and notebooks are equipped with the termite system of the Marching Ant Company. This is not a good news. The operating system is the most basic and core business of their company. If the market of this business is shaken, their market position will be destroyed. The world of technology is changing rapidly. There is no breakthrough, and it will be eliminated if it cannot keep up with development. Yahoo, Sony and other companies are living examples. Technology is backward, and in the technology circle, it will not give you too many opportunities. After the outbreak of the Satan virus, he took the elite team from Microsoft's global R&D bases back to the headquarters, and also borrowed some top computer talent from Microsoft's cybersecurity subsidiary to form the temporary network security team, in order to find a way to clear the Satan virus. Half a month passed, and the movement was not big. Is there a way to find the Satan virus? Entering the lab, Nadella spoke. In order to urge him, he had to come over every day. No success. A technician wearing a white shirt shook his head. We are the first to see a smart virus. This virus has a certain intelligence, flexibility, and high challenge. When can it be successful? If you have source code, developing a targeted killing program will be a bit simpler, but without source code, time is not accurate. Nadella is one of the first too big. He couldn't get the source code for the Satan virus. That is in the hands of the government. I don't know why. I have not published the virus code to various network security companies. That is to say, according to the current progress, within 5 days, certainly cannot be completed. President, the research is uncertain. Maybe in the next minute, someone will accidentally find a way to clear it. Maybe one day, 1 month, or even a few years is uncertain. The man in a white shirt replied, the technology, perhaps an inadvertent inspiration, can be solved in half an hour, but can't find a clue, and it may not be successful in a few years. Even in a strong master, I am not sure that a certain point in time can solve an unknown problem. Nadella is very distressed. The virus does not solve a day. They can only watch the market share of the Marching Ant Company continues to increase. In order to stop the marching ants, the operating departments have to buy the water army in the international arena, guide the public opinion, take the opportunity to discredit the Marching Ant Company, hoping to stop the pace of their expansion. But it seems that the effect is not great. Now that the truth comes out, the popularity of the Marching Ant Company is even higher. When Nadella was troubled, Apple's Cook and Umbrella Company's product president Larry Page was equally annoyed. This Satan crisis allowed the Marching Ant Company to swallow the corporate office market. The corporate office area is a proper cash cow. Now in the high-end office market, the Army Ant Company has already won half of the country. In addition to affecting the US government's sanctions against marching ants, they can't do anything else. Chapter 412, Ending and Aftermath. 3 days passed by. Marching Ant headquarters. Zauminitz looked at the news in a leisurely manner. Since the computer network security team successfully developed the software to remove Satan, her mood has been refreshing day by day. Now she is exactly like an outsider, watching the battles of the parties. The Satan virus incident has risen to the game between various countries. The gods fight, and these mortals do not dare to approach and avoid the fish. Zauminits did not know what kind of competition was going on in private. During this time, the Marching Ant Company is very interesting and low-key, and does not accept any interviews from outside. The island nation is now in a bad situation, and the island government is trying to appease the people. After the truth, the US sanctions against marching ants have become rampant. Under the pressure of the demonstrators of the earthquake-stricken areas, the US government has lifted sanctions against the marching ants, but privately still restricts the marching ants from entering the US market. At the same time, people and army ants were re-engaged and hoped to re-execute the orders of the seismograph. On the internet, the squatting and attacking of the Marching Ant Company disappeared, and only a few sporadic points were negligible. It has been more than half a month since the virus has been raging, and the biggest gainer is the Marching Ant Company. The market share of termite intelligent operating systems has grown exponentially in the past 2 months, accounting for half of the computer operating system. Because the termite system is currently unable to crack and pirate, Microsoft is still dominant in the market share of the most basic level. However, the high safety makes the name of the termite system spread in the global corporate office and high-end market, and the market share also dominates even in the United States, which restricts the entry of army ants into the market. Many companies also purchase and install termite operating systems privately. They don't want to suffer again when the next crisis occurs. The sales of office software, office notebooks and computers of the Marching Ant Company are also amazing. It can be said that the Marching Ant Company earned a lot of money in this crisis, and the attack on the Marching Ant Company on the network initially had little effect. After the security team developed the killing program, Zauminits has not been anxious to announce, because she needs the truth. Before the outside world does not give the marching ants the truth, she will not easily release the program. Now the truth comes out, this cybersecurity crisis has reached the time of the solution, and then dragged on. The appetite is too big, but it is counterproductive. It's time to update the company's antivirus software and publicize it. We have successfully developed software to remove the Satan virus. Zauminits picked up the phone and issued an order. Jibei was troubled by the computer in front of him, or the face of cold figures. He is one of the millions of sad messengers who have been infected with the Satan virus. The Satan virus has been raging for more than half a month. He is paying attention to the latest news every day, and there is no effective way. The only way is to format the computer hard drive and reinstall the system. But this is his office computer. In the computer, there are some materials that are not backed up. The most important one is the design drawing that he has worked hard for 3 months. After the virus, he wanted to draw the drawings again, and the time was not enough. If the computer's Satan virus cannot be removed, he will be in trouble. If you can't complete it in a week, if the breach of contract causes damage to the company, whether his work can be saved or not is still a problem. Now that his father is sick, his children have to study. He has become the pillar of the family. If he loses his job, it will be a disaster for his family. Hey! When Jibei was upset, WeChat's crazy message prompted him to return to God. Just opened. I saw the news that my colleagues sent in the group. The Marching Ant Company successfully developed a program to remove the Satan virus. Seeing this news, Jibei's pupils were shrinking, and his distressed face became ecstatic. He almost jumped up. The marching ant, I love you. Jibei vowed that if he successfully cleared the computer virus, he would immediately buy 2 laptops from the Army Ant Company. This is a timely rain. After reading the announcement of the Marching Ant Company, Jibei used another notebook that installed the termite system to log into the official website of the Marching Ant Company. According to the announcement, download the latest antivirus software to a blank U-disk. After the download is completed, Jibei rumbles and holds the U-disk into the computer infected with the virus, and starts to follow the instructions button to read the software in the U-disk. 10 minutes later, I saw that the digital face disappeared on the desktop of the computer. All the files were intact, and Jibei was sobbing. The information and design drawings were saved and the work was saved. This scene happens in every corner of the world. The Marching Ant Company successfully developed the cleanup program. This news is like a big news, and it quickly spreads through the depressed internet world. The marching ants are arrogant. This antivirus software is free for 3 days, and the company ants company conscience. Those who have sprayed army ants, you are going to die. We seem to owe an apology to the army ants. The marching ants don't need your apologies for these sprays. When they don't know the truth, they want to apologize. The marching ants don't need your disgusting apologies. Thanks to the marching ants, I saved millions of dollars for me. I swear that I will be a big fan of marching ants in the future. The Marching Ant Company announced the killing method of Satan virus and once again missed a face on a global scale. The marching ants who were supposed to be desecrated stood up at the most critical moment. After getting the news, many people download an antivirus software for marching ants, regardless of whether the computer has a virus or not. Just in case. The marching ant updated the company's antivirus software to draw a dot on the internet security storm. However, the private sequel has not yet ended. Due to the destructive power of smart virus, the 5 countries of the Security Council have already incorporated internet security and artificial intelligence into the scope of security management, and are discussing the rules for the development of future artificial intelligence. In Sanya, South China Sea, Chen Mo looked at Li Chengzi with surprise. Now that he is still on his honeymoon, he did not expect that Li Chengzi came here to find him. Do you want the code for the termite system smart firewall and the code for the antivirus software? Yes. There is not a good news. Now the United States and Russia are each one. The European group side of the British-German law group, the island side. We are excluded from the negotiations. The 4 parties compromise. Get the Satan code. We didn't. Li Chengzi's face was very cautious and somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Mo nodded. This is not unexpected. It's no secret that this kind of joint check and balance is not a secret. Those people will certainly not let go of any opportunity to limit them. Do you know what Satan is? Artificial intelligence. Chen Mo did not hesitate to answer. You really know. Li Chengzi did not have much accident. There are many people who know that Satan is artificial intelligence, but there is no such news on the internet, which is the result of deliberate guidance from all countries. There is a problem now. From the disaster of the island nation, it can be seen that if Satan is used as a weapon, it is also a big trouble. Like the network big cannon. The other 4 parties have this weapon, we don't. But you have a shield in your hand, which is the intelligent firewall technology and killing software of the termite system. We are prepared to use these 2 technologies for in-depth development research as a defensive weapon in possible future cyber warfare. Li Chengzi told Chen Mo the above idea. The quartet, which has received the source code of Azure, has begun to force personnel to invest in development. Mastering this technology is the initiative to grasp the future struggle. Once there is a war conflict between the 2 sides, the cyber war first strikes the enemy's domestic network, which is the disaster of the island nation today. In order to get the defensive weapon, Li Chengzi had to come over to find Chen Mo. Their researcher development certainly can be developed, but it takes a lot of manpower and time. The current research process, time is of the utmost importance. This is also a disguised form of defending the country. I will not refuse. Chen Mo nodded. Here is his motherland, he has the ability, will definitely help. So many technologies are working together, and he doesn't care about the technology of smart firewalls and killing software. The horror of artificial intelligence. No one knows better than him. This time, the Satan virus is the nuclear of the internet age. When it is not controlled, it is as devastating as the atomic bomb and can quickly make the opponent pay a heavy price. When it is controlled, it is like nuclear power. It can bring leaping development to human society. This is the 2 sides of artificial intelligence, and the Ink Woman has this ability. This is why he feels a pity because he can't destroy the Azure source code. After Chen Mo's affirmative answer, Li Chengzi smiled. There are defensive measures that are very passive, And what are the checks and balances? Chen Mo asked. Not for the time being, this must be developed. Actually, Satan is an out-of-control artificial intelligence. I don't understand Xia Hua's progress, but I feel that Xia Hua's intelligence is not lower than Satan. Xia Hua will have the same effect once the network is out of control, if not lost control. Relatively mature artificial intelligence will be better than Satan. Satan inherits the spread of clown virus. If you need to check and balance weapons, you can use the clown virus as a basis for research. Do you have the source code of the clown virus? Li Chengzi asked curiously. You forgot the accident of the Jiangnan virus? It was the predecessor of the clown virus. The girl who made the accident is now an engineer of our company. The source code of the Jiangnan virus, there is a smart program, the spread of the clown virus. Sex. From the smart program. Chen Mo naturally did not dare to say that he had a clown virus, otherwise he could not explain how these viruses came. People think that he is related to the clown organization, then his troubles will be big. It turns out, Li Chengzi thanked nod. With a research and development direction, they will definitely save a lot of development time. At this time, time is very important. Intelligent firewall and killing software code. You will go to Zhao Minutes tomorrow. She will hand it over to you. Okay, then I won't bother you for honeymoon. Li Chengzi stood up from his position and his face was full of joy. This time he was very productive and he did not have to worry about being unable to cope with the future domestic internet attack by smart virus. Before, the great head asked me to bring you a late blessing and a happy wedding. Thank you. Chapter 413. Surprise. The global network security crisis. With the marching ants announced, the killing process came to an end. The impact of the smart virus entered the final stage, but the aftermath did not end. The chaos in the island nation continues, and the island government has begun to appease the people. Satan is the truth of artificial intelligence, and no one has exposed it. The game of several strong countries is still going on. This is a crisis caused by artificial intelligence. And Li will meet 5 times. After the crisis ended, a meeting was held to discuss the rules of internet security and intelligent development. The era of artificial intelligence has indeed arrived, and countermeasures must be formulated to adapt to the development of the new era. This incident has made several powerful countries realize that the destructive power of artificial intelligence is more than the destructive power of atomic energy. In order to maintain the position of a strong country in the future, several countries have begun to secretly set up a project team to focus on the development of artificial intelligence. The game at the level of the big country cannot be touched by ordinary people. So on the bright side, except for some reports of catching the wind, others have not been confirmed. The global storm triggered by the Satan virus has slowly disappeared over time, and when people mentioned it, people realized that they had witnessed history. This Satan incident was also called the Guangzhou Island incident of the internet world. The next morning, when Chen Mogang got up, he saw a small fisherman wearing a sling night dress and his eyes bent into a crescent. Don't start. Look mysterious, husband, give you a surprise. Surprise? What surprise? You are so smart, you can definitely guess, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Is there any hint? No hint. Where do I guess? The scope of this question is too big, the supercomputer can't count it, and it's super. Give you tips. I don't wear high heels in 10 months. I don't wear high heels for 10 months. Give me a surprise. Chen Mo's brain turned quickly, and suddenly thought of a possibility, an instant look, and looked at Xiao Yu's stomach. Is it not? Guess it. You have to be a father. Xiao Yu will not spread his hand in front of Chen Mo, a quiet test lying in her hand, the 2 bars on the top, very conspicuous. Really? Chen Mo excitedly caught Xiao Yu, smiled sillily, and then carefully stroked Xiao Yu's stomach. Nothing is big, I can't touch it. Xiao Yu was the first time he saw Chen Mo's appearance, and smiled sweetly. I suddenly remembered that I didn't come to this holiday this month. I measured the test and the result was true. Then after breakfast, I will accompany you to do an inspection. Chen Mo gently took Xiao Yu and sat down beside him. Well, okay. After breakfast, Chen Mo took a small fisherman to the hospital to give a small pregnancy to the pregnancy test. Coming out of the hospital, Chen Mo was full of joy. A blood HCG test at the hospital has been confirmed, and Xiao is really pregnant. Where are you going next? Xiao Yu was holding Chen Mo's arm. His face was full of happiness, and he had a big expectation in his heart. Where you want to go? I want to go to the end of the world today, and I will depart for the south of the clouds tomorrow. The honeymoon trip of the two men also returned to silence. On the next trip, Chen Mo was careful to protect the small fish. 5 days later, the trip to the south of Kaiyuan ended, and the holidays of the two men came to an end and rushed back to Banhai. I finally came back. Zhao Minitz entered Chen Mo's office and handed the documents in his hand to Chen Mo. How much has it earned in this half a month? Chen Mo carefully scanned it over the document. Some people were surprised. In the past 2 months, the termite system has yielded tens of billions of dollars. No wonder so many people are jealous of them. The sky is falling. This time Smart Virus, our company, has become the biggest beneficiary. After this incident, the termite system successfully won half of the office field. Many domestic companies cooperate with us in high-end electronic office products. Our factory system is built in the factory, and our company's system is also the first choice. The application in the office field is a cash cow, so this time it is lucky. The pie that fell is a bit hard, it is delicious, and it earns a lot. The next step is the problem of digestion. Zhao Minitz said, "Sit down and talk." Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz sat down on the sofa. "There are a few things that need to be discussed with you and listen to your opinions." Just sitting down, Zhao Minitz will open. The first is to separate the computer operations department. The termite system is now scaled up, and personnel expansion is imperative. Now the computer operations department is mature, and I am ready to let them go out independently. The volume of the headquarters is too large and easy. The tail can't be big. Let them go out independently. It's easier to grow, and it's easier to manage. This is prepared according to your ideas, and the final implementation plan will be okay for me. In terms of company operations, Chen Mo is not at work. Zhao Minitz wants to separate their business and he will not object because the termite system is not the core technology he manages. The second one is about the United States. The US Department of Commerce has withdrawn the sanctions on us, but when they entered the US market, they are still privately restricted. What is even more shameful is that their ambassadors talk to me and hope that I will continue to perform the earthquake, the order of the instrument. What do you think? I don't know much about business, or you said, I will listen first. Chen Mo spread his hand. We have to make money. They are bones. When we compensated our seismographs, we only promised the order. Now I have nothing to look for. I got the news that Apple, the umbrella company, and Microsoft's 3 consortiums gave their presidents a haircut, so we sanction us. However, this has nothing to do with us. Next, they want to buy a seismograph. The order must be paid in advance and we will sign the contract. Their order is 100 units, $50 million. Oh, Zhao Minitz thought about the uncomfortable appearance of the Americans and couldn't help but want to laugh. $5 billion in cash. This is not a small number, and it is enough to make the US president worry for 2 days. Seeing Zhao Minitz's smile as a profiteer, Chen Mo's eyelid jumped for a second of silence for the Americans. You can do it when you look at it, Chen Mo said. The third thing is the construction project of the nuclear fusion of the island. Now the nuclear industry group is accelerating the construction speed and has enough funds. Their speed can be much faster than imagined. However, it will take some time to complete the work. The current estimate is about a few months. This way, it seems that this is an urgent matter. Chen Mo nodded. The study of light nuclear fusion is his main task at the moment. The simulation experiment was completed more than a month ago, and his preparation work is similar. However, the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute must be completed before the construction of the starring can be carried out for actual experiments. Once the starring runs successfully and reaches the total net energy output, The task of the Science and Technology Library is completed. However, the construction of the institute is complicated after all, and even if the Nuclear Industry Group is fully committed to construction, it will take some time. How is your honeymoon? Is it smooth? Look at your red face. The mood is definitely good, Zhao Minutes asked after talking about the work. Well, Xiaoyu is pregnant. Chen Mo's look cannot cover the joy. Oh, this is a big happy event. Zhao Minutes looked happy. It seems that I can be a big man. The two pulled some daily routines. After Zhao Minutes left the office, Chen Mo changed the robes of the experiment and went to building number 1. From the preparation of the wedding to the present, I have been resting for more than a month, and now the wedding is done, and then I can do my own research. It's been a while since the completion of the Nuclear Fusion Institute, during which time he's just used to study some of the technologies that are self-defense. Chapter 414. The purpose of cooperation. 4 months have passed by, and in the past few months, the storm of the Satan virus has subsided and the online world has slowly returned to normal. The news of the Satan virus incident has gradually faded, and Chen Mo's life has returned to calm. In the past 4 months, in addition to the free time to accompany the pregnant fish, the rest of the time is to develop technology in Building 1, to prepare the technical foundation for future research and development. During this period, the Huaxia official also began to strongly recommend the termite system of the Marching Ant Company, so that the marching ants benefited a lot. The island country also reported that after this incident, Anbai made a major exchange of blood on the cabinet. In Europe, the 3 countries of Britain, France and Germany announced the establishment of an artificial intelligence research institute to jointly develop artificial intelligence. China, the United States, and Russia have also set up special artificial intelligence projects to raise artificial intelligence to the height of atomic energy. As various star scandals have turned people's attention, time has smoothed the last glimmer of the smart virus incident, and a new storm is brewing. Yang Mingxi looked at the minimalist style and the futuristic decoration. He was also a bit curious. What kind of person is the next boss? Zhao Minutes personally invited him, hoping that he would serve as the general manager of the Marching Ant and the official joint venture Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. He did not think much and agreed. Chen Mo, the founder of the Marching Ant Company, has heard it many times in the news, but he has not been in close contact. Today, he came to see the future boss. This is Yang Mingxi, MBA, researcher level senior engineer, former deputy general manager of China Nuclear Power. Successively served as Deputy General Manager of China Nuclear, General Manager and Book Record. 2 months ago, I resigned and I invited him to join China. Nuclear Energy Group is the General Manager and has been forming the management of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. Zhao Minutes met Chen Mo and introduced it. Manager Yang, welcome to join us. This is my honor. The chairman. Yang Mings is looking at a young man who is less than half his age. It is a young man of this age who is similar to his own son. It is a bit of an unbelievable to support the largest and most technologically advanced private enterprise in China. The matter of the Nuclear Energy Group will depend on you for management. In the matter, thank you for your trust. After the guest set, the two also entered the topic, and Yang Mingxi began to elaborate on his planning for the future development of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. In addition to this, there is another important thing. In the past 4 months, the Nuclear Industry Group has accelerated the construction of the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute project, and the main laboratory of the institute has been completed. Upon receiving contact with the Marching Ant Company, the Academy of Sciences also sent researchers to assist them in the construction of the Star Ring. Today is the day when the researchers of the Academy of Sciences arrived. Wang Yuanzhen sat on the bus and looked at the futuristic Marching Ant Group headquarters outside the window. The nest is worthy of its name. A few years ago, it was hard to imagine that Huaxia had a company that would rise at this crazy speed and stand on the top of the world of technology. The Army Ant Company and the Academy of Sciences collaborated to develop controlled nuclear fusion technology, and he was dispatched as a representative of the Academy of Sciences. Li Jian is the head of the Science Oriental Super Circle experimental project and cannot leave. The Year of the King is the director, and there are many tasks at hand, and it is impossible to come over. However, Chen Mo's research data is too important, and an important person must come to learn relevant theoretical techniques. As the most senior expert in high-temperature plasma research projects, Wang Yuanzhen was dispatched. The areas involved in controlled nuclear fusion technology are too broad and the relevant talents are seriously lacking. Some experienced technical researchers have their own tasks and cannot be sent here. It is already very rare for Wang Yuanqi's academician to bring the team himself. Their cooperation with the Marching Ant Company is generally believed to be dominated by the Academy of Sciences. But only those who know the inside story understand that Chen Mo, who is a Marching Ant Company, is leading. Among the materials that Chen Mo gave them, although it was only a simulation experiment, it involved a lot of new technologies and theories, and there were some new formulas different from previous studies. These formulas had given them a lot of new insights into their research. So the Academy of Sciences asked him to bring a group of young researchers to come, mainly to learn Chen Mo's theory and technology, while also studying technical talents. After passing the inspection, the bus smoothly entered the headquarters of the Marching Ant Company. The people in the car appeared a commotion, and curiously looked at the headquarters of the Marching Ant Company outside the window. They have heard of the famous Army Ants Company, and they have heard it more than once in online news, but they have seen it for the first time. And they also know that the object of this cooperation is the Marching Ant. Wang Yuan took a look at the car, and Chen Mo, who was the owner, greeted him and clasped his hand. Welcome, Wang Academician. Chen, long-awaited name. Wang Yuanzhen saw Chen Mo, smiled and made the wrinkles on his face pile up. You are very polite. This is the general manager of our group, the general manager of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, Yang Mingcai. Chen Mo introduced Yang Mingcai to Wang Yuanzhen. After the two men greeted each other, Wang Yuanzhen turned and looked at the young researchers who came down from the car. These are the research teams from the Academy of Sciences. I am here for the first time. I hope to visit your company. The team of 30 people, only 8 female researchers, the other are male researchers, aged between 25-35. Is a new group of doctors in the Academy of Sciences, belonging to the fresh blood of the Academy of Sciences. On this project, the Marching Ants promised to invest at least 60 billion yuan. This is a great news for the low-temperature plasma research. They are excellent researchers selected by the Academy of Sciences, not experts. Come here to conduct research and gain a lot of experience. If Chen Mo's technical research is successful, this group of people is the new generation leader of high-temperature plasma research in the future Academy of Sciences. Even if it is unsuccessful, it will accumulate a lot of experience here, and the future will be the backbone of the Plasma Research Institute. In order to win a quota, many of them have used all of them. Chen Mo swept a circle on the team and nodded slightly. He did not expect the Academy to send a lot of senior talents. Although it is in cooperation with the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Sciences currently has the Science Islands Super Ring project and other tokamak experimental devices under construction. In the field of high-temperature plasma, the shortage of professionals is the global status quo. It is impossible for too many senior researchers to come to support his research in a private enterprise. Chen Mo and the official cooperation, the main purpose is to accelerate the research of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Because there is no official resources and channels of Huaxia, it is simply a dream to build a controlled nuclear fusion research institute. Even if it is abroad, it is impossible to build a nuclear fusion research institute. Let him be free and unrestrained, with the technical support of the technology library, he can make it. But in the real world, atomic energy is bound by international conventions. He cannot escape from the existing world rules and he has no scruples. Unless he really has the power to break the rules, there is no difference between doing nothing and looking for death. In the official cooperation, he only needs one project and resources to help, and it doesn't matter how many people are sent. Even if he is alone, he can succeed if the institute is established. This team member, in addition to one Yuan Wei, the other should be a fledgling researcher. The controlled nuclear fusion technology he obtained is the same as in the past. Many of them need to start from scratch. These researchers should be able to learn, so they can also help. Chen Mo and all the researchers on the field shook hands and led the crowd to the company's self-driving sightseeing car and began to visit the headquarters of the Marching Ant Group. Chapter 415 Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. Science Island is located in the Bund of Xiangjiang district, covering an area of more than 6,000 acres. The island has a pleasant climate and beautiful scenery. Due to the distance from the city center of Banhai, there are not many people living around the area. This small island has not been developed. When the nuclear fusion project was confirmed, Chen Mo was officially promised to the coastal city, officially applying for the island as a place for nuclear fusion research. This unknown island has become a place of concern for people in Banhai City, known as the Science Island of Banhai City. Next to Science Island, an armed police detachment is stationed and has a natural security force. After the island was identified as the experimental site of the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, the official city of Banhai City will also move the nearest police station to the small island to provide sufficient security for the project. Surroundings. Among the islands, there are veterans hired by Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group as the security force of the island. The car team of Chen Mo and others entered the Science Island under the of the special police. The group of people also came down from the car and looked around to familiarize themselves with the environment for future work. The research institutes and dormitories at this time have been completed, and other living facilities and construction are continuing. At the same time, various projects are being carried out at the same time. Many workers and machines are in the construction isolation area that can be seen everywhere. The area where everyone is located is the central area of Science Island, and the main Nuclear Fusion Research Institute is in front of them. The main body of the institute, Starring, is underground, and the exterior is only 5 stories high. It looks like a large ordinary building, arched, white, and very large. Fingerprint recognition and face recognition are used at the door. Once an outsider is found to be mixed in, the artificial intelligence will sound the alarm. Security personnel and will automatically close the channel. The most important experimental data center, only Chen Mo and Wan Yuanqi can enter, even if Zhao Minitz and Yang Mingkai cannot get close. And the data center also needs voice print recognition and gait recognition. Copying the data also has to confirm the identity. The fourfold intelligent identification function. It is harder for outsiders to sneak into the research data and steal the research data. All the fingerprints and facial information were entered into the database, and Chen Mo and the team entered the institute. The outside of the institute is unpretentious and the interior is very futuristic. The minimalist style of the science and technology, with the technical support of the Marching Ant Company, the entire research institute has been intelligent. In the entrance of the institute, there is also a patrol robot and security personnel from the Army Ant Company. Entering the smart elevator, the pedestrian also entered the laboratory where their Starring was installed. The laboratory is a circular area of 10 meters in diameter and 4 stories high. This is the construction area of Starring. Chen Mo from the corridor overlooking the empty space below, said, "The experimental device of Starring will be built here. Your mission is auxiliary building, Starring." Chen, we don't know what you said. The structure of the Starring device is like this. How to assist? Chen Mo finished, with a ponytail tied to the side and a female researcher wearing round metal frame glasses. Bai Lijing looked at Chen Mo directly, and his eyes were a little dodging. He did not do anything wrong, but he was a teenager who was a few years older than Chen Mo. The graduates from the physics department of the world-famous universities, compared with Chen Mo, seem so small. Lila Road. Looking directly at this legendary figure, she is somewhat inferior. But this younger than her, there is always an attractive charm that makes her somewhat inexplicable. So this is what you need to learn. Chen Mo led the entire team into the channel, and soon went to another lab. It is also a circular laboratory, except for computers, which are holographic projectors. Startup. At the time of doubt, Chen Mo opened the microphone opening of the console. I saw the light in the lab dim. The holographic projector lit up, and a 3-meter-high instrument was projected into the center of the lab. The internal structure is invisible to everyone, but in appearance, it is very different from the tokamak device. The waist of the device is like a bloated fat man, and there are not as many pipes as the tokamak device. Looking at the shape of the holographic projection, the entire team of people could not help but marvel at the advancement of holographic technology, and then began to look at the device that Chen Mo called Starring. Can this device be used for experiments? What about full superconducting technology? Without superconductors, the super strong magnetic field needed for fusion reactions is not achieved. One researcher could not help but groan. He did not dare to question Chen Mo loudly, but he still had doubts. Oriental Superring is almost the world's most advanced full superconducting tokamak device. It uses superconducting technology and low-temperature superconducting technology to provide super-strong magnetic constraints to achieve steady state and high constrained operation of the device. Does Chen Mo have superconducting technology? Is there a diverter material? These technologies, the state cannot give it to individual research. This device has only one shape, and it has to be doubted whether it can conduct nuclear fusion technology research. His embarrassment, people around him can hear, nodded and agreed. This is indeed a problem. The nuclear fusion reaction requires a super-strong magnetic field to accelerate the helium atom and let the temperature reach the high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees required for the fusion reaction. It is almost impossible for ordinary technology to achieve this condition. Although Chen Mo is very powerful, they also have to doubt the feasibility of the device. It is not ruled out that Chen Mo's theory is correct, but Chen Mo can do it without the experimental conditions required to complete those theories. This is their suspicion. Chen Mo naturally heard the embarrassment of the researcher, and he did not care. Such a big project involves too many complicated technologies. The difficulties are more clear to everyone. These researchers have questions that are normal. If you see the model, you believe that he must succeed. That is not normal. This is their starring. As for the technology of their starring device, you don't have to worry about it. I have prepared for this preparation. Your task is to assist me and assembled the components of the device into a starring. Chen Mo said calmly. You have 30 people, specializing in high-temperature plasma physics, high-temperature superconducting physics, material physics, condensed physics, magnetic physics, etc. According to your profession, go to their respective laboratories, and your lab has intelligence, robots, computers and holographic projectors. Your task is to understand the working principle of the part of the device module that you are responsible for, as to whether you can collide with new sparks and see yourself. If you have any research, you can submit project information and apply for funds. The project is feasible and the group will give you funds. Remember, the information you will learn next is all special information and is not allowed to be circulated. Don't be surprised to learn new things and write new articles that you find. This research institute is not used to publish papers for you and to increase your own gold content. You can come here. The confidentiality regulations should be clearer than I am. The consequences of the technical leak are serious. Everyone understands that I will give you a shot. If you suspect me, I feel that the experiment cannot be successful. It is a waste of time here. You can leave now. I will not blame you, will not stop you. The Academy of Sciences should arrange you to other units. After all, this field is very lacking. If you stay, work according to the tasks I have arranged, otherwise I will personally chase you away, and when you are, my face will not look good. Of course, if you have any questions in this process, you can ask me. I will answer your questions in detail if the conditions permit. Chen Mo suddenly became serious. and the majestic voice made the whole team silent. Everyone looked at each other and was at a loss. The age and education of all of them are higher than Chen Mo Gao, but Chen Mo's instructions are not allowed to refute, because Chen Mo is now an authoritative person, and when they come here, they are quite Chen Mo's students, refuting the consequences of the tutor. They naturally know. If you build a starring in building 1, he dares to use all kinds of robots with confidence, but here is the Institute of Nuclear Fusion, and some things have to be reserved. Moreover, people are more flexible than robots, and starring is built. Some work-smart robots cannot be replaced. They must be personally carried out, so Chen Mokai needs their assistance. After everything was finished, Chen Mo was asked to go to their own labs and led Wang Yuan to the research center's data center. Chapter 416, The Shock of Wang Yuan's, and this is the data center. All the experimental materials of the institute will be placed here. The authority of the academician can be accessed here. Chen Mo took Wang Yuan into the data center of the institute. The data center is still full of metal, minimalist future technology. In addition to the 24-hour watched robot, there are various cameras and sensors. Inside the thick tempered glass wall, it is the host of the data center. Without the authorization of Chen Mo, the outsiders cannot get close to the host. The computer in the lab is connected to the host here. You need to copy the data and view the highest level of technical information of the institute. You must enter the lab, and entering here, no electronic equipment is allowed, and the security level of technical data is not lower than the security level of any research institute in the world. Then I will pick up some information first. Wang Yuanxing can't wait, and at the prompt of Chen Mo, he began to look at the information of Chen Mo's research. Even if it is him, it only has the right to view and cannot copy. Since the last time he saw Chen Mo's simulation data, he has been obsessed with this information. In theory, the technology of controlled nuclear fusion energy output can be realized. If successful, the human energy history will change. Although they do not think that Chen Mo can be successfully developed in a short time, it involves new nuclear fusion technology. The research on the tokamak device has encountered bottlenecks. Chen Mo's theoretical research may be a new direction. Even if Chen Mo's theory is unsuccessful, some places may be the stone of other mountains. After transferring Chen Mo's theoretical data, Wang Yuanzhen was addicted to it, and he kept looking at every sentence of the theory and every formula. The more you look at it, the more dignified you look. There are tens of thousands of simulation experiments, and the data of each simulation experiment is much more complete than the data given to them. Now he finds that the data that Chen Mo gave them is just the tip of the iceberg. Now that he sees the complete theory, he is shocked. This set of theory shows that in their starring reactor, it can achieve self-sustainability. In the fusion reaction, helium will be trapped and other problems, and he will not be able to participate in the fusion reaction. This leads to fewer and fewer ruthenium in the reactor, and finally the steady-state operation of the reactor cannot be maintained, and the fusion reaction is terminated. Therefore, the issue of self-sustainability has always been one of the bottleneck technologies for controlled nuclear fusion. Chen Mo's theory of controlled fusion has solved the problem of self-sustainability. Although it is only theory and no practice, it has to be said that there is such a possibility. At present, the industrial preparation of is to use the reactor neutrons to bombard the target materials such as lithium fluoride, lithium carbonate and lithium magnesium alloy, and then enrich the crucible by thermal diffusion. In addition to the artificial preparation of cockroaches, there are also cockroaches in the natural world. The cockroaches in nature are produced by high-energy neutron bombardment of the nucleus carried by cosmic rays. The reaction of light nuclear fusion is 2D plus 3T, He plus neutron, N plus a large amount of energy. Each fusion produces a neutron N of 14 megaelectronvolts energy. According to this data, under the extremely strong magnetic field, the high-energy neutrons N produced by the fusion reaction because of a fusion reaction, only one neutron is produced, so there is no need to worry about uncontrolled chain reaction, and there is no way to control the number of neutrons. This is one of the reasons why nuclear fusion technology is safer than nuclear fission technology. Even if some neutrons can't hit the atom, you only need to fill in some at the right time, and the consumption of will be greatly reduced. The idea was studied in the research, and their researchers have thought about it, but there has been no technical solution. Now in Chen Mo's theory, starring can solve the theoretical basis of this problem. If feasible, this means that a core problem with controlled nuclear fusion has been addressed. However, Wang Yuanyi felt a little uncomfortable next, because the data only records the theory of self-sustaining. The specific technical solutions do not appear on the data. The technical information of the entire device of starring is not in the data. Is there any technology related to self-sustainability? Asked Wang Yuanzhen. The technology related to self-sustaining is not here. There is us. This is the theoretical data that can be shared with the researchers of the Nuclear Energy Group. The technology of the Nuclear Energy Group needs to be developed by the researchers in the group. It is shared by both parties. Those technologies are not when they're starring core components in this respect. The Marching Ant Group will provide production, Chen Mo said. The core components of starring involve the materials and technology of the diverter, as well as the normal temperature superconductor materials, and the self-sustaining technology. It is impossible for these technologies to be unconditionally placed in the Nuclear Energy Group. He also has reservations. Otherwise, after the Academy of Sciences got those technical skills, he regretted it. That is, the question of self-sustainability has been solved theoretically. Wang Yuanzhen did not think too much. He was concerned about the success of this technology. Yes, you only need to set up a starring to experiment. You can verify whether the technology is feasible. Great. Wang Yuanyi smiled in surprise, and spent most of his life in the study of nuclear fusion. Now he sees the dawn, even if it is only theoretical. He is still happy. With his decades of experience, those theoretical formulas know that there is no fake at a glance. In addition, in the simulation experiment of Chen Mo, the plasma turbulence model has been established. This turbulence model is more convincing than the theoretical data. The plasma motion in the tokamak device is very unstable, and scientists cannot understand these instability well. So there has been no way to improve the design of the tokamak device to suppress these instability. With the turbulence model of the plasma, even if it is simulated, this is also a good news. Originally, there was some doubt about whether Chen Mo could develop nuclear fusion technology. Now, when he saw this theory, his doubts were all dispelled. Academician Chen, I have something to ask. You said. I want to copy these theoretical materials to the Academy of Sciences in Huizhou. I don't know if this is the case. This theory is certainly not helpful for the study of controlled nuclear fusion. Wang Yuanzhen asked some questions. Yes, these theories are shared, but advance reminders, these theories don't make papers published, Chen said. In this respect, we definitely understand. Wang Yuanyi was overjoyed, and he did not expect Chen Mo to be so refreshing. Can the plasma turbulence model be? This can't be done. Chen Mo shook his head. They want to see the turbulence model of the plasma. They can let them join the team. I authorize them to view it. The information cannot be copied. When I heard this answer, Wang Yuanzhen had some regrets and did not say much. That is the key technology. It is normal for Chen Mo not to pass it out. Chen Mo has given them enough. Would you like to go to your lab first? It is good. Looking at the information on the computer screen, Wang Yuanzhen is a bit reluctant. Even if I only looked at it roughly, I have already given him a lot of surprises. If I study it in depth, I will definitely have more surprises. But now that I have just arrived, there is a lot of time to study, and I am not in a hurry. On the evening of the same day, Wang Yuanzhen was allowed to pass Chen Mo's permission to copy the information of the controlled fusion theory and contact Li Chengzi to send it back to the Huizhou Academy of Sciences. Chapter 417, Great Movement. The Huizhou Academy of Sciences. The core of the tokamak project. is working on a desk and discussing the information violently. The information they surround is Chen Mo's controlled nuclear fusion theory. The first time Li Chengzi sent the theoretical data back, they gathered to learn the information. Meow. Wonderful. It seems that academician Chen is so confident in studying controlled nuclear fusion technology for a reason. If you put this theory into a paper, I am afraid that it will bring a new direction to nuclear fusion research. The new formula appears. I have to say that this academician Chen is a ghost. This theory may make our tokamak experimental research reaching a new level. Don't think about publishing. This information is top secret. Although the ITER program allows us to join, we have always excluded our Chinese scientists from the core departments. The ITER program will not help us much. Russia and the United States are all privately opening small stoves. These materials are the ones we keep leading. And if we publish the information, Chen academician will pursue it. We cannot guarantee it in the evening. An old academician was serious. Old he is only a hypothesis. Don't take it seriously when you praise the high-mindedness of academician Chen. But after reading these theories, I want to join their project. Our project is the entire Huaxia project. The academician Chen's project is a semi-private project. This field is too talented. It can't be divided into too many pasts. Lauren's past is the limit. Let's eat this theory first and see if we can new optimization of the tokamak device. I feel that this theory will bring new breakthroughs to our tokamak experiment. Li Jian interjected. Just a theory. Let them have a new understanding of controlled nuclear fusion. A few old academicians and engineers on the field. You are in a word to discuss the understanding of the beauty of the theory. In the field of nuclear fusion research, they may not be the top scientists in the pyramid, but the development of China's controlled nuclear fusion technology has been at the forefront of the world, relying on the wisdom of the team. Because controlled fusion technology is not destined to be a personal honor, it is impossible to publish any technical papers. No matter who has new discoveries, it is the honor of their entire team. Of course, the person who breaks the bottleneck will naturally be rewarded. Wang Yuanzhen sent a theoretical copy of the controlled nuclear fusion part and sent it back to the Science Island Institute of the Huizi Institute of Science and Technology. This incident was approved by Chen Mo, because the core technology of starring is still in his hands. Those theories, at most, are quite a few important papers. Turning theory into technology is obviously not that simple, so Chen Mo is not worried that starring technology will leak. And not long after, a message came. Zhao Minit's holographic projection appeared next to Chen Mo, letting Chen Mo stop the work at hand. Yang Mingkai came to the news that their starring parts ordered to the nuclear industry group have been shipped to Science Island. It's finally arrived, and something is done next, Chen said. After the team of the Academy of Sciences went to the Science Island of Manhai City, under the arrangement of Chen Mo, they were learning the relevant theories and preparing for the construction of the starring. Now the parts of the starring are coming, and it is time to build. I want to go to Science Island. Do you want to go over together? Okay. Zhao Minitz nodded. Ink Girl, notify the people in the Ministry of Transportation to come over and ship the prepared, starring parts to Science Island. It has been notified. Chen Mo took off his experimental gown and left the number 1 building. It has been prepared for so long, and today it is finally here. Next, we will assemble the starring device. Chen Mo Gang went to the door of building number 1, and Zhao Minitz followed suit. He wore a professional all and outlined the temperament of President Fan. It looked very good. It was not long before the two stood, and the staff and security personnel of the transportation and company's transportation department also came to the warehouse door of building 1. Under the guidance of the robot, 3 special containers equipped with starring parts are loaded onto the vehicle. Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz, together with the transport team and the security team, went to Science Island. In front of the team, 3 motorized police officers opened the road, 4 security corps of the marching ant company, 2 special police cars in the rear, and 2 security teams of the marching ant company, including the special cars where Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes are located. A total of more than a dozen cars are growing up in a dragon, and the mighty battles make the roadside people look at them. Good guy, is the marching ant company ready to make a big move? That is the direction to Science Island. The team should go to Science Island, Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. Special police escorts. This is like the police in Bnai City, which is the same as the Army Ant Company. Don't be sour. Science Island is a semi-official project for the cooperation between marching ants and the Academy of Sciences. Isn't it normal for such an important technology to have a special police escort? You have hundreds of billions of dollars worth of technology, so the police can it. People on the road, seeing the logo of the container ascending Army Ant Company, also know that this is an important technology of the marching ant company. This scene was naturally photographed by passers-by and sent to the internet. It's just what is inside the special container. No one knows that such a big battle still makes a lot of speculation on the network. These things have nothing to do with Chen Mo. 20 minutes later, the long team entered the Science Island through the gate to the Science Island Road Bridge. On the shore of the coast, Dong Quain took a telescope and watched the island entering the island. He has been here for more than half a year, and he also knows the changes on the island. The construction of the institute is much faster than imagined. From the current situation, the main research institutes of Science Island have been completed, and the team of the Academy of Sciences has also settled in Science Island. Today, there are 2 shuttle teams entering Science Island. It is clear that there are big moves in the Science Island. It is only a step in the project research that he has no way of knowing. After a long time, Dong Quain only put down the telescope and focused his attention on the fishing rod. This matter is impossible in a short time and can only be laid out slowly. Not only Dong Quain, with the emergence of the great action of Science Island, some people who have the idea of nuclear fusion technology have turned their attention to the Science Island. On the Science Island, Won Yuanzhen and members of a group of teams have already waited at the institute. They all know that the parts of the starring have arrived, and then they will assemble their starring. They have been learning here for so long, and finally come in handy. When the team just arrived outside the institute, Won Yuanzhen stared at the truck with the logo of the marching ant company on the truck, and some could not wait. After coming here, he really saw Chen Mo's various techniques and many techniques. He was very eye-catching. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. The biggest problem now is the field system, the self-sustaining and diverter material of the first wall. Self-sustaining has been solved in Chen Mo's theory, and the material of the diverter is also a top priority, which is a key component for maintaining the long-term steady state of the fusion reaction. As the first wall of the reactor, the diverter requires thermal fatigue properties with a long-term temperature above 800 degrees Celsius. It also needs to withstand the high temperature of 2000 to 3000 degrees Celsius at the moment of plasma bursting, and it also has to resist neutrons, low activation of radiation capability and plasma radiation capability. Their research in the Academy of Sciences, the material of the diverter has made a breakthrough, but Chen Mo's diverter material is used by himself. He was very curious about what new materials were developed by marching ants. In addition, there is a field system. In the current experiment, the superconductor material can provide a sufficiently strong confined magnetic field. It is not a superconductor material. The confined magnetic field is not strong enough and the technicality is difficult to achieve. Chen Mo's starring design. There is no ultra-low temperature system. Obviously there is no low temperature superconductor. He also wants to know what materials the field system will use. Is there a diverter and field system? Yes, all the core components of the starring are inside. Chen Mo nodded. Can I know what materials are used for diverters and field systems? The bottom of the furnace is a gallium copper graphite tungsten alloy, which is added with rare earth and some other heat-resistant metal elements. It synthesizes a new type of liquid metal with partial properties of gallium and thermal fatigue of tungsten. The furnace wall is fine-grained tungsten-copper alloy, Chen Mo said. The liquid metal of the diverter is a technology carried in the light nuclear fusion technology given by the Science and Technology Library. The technology of this liquid metal is quite a lot in the technology library, and Chen Mo can synthesize at any time. Liquid metal? Have you actually developed liquid metal for diverter? Wang Yuan's voice has been broken, with a strong shock. If this news is announced, it may cause vibration in the field of nuclear fusion research. What about the material of that system? Temporarily confidential. Chen Mokao Wang Yuanzhen reveals a mysterious smile. The problem of normal temperature superconducting materials, etc. After the completion of starring, and then want to publicly announce the problem. It is not the time. He has to concentrate on the issue of starring. After talking to Wang Yuanzhen, I went to the other members of the team. The other people on the team saw Chen Mo coming over and immediately got up and looked at him. In the past few days, you should master the work you are responsible for. Next, there will be robots with you. Start to build. Starring. Do not understand things? You can ask me. I will also be on the scene. Remember, to ensure that there is no leakage in the process. Chapter 418. Star column in the morning. Chen Mo came out of the room and saw that Xiaoyu was pregnant and was setting tableware at the table. Now Xiaoyu has been pregnant for 5 months, and the stomach has already had a very obvious bulge. At this time, the small fisherman has more maternal temperament on his face and is in a very good mood. Okay, let me come, let's sit. Chen Mo walked behind the small fisherman, held her down, and reached out and gently touched her belly. I am pregnant. Don't be too tired. There are robots. Babysitter. This is just an occasional exercise, not a heavy work. Pregnant women have to move it. Otherwise, nothing will be done. It really becomes a waste. Xiaoyu's hands on his stomach, with a gentle smile on his face. Well, you are reasonable. Eat breakfast first. Remember not to be too tired at home, or you will be killed by your mother. Chen Mo gave Xiaoyu a bowl of porridge. After breakfast, Xiaoyu gave Chen Mo a shirt. Don't work too hard, pay attention to your body, come back tonight. Well, take a good rest at home. If you have anything to do, let the babysitter or Pearl do it. If you want something, just call me. I know, I want to give my baby a prenatal education, and I will give you a smart son. I like girls. My son is too smart. My mother will be stupid. Really? I don't see it. It's getting stupid now. So I still have a girl, or I will be a fool for 3 years. Chen Mo touched the blue hair of Xiao. Xiaoyu wrinkled his nose and said, I like my son. Stupid is stupid. Hey, at home. I will come back tonight with you tonight. Chen Mo kissed Xiaoyu's forehead and turned to leave the villa and go to Science Island. Xiao Jing, you said that Academician Chen is so powerful. Why haven't you won an international award? Haven't you won other famous awards? A woman with a little freckle on her face asked an ordinary female doctor to ask her. Chen is a technology developer. He has not published technical papers to the outside world. His research is not for awards, so this should be normal, said Bai Lijing, who tied the ponytail. Really, listening to you saying this, it is true that Academician Chen has not published any papers. Another female researcher around nodded. You said, starring, can you succeed? Although I admire the Academician Chen, the controlled nuclear fusion is not an ordinary technology. The ITER, which is the strength of the world's top physicists, has not succeeded. Starring, is designed by Chen Academician. What is the difficulty factor? The ultracircle projects were designed with the wisdom of the Academy of Sciences to be successful. Not to mention anything else, diverter materials and superconducting technology are problems. Without these techniques, it is a problem that, starring, can provide a sufficiently strong magnetic field to maintain steady-state operation. But the Academician Chen has invested tens of billions in this project. Do you think that Academician Chen will spend money on these infeasible theories? the problem that the world's top physicists can't solve. Do you think this can be solved by money? If you can, this is not a problem. In a short time, technology should not have much breakthrough, step by step. After more than 10 years, perhaps with the wisdom of academician Chen, there is a breakthrough. But we all know that academician Chen is not a professional of high-temperature plasma, and it is like a mountain. On the way to the starring lab, members of the team began to talk about it in a word. There are technical problems, and there are gossip questions, including why Chen Mo got married so early, all within their talking topics. The people in the team think that the current research is only an exploration and accumulation of technical experience. These basic experiments are the experiences they lack, but they have no hope for success. Bailey Jing did not participate in the discussion, but was thinking about the topic he was responsible for. Her major is magnetic field material, and Chen Mo's topic is to build a magnetic field system. This topic is very important, although it is only theory. The core technology they can't touch, because the qualification is not enough. They can only be responsible for assisting the assembly of starring. The field system of starring is different from the tokamak magnetic field they have learned. It is not a strict polar field and vertical field. Different magnetic fields mean that the design of the device will vary greatly. She is a bit curious. What is the design of starring? That Chen Mo said. But they can't see the design of the starring. They can only do the work within the division. She did not agree with the discussion of other members of the team. Because she has intuition, Chen Mo must have a solution to the problems they have said, otherwise they will not dare to invest in nuclear fusion technology. During this time of construction, they were all auxiliary staff and built a star ring. Some core components, they are inaccessible, and the specific materials and functions are not known. Therefore, she feels that Chen Mo seems to have inexplicable confidence in starring. Entering their starring laboratory, everyone is quiet, go to their respective jobs, and prepare to start the construction of starring. Not long after, Chen Mo also arrived. The construction of starring has begun. Chen Mo is the chief engineer and chief designer of starring, and needs to personally participate in the construction work. Nowadays, starring slowly emerges, and there is no problem for the time being. It is only a matter of time before the construction is successful. Everyone is ready. Today's task is to install the star column structure. The staff arrived, and Chen Mo also began to arrange today's mission. The star column is one of the core structures of the starring. It is located at the very center of the whole device. It functions as the central coil of the tokamak device and is responsible for current transmission and provides a cooling medium. Starring, otherwise normal operation, star column is a key structure, quite a human spine. The role is self-evident. As Chen Mo's instructions fell, the parts of the star column structure were transported. A cylinder of more than 1 meter in diameter is wrapped in special materials. All researchers are curious about this star pillar, including Wang Yuanzhen. Inside, there are channels for cables, cooling tubes and diagnostic cables, carrying the core technology of their starring. In the superconducting tokamak device, the central solenoid cable is made of a low-temperature superconducting material, in addition to an ultra-low temperature cooling medium. The combination of ultra-high temperature and ultra-low temperature makes the design of the superconducting tokamak device very complicated, and the technical realization is very troublesome. This is one of the reasons why the Oriental Superring leads the world in the field of nuclear fusion. However, there is no ultra-low temperature cooling technology in starring, so he judged that there is no low-temperature superconducting material inside. He is curious, what kind of conductor material Chen Mo uses to supply enough current to the device to provide a strong magnetic field to maintain the reaction. Ordinary conductor materials are impossible, and it is certainly a material that makes Chen Mo keep mysterious. The materials at the bottom of the reactor have been developed with liquid metal. As one of the core structures, there are certainly a lot of new technologies. It is just that Chen Mo has made a whole column in advance, which makes them tickle. Chen Mo did not think as much as other people thought. The star pillars was slowly sent to the designated location. Under his command, many staff and robots began to coordinate work. The construction work of starring is in full swing, and an unexpected news has also been heard. Chapter 419, Normal Heart. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences announced on the 2nd that this year the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to Chinese scientist Chen Mo in recognition of his extraordinary contribution in the field of geomagnetic and spatial microphysics detection. He won the Nobel Prize in Physics and made the whole world boil. Among the Nobel Prizes, the Physics Award is the most important award, and it is also the most important award in the Physics Awards. Since the seismograph came out, Chen Mo's call for the Nobel Prize was very high. But there has been no news. Today, there is news, as expected. In history, many Chinese have won the Nobel Prize in Physics, but the winners are not pure Huaxia scientists, not even Chinese nationality. Chen Mo is the first scientist born and raised in China. The physical mechanism combined with geomagnetic anomaly fluctuation detection and space physics monitoring of seismographs has created seismographs that can warn earthquakes, which is a technology for the benefit of mankind. Chen Mo won the Nobel Prize and is also expected to return. The Nobel Prize in Physics has made countless Chinese people excited. This award is a hurdle in the hearts of many Chinese people. Now Chen Mo has finally broken this hurdle and pushed this door open. The Marching Ant Company was established by Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo did not receive any international awards, Chen Mo is an authority in academic fields such as computers, materials and optics. Nowadays, with the blessing of the Nobel Prize, in the hearts of ordinary people, he is already a living legend. Congratulations, you won the Nobel Prize. Chen Mo is in the lab. Zhao Minit's holographic projection video falls in front of him, and Lium has a happy color. Obviously the mood is very good at the moment. Thank you. Chen Mo nodded gently. How do you still look like this is not hot or cold? Zhao Minit's reaction to Chen Mo was somewhat hurt. Chen Mo has always been a calm and confident appearance. It is rare to see that his emotions are too fluctuating. He is obviously younger than her, but he is still calmer than him. This is the highest award in the field of research. Shouldn't it be very exciting and exciting? It's okay. When the Chen Mo Award becomes the highest award in the global technology field, that should be happy. Chen Mo said, okay? Upon hearing this answer, Zhao Minitz caressed his forehead and the guy installed it in front of him. Chen Mo was the first winner to dare to say the Nobel Prize in Physics, and he wanted to replace the Nobel Prize and set up the Chen Mo Award. I have to say that I have a lot of ideas. Knowledge limits the tone of my speech. If you release these words, you have to be beaten. Do you know? Just kidding, don't be nervous. Life is so much fun. Don't be so serious. It's just a matter of winning the award. This award doesn't have much impact on me. I don't need any awards to enrich me. Honor. Chen Mo said nothing. Okay, normal heart. Zhao Minitz sighed. How many scientists? The highest goal in life is the podium. The result is that Chen Mo said normal. How many people can be normal? It seems that I have never heard of any international awards you have won. Because I have not published research papers, I have not participated in international academic forums and conferences, and researched things are used in companies to make money. When studying the seismograph, he made a woman publish the feasibility paper for the earthquake detection. The result was ridiculed by people all over the world, and the small fisherman was mad at the time. I didn't expect that because of that WIM article, I won the Nobel Prize and thought it was ironic. Chen Mo laughed at himself. What he studied, in addition to the technology developed by the Ink Girl, those technical theories are taken from the technology library. The technology in the Science and Technology Library is too avant-garde, and many technologies are regarded as top-notch technologies. So Chen Mo will no longer publish any papers to the outside world to avoid technology leaks. Also, because he does not need those papers to help him increase his honor and research and development funding, he rarely publishes papers. If I want to get the prize, I will build there, starring, now, and the technology inside can cover the Nobel Prize in the next 5 years. Chen Mo said. You dare to say? Zhao Minitz smiled silently, but Chen Mo said it is also a fact. If someone else dares to say this, Zhao Minitz must have thought that he was taking the wrong medicine, but from Chen Mo's mouth, she could not refute. Zhao Minitz knows that the technology in starring requires constant temperature superconducting materials and liquid metal of diverter filters. These are Nobel Prize level technologies. There are still a lot of breakthrough technologies. She doesn't know. Chen Mo said that it is really possible to win the Nobel Prize in the next 5 years. It seems that the Nobel Prize is not a difficult thing for Chen Mo. There is one more thing. The University of Manhai has sent an invitation and hopes to invite you back to the school lecture to give your teacher and sister a role model. Does this? After thinking silently, nodded and promised, yes, go back and see. This Saturday afternoon, I am looking for a half-day time. Okay, then you are busy. Chen Mo ended the holographic video call with Zhao Minitz and went to the Star Lab. Now he dreams that, starring, will be built successfully, so that he can do research on controlled light nuclear fusion as soon as possible. When I first arrived at the Star Lab, the people in the team and Wang Yuanyi all congratulated each other. Everyone looked admired and envious. Chen Mo won a Nobel Prize for the highest technology, and he is still the most important physics field. Chen Mo is younger than their age, but has taken off achievements that they will not necessarily reach in their lifetime. They were all postdoctoral. They were all genius figures in front of other peers. Now they find that for Chen Mo, they are ordinary people. There is no harm without comparison. This is the luck of the same era as the legend, and the sorrow of the same era as the legend. Thank you all. The prizes are put in advance. During this time, everyone will work hard and strive to build the star ring as soon as possible. This is the top priority. Chen Mo looked at the semi-finished products in front of the star ring device. It is good. When I heard Chen Mo's words, everyone was more energetic. In front of this star ring is the top priority. The Nobel Prize is only the name of the person who announced the prize, and Chen Mu stood on the podium. There are 2 months. These 2 months are enough to do a lot of things. The next step is the installation of the diverter. Follow the steps in the holographic demonstration. This is very important. When you install it, pay special attention. Researchers are once again immersed in the work of building a star ring. Academian Chen, the conductor material in the star column, can't really give it a look. Wang Yuan squatted his old face and gathered it around Chen Mo. Not for the time being. Chen Mo shook his head. Talk about it. What special nature and function does it have? Wang Yuan slammed his hand and looked forward to eager appearance. He is one of the leaders of the construction project. Chen Molian is still mysterious and he is not curious. In order to see the specialness of those materials, he will open his old face. Anyway, many of China's powerful technology are created by the ancestors' teachers. He naturally learns cheeky skills. Now, when you don't announce the answer, don't worry, you will know soon. Chen Mo did not care about Wang Yuan's curiosity. How is the theory digested? It's okay. High-temperature plasma research has decades of experience. This theory has the same effect as the original one. The harvest is not small. Looking for opportunities to sum up practice. Wang Yuanzhen said. That's good. Chen Mo said. The nuclear fusion professional talents are not available for the time being, because the technology is very important, and the less contact with outsiders, the better. So in the future, there are people who rely on Wang Yuanqi and others to assist. Chapter 420, Science Fiction World at Panhai University. Chen Mo looked at the familiar and unfamiliar school gate, and his heart was a little emotional. He is in this university, getting the most important things in life and changing his own destiny. The construction of the star ring is assisted by robots, and the assembly steps of the Ink Girl's precise calculations are progressing rapidly. After waiting for so long, he did not care about this for a long time. When the school sent an invitation, He was busy sneaking and going back to his alma mater. Brother Chen Mo's vehicle just arrived in front of the library. Jiang Xingxin ran up and pulled Chen Mo's arm. "You are finally willing to come out to meet people." "What made me finally come out to see people?" "Take me as a technical house." Chen Mo pet touched Jiang Xingxin's head. "How about postgraduate research?" "Is pressure?" Jiang Xingxin has been studying at Bunhai University for more than 3 years, and his number of visits is also very few. First, his identity was sensitive. Secondly, he also protected Jiang Xingxin and gave her a quiet environment to study. "It's okay. It's about the same as the college entrance examination," Jiang Xingxin said. "When you are admitted to the graduate school of the capital university, you will be able to help you when you come to the company," Chen Mo said. In order to succeed in the entrance examination, he also specially invited the tutor to give her a tutor. "If Xin can't get it, try to send her up." "I want to start my own business." "Your consciousness is not small and high. But Xiao Man is trying to make the best use of the convenience that I bring to develop." "How can you be so stupid? There are big trees in the house, and you have to go out and plant one to enjoy the cold." Chen Mo tapped on Jiang Xingxin's head and turned to open the trunk of the car. "Brother bought you a snack. If you are tired after school, you can eat it. There are cosmetics and clothes that you like. They are all bought by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is pregnant now. It is not convenient. I am busy researching. You usually have time to accompany you to chat with Xiaoyu." "No, thank you." Jiang Xingxin looked at the 2 big boxes and was full of joy. "The postgraduate entrance examination. What I want, brother will give you. Work hard." "Good." Jiang Xingxin nodded. "Brother, then I will go back to the dormitory to change clothes." "Wait a minute to listen to your lecture. The class draws lots and takes dozens of places to grab 10 places. Fortunately, I am drawing. Otherwise, you have to go back." Go. In a hidden corner, Dong Wayne looked at the intimate 2 people, bending a corner of his mouth and quickly pressing the shutter in his hand. Although Chen Mo wears a mask, the bodyguards around him are definitely not wrong. The person wearing the mask is Chen Mo. "Come to Bunhai University today. It seems that the harvest is not small." When I got the photo, Dong Quain quietly stepped back. Chen Mo did not know that some people were secretly paying attention to them in the dark. Sending Jiang Xingxin back to the dormitory, Chen Mo also went to the library of the school to wander around. It was almost time before I rushed to the auditorium of the school. Kugyu Ofing stood at the entrance of the auditorium and smiled. Next to him, there is a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a secretary of the university, and Chen Mo's former counselors, teachers and many security guards. The students who graduated from their school won the Nobel Prize. This is a happy event. Because Bunhai University has such a character as Chen Mo, the school leaders of Bunhai University have followed a light, and next year he will be transferred to promote. Chen Mo, the legendary student, is the most brilliant one in his resume. They have repeatedly wanted to invite Chen Mo to come back to the lecture, but they don't know what reason to look for. Just this time Chen Mo won the award. He issued an invitation, did not expect Chen Mo really agreed. The news made them happy. The news that Chen Mo came to the lecture caused quite a stir at Bunhai University. Outside the auditorium, the scene was a bit hot, and there were still many students who watched at the door and were blocked by security guards and could not enter. The number of lectures is limited. Each class has only a specified number of participants. If you are lucky, you can draw lots. If you are not lucky, you can only watch it outside. Seeing Chen Mo's team came over, Kugyu Ofing made a 3-step turn to meet Mr. Chen Mo. "Welcome back to school." Principal, secretary, teacher. Chen Mo and the people on the field shook hands and greeted them. All of them were former teachers. He didn't dare to put any shelf. "Mr. Chen Mo, the lecture is almost beginning. Now you can go in." "Good." Chen Mo nodded and followed Kugyu Ofing. "In addition to granting you a doctoral degree today, we are also preparing to hire you as an honorary professor of the school. There is also the award of scholarships. The Ant Scholarship you founded in the school is now the target of competition for students at all levels. Many students, for Ant Scholarships, They are all desperately learning. There are also bursaries, and every year poor students receive bursaries. In the past 2 years, some poor students who have benefited from leaving the school, earning money, and more or less donating some ANT scholarship programs. This gratitude and feedback are very good. Many alumni will also donate spontaneously to the ANT scholarship program. Some are not many, but they are in the heart of gratitude. On the way, Chen Mo listened to Kugyu Ofeng's remarks. When he graduated, Chen Mo established an ANT scholarship program at Panhai University. Every year, the Marching Ant Company donates some funds to the ANT scholarship program to reward outstanding students and also support some poor students. Now it seems that the effect and response are not bad. Oh, a group of people entered the auditorium, thunderous applause and cheers, and alarmed the entire auditorium. Chen Mo also walked into the auditorium's podium in the cheers and the voice of the host. Let the students outside the auditorium come in. There are still some open spaces, you can squeeze it. Chen Mo went to the stage of the auditorium and spoke. The director of the security department looked at the principal and the secretary and saw that the two nodded, so that the security guards who kept the order opened the door and let the students at the entrance enter the auditorium. There is no place, the students can stand in the back row, and sit on the ladder of the walkway. Some people can sit on the open space in front of the stage. The director of the security department picked up the microphone and began to maintain order. The bodyguards who followed Chen Mo, as well as the student volunteers, sat in a row under the stage, surrounded some of the open space, and sat down for the incoming classmates. Everything is in order. Security exits are all open, and security and student volunteers who maintain order are also waiting. There are too many people here, for fear of accidents. 10 minutes later, the auditorium was quiet. The walkway between the seats is full of students, and even there are many seats, sitting directly to people. The rear is also densely packed with many students. The students under the stage also consciously hold their knees in a row. The applause sounded again and the atmosphere in the auditorium was hot. Chen Mo is really warm. Chen Mo's brother is a lot more handsome than the photo. It's really handsome, I want to marry him. Chen, I love you. Brother, I want to give you a monkey. A female student sitting under the stage shouted at the stage when everyone cheered. Then, the bold shouts of various female students rang from all directions. Sisters, I love you too. Chen Mo smiled. Wow! At the moment when Chen Mo opened his mouth, the entire auditorium echoed laughter and applause. All right. Chen Mo stretched his hand and the auditorium was quiet. I am very honored to be back to my alma mater today. This is the place to change my life. My teacher told me to let me come back and set an example for you. In layman's terms, let me come back to install B for you and stimulate you to study hard. As soon as this was said, the entire auditorium was filled with laughter and applause again. The school asked me to come back to give you a lecture. I don't know what to say specifically. It's not too short or too long for an hour or two. It's complicated. Many of you don't understand. Simple is not deep enough. Very if you are in trouble. Let me talk about technology development. Chen Mo began to enter the topic. The scene was also very quiet. No one spoke. Many people think that the future is far away from us, but it is not far away. As I said a year ago, the future has come. Our present world is the future world that people used to fantasize. The holographic projectors of marching ants, intelligent robots, as well as the popularity of artificial intelligence, are not available a few years ago. Now on the street, you can see some holographic advertising signs at the door of the store. The holographic projections of those beautiful models are very beautiful. This novel holographic advertisement is very attractive. I believe this is a big trend in the future. When I was shopping with my wife and saw the holographic advertisement, my inventor was a little curious. I touched the models of the holographic projections and tried to feel the feeling. The soft flesh of my waist was bruised for 3 days. That feeling is painful. When this was said, it immediately attracted a big laugh. With laughter and applause falling, Chen Mokai continued to speak. Holographic technology is very big for the present. It makes the virtual world closer to our life. Imagine going to the mall in the future. Every store door, the picture of the holographic advertisement is projected. The distance between people is no longer a cold screen, but people are around us, no matter what the world is. I can tell you an insidery message: holographic movies are already in the filming, and our company has investment participation. I believe that soon, holographic movies will replace 3D movies, so that you really feel what is called a full range of real effects scenes. The maturity of holographic technology can create a future world. My wedding. Many of you have seen the video. That is the epitome of a future world. When studying holographic technology, I have thought about the application field of holographic technology. Holographic technology is the threshold for entering the future world. Whoever wants to master holographic technology will step into the future world, and now belongs to the embryonic stage of the future world. Imagine that in the streets and squares of the future cities, neon lights and billboards are all replaced by holographic projections, projecting a dreamy holographic scene. Perhaps the store's beauty waiter is a robot. Holographic virtual projection characters say hello to you. Watching movies are holographic movies. Playing games are also holographic games. And even there may be a floating car in the city, which is the look of the future city. At the time of Chen Mo's description, everyone's eyes were full of embarrassment, and a different world emerged in front of them. The holographic projections around you can replace the cold billboards, and the dream scenes fall from the sky, just like being in the fairy tale world. That is the imaginary future world. Many people may think that I am talking about the fantasy world. Actually, it is not very close to us. If you invest at any cost, I can now build a holographic city I just described. But I said the anti-gravity suspension technology is still in the bragging stage for the time being. Chapter 421, Creating a Holographic World. It is this. In the secretary's office, Yai is watching Chen Mo's lecture screen live, making a case and surprise. He has been thinking about the development of the coastal city recently. The former coastal city did not have much characteristics. It was not the political center of the province, nor the economic center of the province. Therefore, even if it is an open city, it does not rank among the first-tier cities. In the past few years, the Marching Ant Company has risen and piloted the city's brain in Banhai City, preparing to turn the coastal city into a smart city. But apart from this, the coastal city still does not have much features. The cultural landscape is sparse, the scenic spots are scarce, and the landmark buildings, in addition to the Banhai Theatre, the other cannot take the shot, so the service industry is not enough. They need a unique business card to support the image of Banhai City in order to increase the income of the coastal city service industry and accelerate economic development. During this time, he has been thinking about how to build a city card for the city of Banhai. I really can't think of it today. I heard that Chen Mo gave a lecture at Banhai City and watched the live broadcast. Now I heard the holographic city depicted in Chen Moku, and Yai, who was struggling to find a city card, was instantly open. If you put a place in the coastal city, it will become a unique holographic world in the world. This holographic world will become the brightest business card in Banhai. In this holographic world, attracting tourists from all over the world is a great thing for Banhai. For him, this is definitely the most exciting one in his performance. The holographic world, together with the smart city, the urban brain, and the automatic driving of public transportation, together with these results, can make Banhai a unique city of technology and a model city for future urban development. Secretary Wu, go to Banhai University now. Nothing to think about. Yai walked out of the office. He needs to ask Chen Mo to create a problem in the holographic world. It is good. Secretary Wu did not understand why Yai was so excited, but Yai was in a good mood. He was naturally happy too, and left with Yai's briefcase. From holographic technology to intelligent robots to technologies such as autonomous driving and artificial intelligence, Chen Modu describes the possibilities and scope of future technologies on a one-by-one basis. These technologies are owned by the Science and Technology Library. Now quite a process of popular science. Chen Mo also learned to use the concise and interesting examples in popular science novels to arouse the interest of everyone and help them to understand these technologies more deeply. The applause and cheers in the auditorium kept coming, and everyone listened to Chen Mo's words with relish, and the eyes were more awkward and admired. Chen Mo's last sentence fell and ended the lecture for nearly an hour. Hey! Exclamation mark. When Chen Mo finished, the wave of applause in the auditorium continued for a long time. The lecture contains a lot of information, including the application of holographic technology, as well as the application of artificial intelligence. In particular, the blueprint of the holographic city he portrayed is a blueprint for the future city, which has left many people with it. If this kind of awkwardness was only an illusion, then it is not. The emergence of a large holographic projector from the Marching Ant Company made this possible. Chen Mo is synthesizing the video to play out, although it is only 2 minutes, but it is shocking enough. Through Chen Mo's words and videos, they spy on the prototype of the future world. Next is the communication link, a platform for Keoyon University students and Chen Mo. When the host just finished, the students in the field raised their hands, and everyone had a desire in their eyes. The scene of enthusiasm in front of us is in the expectation of everyone. This opportunity to meet face to face with Chen Mo is hard to get once, so everyone is very active. Chen brother, I am a student of the School of Physics, your pro-teacher. A clean boy got the first question. A few days ago, around the world, a smart virus incident occurred. Let the world's internet. The loss is heavy. I would like to ask, is there any possibility in the future like the Terminator, artificial intelligence rebellion, to destroy humanity? The current artificial intelligence is controllable, and in the current industrial situation, it is impossible for you to say what happens. If necessary, it will definitely be artificially intervened, and the Terminator may be minimal. Artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword. Just like atomic energy, it can be used for the benefit. It can generate electricity from nuclear power and use it in bad places. It is a weapon. Remember, these depend on human will, not artificial intelligence. Senior brother, everyone knows that your wedding is beautiful. How much is your wedding? What material is used for the wedding dress? Is there anything special? The second question is a girl who asked after taking the microphone. The material of the wedding dress is a new type of fiber material. What is special is that it can change color under certain illumination conditions, called dream fiber. As for how much the wedding spends is not important. My bride feels happy is the most important. As long as the two have feelings, the simple wedding is also the most beautiful. Simple wedding? When I heard Chen Mo's words, many people were speechless. These words are spoken from Chen Mo's mouth. How do you feel the taste? He was also loaded with a bee. Sister Chen Mo, we all know that there is a Science Island project in Banhai City, which is a project of cooperation between Army Ants and the Academy of Sciences. I would like to ask if nuclear fusion technology can really be realized. If so, how will the world change? Can be realized? Chen Mo nodded without hesitation. Nuclear fusion technology is successful. Human beings will bid farewell to the energy crisis. A new energy revolution will take place, and the world will undergo new changes. Oil is no longer a resource that humans are madly robbed. Humans can even enter the interstellar travel stage. At that time, at the space station or when building a lunar base, using nuclear fusion energy, you can continue to power and maintain human interstellar travel. Chen, you have mastered holographic technology. Your lab, is it so cool with Iron Man Tony? Sister Chen Mo, what do you think about the seismograph and the Nobel Prize? Chen brother. One question after another ran over, and Chen Mo was somewhat overwhelmed. He did not expect that these teachers and sisters would ask questions, and many of them had the potential to be gossip reporters. Every question is related to some of his research, and Chen Mo also answered seriously. Finally, because of the time relationship, the host also had to forcibly interrupt this link and enter the awarding process of the Ant Scholarship. After all the links, Kugyu Ofing also gave Chen Mo a certificate of doctoral degree from Benhai University and a certificate of appointment from an honorary professor. The process is completed and the lecture is officially closed. It is expected that the 2-hour lecture will be dragged to 3 hours because the students are too enthusiastic. Yao Shuji is outside and wants to meet the chairman. The lecture in the auditorium was just scattered, and Langxi walked quickly to Chen Mo. Xiaoyu was pregnant at home and resigned as the secretary of the president. Now Langxi replaces that position, and is occasionally arranged by Zaminitz as an assistant to Chen Mo. How long has it been? Chen Mo was a little surprised. For more than an hour. See, the chairman of the board at the lecture did not interrupt, and is still waiting outside, Langxi said. Next to Kugyu Ofing and others naturally received news from Yao Shuji, the first time after the meeting, and Chen Mo left the auditorium. Yao Shuji, why don't you say it in advance? I will pick you up. Kugyu Ofing and the secretary of Benhai University saw Yao Yi and smiled and greeted him. This is a sudden decision. It is to come to Chen Mo. Yao Yi did not care to say. Now Mr. Chen's lecture is completed. Completed. Kugyu Ofing and others nodded. That's good. I have something to say to Mr. Chen. Yao Yi looked at Kugyu Ofing and others and smiled. Let people use it. We are fine now. You talk to Mr. Chen. Kugyu Ofing and others nodded. Yao Yi and Chen Mo also strolled on the campus of Benhai University. Is there something important? Chen Mo asked with some doubts. It's very important. Usually you don't have time, so today I am free. I am coming. I am here to ask you something. Teach me? Yes. The holographic city you just said, is it true? Yao Yi opened the door. Oh, Yao Shuji has an idea. Yao Yi will tell his own thoughts. Benhai City is now in the world because of the Army Ant Company, but the name is not enough. The scenery without characteristics attracts more tourists from home and abroad. Just hearing the idea of your holographic city makes me very excited. I want to plan a place where the holographic world can be used as a city card for the city of Benhai to create a unique holographic city in the world. The holographic city depicted by Chen Mo made him find the feeling. If successful, the number of tourists in Benhai City will skyrocket every year, and employment and the economy will definitely benefit. Where do you want to transform into a holographic world? Chen Mo asked. Beachfront Square, Yao Yi said. Located on the seafront of Benhai City, Benhai Plaza is close to the Duan district and covers an area of nearly 500,000 square meters. It faces the sea and has a pleasant climate. It has a unique location. The financial center building, coastal library, museum, Children's Palace and Gymnasium in Benhai are all near the central square of Benhai. On the island across the sea from the square, it is the Benhai Theatre. Below the square, there is also 120,000 square meters of commercial space, focusing on high-end retail, dining, entertainment, art and culture. It is the real economic center and cultural center of Benhai. But the vast Marina Square can't find the iconic architecture and features. Quite a featureless body. If you build it into a holographic world, it will undoubtedly add a soul to the square. The grade will be greatly improved, and it may become a world-famous square. There is really something there, but it takes a lot of investment. Chen Mo said. Can you give a rough budget number? Yao Yi asked. It depends on your planning. No planning. I can't calculate the specific budget. But according to my thoughts, I am going to renovate the central square. I am afraid it will be at least 10 billion, Chen Mo said. Does this? Okay, I will go back and let people plan. I am afraid that you will need your army ants to assist in the transformation, Yao Yi said. To build a world-famous and famous square, nearly 10 billion is absolutely no loss. The surrounding areas, real estate appreciation. Benhai City has become a world-famous city, tourism service industry development, economic development, etc. These economic pulls are relatively worthwhile. Anyway, the money will definitely be invested by state-owned enterprises. They don't have to spend a lot of money. They just need to give such a project. And Yai talked about some things about the holographic world reconstruction. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to Yai, Chen Mokai rushed back to Xianglutan Villa. This incident is just an episode for Chen Mo. His main energy is still on the construction of the Star Ring, and the successful construction of the Star Ring is his current top priority. The next day, Chen Mo returned to the Science Island Institute and continued to build the Star Ring. Chapter 422, Star Ring, completed. Chen Mo's lecture at Banhai City attracted a lot of sensation, because Chen Mo from beginning to end, is to explain the application of future technology, and the prototype of the future city. That kind of prototype is extremely embarrassing, and that is all achievable. The reports of various media make the holographic city one of the symbolic symbols of the future world. On various social networking sites, as well as forums, topics are being launched to discuss the landscape and possibilities of the future city. All of this has nothing to do with Chen Mo, who provoked the topic. After the lecture was held in Banhai City, Chen Mo disappeared again in the public eye. There, Star Ring, construction of the Science Island Institute is also underway. Everything is in order, and half a month has passed by. Zhang Danming holds a box-sized instrument in his hand. Next to him, a laptop, beating all kinds of data, and 2 intelligent robots and a smart robotic arm. He is a mechanical engineering researcher and is currently working on the final commissioning and inspection of the thermal conductivity system. When they came here, they discovered the horrible efficiency of the marching ant company. With the help of intelligent robots and intelligent robotic arms, they act as assistants, detect data and provide on-the-spot strain assistance. The efficiency of building a Star Ring is several times faster. Dozens of researchers, there are dozens of intelligent robots and robotic arms, so that the original 3 or 4 months of work, almost 1 month, is nearing the end. Finished. The last transmission pipeline was checked and the data was normal. Zhang Danming showed a happy smile and packed up the tools. At Star Labs, all the staff involved in the construction of the Star Ring were carrying out the final data detection and debugging around the big fat man with a diameter of 6 meters and a height of about 8.5 meters. Looking at the big Star Ring in the lab, the people on the field are full of sense of accomplishment at the moment. This is the charm of scientific research. There are countless sweats flowing down to enjoy the moment of success. But now it is only a stage of joy. There is still a way to go before it is truly successful. The next experimental breakthrough is the most important. After the completion of the commissioning of many researchers, Wan Yuanzhen led them to leave the Star Lab and enter the Star Loop Experimental Command Center. The Star Loop Experimental Command Center and the Starring Lab are about the same size, except for various computer instruments that are surrounded by 4. In the center of the command center, there is also a holographic projection of the Star Ring, a holographic projection of the same proportion. Seeing Chen Mo from the command center, Wan Yuanxiao smiled and greeted him. Now the debugging of Star Ring has been completed. What should I do next? Chen Mo didn't want to say, start Star Ring, and see if it works. Under the command of Chen Mo, the researchers pressed the power on and turned on Star Ring. All the researchers who are eligible to enter the Star Loop Experimental Command Center are watching the data changes on the computer. The star column is working fine. The vacuum chamber is normal. The diverter works fine. The field system is normal. The thermal conductivity system is normal. The sound of artificial intelligence in the experimental command center made everyone laugh and blossom, as if they had a great victory and applauded. Checking, Star Ring, does not cause a malfunction, which means that Star Ring can perform experiments normally. Chen Mo also showed a smile, turned to look at Wan Yuanwei. What is the raw material of the ant? Is the academy over there? You need to contact them. Wan Yuanzhen said. You contact them, and send them as soon as possible. The sooner the better. if it is better tomorrow. When working with the Academy of Sciences, the two sides also discussed the situation. The Academy of Sciences can sell the raw materials to their research institutes for use in experiments. Raw materials are strategic resources for nuclear fusion, and manufacturing and storage are very troublesome. Chen Mo can also use the technology of the technology library to create defects, but he did not, because of the manufacturing and preservation of enamel. There are ready-made technologies. Nuclear fusion is enough to shock the world. If he takes out the technology of making and preserving cockroaches, he will definitely be considered an alien. There are ready-made technologies. He will not do it again. If others are unwilling to provide him with raw materials, he will use these technologies. The Academy of Sciences promised that the first phase of the experiment would provide 500 grams to them. 500 grams of flowers spent 120 million to buy, a little more expensive than the market price. It's just that in the market, this kind of thing has no price, not to mention a lot of it. Excessive experimental materials are also one of the reasons why nuclear fusion technology is called money-burning technology, and not everyone can afford it. If other researchers are willing to come over and watch the fusion experiment, I welcome it, Chen said. Okay, I will tell them. Wang Yuan nodded. The nuclear fusion experiment is a rare experiment, because the experimental resources are scarce, the capital consumption is large, and the talents are scarce. It takes 1 or 2 years to conduct a major laboratory. Every fusion experiment is a rare opportunity. Many researchers will participate in or watch the experiment, hoping to learn from the experience to optimize the fusion technology. Our next step is to prepare a controlled nuclear fusion experiment. Some arrangements and tasks will be handed over to you before the experiment. You will arrange it, Chen Mo said. Wang Yuanzhen did not hesitate and nodded and promised. The more project materials you contact, the more you gain, and he naturally won't miss such a good opportunity. Arrange everything. Chen Mokai left the Institute of Science Island. Starring, the construction is initially completed, followed by the experiment. It is necessary to wait for the experimental materials to come over. He does not need to wait in the Science Island. March and company, Chen Mogang came back. Zhao Minutes also followed. During this time, Chen Mo has been staying in Science Island. It is difficult to get the current army and headquarters. Just after Zhao Minutes also attended the meeting, he went directly to his office. I just met Yao Shuji. He asked me to say that he is going to make Panhai City a city of technology. He also said to me, smart transportation, urban brain, automatic driving, public transportation system, and holographic world. Said that Yao's ambition is not small. Zhao Minutes told Chen Mo, if this idea is realized, Manhai will become a famous city in China and even in the world. With the geographical advantage of Dewan District, it is likely to become one of the largest international metropolises in China. The idea of the City of Science and Technology is really good. The prototype of the future city can start from Manhai City. When the planning is completed, I need to contact me when I need to participate. Chen Mo agrees with this idea. Yao has this power, he has no reason not to accompany him. The more such ideas, the greater the influence of their marching ant group, and the greater the benefits, because holographic technology is currently the only one. Yes, Zhao Minutes nodded. How about the project in Science Island? Starring, was built successfully, followed by controlled fusion experiments. When the Academy of Sciences sent it over, you will be able to enter the experimental stage. There is nothing big, I will rush out and sneak out, Chen Mo said. Upon hearing the completion of the starring construction, Zhao Minutes was also somewhat surprised. It is really fast. If you are known by the outside world, I am afraid that it will set off a storm. Soon things, but it will be later when they are exposed later. Chen Mo said, this stuff can change the world. So confident enough to succeed. Crap. Otherwise I spend tens of billions to play with my family. Chapter 423, Is it okay? In the conference room of the Institute of Plasma of the Academy of Sciences, I heard the news from Wang Yuan. and the people on the field were shocked and even unbelievable. It has only been more than a month since the star ring has been successfully built, and the progress of the star ring project is faster than he imagined. Star ring is completed so quickly. Dr. Wang, this is not a joke, Li Jian asked uncertainly. This is the news that Lao Wan passed back. Isn't it necessary for Lao Wan to make such a joke? There is the help of the intelligent robot of the army and company, and the construction steps that have already been planned. The construction efficiency is very fast. This is the picture of the star ring. A picture of the computer opened in the year of the king. The appearance of star ring appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the appearance of the star ring, the academicians and senior experts on the field were all amazed and some could not believe it. Is this experimental device for controlled fusion to work? Jian frowned. He is a senior research expert in plasma, although he is not at the level of academician. He is only a step away from academicians. I don't know this. Lao Wan said that this was independently designed by academician Chen. The internal structure is somewhat similar to tokamak, but some structures are very unique. How specific? Lao Wan can't disclose it. In the call, Lao Wan, however, I admire the academician Chen, and today, there are still a few people who can let one academician in the field of plasma research. Wang Nian said. This sentence already has enough weight. As the king said, all the experts present, curiosity was hoisted. Unfortunately, the design of the device needs to be added to the project to view. One academician cannot show the design to us. The year of the king has some regrets, but nothing can be done. After all, they are now two projects, and their respective research items must not be disclosed. This is a confidentiality clause. The academician of one said that the academician Chen hopes that will be sent to the past to conduct experiments. The sooner the better. If we want to watch the fusion experiment, we can send people to come over. The controlled fusion experiment is preparing, and when they arrive, they can start. This is not a child's play. If you squat on the experiment, the device is not sure. Isn't that a waste of resources? Said the old qualification expert Jian. The device can't work. This is not what we worry about. Since academician Chen has said that he can experiment, there is a reason for him. After all, academician Chen is not a normal young man. His achievements have gone far beyond us. The sum of everyone adds up. Academician Chen is doing things, and paying attention to efficiency. Efficient intelligent robots, as well as commands such as the arm. He doesn't have as many auditing procedures and rules as we have here. It's normal to be efficient. It's not a scribble. The year of the king knew that Jian was straight and did not know how to speak, so explain it to him. He has contacted Chen Mo, and he knows that Chen Mo is an efficient person. Otherwise it is impossible to create so many exciting technologies in just a few years. Efficiency issues are also problems that they sometimes struggle with. When they set up a project and applied for research and development funding, they also had a variety of research materials, which should be reviewed. The review was slow, their research funding was not in place, and the project had to wait a while to get started. Just like studying the controlled nuclear fusion technology, Chen Mo can make tens of billions of funds in place, but the Academy of Sciences can't do it. The marching ant is a private enterprise. Chen Mo's words are the highest order, and you don't have to worry about it, and the efficiency is high. However, the Academy of Sciences is different. There are many projects, and their research and development expenses are limited. In order for R&D funds to be used at the cutting edge and to avoid abuse, it is necessary to conduct a layer-by-layer review. Therefore, he feels that Chen Mo is efficient, but he can never decide everything in a word like Chen Mo. The fusion experiment of the academician Chen can be visited. Who of you want to go? Asked. The year of the king's return to the topic. Exactly during this time, the project of the Superloop experiment did not start. I applied to see it in the past. The academic theory of Chen's fusion theory is unique. It really helps the plasma research. I want to see it. According to the theory technology, what effect will it have? Li Jian took the lead. He is the head of the Oriental Ultracircle Experimental Project. It is a rare experiment. He naturally will not miss such a good opportunity. I have also passed. I want to see the device built in such a short time. It will not work. Jian thought and said. Others have also spoken. Controlled nuclear fusion experiments, not once in a year or two, even if the final result may be a failure, they have to pass. Even getting only a little experience is a rare harvest. The major experimental results are summarized in this failure. 7 academicians and senior qualified experts in the conference room all choose to travel there. Starring, device of the controlled nuclear fusion project has been completed, and the news that it is ready to enter the experimental stage has not been disclosed. Therefore, the outside world does not know that the nuclear fusion project is still under study. If the outside world knows that Chen Mo's controlled nuclear fusion project has been in existence for less than a year, he will enter the experimental stage and fear that he will be shocked. Like the ITER project, several countries have been arguing for more than 20 years, costing countless, and the experiment has been delayed. Now that the progress of Chen Mo's controlled fusion project is exposed, I am afraid that people all over the world will organize the ITER project. But outsiders don't know that Chen Mo is because of the complete theoretical technology of the technology library, his own super brain, and an artificial intelligence that transcends the times. It has such a fast speed regardless of the cost. 3 days later, a large transport vehicle entered the Science Island under the of the Special Police. The transport vehicle is the raw material sent by the nuclear industry group. The 500 gram is loaded with a special container and there is layer protection. Not long after the transporter entered Science Island, a bus was also escorted by special police and special personnel, close to Science Island. Inside the bus are academicians and experts at the Plasma Institute. This is a very precious national treasure team, and every academician and senior expert is a scarce research talent. So confidentiality and protection are in place. Outside the Science Island Institute, Chen Mo was headed, Wan Yuanzhen, Yang Mingkai. Several people saw Li Jian and others came down from the bus and greeted them. Here is the Science Island in Bnai City. It's not bad. Li Jian and others simply looked around the environment and nodded slightly. Now all the infrastructure of Science Island has been completed. Except for the trees that are not grown up, other places are very good. It is better than the Science Island of Huizhou province. It is only along the coast and the climate is pleasant. Chen Mo and the team's people simply greeted them, all of them doing research, and they didn't have too much flowers and intestines. After the greeting, Chen Mokai led the people into the institute. Starring, device. Can you show us? Jian took the lead in opening up. He was always skeptical about the controlled fusion device that Chen Mo built so quickly. After all, the construction time was too short, or Chen Mo was designed by himself. Such a complicated thing, designed by one person, and then built in such a short time, is not too credible. This is Professor Jian. The character is relatively straightforward. Wang did not come over. Li Jian looked at Chen Mo introduced, secretly gave him a look. Chen Mo did not care about Jian's tone. Many research experts or professors are not very good at character, but there is no bad eye, just questioning it. This kind of skeptical attitude is not all bad. Scientific research often needs to be questioned. It only needs to eliminate their doubts and convince them that they will change their attitudes. Inside, come with me. Chen Mo was slightly sideways and led everyone into the institute. Chapter 424, Awkward Technical Strength. This lab is smart. The lab is very well designed. Entering the institute, the team of experts began to look around and was quickly attracted by the minimalist and futuristic design style of the institute. There are also patrolling robots and rigorous security systems. Academician Chen, who is the design of this institute? Li Jian could not help but ask. Artificial intelligence, Chen Mo said. When you heard the artificial intelligence design, The team of experts on the field showed all the surprise. It is hard to imagine that such a complex research institute is from the hands of artificial intelligence. Is this the artificial intelligence design of the Marching Ant Company? Yes. The Academy also has artificial intelligence XIA. It should also be able to design architectural drawings. As for how complicated it is, how intelligent it is, and the level of assisting designers, you can ask the artificial intelligence team. Artificial intelligence is now available. Do a lot of things. Chen Mo did not care. Afterlife is awesome. It seems that the new era is really coming. A senior expert lamented. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, the entire team went smoothly into the underground Star Ring Experiment Command Center. Through the huge LCD screen of the command center, they can clearly see the huge Star Ring standing quietly in the Star Ring lab. There is no small difference between the full superconducting tokamak device of the Science Island Research Institute of Huiza Province. This is like a big fat man who has seen it in the photo and recognizes it at a glance. This is the Star Ring. Chen Mo pointed to the Star Ring of the LCD screen. Can we go up and see? It doesn't have to be so troublesome. You can see it here. Chen Mo pressed a button on the console. Under the eyes of everyone, the holographic projection of the same scale appeared in the central open space of the command center. This scene did not make the people on the field too surprised, because I always knew that Chen Mo has holographic technology. But the first time I saw holograms in the lab, I was a little surprised. After the emergence of the holographic projection, the experts in the team turned around there, staring, with amazement in the eyes, carefully observed the new nuclear fusion device. Even Qianyi, who has doubts about staring, did not talk much at this time, and he observed it carefully. Li Jian reached out and passed through the holographic projection, but he could not touch anything. Can you look at the structure inside? Yes. Chen Mo started the wrist control bracelet. This is the holographic projection of intelligent control. The artificial intelligence of the Institute of Stars and Rings is not as high as the intelligence of the Ink Girl, so the holographic projection should be controlled by the hand ring. The holographic model slowly diminished under the gesture of Chen Mo, suspended in front of the people on the field. This kind of scene only appears in sci-fi movies such as Iron Man, and the strange movie scene becomes real. But these experts and professors rarely watch movies, and naturally they don't know Iron Man. Then under the control of Chen Mo, the outer shell of the Star Ring was peeled off, and the structure inside the device was clearly presented. Look at the design inside. All the experts are sucking the mouth cool. Tokamak is already very complicated, and they now find that starring is more than impossible. Is this designed by you alone? Li Jian's voice is obviously with unbelief. If their starring device experiment is successful, Chen Mo can seal the gods. Not that I designed it alone. There are my artificial intelligence assistants to help optimize. Chen Mo does not allow to slow down. Such a nuclear fusion device involving various subject areas was independently designed by Chen Mo. This news is not shocking. Is it artificial intelligence? A senior expert wearing an old tunic suit was surprised. Is artificial intelligence so horrible now? Yes. After the promotion of our company's Artificial Intelligence Plus program, artificial intelligence has been everywhere. Some professional intelligent assistants help to work more efficiently, which is not a rare thing. Starring Institute also has one artificial intelligence assistant, Xioxing. After Chen Mo explained, he began to introduce the structure of Starring. The vacuum chamber is an irregular shape. It is designed according to the plasma turbulence model of multiple simulation experiments, which can increase the collision of plasma under strong magnetic field. Chen Mo presents the annular vacuum chamber independently through holographic projection. In the vacuum chamber, there is a purple-red assimilated plasma flowing. It is a twisted donut and looks very beautiful. Is there a turbulent formula for plasma? Li Jian asked. The turbulence formula and model are important materials of the Institute. Academician Li wants to see it. It is okay to apply to join our research institute, Chen Mo said. Seeing Li Jian and others face each other and did not speak, Chen Mo did not care. Continue to introduce. Because we don't have the super intensive pressure inside the star, the fusion cannot react spontaneously. But as long as the plasma is fast enough, the reaction temperature is sufficient and the reaction is spontaneous. The constrained field of their starring can reach up to 60 Ts. Pull above. Li Jian paused his breath. Chen, is there such a powerful magnet? It's inside. Chen Mo called out the starring field system. This is the field system. As for each magnet module, and the magnetic field data, it is not disclosed here. What about the cooling system? Here. Chen Mo then transferred the structure of the cooling system. Your cooling system is the heat generated by the cooling device circuit. In the case of a superconductor, the heat it generates is enough to blow the line instantaneously. Jian interjected. Full superconducting technology is the building of the industrial strength of the entire country before they are built successfully. There are not a few superconducting tokamaks in the world, and he does not think that Chen Mo will have this technology. But he couldn't think of it. The material used by Chen Mo is a normal temperature superconductor material. There is technology to solve this problem. Chen Mo did not care. What technology? Jian was shocked. If this technology is also solved, the technology contained in this starring is definitely not enough. Chen Mo reported with a mysterious smile. Not much to say. His confidential attitude has caused the curiosity of many experts on the field. But Chen Mo still refuses to disclose. With regard to these issues, you don't have to worry about it. I have already considered it when designing, and the technology is not public for the time being. Chen Mo interrupted their curiosity. There are room temperature superconductor materials, and the current cooling system is enough to cool the heat generated during the operation of the line. However, Chen Mo does not intend to publish the normal temperature superconductor materials. Otherwise, these academicians do not want to open their own brains to take a look at it. When the dead skin is wrapped around his face to the constant temperature superconductor material, then it is troublesome. They can't see themselves, and for the sake of technology, these researchers can be desperate. What about the diverter? Can we look at it? Jian now has a lot less doubts. This starring is much more complicated than he imagined. He saw that the structure inside, he has been convinced, and it is impossible for ordinary people to design such a device. It's here. Chen Mo transferred the diverter structure of the furnace, and all the experts were shocked. This is a gallium tellurium graphite tungsten alloy, which is added with rare elements and some high temperature resistant metals. It is synthesized in a specific ratio, retains some of the metal properties of gallium, has a low melting point, a high boiling point, and has heat resistance and low activation of tungsten. Resist the impact of high energy neutrons. When I heard Chen Mo's introduction, the experts who produced it were already crazy, especially Go Xianming, a material expert who came over, and both eyes were golden. This material was published, but a Nobel Prize-winning material is worthless. Academician Chen, I am an expert in materials science. It is better to give me a test to see if the material is as you said. Go Xianming said. The shock of everyone was in the expectation of Chen Mo. These are the technologies that have not appeared before, and they are seen by them all at once. It is simply to see the baby. Professor Go, I will not bother you with the test. And I have done many tests. Chen Mo laughed. Go Xianming saw his own thoughts being seen through, still not looking red. Then, Chen Mo said, in the past 2 days, one academician has accompanied them to familiarize themselves with the environment of the institute. If you want to join our project team, I am very welcome. Now has been sent. 2 days later, nuclear fusion. The experiment can be officially started. After Chen Mo left, Go Xianming still couldn't believe it. He asked Wan Yuan, why, old one, is this liquid metal really like Chen Mo? The nature of the liquid metal is absolutely unique. Solid-state alloys act as diverters. In the fusion reactor, they are hit by high-energy neutrons for a long time, and the metal surface will definitely decay and fall off, or even aging. However, liquid metal is different. Liquid metal has plasticity, and fluidity. As a material at the bottom of the reactor, it can discharge ash and other strange impurities in the reactor. This ideal material, I did not expect to be synthesized by Chen Mo. Now he has something to believe. There is liquid metal. Wang Yuan nodded. When he heard the liquid metal material at the bottom of the furnace, he was shocked. But during this time, he was already numb after seeing Chen Mo's endless variety of techniques. Old one, is there any way to get back a bit? Go Xianming said. No, that is the material technology of the marching ants. Even if I am the deputy chief engineer, there is no way to get it. Wang Yuan spread his hands and said that he could do nothing. Although he is a deputy chief engineer, his authority is limited. Come here, from the beginning to the end, just assemble the starring to assist the robot to install and debug the instrument. At other times, he had no way to intervene. The entire starring was designed by Chen Mo. He even thought that their team was deceived by Chen Mo, and even if they were not, Chen Mo could build a star ring. In fact, they simply can't keep up with Chen Mo's rhythm and can only serve as a support staff. The most important material technology, etc. He is not in contact with this deputy chief engineer. Oh, it's a pity. Go Xianming sighed and said with regret, if the liquid metal material really has the nature he said, adding such a liquid metal coating to the diverter at the bottom of the super ring will greatly reduce the life of the diverter. Improve. These things are not going to come, Li Jian said. The group was quiet and began to think about what they had just seen. The technical strength of the marching ant company is terrible. Even Qianni, who had doubts about starring at the beginning, has not spoken. Just coming here for less than a few hours, each of them has a new understanding of the advanced technology of this institute. Starring construction is completed. The raw materials have arrived, and other preparatory work is also in full swing, waiting for the experiment to begin. Chapter 425, Nuclear Fusion Experiment begins. Make sure there is no problem with starring. Chen Mo will lick the temple, put down the touch pen in his hand, and leave the library of the villa. The raw materials are ready and other work is ready. Tomorrow is the day when their starring began to test. Now that I have finished the final verification, I will let go of my heart. The next step is to look at tomorrow's experimental questions. The specific date of starring still needs to be determined after the experiment. Walking back to the room, Chen Mo saw a small fisherman who was leaning on the bed to read a book. The belly under the nightdress has been raised, and the side looks like the color of the motherhood. Husband Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo, some small surprises. Why don't you sleep? Chen Mili had some scattered hair in front of the small fishing amount. If you are not sleepy, just read the book. Xiaoyu put down the books in his hand. These 2 days are preparing for the starring thing. Did not take care of you. After the experiment is completed, then I will compensate you. Chen Mo sat down beside Xiaoyu, gently stroked on her stomach. Xiaoyu enjoys Chen Mo's touch, and his eyes are sweet. I don't need your care. Mom is at home. Are you afraid that I will not take care of you? They are all long. Since she knew that she was pregnant, the old man at home was very happy. Chen Mama and Xiaoyuma took turns taking care of her. Her protests were also ineffective. The meat on her body grew a lot and made her very embarrassed. When did your experiment begin? Tomorrow. I just went to the final test and started the experiment tomorrow morning. Chen Mo said. Well, I wish you all the best. Tomorrow I am waiting for you to come back to celebrate at home. I am watching with my children. His father is doing a very great thing. When he grows up, he will be as smart as his father. The fish touched the stomach and some proudly said, it's a daughter, beautiful like a mother. Poor mouth, go to the bath, rest early tonight. Xiaoyu pushed Chen Mo. Good. Wait for me. Chen Mo kissed Xiaoyu's forehead and walked into the bathroom. Nothing in the night. The next day, Chen Mo got up early and rushed to Science Island after breakfast. Today is the day when their starring experiment started. and Chen Mo is looking forward to it. He has been preparing for the arrival of controlled nuclear fusion from the Science and Technology Library. It takes countless thoughts and it is finally time to start. My brother, Li Chengzi came to the phone. On the way, the voice of the ink girl sounded. When the phone was connected, Li Chengzi's heartfelt voice was heard. I heard that the dishes are cooked. I used to join in the fun. Can I come here? Chen Mo naturally understands the meaning of Li Chengzi. Well, okay, I am already at the door of Science Island. Where are you? Chen Mo is speechless. You are not afraid that I will not let you go to the table? You and I are so familiar. Don't let me eat. Shouldn't you let me see? Li Chengzi said with a smile. Zhao has come over. I will follow her. We will wait for you to attend. Looking at the phone hanging up, Chen Mo smiled helplessly. When he arrived at Science Island, Li Chengzi was already waiting. It was rare to see him wearing a military uniform. Next to Zhao Minutes, the two were chatting and seeing Chen Mo arrived. Both of them looked over. I didn't expect your movements to be so fast. No sound. Just come out with such a big guy. Li Chengzi looked around the Science Island. Small meaning, I am embarrassed to say. This is only a medium meaning. Not so cow. Forced to wait for success. It is a bit bully. Forced. Chen Mo smiled. When Li Chengzi heard Chen Mo's words, he couldn't help but shake his head. This guy is sometimes very embarrassed. Zhao Minutes naturally heard the conversation between the two people, and smiled and interrupted the two. Go ahead, everyone else is waiting for us. Today is a rare day. She rarely came to Science Island and also ran over. She wants to see. This is a lot of painstaking efforts, and it costs a lot of starring. What is the result of the experiment? Now the company has nothing big to do, Chen Mo asked. In the past few days, he has never been to the headquarters, and he has never asked anything about the company. He is stuck on there, starring. The company's big event, 90% of it is from you. After you stop, the company naturally has no major events. Zhao Minutes smiled. These days are in contact with ZF, about planning the holographic city. Other aspects are calm, still make money to eat. Li Jian and others have already waited in the command center, and at this moment, they can't wait to hear. In the past 2 days, they have had a deep understanding of Science Island. The more they understand, the more shocking they are. Although the Science Island has been established for a short time, many of the places used in the technology and experimental environment here have surpassed the Science Island of Huizhou. The researchers who were sent here introduced some of the information they could disclose to them, which benefited them a lot. This is just the tip of the iceberg, the real core of the technology, starring, except for Chen Mo, no one else can touch. Can only see and cannot touch, let them tickle. Seeing Chen Mo enter the command center, Li Jian and others immediately surrounded them, directly ignoring Li Chengzi and Zhao Minutes. The two people who were neglected also looked at each other, but they smiled and let the position go away. Academician Chen, when did the experiment begin? Jian said. From the very beginning, he questioned, starring, and now he can't wait. He only spent less than 2 days. The fact is that less than a day, he was shocked by the technology here at Science Island. 30 researchers have their own group laboratories, each with state-of-the-art instruments, state-of-the-art holographic projection and artificial intelligence assistants, a relaxed and free research environment, and an ardent academic atmosphere. 2 of his students also entered the delegation. It was not long before he came here. He has made great progress and gave some suggestions for new projects he is studying. Those ideas suggested that even he had a word to awaken the feelings of the dream people. He is now completely impressed. But unfortunately they cannot all join the Science Island. Don't worry, Chen Mo is also very helpless. These experts are only interested in academics. Technology is the object of their worship, especially nuclear fusion technology. Now they are like seeing the most admired idols, and they are just the kind of fanatics who can't wait. You are surrounded me like this again, and I can't announce the beginning of the experiment. Chen Mo said a word, so that some anxiously Jian and others immediately turned off the fire, no longer surrounded by Chen Mo. A little finishing the clothes, Chen Mo came to the front console. In the command center, there are 30 researchers brought by Wan Yuanzhen, as well as intelligent robots. The experimental steps and procedures have all been set. The necessary process is done with artificial intelligence, and the researchers only need to provide assistance in addition to the accident. Everyone's face is very solemn. They have a hunch. Today may be a day to create history, and they are a small group of people who witnessed history. For Chen Mo, they seem to have a blind trust. Chen Mo stood on the top console and scanned the control center for a circle. He said, "Now, the first fusion test of Starring officially started." Chapter 426, Starring, Ignition. Start the power. With Chen Mo's command, the researcher responsible for the power switch pressed the button in his hand. The power supply was successfully started. Starring field system works normally. The background vacuum pressure is 4 times 10 to 6 pascals. The water cooling system starts up and works normally. The diverter works normally. I am increasing the current of the B coil. 10,000 amps. 100,000 amps. 200,000 amps. 1.3 megaamps. Starring. After the successful start, the artificial intelligence of the Star Lab, together with the researchers, began to report changes in the data. In the command center, everyone's eyes are on the screen of the LCD screen. The above is the picture of the Starring. At this time, the Starring is preparing for the work before the start. Everyone has a cold sweat in their hearts. Artificial intelligence reports data once and for all. As long as there is no problem with the Starring, it is a great news. To take advantage of the energy of controlled nuclear fusion, 2 conditions must be met. The first is to instantly heat the helium fuel to 100 million degrees Celsius. The second is to let the fusion reaction last for more than 1000 seconds. To reach the first condition, firstly, a large current is added to the B coil to generate a large enough induced current in the vacuum chamber of the Starring at the beginning of the experiment to accelerate the impact ionization of the free electrons. High plasma. The fuel is being charged. The fuel is injected. The E coil, heating coil current has been added to the maximum. The diverter works normally. The water cooling system is normal, and the longitudinal field is normal. Soon, the current and the magnetic field all reached the predetermined value, and the fuel was fully charged, and everyone began to get nervous. The expert academicians on the field, even breathing, have become heavy. The next ignition is the key. The circuit of the B coil is instantaneously changed to a minimum value, so that a current is induced in the vacuum chamber to cause the helium fuel to form a plasma. Chen Mo is relatively calm. This is his experimental data in the laboratory, using superconducting computer and holographic technology, and with the most advanced artificial intelligence of Mu, simulating hundreds of times. Even if it fails, it will not be too bad. After all the preparations were completed and the data was stable, Chen Mo was deeply absorbed. Ignition. Chen Mo's simple 2-word instruction makes everyone's heart unconsciously shrink and the eyelids jump. I saw the data on the screen and there was a huge change in an instant. Ignition is successful. The plasma beam temperature is 80.14 million degrees Celsius. The vertical field strength is 10.2 Tesla, the plasma current is 1.4 megaamperes, the operating frequency. It is rushing into the fuel, the plasma density is rising. The pressure is rising, and the plasma is heating. The ignition was successful. Hearing the report of artificial intelligence, just 4 words, knocking on everyone in the command center, followed by applause and cheers. Many researchers blinked and cried. They did not expect that the first test was successfully ignited, and the plasma temperature had exceeded the 50 million degrees Celsius of the ultra ring. After the joy, everyone calmed down again. Now that the plasma beam has formed, the next question is the duration of the discharge. If you can surpass their previous experiments, then this is an unprecedented breakthrough. It also means that, in addition to the tokamak and the imitation star, A third possible nuclear fusion device is available. Time passed by, and the data of the artificial intelligence reported. The researcher's breathing became heavy. It has been 60 seconds. If the plasma continues to discharge for another minute, it means that this experiment will surpass the 100-second record of superring at 50 million degrees Celsius, and they are closer to nuclear fusion energy. 99.100.101.102. When the plasma beam was continuously discharged for 100 seconds, a burst of crazy cheers broke out in the lab. This means that their first, starring, test has created a new world record. Li Jian clenched his fists and his eyes were red. They have worked hard for a lifetime, just to one day. Controlled nuclear fusion technology can become a new clean energy on the Earth. Now that he has seen hope, Chen Mo, a young man, seems to be synonymous with miracles. Originally, there was not much expectation for this test. He thought in his heart that the continuous discharge of plasma can last for more than 10 seconds, which is already a huge success. But the result is far beyond his imagination. He does not know how to express the excitement of the moment. Next to him, Wang Yuan's body is shaking, and the age is near and ancient. He has never been a moment as excited as today. In the study of high-temperature plasma, he is one of the oldest qualified people in the plasma, and almost witnessed the process of controlling the nuclear fusion project in China from scratch to the world. His only wish is to see the nuclear fusion power station become a reality in his lifetime. Originally came to Chen Mo here, the institute is holding the attitude of his new theory of learning, and did not think about how much Chen Mo can make a lot of movement in a short time. But today, he saw hope. The first controlled nuclear fusion experiment has surpassed the decades of their plasma research. The mood at this time is sad and happy. The sadness is due to the efforts of their plasma for decades, and they have lost to this young man for only 1 year. He is happy that he saw the possibility of controlled nuclear fusion being successfully utilized. In addition to Li Jian and Wang Yuanqi, Qian and Go Chengming, all eyes are red. Outsiders can't understand their mood at the moment, even if their starring technology is not made by them, but they also see the hope of China's application of nuclear fusion energy. They struggled for the rest of their lives and can see him benefiting the motherland in his lifetime. Several senior academicians of the old generation, all the tears at the moment. The plasma has been continuously discharged for 150 seconds. If it can reach more than 1000 seconds, it means that their starring can already use nuclear fusion energy. Compared with many experts, Chen Mo calms a lot. Looking at their starring operation, his mind is constantly flashing through the data, and he is also thinking about possible optimization problems. The cooling system works normally, the diverter works normally, the longitudinal field is stable, and the angular field is stable. The plasma beam discharge has lasted for 280 seconds, and Chen Mo also seriously thought about it, because at the beginning, the instantaneous temperature did not reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, and the data in the simulation test deviated. He was not sure how long the beam could last. For a plasma that wants to sustain discharge to operate stably, it is necessary to raise the plasma temperature to above 100 million degrees Celsius for more than 1000 seconds to form a continuous reaction condition. Because on Earth, there is no huge pressure inside the Sun, and the plasma cannot react spontaneously. At that time, once the conditions for continuous reaction are reached, the utilization efficiency of the fuel is increased again, and it is possible to maintain self-sustainability. And it is possible to continuously provide continuous energy, and the discharge process of net energy output becomes possible. At this time, dozens of researchers in the command center were not willing to blink their eyes. They are waiting for the arrival of historical moments. After 495 seconds, the high-constrained operation of the plasma's continuous discharge finally stopped. The command center everyone cheered wildly. In 495 seconds, This is far beyond everyone's expectations. The plasma temperature is nearly 90 million degrees Celsius and maintains a continuous discharge of 495 seconds. This data has exceeded a limit, which is a major breakthrough, and the goal of successfully applying nuclear fusion energy is close at hand. If the results of this experiment are released, it will shock the world. Chen Mo sighed and was not very satisfied. What he wants is not a few minutes of operation, but a few years or even decades of operation. Although this result is already a huge breakthrough, he is still not satisfied. The net energy output without nuclear fusion is an experimental failure for him. Now I am preparing for the second experiment. When everyone was immersed in ecstasy, Chen Mo poured a cold water. Chapter 427, Does he want to go to heaven? The silent voice of Chen Mo made all the people in the excitement wrong, and the heart of ecstasy cooled down instantly. Listening to Chen Mo's voice, I seem to be very dissatisfied with this result. Already at nearly 90 million degrees Celsius, there is a continuous discharge of nearly 500 seconds. Still not satisfied, they studied what they didn't get in their lifetime. Academician Chen, do the second experiment so quickly? Wang Yuanzhen could not believe it. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. Isn't there a problem with the experiment? Is there a device optimization problem? Wang Yuanzhen asked. Now that the first experiment has just been completed, is it necessary to prepare for the second experiment? The experiment is to get the data, optimize and adjust the reactor equipment, and then continue to the next experiment, and then optimize the adjustment, step by step, until completely successful. With such a rapid experiment, the results will not be too much. I will solve the problems in the experiment and the device. You don't have to worry about it. You have to prepare for it. After I have processed the data of the experiment, I will do the next test for the first time, Chen Mo said. He dared to confirm that the current, starring, device is sufficient to complete the controlled nuclear fusion experiment because the parameters of each system have not reached the limit. It is only necessary to adjust the parameters of the experimental standard, and the next experiment may be successful in one fell swoop. Li Jian and others looked at each other but did not speak against it. The previous, starring, experiment has completely conquered them. Chen Mo's voice in controlled nuclear fusion is now far beyond all of them. Chen Mo was able to design their, starring, device in such a short period of time and then build it. The first fusion experiment surpassed the efforts of all previous people for decades. This shows that Chen Mo's strength is not on the same level as they are. One academician, you and the academy say, send more than 500 grams of sputum fuel over, may have to experiment many times, sent over to meet the needs of the time. Chen Mo looked to Wang Yuanzhen. Okay. Wang Yuan nodded. Now he is convinced of Chen Mo, unprecedented. Well, now everyone is preparing for the next experimental work. After the success of the, starring, experiment, I will celebrate with everyone. After Chen Mo and everyone bid farewell, they left the Star Circle Experimental Command Center with Zhao Minitz and Li Chengzi. The experiment has achieved such great success. Academician Chen seems not very satisfied. After Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz and others left, Li Jian looked at Wang Yuan, and other people looked at him, obviously with the same doubts. It may be that the angle of the individual's problem is different. For Academician Chen, the experiment failed before the stable and sustainable plasma was completely formed. Wang Yuan sighed. From their perspective, this experiment was an unprecedented success. But Chen Mo is different. From the beginning, he pursued that the plasma can continue to burn. For them, this is a super-level college entrance examination finale, which cannot be understood or made. For Chen Mo, this is just a simple calculation. Now the answer to this calculation question is not completely correct, and naturally it will not be too happy. Now, according to Academician Chen, prepare for the next experiment. Wang Yuanzhen told the researchers on the field. They came here as assistants, and now they have achieved such great success. Everyone is very energetic. No one can say that, next time, they may be able to create history in one fell swoop. What? The starring device plasma is running at 495.43 seconds at nearly 90 million degrees Celsius. Hearing the news, Wang Nian suddenly took the phone and stood up from his seat, his face full of shock. Are you sure this result is okay? Yes. Seeing it, Li Academician and Lao Go are present. If you don't believe, you can ask them. Now Lao Go wants to join their starring project. Wang Yuanzhen has a joy in his voice. Imagine that at the end of the phone, his mood is not generally good. This is definitely a joke. Wang Nian said, Go Chengming is a material expert and a material research project for diverters, but he took the lead. Li Jian is also the head of the Superring experimental project. In the past, their Superloop experiment did not need to be studied. Can you copy the experimental data back? Asked Wang Nian. No. I don't have permission to copy data. I need to pass the approval of Academician Chen, but Academician Chen will definitely not agree, Wang Yuanzhen said. When the two sides talked about cooperation, they have already agreed. Those who have not joined their starring project should not view the data of any project, nor can the Academy of Sciences do it. Therefore, if you want to see the information, you must join the Research Institute and obtain the corresponding permissions to view. And you can only view the information related to your own research topic. This is also the condition for Chen Mo to stay in attracting talents. Otherwise, the data will leak out and cause a lot of trouble. When the two sides talked about the joint venture agreement, these conditions were ignored because they were not optimistic. In a short time, Chen Mo could develop too many technologies. Okay. The Year of the King is a bit regrettable. No wonder Lao Go wants to join. This technology cannot be touched. It is particularly appetizing. What are you doing when you call back? What support is needed there? The experiment has just been completed, and Academician Chen seems to be not satisfied. This achievement, he is not satisfied. He wants to go to heaven? The Year of the King heard this sentence, almost did not jump to the table to marry her mother. Their Physics Research Institute, which is the top physicist in the country, and employs some foreign physicists, has won the world's advanced standards after decades of hard work. Now Chen Mo's first experiment, it is easy to open them far away. This is enough to hit people. And now Wang Yuanzhen told him that Chen Mo is not satisfied with the experimental results. Don't say that. Academician Chen may have the ability to go to heaven. Soon he will be able to take off the sun and control the sun between applause. Wang Yuanqi joked. Year of the King. Yuan Academician is preparing for the second experiment. Academician Li and Lao Go have not returned for the time being. They are temporarily left to help prepare for the experiment. Would you like to come over? Yes. What should I do? Wang Nian was afraid to speak slowly. Even if Wang Yuan does not say it, he has to go through it. There is no work now, more important than witnessing the success of controlled nuclear fusion. Also, starring, may have to conduct many experiments, Academician Chen said, may need 500 grams of cesium fuel reserve. Wang Yuanzhen said, well, I applied to the Academy of Sciences and let the nuclear industry group send it as soon as possible. Wang Nian did not hesitate to agree. Hang up the phone. The king simply tidy up the briefcase, put the information into the safe, and leave the office. He would not think that the news returned by Wang Yuanqi and others was false, because Wang Yuanzhen had no need to lie to him, and Li Jian and others. Now, no more important than nuclear fusion experiments. If the nuclear fusion experiment is successful, their academy will also make huge gains, because the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, which is approved by the State Council, has established a joint venture with the Army and Company. Starring, now it is only the first experiment, it has achieved nearly 9,000,000 degrees Celsius, plasma steady-state operation of 495 seconds. This achievement has already created a new world record. Then the second, third, fourth time? Wouldn't it be far beyond this number? It can be said that so far, this is the closest time humans have controlled nuclear fusion energy, and success is close at hand. It is conceivable that Wang Yuanqi and others who witnessed this major breakthrough witnessed how excited they were at the time. Chapter 428, parameter adjustment. On the other hand, Chen Mo got the experimental data and left the data center to leave the Institute of Science Island. On the way, Li Chengzi could not help but ask, "Look at the appearance of the academicians of one. The experiment should be very successful. So many experts are tearful and sullen. I saw you for the first time. It's also successful, not successful. See what you think." How do you say this? The first nuclear fusion test. It is indeed a great success to achieve this kind of achievement. It can be said that it is a new chapter in the creation of nuclear fusion technology, Chen said. Then you seem to be not satisfied. Although there is such a result, it is not successful for me. The plasma has a continuous discharge time of 495 seconds. It seems to be quite a lot. But this figure is not very effective for years or even decades. I want to buy watermelon, and the sesame I bought is the kind of mood. Chen Mo explained. For the star ring he studied, this was not a success. He got very complete technical theory and materials in the technology library, as well as his super brain and artificial intelligence, spending countless financial resources. It can be said that he has the most perfect conditions, but now only achieve such results. It is not a success. The holographic simulation is an experiment under ideal conditions, and there are some errors in the actual experiment. This is the difference between ideal and reality. He now needs to analyze the experimental data obtained, so that the ink girl can readjust the experimental data of starring according to the experimental data, and perhaps the next time can achieve better results. Although not completely successful, but this harvest is not small, at least prove that starring is right, but the data and the ideal data is a little different. After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, Li Chengzi immediately became aware. Chen Mo originally set the experimental target too high, so with this result, he will be dissatisfied. But he did not say much. After all, Chen Mo is the dominant player and he has the most say. Looking at the appearance of the expert academicians who are in a state of sorrow and crying, the experiment must have achieved unsuccessful results, but this achievement is lower than Chen Mo's expectation. This time, just to see my experiment? Chen Mo asked. I said yes. Do you believe? Li Chengzi laughed. Chen Mo shook his head. It's really a bit unaccustomed. There are definitely tasks in the body. You don't like people who are idle and have fun. You shouldn't have to come to see me experiment. Hey, Li Chengzi smiled heartily. It goes without saying. After all, the nuclear fusion experiment is a special experiment. If it is an ordinary enterprise, even experimental materials and equipment are impossible. This time, starring experiment, he was the special personnel, and Chen Mo is the most familiar, so he was sent over to look at the situation and directly responsible for the above. Go eat first. Well, then I am not welcome. Just eat in the dining hall of this science island. Outside of the 5-star restaurants that you enter and exit, I can't just go in with this clothes. Li Chengzi smiled and pointed at his body. Military uniform. Good. Chen Mo nodded slightly. The three people ate a meal. Li Chengzi left, and Chen Mo said, he will come over and watch again next time. Chen Mo also has no objection. After sending away Li Cheng, Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz rushed to the army ant headquarters. Then I want the cat to be a technical house in the lab, Zhao Minitz asked on the way back. Now there, starring experiment has just been completed. I will stay in the lab for a while, concentrate on the experimental data, the company you look at, not particularly important things. Do not bother me for the time being, Chen Mo said. Is the holographic city project being planned by Banhai City? Is it an important matter? Said Zhao Minitz. This is not anxious, it should not be so fast. If you need to find me, wait for me to finish the experiment of starring, and talk about it. Well, then you can study with peace of mind. Now the management team of the company is almost shaped. Even if you retire as a teacher now, the company can work normally, Zhao Minitz said. Chen Mo directly turned his eyes. Really, when he was my teacher? Returning to Building 1, Chen Mo changed his experimental robes and plunged into the physical laboratory to insert the experimental data from Science Island into the computer. Ink Girl, now processing the experimental data of Starring. Data transmission is completed. Chen Mo opens. Okay, my brother is dealing with it. The holographic projection of the Ink Girl fell by Chen Mo, and in front of the two, a holographic projection of the star ring device appeared. You use this experimental data parameter to replace the data parameters in the original simulation. If there is an error, change it according to the error. Reset the experimental data for simulation. I will see the result. Chen Mo said. Okay, I am experimenting with the experiment. At the beginning of the simulation experiment, Chen Mo also looked at the changes in the analog data window, and the original simulation data. There is no small change. After a long time, the Ink Girl opened again. The simulation results came out. The structure of the starring device does not need to be improved. The performance of each structural system can fully meet the needs of the experiment. It is only necessary to slightly adjust the parameters of the experimental system. Upon hearing this result, Chen Mo sighed. Starring, the device does not need to be improved. This is good news. Otherwise, remove the starring and replace it with the parts. It will take a long time. Show me the parameters, Chen Mo said. It's here. Ink's little hand pointed. A piece of data appeared in the transparent LCD screen in front. Because the experimental environment is extremely extreme, according to the data from there, starring experiment feedback, the actual performance of gallium graphite tungsten is a little different from the laboratory ideal test, and the performance error is small, within the acceptable range. Chen Mo nodded, did not interject, quietly looked at the data on the screen, listening to the problem of the Ink Girl summed up, starring. The induced electric field is strong enough. The change of the loop field current is not too large, the current intensity is maintained, and the maximum peak value of the current is slightly increased. However, according to the data feedback, the existing heating system is not enough for a predetermined time. Let the plasma reach the target temperature. Therefore, the maximum flux change capability of the ohmic heating field needs to be adjusted to 1620 Vs, and the total power P of the ECF, sustained ion cyclotron heating system, is adjusted to 5 MW to 7.5 MW. In the simulation run, this parameter allows the plasma temperature, electron temperature and plasma temperature to reach the target temperature within a predetermined time. The operating frequency of the steady-state plasma current system, LHCD, is adjusted to 3.7 GHz. The Ink Girl reported a lot of experimental parameters that needed to be readjusted, and Chen Mo also looked at it carefully. These data, if manually calculated and then readjusted, take a long time or even a test. With the help of the Ink Girl, this saves too much time. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, try it again and compare the second set of data. Okay. In the following time, Chen Mo, in addition to the necessary rest time, all the cats in the laboratory at other times, preparing for the second starring experiment. Chapter 429, Constant Breakthrough. When the king went down the bus, he couldn't wait to see the beautiful surroundings and quickly walked over to the entrance of the institute. Waiting for him at the entrance of the institute is Wang Yuanzhen. Today, it was the day when the second experiment began. After receiving the news of Wang Yuanzhen, he arranged all the work for the first time and quickly rushed to Bnai. Fortunately, the experiment did not begin now, and he rushed over in time. First, enter the fingerprint information of the visitor. Wang Yuan used the identity of the institute to help the king enter the basic information of the visitor. Every non-investigator who enters the institute must be brought in, and must enter the necessary identity information before entering. Recording fingerprint information and facial information, as well as voice information. Wang Yuanzhen took the year of the king into the institute. Is the second experiment ready enough? Asked the year of the king. There is plenty of preparation. Yesterday, Academician Chen arranged to modify the parameters of the experiment. It was completed today. The experiment will begin soon. If you come slower, I am afraid I will miss it. Is the experiment done so quickly? He can build such a large research institute within 1 year, and there is a starring device. You can say that it is fast or not. You can't use our thinking to define Chen Academician. Wang Yuan said while walking. After passing through the layers of security, the two talents entered the Star Ring Command Center. Chen Mo and others have already been in the command center. After seeing the Year of the King, the two simply greeted each other. A few words of chilling. The king did not disturb Chen Mo, but went to the position next to Li Jian and others, quietly waiting for the experiment to begin. Now, in each position, the final inspection of starring is being carried out. As long as the inspection is completed, there is no problem, and the second experiment can be officially started. Chen, the final inspection has been completed. No abnormal problems have been found. Bai Lijing handed the report to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took a look at the data in the report, went to the console computer, and finally confirmed the data parameters. In the past few days, I have used the simulation of the Ink Girl to design the experimental parameters in the laboratory, and set up 3 sets of experimental parameters. Yesterday, when the parameters were completed, he asked the researchers to start preparing the parameters of the experiment. Everyone has a clear division of labor, plus the help of intelligent robots, so the action is very fast. After 5 minutes, it was confirmed that there was no problem with the data. Chen Mokai put the report in his hand aside and said seriously, "Now it is ready to start the second, starring experiment." When Chen Mo said this, everyone in the command center was ready to fight and played a 12-point spirit. The second controlled nuclear fusion experiment started and the power was turned on. Startup is successful. Starring field system works normally. The vacuum chamber is normal. The background vacuum pressure is 4 times 10 to 6 pascals. The cooling system works normally. I am increasing the current of the B coil. 10,000 amps. 100, 000 amps. 200, 000 amps. 1.3 megaamps. The familiar sound of artificial intelligence made all the researchers on the field slowly nervous. The achievements of the first experiment allowed them to see the possibility of successful nuclear fusion. Now every experiment is likely to be an experiment to successfully achieve controlled nuclear fusion. The fuel is being charged. The fuel is filled. The ohm, E-coil, heating coil current has increased to a maximum. The diverter works fine and the water cooling system is working. Soon, as in the first experiment, both the current and the magnetic field reached a predetermined value. Some of the parameters are different from the first one, and all others are the same. The fuel is also filled. The preparation is completed, and the next is the ignition. And everyone unconsciously clenches his fist. Prepare the ignition countdown. 10. 9. 8. 2. 1. Ignition. With the end of the artificial intelligence countdown, and seeing the instantaneous changes in the number on the computer, everyone is twitching. Starring, the real-time data collection system used. During the fusion experiment, any data changes in each system will be collected in real time, and it is easy to see the changes inside the device. The ignition is successful. The plasma temperature is 84.45 million degrees Celsius. It is rushing into the fuel. It is being pressurized, and it starts to heat the plasma. Yes! Exclamation mark. Many people clench their fists. This time, the data is much higher than the first experiment. This shows that Chen Mo's improved experimental parameters are effective. The ignition is successful, and the next step is to see how long the plasma can run stably. 89 million degrees Celsius, 90.84 million degrees Celsius. When the plasma temperature exceeded 90 million degrees Celsius, everyone shouted in his heart. The temperature of the plasma has been higher than the first experiment, which is another small breakthrough. Excited, everyone continues to pay attention to the changes in the data. The Year of the King has been excited and screaming with his fists. His face is red, and the appearance of the first laboratory, one Yuanqi and others, is no different. Li Jian and others are much calmer than the first one. I have seen a train puncture, and even this excitement will not be so exaggerated. The continuous running time has exceeded 500 seconds, and now every second is a new record. In the mood of excitement and ecstasy of all researchers, the time passed in seconds, and the process of continuous plasma discharge ended. 9,500 degrees Celsius, 762 seconds, successfully broke through the 12-minute barrier. This data made all the researchers crazy. In the second experiment, although a stable long-running plasma was not obtained in the end, however, the achievements have once again refreshed the record set by the first experiment. If you continue to optimize, success is close at hand. If the news spreads, I am afraid that the whole world will be shaken. Everyone clearly feels that the era of energy change is on the way. This time, Chen Mo did not need to speak. After the experiment was over, everyone in the command center immediately began preparations for the next experiment. All the researchers did not find out. Unconsciously, they have been affected by Chen Mo, and everyone has only one goal, which is to stabilize the plasma that can sustain long-term discharge and achieve controlled nuclear fusion. 3 days later, the third experiment came as scheduled. With the first two experiments, everyone's work is well organized. In order for the experiment to proceed smoothly, everyone repeatedly tested the work they were responsible for fear that a slight error would lead to the failure of the experiment. The new experiment has also created a new record that makes everyone cry. At 99 million degrees Celsius, the plasma continues to discharge for 964 seconds. The fourth experiment has not yet begun. Wang Nian, Li Jian, etc. all personally ended and temporarily participated in the preparatory work. The third experiment was 990,000 degrees Celsius, 964 seconds, and the data broke through 9. All of them saw the dawn of victory. Their stars, that were not optimistic about them, have become the instruments most likely to achieve their research. Under the efforts of everyone, the fourth experiment started according to the original plan, and finally recorded an incredible record of 102 million degrees Celsius and a continuous discharge of plasma for 1042 seconds. In the fourth experiment, the data has reached the data they expected, but the plasma is not going to last forever. Both of the data break through the theoretical values in the calculations. There are some differences between theory and practice. The people are not discouraged and try their best to prepare for the fifth experiment. Several experiments have been carried out to continuously adjust and optimize the set experimental parameters. The experimental parameters have gradually approached the final answer in the optimization of Chen Mo and Mo Fu. Within the Science Island Institute, it also entered an unprecedented tense time. During this time, all personnel on the Science Island are not allowed to leave half a step. Even Chen Mo, in addition to going to the laboratory of the first floor of the marching ant headquarters, the rest of the time, all in the Science Island, did not go home. The news that controlled nuclear fusion continues to make breakthroughs is tightly sealed, and the outside world is unaware that an era of energy change is about to begin on this small island. Chapter 430, Controlled Nuclear Fusion succeeded within the command center. Zhao Minitz, Li Chengzi, Wang Nian, Li Jian, etc. all arrived. Chen Mo is standing on the stage of the command center, and the researchers who participated in the experiment are below. In the first 4 experiments, the data parameters have been gradually optimized. In the fourth experiment, the values are both theoretical and theoretical. Now they need an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. As long as you break away from a specific value, the plasma can continue to run without being limited by time. Now is the fifth experiment, but also an opportunity. Starring, the experimental parameters are close to the highest value. If this experiment is not successful, it is necessary to modify their starring to improve some of its performance parameters before proceeding to the next experiment. As Chen Mo presses the start button, the starring starts. The fuel injection is completed, and all the work is ready. Prepare for the ignition countdown. 10.9. The artificial intelligence sound makes some people's palms unconsciously clenched, and their hearts are constantly praying. 3.2.1. Ignition. At the beginning of the moment, the toroidal field current instantly becomes zero. In the vacuum chamber, under the superinductive current generated, the helium gas instantaneously fuses and becomes a plasma. Ignition success. Plasma temperature 98.37 million degrees Celsius. Is injecting fuel. Increasing plasma pressure. Heating plasma. The ignition was successful. Let everyone sigh and keep on staring at the computer screen. Next, it is the key to the experiment. The first 4 times were successful ignitions, and the record was constantly refreshed, but the plasma eventually went out, and their hopes were pinned on this 5th experiment. The command room is silent. Everyone's eyes are on the computer screen, and they keep their eyes on it. Time passes by, and the time when the plasma is running stably is constantly refreshing, and they can see their hearts sleeping. The temperature of the plasma has reached 120 million degrees Celsius, and the duration of continuous discharge has exceeded 1000 seconds, reaching 1032 seconds. Now every second of the increase may be a limit, because no one knows at which point in time the plasma can reach the critical value of the bottleneck and jump out. The data is normal and the plasma is stable. The plasma is stable. The plasma is stable. Every 10 seconds, the sound of artificial intelligence will ring once in the command center. The duration of continuous discharge has already exceeded 1042 seconds of the 4th experiment. The operation of sustainable discharge is still going on. Everyone in the command center is waiting quietly. Although they are only staring at the computer screen, no one is impatient, and even wants to continue this way. The longitudinal magnetic field is stable. The angular magnetic field is stable. The ion cyclotron heating system is working properly and the ohmic heating system is working properly. The pellet feeding system works fine. The plasma temperature is 135 million degrees Celsius and the plasma is stable. The first wall temperature is 2208 degrees Celsius. The diverter works stably, and the cooling system is stable. Starring is stable. Listening to the sound of artificial intelligence, everyone feels as sweet as a Scorpio, and everyone does not consciously smile, including Chen Mo. The time to discharge continuously has passed 1800 seconds, more than half an hour. The plasma in there, starring, has been running stably, and the fusion reaction can also proceed spontaneously. The consumption of cesium fuel is also reduced by 30% in the same period of time as in the previous experiments. This shows that the internal combustion of the plasma has been formed and the fuel utilization rate has increased. The plasma has broken through a specific peak, and the nuclear fusion energy reacts spontaneously. As long as the fuel is charged, the plasma burning time can continue to run stably and will not go out. Soon, an hour passed, the continuous discharge of the plasma continued, and the data remained stable and did not mean to extinguish. The eyes of many researchers did not consciously concentrate on Chen Mo, waiting for Chen Mogai to make a conclusion. Some researchers, the body is shaking, trying to hold back the excitement of the heart, just waiting for the last moment of the explosion. They have worked so hard for so long, and today they finally got the results they wanted. After carefully reading the data of the starring stable operation, Chen Mo finally revealed a smile that was somewhat unsatisfactory. It is now clear that the plasma is not extinguished, indicating that the experiment has been successful. His efforts have already had results today. Looking at the hopes of many hopes, Chen Mo walked onto the console and slowly approached the microphone and said, "Now I announced that the 5th experiment of starring was a complete success. Cheers." Boom. When Chen Mo announced his success on the console, the researchers of the entire Star Loop Experimental Command Center broke out instantly. All the researchers shouted, applause and cheers, and they rang through the control room of the command center. More than 40 people broke out with cheers that no 100 people had. In the past, the researchers were very gentle, and this time they were finally released. Success. Success. Ha 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 ha. We are successful. Controlled nuclear fusion is successful. Sitting in the position of Wang Nian and Li Jian and other academician experts, at this moment, regardless of the image of crazy yelling, just cuddling together, old tears, crying and laughing. Among them, they are pioneers in domestic plasma research, witnessing controlled nuclear fusion technology from scratch, to leading the world, and now to obtain a plasma that can continue to burn. There are no words to describe their mood at the moment. Just as the ancestors succeeded in detonating the first atomic bomb, the only cheers and shouts could express their excitement. Chen Mo was also infected by the fierce atmosphere, laughing and applauding. For today, he has spent too much energy. Among many technologies, the development of the starring device is undoubtedly the most difficult one. From the decision to cooperate with the official, the two sides negotiated the project, and then to the construction of the institute and the starring, to the present, starring, experiment announced the success, cost him too much thought. This technology involves too many fields. He has successfully put a lot of material technology and production technology in the technology library. Li Chengzi saw the academicians who were crying like children. Some of them were so sad that they just applauded quietly. Congratulations. Zhao Minitz, who was on the sidelines, was also infected by this atmosphere. He walked over and hugged Chen Mo. Congratulations on your success. At this moment, you are a big man standing in the middle of history. Zhao Minitz also expressed her heartfelt happiness. This is the time when she saw Chen Mo's disappointment. In the past, Chen Mo was a calm and relaxed appearance, and he was like a daddy who saw the red dust. No matter what happened, he was always calm. I did not expect Chen Mo to open up today, but think about the experimental results Chen Mo got. She also knows that Chen Mo is happy. A revolution in human history has already appeared in his hands. This is a man who created history. Thank you. Chen Mo Shun took a shot of Zhao Minitz's back and said with a smile. Zhao Minitz gave up Chen Mo with some reluctance, and Yan Yan smiled. What do you want to do now? What do you want to do most? Chen Mo slammed his head and thought, I want to go home to take a hot bath now. And then let me think about it. Don't think about anything, just naked. Sleep once. Oh, Zhao Minitz was teased and gave him a blank eye. The atmosphere of the joy of the command center is still there. Many researchers shouted dumb, and they applauded, ignoring the palms that had already risen. The outside world does not know that a technology for human energy change has already appeared in this insignificant island. Chapter 431, Delayed Announcement. Chen Mo, brother, come over. After many scholars finished the celebration party and were preparing to leave Science Island, Chen Mo was also called out by Li Chengzi and went to an office where no one was. I reported the success of the controlled nuclear fusion experiment, and the above message. Well, you have a task again, Chen Mo asked. There is really a news. Li Chengzi's face is a bit serious. Do you think that if the news of successful nuclear fusion is announced now, how big is the impact on the present world? Energy change, affecting the balance of the whole world. There may be a new order, Chen Mo said. He studied this and he had already done his homework before he started. Well, yes. It is true. Li Chengzi endorsed Chen Mo's words and then asked, what else? The other influences are quite a lot. I can't say it all at once. It is estimated that writing a few papers is not complete, Chen Mo said. It seems that you also understand that controlled nuclear fusion is a good thing. As you said, it will revolutionize and even create a new order. But if it appears too suddenly, it will be a surprise. If it is not ready, this may not be a good thing. It may also be the root of chaos. There are two sides to everything. Do you understand this? Well, I know this. Chen Mo said, you will talk about your mission. If something is good or bad, it is necessary to minimize the disadvantages and maximize the benefits. If you suddenly announce the news, say big, As you said, it may trigger global change, disorderly order. Change to new order. Crisis and opportunities coexist. If you are not ready, it is not necessarily a good thing. Internally, the main domestic electrical energy is still thermal power generation. If it is announced suddenly, it will hit the coal and oil industry. It may cause unnecessary social problems after the panic, as well as employment problems. Lily, when did you analyze this big event? Chen Mo came to interest at once. I reported the news of the successful nuclear fusion success. I came over the phone and said this. Li Chengzi said truthfully. You want me to not announce the news of controlled nuclear fusion so soon? Chen Mo instantly understood the intention of Li Chengzi. Yes, it really means this. You will successfully develop nuclear fusion technology so quickly, and the news has already alarmed the top of the list. For your message, the above is urgently developing some new development strategies to find a new strategic direction. Therefore, we hope that you will announce the news of nuclear fusion in 2 months. We will prepare in advance to minimize the bad influence of your possible announcement and to mention the benefits to the highest. I still have a big event, a 2-month delay, no big deal. Chen Mo did not hesitate to agree. 2 months earlier and 2 months later, he had no influence on him. His research on controlled nuclear fusion has been achieved. It makes money for one thing, and it doesn't matter for a month or 2. However, if it is announced suddenly, the impact on society will certainly be small. International oil prices may plummet, causing global social and economic chaos, leading to changes in the new order in advance, and the impact here will be very scary. Domestically, the oil price plummeted, coupled with the panic in the coal industry, and the number of unemployed people skyrocketed, which caused social problems. The top thinks more than he thinks. With a little more time to prepare, after the announcement of the news, the official has prepared for the international and domestic aspects, and can maximize the benefits, at least to minimize the domestic impact. That's good. See, Chen Mo promised. Li Chengzi sighed. The big head told me to tell you, or that sentence, if there is any special technology to be studied in the future, you can explain it to me. Your research, within the scope of permission, will give you the greatest convenience. Let go. I hope that you can become a giant on the road to rejuvenation in China. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Having this commitment is better for him than any other benefit. Then my mission is also completed. Li Chengzi sighed with relief. What are you going to do next? Go home to accompany your wife. Wang Lan and the babysitter Lin Biao just got out of the car and prepared to return to the villa with fresh ingredients they just bought. The other car stopped behind them. Seeing Chen Mo from the car, Wang Lan immediately showed a happy color. Xiao Mo, come back, come back. Chen Mo met Wang Lan and smiled and nodded. What did you buy? Xiao is pregnant with children. Sometimes I want to eat oranges and apples. I will buy some for her. And these are the freshest dishes, ready for dinner. I have to buy it every day. Pregnant women eat fresh things. It would be better. Wang Lan said, what happened to your work? Are you still busy? The work has come to an end, and then it is not so busy. Chen Mo said. That's good. That's good. Wang Lan nodded frequently. His face was lingering. Then I will go back this time. You will spend more time accompanying Xiao. You accompany her, then I am taking care of her. Do you live for a while? Chen Mo asked. Space is reserved for you young people. I am here, but also for you. You are not used to it. Occasionally come over to see the small fish. Wang Lan smiled. Waiting for Chen Mo to open again, he went back to the villa with him. When Chen Mo entered the villa, he saw a small fisherman who was reading a book on the sofa and listening to music. Chen Mo gently walked over and reached out from behind to block the eyes of Xiaoyu, husband. Feeling the familiar palm, Xiaoyu immediately turned his head. I am back. Chen Mo sat down beside Xiao, and touched and raised a lot of belly. Is there any embarrassment at home during this time? Looking at it, just thinking of you a little. Xiaoyu put down the book in his hand and leaned gently on Chen Mo's body. My experiment is completed, and I am not so busy. I will give myself a holiday these few days. and I will accompany you and take you out for a walk." Chen Mo looked at the book that Xiao looked at, all of which were books for parenting. "Obviously, I am preparing for my mother." "Well, okay." Xiao Yu is full of joy. During this time, she was taken care of by her mother. She could only be active in the villa. She rarely went out and ruined her. "I have to take a bath first, and I just smelled it when I came back," Chen Mo said. "Go." Little fish nodded. Going back to the bedroom and taking a hot bath, Chen Mo was replaced by a loose casual wear and sat down next to Xiao Yu. During this time, in order to, starring, experiment labor, today finally succeeded. Starring, the success of technology means that in the Science and Technology Library, the most difficult technology has been completed, and finally you can rest for a while. Now at home, there is a small fish to accompany, no need to think about anything. Chen Moxin also naturally relax, unconsciously, leaning on the sofa and slept. Seeing Chen Mo's scornful breath, and a slightly tired face, Xiao Yu is somewhat distressed. After Chen Mo went to the experiment last time, Chen Mo did not go home for most of the month. She also knows that Chen Mo is busy and he is pregnant, so he waits at home and waits for Chen Mo to come back. Did not wake Chen Mo. Xiao Yu gently picked up the book, and was quietly accompanied. Chapter 432, Zhao Minit's ambition. For the next 5 days, Chen Mo was at home to rest, gave himself a small vacation, and occasionally asked the Science Island plasma by phone. 5 days later, Chen Mokai returned to Science Island again. At this time, the Science Island is busy. When Chen Mo entered the experimental command center, Wan Yuanqi and others all greeted them, and everyone's face was red. The Year of the King and others did not leave, guarding the plasma of successful fusion. Starring, the remaining fuel after the experiment can only be burned for 3 days by, starring. Therefore, Wang et al. Applied for emergency fuel from above, and the fuel was sent the next day. 5 days later, the fuel sent over has been burning the plasma, and the plasma is still stable and does not mean to extinguish. This is a great news, which means that the nuclear fusion of, starring, has really been successful. As long as fuel is maintained, the plasma can continue to fuel for a long time. How is the operation of, starring? Chen Mo entered the Star Circle Experimental Command Center and asked about it. The steady-state operation of the plasma, the power generation of the Research Institute can reach 760,000 kilowatt-hours, which is equivalent to the power generation of the I-type power station. Wan Yuan can't wait to say. This is just an experimental reactor, and the power generation is quite large and medium-sized hydropower stations. If a nuclear fusion power station is actually built, after installing a turbine generator, the power generation can easily exceed 20 million kWh. 2 nuclear fusion power plants and even a very large nuclear fusion power station are enough to support a province's power supply. At that time, the thermal power will be completely eliminated, and there is no need to worry about the shortage of electricity nationwide. The most important thing is that the product of nuclear fusion is helium, and there is no need to worry about the generation of radioactive nuclear waste like nuclear fission power stations. It is safe and pollution-free and belongs to real clean energy. Chen, now let us evaluate and build a nuclear fusion power station with a power of 20 million per day. What is the cost? I don't know the overall project cost of the power station. I am not a professional evaluator and cannot evaluate it. However, the construction cost of, starring, can be determined, about 10 billion won reactor, and other valuations should be evaluated by yourself. I can't help. Chen Mo gives a rough figure. The Year of the King and others nodded. The cost of, starring, was within the acceptable range, and the construction cost of, starring, was obtained. Other construction costs were evaluated by professionals. Now the plasma has been completely stable. Basically it is certain that the experiment is successful. Next, all you have to do is prepare for the construction of a nuclear fusion power station. Chen Mo said. This knows. Won Yuan nodded. The cost of a nuclear fusion power station is within an acceptable range, and then it may be the time when the country builds a nuclear fusion power station on a large scale. By the time they are experts, they must be busy again. After checking the circle at the Star Ring Experimental Command Center, Chen Mokai took the data of the star rings in the past few days and went to the headquarters of the Army Ant Company. Now that the nuclear fusion project cannot be announced, he can be quiet for a while. Chen Mo came back. Zhao Minitz and Lan Zai also entered his office. During this time, she mainly contacted the official city of Manhai City to discuss the project of Holographic City. Now the nuclear fusion experiment has been successful, and Chen Mo's research has come to an end, so she will also explain the work. Is the time now? With it, Zhao Minitz took a U-disc from Langxi and handed it to Chen Mo. The inside is the scope of this holographic city plan. I have already made people make maps with holographic maps. She got these things as early as 10 days ago, but at that time it was the most crucial moment in the nuclear fusion experiment. He could not disturb Chen Mo, but only now. Chen Mo nodded and took the U-disc from Zhao Minitz's hand and plugged it into the computer. Ink Girl, release the holographic map. Roger that. The voice of the Ink Girl just fell. On the holographic office desk in front of the three people, the map of the holographic sand table was suspended. The buildings attached to the BNI Center are all scaled down and fully displayed on the office desk. The holographic city project has been finalized. The planned location includes the entire Marina Square, the BNI Library, the museum, the art center, the children's palace, etc. There is also a grand theater facing the center of the sea, which is also planned within the project, including this in the waters. The official is preparing to build a large water stage here. Zhao Minitz drew a circle on the waters between the grand theater and the marina center. In addition, when the holographic city project begins, the official will persuade the financial center building, CITIC building, and Tigerland, as well as the surrounding office buildings, hotels, respond to the official holographic city plan, install holographic projectors to replace traditional LCDs, screen holographic ads. Zhao Minitz pointed to the holographic map and introduced Chen Mo to the official plan. This holographic city is the core part of the official technology city plan of Manhai City. In the future, as the external image of the coastal city, it is also the place that Yayi attaches the most. The underground mall, as well as the shopping mall building next to it, all billboards will be replaced by holographic projections and planned to be the world's top shopping mall. This planned holographic city will focus on shopping and entertainment, humanities and art, finance, business and leisure in one. As the business card of the City of Technology City, Chen Mo agreed to nod. Yayi will take advantage of the Marching Ant Company. Near the water tower, Manhai City has made Marina Square the only holographic city in the world, which is almost the largest holographic playground to attract the attention of the whole world. There is also a huge advantage in the economic circle of the Duan district. As long as the holographic city project is completed, it is almost certain that in the next few years, Manhai will become one of the most well-known cities in the world, a hotspot city for global tourism, and a state-of-the-art technology city. There's one more thing, you said. Chen Mo nodded. I got the land of this island. Zhao Minitz clicked on a small island not far from the sea in the center of the sea. It is not too far from the Grand Theater and smaller than the island where the Grand Theater is located. What plans do you have? Chen Mo was a little surprised. I am going to set up a Red Fire Ant Company, Zhao Minitz said. Red Fire Ant Company? What? Red Fire Ant Company is responsible for the market of our Marching Ant Group in culture and entertainment. It includes investment in movies, playgrounds, games, animation and other cultural fields. Zhao Minitz said his thoughts. This island, I will make it the world's first holographic playground, including the Jurassic World, the Underwater World, the Ice Kingdom, the Fairy Tale World, the Halloween theme, etc. It can also be a holographic world of various popular big IP themes. With a large holographic projector, we can shape a variety of different themes at any time and place on this island. It is just across the water from the Marina Center and is in perfect harmony with the future holographic city. As long as you get the reclamation approval and expand the area of the island, you can meet the construction needs of our playground. Chen Mo is responsible for developing technical products. She is responsible for making money. Her task is to convert all the products developed by Chen Mo into cache of white flowers, and completely release the ability of the marching ant group to make money. The size of the marching ant group is now very large. In the high-tech fields such as robots, materials, and artificial intelligence, marching ants are high in the cold, leaving the whole world behind. The internet, the field of electronic products is also very strong, and the pharmaceutical field is quite satisfactory, but other areas are slightly insufficient. The marching ant group has huge cash reserves and technology. She needs to transform the huge potential of the marching ant group into influence in various fields, thereby expanding the voice and resources of the marching ant group and building a huge commercial empire. This is Zhao Minit's ambition. Chapter 433, Nobel Prize. I have to say that Zhao Minitz is very strong in making money and knows how to use the existing resources of the marching ants to create more wealth for the company. Chen Moju admits that if there is not Zhao Minitz, I am afraid that the marching ant company will not be able to have the size of today. Zhao Minitz's sharp eyes and means only allowed the marching ants to expand so rapidly. A very good idea, according to what you said. How much is the budget? Chen Mo said. The budget is 15 billion on the island. In addition to the holographic theme playground, there are other rides, building a bridge to the island. 15 billion? Enough to do well. Zhao Minitz took the plan from Langxi and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked through the plan, the playground project, planning and inspection, and made a detailed assessment. As long as the application for reclamation approval was submitted, the project could be started immediately. There is an official relationship between Chen Mo and Manhai City. It is not difficult to reclamate the sea. This is obviously ready, and Zhao Minitz found Chen Mo, which is already in the final stage. After carefully reading it, Chen Mo picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. Follow your thoughts, let go and do it. Blue Creek, you must first arrange the next job. Zhao Minitz handed the documents in his hand to Langxi. After Langxi left, Zhao Minitz spoke again. The news of successful nuclear fusion, when will it be announced? Look at the situation. At least 2 months. The official asked me to prepare for 2 months. The technology is a little scary, has jumped, and has been rushed to announce it. Causing economic turmoil will not be too good. Chen Mo said. It is true that it is like a normal temperature superconducting material. No one would have thought that you would resolve the problems that plagued the global physicists within a year. If they were known, they would be vomiting blood, said. Nuclear fusion technology is not the technology that should be present now, at least not within 10 years, it is now appearing in advance, like holographic technology. This is not what we should worry about, we are responsible for making money. Chen Mo smiled. The controlled nuclear fusion project has been successful. What technology are you going to develop next? Zhao Minitz understands Chen Mo. A technical success means the beginning of the next technology, which has always been the case. She is curious as to what structure Chen Mo's brain is. First take a break, otherwise I will be caught and sliced. Zhao Minitz did not care. You should be sliced now. Chen Mo shrugged and controlled nuclear fusion. He did not enter the technology library to receive technology. One is to spend some time with the small fishing. After all, the small fishing is pregnant. Technology apprentice stage. There are 4 areas: medicine, ecology, machinery and military. During the study of controlled nuclear fusion technology, he has laid the foundations of the 4 laboratories. All the instruments are ready in advance, and it is not too difficult to study any of them. Next, he wants to go abroad and the Nobel Prize is awarded soon. If you don't study it, what are you going to do? Nobel Prize. When Chen Mo's words came out, Zhao Minitz immediately became clear. Now, not far from the date of the Nobel Prize, Chen Mo is also ready to leave. Be careful when you go out. Zhao Minwei. Chen Mo is no better than her, she can run around the world. But Chen Mo does not work. She has known that Chen Mo's attack has been more than 3 times. The last time was the most dangerous. Every time it came from outside China. In the country, they are all scared and go abroad. But other people's sights are not careful. It is not a joke. It is not new news that scientists have been kidnapped for assassination. No way. As the first Chinese scientist in the physics discipline, I am also a representative figure. This is to make up for a shortcoming, Chen Mo said quietly. When he was an angry youth, he also did not have the Nobel Prize in Physics for Huaxia. There are many things to understand now. I also know that the Nobel Prize is only a tool under the influence of politics. In addition to getting a technology library, the pursuit is not so strong. But now that there is, go out to collect, but my own young wish, but also the wish of the domestic physics community. Zhao minutes left. Chen Mo also set his sights on the holographic map of the holographic office desk. Holographic map of Marina Square, Yai's meaning, please help him to give planning advice. The holographic projectors of the Holy City project are all supplied by the Marching Ant Company, and it is conceivable how much money to earn. Since the Bnai City official wanted to hear his opinion, he did not refuse. Inc. What do you think of the planning of Marina Square? Chen Mo said. How high is the holographic projection? The Ink girl fell by his side, his eyes wide open and very cute. After a long period of machine learning, Chen Mo's teaching, now her intelligence is no different from normal people, but only the human-specific feelings are lost. 70 meters above the square. Chen Mo said a little. This height has 20 floors and is enough for the Marina Square. This requires 3 large holographic projection linkage projections to create a large enough image. The best way is to build 2 rows of large columns on both sides of the square and mount the projector on the column to achieve this effect. After the Ink girl finished, she floated a pillar on the holographic map of the Marina Square, standing on both sides of the central square of the marina, and connected in a row, such as standing soldiers, and then holographic projectors arranged on the pillars. The holographic projection of the pillars is completed, and the holographic map of the Marina Square is over, showing the scene of the fairy dancing, colorful. The Ink female projection also appears in the holographic map, which is nearly 70 meters according to the proportion of the square. This effect is okay. Chen Mo nodded and pointed to the buildings and office buildings on both sides of the square. On the top of the building on both sides, there are also 2 holographic projectors. On the side of the flower beds in the Marina Square, some medium-sized holographic projectors are installed. According to Chen Mo's description, the Ink girl began to place a holographic projector in the best position in Marina Square. In the coastal area of Bnai Square, build a building similar to the Yangqing Tower. It does not need more than 400 meters, 300 meters. The holographic projector is placed on the building wall, and the image of beach fishing girl is projected to cover the whole building. Chen Mo points to the position on the beach. A small version of the building stands in the sea, followed by the coastal fisherwoman of the coastal city, covering the entire building. It feels like a woman from a high-rise building, instantly turned into a daughter of the sea, gentle and moving. The dress is flying with the sea breeze, overlooking the entire coastal city. Together with the fairyland flying over the Marina Square, there are also clusters of holographic projections on the ground. Now it's just in the simulation. If it happens, the projection of a few hundred meters will definitely be very shocking. At that time, the sky over the Marina Square will definitely cause a huge sensation. There is only one family in the world, and there is no semicolon. There will be countless tourists coming to visit, and Bnai will become the most famous tourist city in the world. The landscape here can be made according to the model of holographic projection, which can be different every day. Chapter 434. News and Departures. The latest news from Xinhua.com. To accelerate the implementation of carbon emission plans, address climate change and build an environment-friendly society. The state has issued a document notice to increase the intensity of the coal reduction plan. In the next 10 years, we will gradually reduce the output of coal and vigorously promote clean energy. According to the Global Times, the capital has launched a coal reduction plan and will gradually replace nuclear power with nuclear power to achieve its commitment to reduce carbon emissions in the climate conference. The sudden news of the Huaxia official attracted a lot of attention. Not only is the one-size-fits-all coal reduction plan, but also the nuclear power construction is strongly advocated when the coal reduction plan is announced. It is obvious that nuclear power plants are gradually replacing traditional thermal power generation and traditional energy sources. This resolute thickening coal attitude has been around for a while, but there has never been such a resolute, large-scale plan. This situation has left many people unclear. As a result, the price of coal has fluctuated in the global trade. Everyone is wondering why the Chinese official suddenly made such a bold plan. At present, China's thermal power generation is still the main source of electrical energy. It is planned to reduce thermal power generation across the board in just 10 years, saying that in order to achieve the promise of reducing carbon emissions, slow down the pace of development for this kind of thing. And there are not many people who believe it. This is the case. The more strange the outside world. All walks of life have to doubt whether China has the ability to solve the problem of reducing the power supply after coal production. In China's plan, it is impossible to really affect its own development for a carbon emission. And another problem faced: vigorously promote nuclear power plants to replace thermal power generation. And the nuclear waste of nuclear fission power stations is absolutely enough to cause headaches in China, and the construction of nuclear power plants in large quantities must also consider safety factors. At this stage, can nuclear power completely replace thermal power generation? The topic has become a topic of discussion in various circles of the society. The various think tanks around the world also evaluated Huaxia's decision. The final conclusions are all confused. It can only be guessed that Huaxia has made mistakes in decision-making and misjudged the development speed of clean energy. The official has acted. Seeing the news, Chen Mo immediately understood that in response to the news that he announced the successful nuclear fusion 2 months later, the official has begun to take precautions. After preventing him from announcing the success of controlled nuclear fusion, it caused a huge market crisis. Now, a big signal is released to the outside world. Huaxia will slowly put aside the thermal power generation. The coal market is no longer a darling, so that people engaged in the coal industry are prepared. Then in the past 2 months, gradually arrange the employment of the relevant personnel, so as to avoid the sudden emergence of a large number of unemployed people. It is better to have 2 12-level typhoons coming one after another than to be attacked by a 17-level typhoon. At least the damage and loss are not so terrible, and there is buffer space in the middle. After paying a little attention to the news, Chen Mo looked at the table. Xiao Yu is by his side, and his mother is there. Have breakfast. When you go there, pay attention to your body. The weather is already cold. I packed my clothes and I am in the trunk. Xiao Yu sat next to Chen Mo and put the peeled eggs on his plate. Good. Chen Mo nodded and picked up the eggs to eat. You raise your baby at home, come back and bring you a present. Reassured, there is a mother, you can do your thing. Chen mother also opened. Now that her daughter-in-law is pregnant, Chen Mo is busy with work. She and her mother and son, taking turns to change once in a month or 2, come over to take care of the small fishing, and do not have to fish back to their homes with a small fish. For this daughter-in-law, Chen Mu is very fond of it. After breakfast, Chen Mo went to the airport. After 2 days, it is the day of the Nobel Prize, and he is leaving now. Just arrived at the VIP lounge of the airport, Li Chengzi took 4 people into the waiting room to see the temperament, which is definitely a person who is capable. Li Chengzi looked at the 4 players standing in a row and handed the basic information in his hand to Chen Mo. Chen Mo simply browsed through the information, and the identity of the four people was unacceptable. The retired members of the Central and South China Sea Security Guards, in ancient times, were all former guards. 2 men and 2 women. The man cut his head and looked very capable. The 2 women are also dressed in professional dresses, one with short hair and a light makeup, one with a high ponytail and black-rimmed glasses. The 2 have no difference with the urban senior white-collar workers. They usually look at the past and will definitely be personnel. A pretty secretary. The people who sent you are coming. They are the players who are preparing to retire. This trip is their last mission, serving as your bodyguard. Your treatment is almost the same as that of the important heads. Li Chengzi finished, turned his head and looked 4 people. Come here, introduce yourself. Yes, the 4 men said in unison. Zihe, codenamed Furong. You can call me Furong in the future. Standing on the far side, with a high ponytail, wearing a formal dress of fire, Hibiscus took the lead. When she entered the reception room, she was looking at Chen Mo, not only her, but also believed that the other 3 were secretly looking at Chen Mo. Before coming, Li Chengzi showed Chen Mo's information to them. He knew that the person in front of him was the founder of the Marching Ant Company, and Chen Mo, who is famous all over the world. Age is smaller than them, but it affects the speed of world scientific and technological progress, and it is incredible. What makes her feel incredible is that the Black Eagle and Wang Hai around Chen Mo have made her invisible. Mr. Chen, my name is Yuan Ping Shan, codenamed Shan. A body of nearly 2 meters, standing out, muscles, and Anan have a fight. The shape and the code name of Chan are indeed somewhat consistent. My name is Liu Yu, said the woman with short hair and light makeup. Zong. The thinnest man opened his mouth. Swedish trip. They are 4 of your bodyguards. Furong and Liu Yu serve as your private secretary and assistant, Alai and Chan as peripheral security personnel. Li Chengzi said. Now Chen Mo cannot tolerate any mistakes. Nuclear fusion technology has just succeeded. Chen Mo is an artificial intelligence expert, robot expert, material expert, and physicist, proficient in various fields of technology. If Chen Mo is an official R&D officer, he will definitely be restricted from leaving the country and be protected as a national treasure, but he is not, and his actions are not subject to official restrictions. The Nobel Prize, Chen Mo, as the first Chinese physicist to attend the award, is related to the honor of China, so he sent people to protect, and the 4 are about to retire. After retiring, are you interested in coming to work for my company? Chen Mo looked at 4 people. The annual salary is 3 million, and various benefits are needed. Chen Mo directly recruited, in the expectation of Li Chengzi, sent them over, is to send talent to Chen Mo. Yes, the 4 nodded. Let them protect Chen Mo, before, have asked similar questions. When Chen Mo said it, they did not hesitate to agree. This condition is much stronger than they are looking for other jobs. The 4 were arranged, and Chen Mo took out the holographic mobile phone and played the game leisurely until the plane noticed the takeoff before leaving the waiting room. Chapter 435, Like a Penguin. Sweden, a senior hotel room, 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The atmosphere is very dull. Everyone is doing their own thing. 2 women sitting opposite each other, a white turtleneck sweater, holding a magazine, quiet like a white lotus in the snow, giving a feeling of coldness. Another woman wearing a deep V-black dress, a large piece of snow white exposed to the air, red lips with red wine. It's sexy, with the charm of the night. Invisible. The 2 have a sense of tit for tat. The other 3 are doing their own thing. A group of Hu Hanzi, holding a home on the ruins in his hand, concentrated on watching, no expression. The other 2 stood in the window to see the scenery, a strong and thin, contrasting. No one is talking, it seems to be waiting for something. When do you say that our hometown will have such peace? The lean man standing in the window watching the scenery opened his mouth and broke the dull atmosphere. As soon as the sound fell, there was a movement in the quiet room. The 4 turned their heads and glanced at the lean man, and continued to do his own thing without any problems. Hu Hanzi put down the book, thinking about it. a little serious. When death comes, the answer made the atmosphere in the room boring again. It's better to talk about things that don't make sense. Who is our goal this time? The Windows brawny took a cigar opening. It should be the Chinese person, said the lean man. Intuition tells me that it is not the Chinese. The woman in the high-necked white sweater put down the magazine, faintly said. As soon as she spoke, everyone else stopped because Beatty's intuition was always accurate. But this action is not the Chinese, but who else? Let the organization risk being discovered. Send them here. I bet you, that Chinese, said the girl in the black dress. What are you gambling? Beatty said seriously. Whoever loses, whoever comes first, said the girl. How many times have you lost? The pinks have turned purple, Beatty said quietly. Good. On the field, the three men's face muscles twitched, the eyelids jumped straight, did not dare to have expressions, pretended not to hear, the smoking of smoking, the reading of books. The invisible confrontation of the two people reappeared. It didn't take long for the door to sound. For a moment, all five people looked at the door. The body was stretched, and the atmosphere in the room was so cold that it was suffocating. Hey! The door opened and a man in a blue striped suit entered, and the suffocating atmosphere in the room disappeared. Lyric seemed to look around for a week without a problem, confirming that everyone was there. And Leroy took 5 copies of the information from the briefcase and threw it on the table. This is the goal of this action. Lyric's hoarse voice, like a foam rubbing against a rough wall, makes people hear goosebumps. 5 people have long been used to Lyric's hoarse and low voice, picking up the information, and his eyes flashed a little surprised. It's not the identity of the target, but the surprise goal is different from what they think. Is this old man? Why isn't that Chinese? Aisha licked her red lips and sat down in her body. The deep v-neck black dress, with her body twisting, the white spring looming, some unwilling. The 3 men's faces were pumped and carefully read the information. Next to Beatty, the cold face is also rare to reveal a meaningful smile. Would you like to take the Huaxia people back? He is very good. The organization definitely likes it. The lean man put down the information in his hand. Oh, Lyric laughed strangely. If he didn't look at his expression, he didn't know that he was laughing. Lyric's laughter made the 5 people sigh and didn't dare to talk. Past experience tells them that every time the hare makes this laugh, it will be terrible. If you anger his brow, the end will be very miserable. The Chinese person, we can't catch it if we want to catch it. Don't be smart, make extra budgets, delay the organization of the plan, hee hee. The consequences you know. The 5 immediately shut up and stopped talking about it. Seeing a few people interested, Lyric did not say more, entered the theme. Now start to arrange the task. Who will you first? Lyric asked between Aisha and Beatty. Beatty's mouth showed a smile. It's still her. Chen Mo stood in the hotel window with a glass of water, overlooking the city of Stockholm. As early as yesterday, they have arrived. European cities don't have too many high-rise buildings to maintain a retro look. This is the first time Chen Mo went abroad. He didn't feel too good, and he didn't have a bad impression. However, compared with the domestic cities, there is less modern urbanization, and the pace of life is much slower. There are no people who are in a hurry. Next to him is Jiang Xingxin, and the only one who came to accept the prize with Chen Mo. Parents don't understand English, don't join in the fun. They don't come over. Xiaoyu is pregnant and inconvenient, so Jiang Xingxin is the most suitable person to accompany Chen Mo. At this time, Jiang Xingxin, wearing a blue dress, looks very lively, with a little bit of everyone's breath. Not long after, Lanxi took a dress and entered the room. Zihian Liuoyu in the room gave her a look, gently nodded and continued to stand on the side. These 2 people are strange faces to Lanxi and have not seen them before. But Chen Mo said that Zihian Liuoyu are his temporary secretary and life assistant, assisting her and responsible for some of the work around Chen Mo. Being as clever as she is, and immediately understanding the identity of the 2, there is no more words. In the memory of Lanxi, this is the first time Chen Mo went abroad. Usually, Chen Mo's vacation is also in the country. I have never heard of the country where he went abroad. Even the most important weddings are held in China. Boss, your dress. It is good. Chen Mo turned back and put down the water cup and took the dress from Lang Xi into the bedroom. As early as yesterday, they have arrived and have a simple rehearsal. Every Nobel Prize winner can invite some friends and family to come and watch the ceremony. Parents do not understand English. Did not come over. Xiaoyu is pregnant, so Chen Mo will not let her run. Peace of mind to raise a baby at home, come alone. 5 minutes later, Chen Mokai came out of the bedroom and had already replaced the dress that Lang Xi had brought in. At the awards ceremony, the tradition of the Nordic tradition was maintained. The dress was a black tuxedo and a white bow tie, like an old aristocratic gentleman. Like a penguin? Chen Mo looked at his dress and asked. Hey. Jiang Xingxin made up his mind and couldn't help but smile. He said, you walk 2 steps with your hands, like a penguin. Even the serious Lang Xi, Wang Hai and others, glanced at Chen Mo, could not help but reveal a smile. Chen Mo often exercises fitness, and the body develops through potential. The body is very well proportioned and the lines are very natural. Wearing a tuxedo suit does have a gentleman's temperament. But now Chen Mo said that the appearance of a penguin in the minds of several people, and then compare, it looks like. If it is a slightly fat person wearing this dress, then the picture. A few people can't imagine it. The ceremony began at 4:30 p.m. At the ceremony, there were 1,320 people from aristocrats, celebrities and politicians from all walks of life. The ceremony lasted about 1.5 hours, and the dinner was about 4.5 hours. During the dinner, you have to address, so the boss remember to bring the lectures. Seeing that Chen Mo is ready, Lang Xi will tell Chen Mo a schedule to avoid any omissions. After all, this is a big occasion. The image of Chen Mo at the ceremony is the image of China and the image of the Army Ant Company. When a few people joked in the room, the person responsible for picking up Chen Mo came to inform, Mr. Chen Mo, the ceremony is about to begin, we are going to the ceremony now. Chapter 436, Chen Mo Nu Bai Hei. Everyone, welcome to the Xiaoman live room. Smaller and good makeup, enter the live room, and began to greet the audience. After she graduated, Chen Mo gave her entrepreneurial funds. She also formed a team through some network of contacts. Then, she quietly created a webcast company called the Wildfish Platform, using the name of her and her sister Xiao. The platform has just been created, and the Hero Holographic Super League is also preparing for preparation. It has not really started to publicize and is waiting for a suitable opportunity. With the name of the investment company of the Army Ant Company, the Barbarian platform has gained a lot of popularity at the beginning. The company signed several famous game anchors and NetRed, as well as 2 newly retired Hero Game Pros. The effect is good. The platform's traffic, through advertising. There are several main and network red traffic, as well as inviting some star guest live broadcast, and now the platform has tens of millions of users. Not too much, but for a startup, this is a good start. And Xiaoman is idol, and he is also a female anchor, playing live games with holographic projectors. The game anchors of the entire platform use holographic projectors to play games. Now Xiaoman can only count as a NetRed, but occasionally invites famous professional game players and her live play games. And now there are hundreds of thousands of fans. The outside world, I do not know that Xiaoman is the boss of the Wildfish platform. Xiaoman's makeup masks the original face, and the fans can't see that she and Xiaoyu's face are too similar. Occasionally fans say that she and Xiaoyu are also half joking. Tonight, we don't play games. Watch the Nobel Prize Awards ceremony live. Xiaoman turned on the computer and imported the live broadcast of the news into the live room. Originally, I wanted to attend the ceremony with Chen Mo, but my sister was pregnant and inconvenient. Her sister, who is too similar to Xiaoyu, is inconvenient in the past. Otherwise it will be awkward to be misunderstood by the media and others. Only Jiang Xingxin accompanied Chen Mo in the past. Otherwise, with her character, with the past to participate in the ceremony, The dinner dishes will be sent to the network to blow the balls. Forced, make some news, and bring exposure and fans to their platform. She will definitely do this. After all, good advertising resources, no waste. Unfortunately, my sister is not gone, she can only be at home. It's quite pretty. You are so concerned about Chen Mo. Is it related to him? Many, do you think that you and Chen Mo's wife look a bit like? So I want to marry Chen Mo. The real Hammer, quite a crush on Chen Mo. It's quite pretty. You admit that you have a crush on Chen Mo. I will reward you with 10 rockets. The live broadcast of the ceremony was released, and the live broadcast room appeared. All kinds of barrage appeared. I couldn't see it. You have to think about it. Chen Mo is the first local scientist in China to win the Nobel Prize. He is the most admired person, the biggest, the idol. Such an important moment must not be missed. The award ceremony has already begun, and the annual Nobel Prize award ceremony has attracted the attention of the world. This year's Nobel Prize ceremony, as always, attracts global attention, and the pictures of the on-site ceremony are broadcasted throughout the world through the live broadcast of various news platforms, especially China. This is the first local scientist to win the Nobel Prize, which is of great significance. Many people are paying attention to this news. On the hot search list, there was a hot search news about Chen Mo's participation in the ceremony. Chen Mo came down from the pickup car and saw other vehicles appear. These cars are all the winners of this award. There are 9 people. The physics award is Chen Mo, 3 chemistry awards, 2 medical awards, 2 economics awards, and 1 literary award. 9 people greeted each other and headed to Chen Mo, led by the concierge, and entered the Stockholm City Hall. This ceremony, from the beginning, is accurate to the minute. When the group arrived at the concert hall, all the guests on the scene stood up and their eyes were on them. The most conspicuous one is Chen Mo. Other winners are old scholars in their 70s and 80s, old scientists, with white hair. Only Chen Mo is a 20-year-old, too young, and he received the most important physics award. Very young. Too young. A little handsome, very gentlemanly. This is the Chen Mo of China. It's so handsome. There are no girls in the scene, and their eyes are on the front of Chen Mo, and their eyes are shining. No matter how ignorant, Chen Mo's name has been heard. But it's the first time to see a real person at such a close distance. Young, handsome, capable, and has a money status. This kind of man is a woman who likes it. If it is not a ceremony, it is estimated that many women will go straight to talk. Some young female guests have already waited for the dinner after the dinner. Out. Finally came out. In front of the TV, the computers in the dormitory of each university are already at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. But there are still countless people watching the computer. Seeing that Chen Mo entered the ceremony, everyone was very excited. This is the first Chinese scientist to win the Nobel Prize in Physics, the most important and most significant award. To make up for the shortcomings of too many people, a sense of pride arises spontaneously. For decades, China has suffered too many difficulties and obstacles, and the wind and the rain have swayed. Although it is only an award, on behalf of China in the scientific and technological world, the achievements in the field of physics cannot be underestimated. When the chairman of the Nobel Foundation introduced the origins and significance of the Nobel Prize, Ipps, chairman of the Royal Academy of Physics, who was responsible for the Physics Award, also came on stage. Respected Queen, Your Majesty, Royal Family, Nobel Prize winners, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to stand here and introduce this year as the winner of the Physics Award and his achievements. In ancient times, humans defeated the cold of nature through animal skins and flames, sharp stone tools, and ironware to create a living environment for human beings in the cruel nature. Water conservancy projects. Let us overcome the horrible floods. Meteorological satellites. Let us predict the arrival of the hurricane. From Newton's 3 laws, to Einstein's theory of relativity, to quantum mechanics. Throughout the history of the development of human civilization, it is the history of the development of human and physical civilization, and the history of human resistance against the use of physical theory and nature. It is human beings who constantly master the laws of physics and let us constantly overcome the layers of disaster in nature. Ipps spoke and introduced the significance of Chen Mo's research results. But there are still many challenges ahead of us. The earthquake and tsunami made human beings aware of the horror of nature. This year's Nobel Prize winner used his geomagnetic anomaly detection theory to invent the seismograph. Seismographs successfully predict the occurrence of earthquakes before the earthquake. This is another great progress for us to understand nature and understand the Earth. The emergence of geomagnetic anomaly detection theory has brought a new theoretical foundation for geomagnetics and seismology, and also brought a new theoretical foundation for geophysics. The emergence of seismographs has saved the lives and property of countless people in the past 2 years. This is a very great invention in the development of the natural sciences. It is more practical than any other invention in the past, and it is another milestone in physical overcoming the difficulties of nature. Everyone on the field listened and his eyes were on Chen Mo. Chen Mo still kept calm and listened carefully, but the old scientist next to him was not very good. He had already slept in listening to long speeches and music. The introduction about Chen Mo soon ended. Professor Chen Mo. Epps turned to Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood up. Because of your extraordinary contribution in the field of geomagnetic anomalies and space microphysical field detection, we have awarded you this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. Today, on behalf of the Royal Academy of Sciences, I am very honored to present you with an award. I hope that you will step forward. By the King, you will issue your medal. Through the live broadcast, when Chen Mo received the medal from the King of Sweden, the whole China was boiled. Chen Mo. At this moment, Chen Mo finally broke the history. No regrets. Who dares to say that China is backward? Chen Mo is our pride. Chen Mo Nu. Forced. Chen Mo NB. Chen Mo NB. Chen Mo Nu. Forced. Numerous college dorms, even in the middle of the night, are still echoing in the dormitory building. Exciting. Baby, that is your father. You will be as good as dad in the future. In the villa, Xiao Yu sat in front of the TV, stroking the raised belly, with great joy and pride in his voice. Next to Chen's father Chen, and Zhen Zhen and others, they all showed a happy smile on their faces. At this moment, Huixia is proud of you. Zhao Minitz was sitting on the sofa in a nightdress, carrying red wine, watching Chen Mo enter the ceremony, with a hint of pride in his smile. The employees of the Marching Ant Company, Manhai City, Chen Mo's hometown of Huiqing, and even the whole of China, are proud of one person. This moment, the world's attention. Chapter 437. Dinner. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Chen Mo. Me too, Princess Sivli. Congratulations to Mr. Chen Mo for his award. Thank you. Zai Wei Ali used a less standard Chinese. Chen Mo used a less standard English. A short exchange. The two tacit, and smiled. At this time, the Sivli head with a gemstone crown, wearing a purple dress, with the noble temperament of the royal family, blonde, red and white skin, is a typical Nordic beauty, dressed up, always makes people can't help but take a look. More than an hour of awards ceremony has ended, and now everyone has arrived at the city hall. At this time, the Golden Hall. The king and special guests are here to meet and interact with their partners. Mr. Chen Mo, I have always been very curious about you in China, but unfortunately have no chance to pass. Zai Wei Ali said, there will be opportunities. We have a lot of beautiful places in China. We welcome you to play in the past. Chen Mo said in a less fluent spoken English. I have the opportunity to visit the headquarters of your company. I heard that it is the most technologically advanced place in the world. There are many fun technologies. Your company's holographic mobile phone is my favorite mobile phone. It is incredible. I have seen your wedding video, too beautiful, like a fairy tale. I hope that there will be such a wedding in the future, and I am very happy. Unfortunately, I didn't know you at the beginning and I couldn't participate. After the initial understanding of the beginning, Zai Wei Ali, like a little girl who saw idols, began to communicate with Chen Mo, Can your wife's wedding dress be customized? When I get married, I want to wear such a beautiful wedding dress. After the video of Chen Mo's wedding came out, the wedding became a wedding that countless women dreamed of, but only Chen Mo was the only one who could hold that kind of wedding. Now the protagonist is here. She doesn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. For the time being, I can't customize it. It was made by the materials and techniques I studied. It may be in the future, but it depends on the situation. Chen Mo showed a polite smile. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Zhai Weili had a small disappointment in his eyes, but he quickly slowed down. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the melodious organ sounded. 2 student volunteers took the national flag downstairs, and the Swedish king and queen also carried one of the opposite slowly downstairs. Zhai Weili reached out and gently held Chen Mo's arm, followed by the stairs. At the dinner party, some reporters saw Chen Mo and Princess Zhai Weili appear together and began to take photos. Sylvie is the youngest princess and the king's favorite princess. Did she attend a ceremony and she became a heterosexual partner of Chen Mo, the young Nobel laureate, the youngest princess, and 2 people with their own traffic stood together and instantly attracted the attention of many people on the field. The lens of many photographers is facing Chen Mo, because the scene is the most dazzling is Chen Mo and the Princess of Sylvie. The blue hall is not blue, not too big, the dinner scene of more than 1,000 people. The dense long table. In the hall, the long tables are mixed, and the long main table runs through the hall. Every arrangement here is subject to the most rigorous screening, and each set of cutlery is worth a lot of money, known as the most crowded luxury dinner. Everyone enters their own seats, and they all sit in their own positions, communicate with the people around them, or sit quietly. The banquet scene was too crowded and there was no room for free movement. All kinds of women's dresses are arguing and glamorous, and the blue hall is filled with the smell of candlelight, flowers and perfume. Intimate, extravagant, luxurious. This is also the most attractive social dinner. Those who come to the scene are not rich and expensive, they are celebrities, they can make more friends, and for the upper class, there is more people and roads. Dinner, 3 exquisite dishes, starters, main dishes and desserts, not much, ate for 3 hours, during which I saw a lot of performances. Mr. Chen Mo, how is the dish? Asked Princess Xivli. After a few hours of communication, the 2 were familiar with each other and did not start to be so unfamiliar. Do you want to hear the truth? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Of course you have to listen to the truth. Not enough. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Zhai Weili gave a slight glimpse and smiled. She did not expect that Chen Mo will give such an answer, but it is really very image. High-class dining is very paying attention to the image. The most high-end banquet is not about eating much, but about making friends. The dining is mainly exquisite and high-end. Chen Mo's speech is very polite, and occasionally it's not very particular about the form. It's very interesting and it makes her feel very strange. The next time you come to the stage to give a speech, Zhai Weili said, then it will be lost first. The dinner was coming to an end. When he heard the host's words, Chen Mo nodded slightly and stood up from the position and slowly walked onto the stage. More than 1,300 pairs of eyes were on him, and all the media on the scene were also focused on him. Everyone's eyes are different in mood, mixed with curiosity, envy, jealousy, surprise and even other emotions. There is a lot of news today, which is the object of attention of others, but the most eye-catching is Chen Mo, which is almost the protagonist. Young is too much, and it is also a rare Chinese on this podium. Young, steady, and generous. Almost everyone knows that the man in front of you is extraordinary. Chen Mo has seen a lot of people's attention, and now he looks as usual. Respected kings, queens and royal members, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored that I can stand on this stage. Chen Mo spoke, and there was a commotion in the scene. Chen Mo used Chinese, and most people on the field could not understand Chinese, which made them somewhat confused. After all, the conventional tradition, most people use English, The number of times Chinese appears on this stage, there are only a handful. However, after a brief commotion, everyone was quiet, because there were simultaneous translations, and everyone was settled a lot. When I knew that I was the winner of this year's winner, I was doing experiments in the lab. I was a little surprised to hear this news, because I didn't think that publishing the paper would have the present results and influence. I published that paper, which I have thought through. But at the beginning of the publication, I suffered from the rejection of many scientific journals, and I also encountered embarrassment and ridicule. The resistance, it appears, is much larger than I thought. Even after the storm, the flower of truth can be bloomed under the rainbow. But it is also possible that the flower of truth will be concealed under the mudslide after the storm, never seeing the sky. I am relatively lucky. Now is the 21st century. The world is given tolerance for the unknown basic science. So weak. This is not progress. At the beginning of quantum mechanics, Schrödinger questioned the theory of quantum mechanics and even did not hesitate to do a thought experiment, hoping to overthrow the foundation of quantum mechanics. However, the erroneous cat experiment has become the most classic thought experiment of quantum mechanics. In the physical universe, human beings are still in the exploratory stage, and there are too many unknowns waiting for us to discover. I hope that the society will give basic science in the unknown field more tolerance and understanding. The unknown basic science field can be questioned, but it is not a mockery and a veto that has not been proved by experiments. There is no experiment to veto a theory, and it does not help scientific research. It is a persecution. Chapter 438, Dulowitz. After the dinner, Chen Mo's speech at the Nobel dinner was spread throughout the world through various news, which provoked intense discussions among netizens around the world. When Chen Mo published a paper on the feasibility of earthquake warning, many experts at home and abroad taunted Chen Mo. Today, the video of expert taunts is once again turned out and appears in various forums. For a time, countless people began to argue. Many people know that Chen Mo published the paper, and the paper on the theory of earthquake predictability is Chen Mo's first published paper, the only paper, and the most ridiculous paper. After the seismograph came out, everyone taunted it. Now, the theory that has been ridiculed by countless people has made Chen Mo on the stage of Nobel. He has to say that what happened is too dramatic and too ridiculous. The people who had ridiculed Chen Mo at the beginning were all beaten, and they were the most embarrassed face. There used to be a video, and the experts who jumped out to ridicule Chen Mo, whether domestic or foreign, were collectively banned at this time and dared not make any further statements. And those who are hiding in the dark corners will automatically forget what they have done, and then remain silent. Those who continue to support Chen Mo as always, are full of joy. Now is the time to raise their eyes. When Chen Mo was on the podium, that moment was the glory of China. Many researchers feel a pity, because since the paper, Chen Mo has done a lot of research, but no longer publishes any academic papers. One has to wonder if this is because of the impact of the taunting incident. It is a pity that the research papers of Chen Mo can no longer be seen. The money is going to buy my research? It is impossible. You are robbing this corporation? What conditions? Roll. Dollars slammed his mobile phone on the sofa and his face was red, apparently mad. After thinking about it for a long time, I checked some rooms a little. Dolviz took off the necklace that I carried with me, and took out a memory card with a fingernail size from the dark compartment of the pendant and inserted it into the card reader. When he saw the complete information on the notebook screen, Dorovitz took a sigh of relief and blackened his face to collect the memory card. This is the hard work of his life. The research is close to success. Those capital hooligans want to exchange his lowest price for his achievements. This is intolerable. After collecting the computer and the necklace, Dorovitz calmed his anger and went to the mirror to arrange his clothes and leave the room. Remember to follow the plan, don't act rashly before there is an order. In the car, Lyric's strange voice made people shudder. Understand. Several people nodded. After succeeding, use the fastest speed to send people to designated places, then leave. Try not to expose their identities, and complete the task with the fastest speed. Finally, once, in addition to the target, don't provoke other troubles, otherwise the mission will fail. You all know the consequences. Several people understood the meaning of Lyric, and he did not hesitate to agree. They looked very serious because they knew the importance of the task. For jihad, to win. The 6 made a pious gesture, with enthusiasm in their eyes, solemn and firm voice. Arrange everything, and Lyric got off and walked into the Swedish Academy. 10 minutes later, the AISA came down from another car and entered the Swedish Academy. Today, there is a small forum that invited the Nobel laureate to come to the lecture, so there are many experts and scholars present, there are many social names, many people, and many media reporters. In some sense, similar forums are a good communication platform. After the security check, Aisha entered the forum meeting, took the forum materials handed over by the etiquette students, looked around and walked to a position in the front row. Swedish Academy. Under the guidance of Leek, Chen Mo entered reception hall, where he was the director of the organization department of the Swedish Academy. Today, Chen Mo was invited to come to the college for a speech. He did not refuse, and he readily came. In the reception room, the head of the Swedish Academy, S. Li Yang, was among them. He was communicating with other guests present. Seeing Chen Mo-jin coming in, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Professor Chen Mo, I am very honored that you can take time. Chen Mo understood the meaning of Si Li Yang and smiled and nodded. His arrival immediately became the most eye-catching figure in the hall. Although Chen Mo is not the youngest physics winner, but also the second youngest winner, the first Chinese scientist to win the Nobel Prize in Physics, the most advanced technology company, a variety of inventions, are epoch-making advanced technology. It can be said that the name of the next giant is not Chen Mo. You, Professor Chen Mo, I don't need to introduce you to you. Our rising star in the scientific world, the most powerful person of the next generation of giants, is also one of the keynote speakers of our forum today. S. Li Yang led Chen Mo and introduced it to everyone. In fact, he did not need to introduce him. People in the reception hall knew Chen Mo, but Chen Mo did not know them. Seeing Chen Mo coming in, everyone on the field came to say hello. Sitting on the sofa, frowning and thinking of Dorowitz, seeing Chen Mo come in, he also got up and looked at him. Dolly Weitz, a Canadian who borrows an Austrian, is in his 60s. At this time, he wears a suit and is full of energy. His face looks younger than his actual age, but his hair is half white. Dolly Weitz is the recipient of this medical award. The result of the award is the discovery of the immune mechanism of some influenza viruses and infectious viruses. This theory can be applied to the research of infectious virus vaccines that are currently incurable. Dorowitz was also there, and Chen Mo had no surprises. Hello, Professor Dorowitz, I was too hasty yesterday. Congratulations on winning the prize. Chen Mo said in a less fluent spoken English, but the oral English is much better than yesterday. With his strong memory, his English vocabulary is no worse than anyone. The professional literature can be easily read, but because he rarely communicates in English, his oral English is not good. Yesterday, I had a long time of communication with Princess Xivli. With his ability to learn, I now have a good oral English. Thank you. Congratulations. Dorowitz nodded. Dr. Dorowitz, are you interested in doing research in our company? Our company can provide you with the most advanced medical laboratories and equipment, as well as sufficient research and development funds. Chen Mo said. In this case, there are too many experts and professors, and it can be said that the talents are the most densely populated areas. He will not let go of such a good opportunity to recruit talents. When Zhao Minitz participated in those international forums, he was able to make talents through such occasions and recruited into the company. Chen Mo also had the same kind of learning. Dorowitz is an authority on immunization and infectious diseases. He entered the Starfish company and is absolutely beneficial to the development of drugs. Sorry, I am afraid it will not work for the time being, Dolly said with some regrets. That's a pity. This is my business card. If the professor is willing to go to China for development in the future, our company will always welcome you. Chen Mo took out a business card from his wallet and handed it to Dorowitz. Okay. Dolly Weitze took the business card in the hands of Chen Mo, which made many people envious. Not everyone can get Chen Mo's business card. After the guest set, Chen Mo looked at other people on the field. Chapter 439, The Life of the Future City. In the forum of the Swedish Academy, there are more than 2,000 people in the forum, in addition to celebrities, business elites and experts, as well as outstanding students from the Swedish Academy. Everyone is looking forward to it, because there will be 2 Nobel Prize winners to speak at the forum. For ordinary people, their speeches are just speeches, but for the elite, their speeches may have a lot of high-end information about their respective fields. In particular, Chen Mo's speech, for the top public, Chen Mo's speech is a direction of technological development. The last time Chen Mo's lecture at his alma mater directly planned the blueprint for the future city. Soon, Banhai City announced plans for the holographic city project to bring a lot of benefits to Banhai. Many cities are envious of Banhai, but the headquarters of the marching ants are there, and others can only envy them. After all, they are close to the water. Now Chen Mo once again delivered a speech. If the elite can get a chance to get a star and a half, let their company prepare in advance. The income is definitely bigger than they think, and this kind of forum is a good communication occasion. The forum has already begun, and the head of the Swedish Academy, S. Li Young, on the stage to start the keynote speech. Everyone is quiet. Wang Hai stood in the corner on the side of the venue. His eyes glanced at the people in the audience, especially those around Chen Mo. In this position, he can see the entire venue, and it is not eye-catching. It is surrounded by staff and is not eye-catching. It is the best observation position. When he was in the army, he was a special scout, with the most acute observation and intuitiveness. As the captain of the bodyguard team around Chen Mo, he must always be vigilant, especially in a strange environment. The last time he left Chen Mo in danger in Banhai was his most shameful thing, so he secretly vowed that he would not let Chen Mo fall into a second similar danger. Like this kind of forum, there are mixed resources and high requirements for security. Fortunately, the elites gathered in the land, there are strict security and security measures. It is almost impossible to bring guns into the market, so that they are less responsible for security, but still need to pay attention. Chen Mo is on the guest seat in the left corner of the first row. Shan and Zongl, one person in the middle of the third row of the walkway, one person in the third row behind Chen Mo, separated by one person. That position allows the two to react in the shortest time. Once there is a situation, they can rush out the first time to protect Chen Mo from leaving. The Hawkeye is responsible for the emergency of the vehicle, and Zhu He is next to Chen Mo. Liu Oyu is in the background. All of them are first-class players. Not to mention the Zhu 4. The bodyguards who have retired from the guards group have also used the potential pharmacy to strengthen the body. They are definitely the top bodyguard team. With such strict security, they have absolute confidence to protect Chen Mo's safety. And as long as it is not with the determination to die, no one chooses this kind of environment. Wang Hai's eyes continued to patrol the crowd. Today's keynote speakers are mainly two, namely the medical award winner Delivis, and Chen Mo. Now that the forum has begun, S. Li Yang's opening is a speech by Delowitz. Chen Mo was arranged at the end and appeared as the finale. Suddenly, Wang Hai brows and wrinkles. During the inspection, he seems to be familiar with a trace. A glimpse of my heart. Wang Hai's eyes burst into the light and patrolled back and forth in the venue, hoping to lock in a familiar source. Shan, Ali, pay attention to it. Wang Hai said with his own headphones. As soon as this was said, Shan and Ali's body were shocked, their eyes were soaring, and they were sitting subconsciously. Chen Mo, who was standing next to Chen Mo, and the Black Hawk and Liu Oyu outside the forum, all of them spirited. What is the situation? Zongl whispered. For the time being, the intuition is a bit wrong. It seems that there is a trace of familiarity in the crowd. Wang Hai said softly, "I am looking for Shaw now." As soon as this was said, everyone was secretly distressed, and his eyes deliberately and unconsciously explored the seats and crowds around Chen Mo. Wang Hai is a reconnaissance soldier who has carried out special tasks. The soldiers who survived the bullets in the rain, especially the scouts, will be very accurate and observant. They are absolutely beyond ordinary people, and they all use the potential agents to strengthen the body. Wang Hai started from the people around Chen Mo, looking for the familiarity one by one. That kind of familiarity, not around Chen Mo, began to determine inroads among the people with vision. Duluitz's speech, plus the problems under the stage, took more than an hour to go through all the processes before they came down from the stage. In the introduction of the host, and the applause of the venue, Chen Mo also stepped onto the stage. "Ladies, gentlemen, and fellow students, everyone." Chen Mo stood in the center of the stage, and began a speech with a slight ritual. He used Chinese. He also had a simultaneous translation. He translated his words into the ears of everyone through the instant translation of the headphones. Too professional knowledge is not suitable for the current scene. The shallow chicken soup is also pale under the gorgeous language, and it has little effect. How to let the public listen to my words today? It is a bit of a harvest. It is my trouble. So I was very scared about the stage. After thinking for a long time, I decided to stir up the cold meal and talk about the future development of science and technology. When Chen Moi opened his mouth, he applauded and thundered. Everyone looked radiant and played a 12-point spirit. A few months ago, I was at my alma mater, depicting the blueprint for the future city. Of course, I can only say that it is just the future city of my personal fantasy, not the public. As a result, Manhai City immediately began planning for the city of the future, and their approach, the marching ant company, is very supportive. The official efficiency is very high and it is going well, but our theme today is not this. You may ask, what is the city of the future? What kind of life is living in a city of the future? I will talk about the future city in my heart. Future technology cannot be separated from a word. Intelligence. The city of the future is without a doubt an intelligent city. Artificial intelligence, for the long time in the future, is the most important R&D technology. Don't worry that artificial intelligence will destroy human beings. I have been forced out many times on various occasions. The probability of destroying human beings is several trillion times smaller than the probability of nuclear weapons destroying human beings. Of course, this is not the issue we are discussing. The question we are discussing is how can a city be smart? The house, the road and the people gather together, which is the city. This is the most basic structure of the city. People, by themselves, have wisdom, so build an intelligent city, starting with houses and roads. Auto-driving has become one of the scientific and technological battlefields of all parties. Together with the urban brain and the emergence of intelligent transportation, this is an important component of road intelligence. And then, the intelligentization of the house will also be a big trend. The concepts now owned, such as smart homes, smart appliances, and voice assistants, have essentially formed the prototype of a smart house. It's just that the language assistant's intelligence is different. This brain can't be unified. Let it grow. But it will soon be able to get rid of this situation. Let us imagine the life of the future city. From the company's work, artificial intelligence automatically scans the face and helps you punch cards, and from the moment you step out of the company's door, artificial intelligence controls the idle elevator and automatically arrives at your floor waiting. This can greatly reduce the time you wait for the elevator. Vehicles are unmanned, intelligent traffic, and the probability of traffic jams is minimized. Maybe you are on the way home. Don't drive. Quietly lie in the chair and rest for half an hour. And when you enter the gate of the community, the artificial intelligence of the building will automatically open the door of the building and control the idle elevator to land. When you get home, artificial intelligence face recognition automatically unlocks the door, turns on the lights, turns on the air conditioner, or computer TV. Even when you enter the house, the robot has already prepared you for boiling water. Eliminate the waste of wasted time. You can save an hour or more in a day. What can I do this hour? Everyone does not need me to explain. Exercise once, or have a quiet cup of coffee, read a book, watch 10 News. Chapter 440. Chen Mo said, Mr. Chen Mo, do you think it is too early to talk about the future city? It is a Western elite who stands up and asks questions. It is the management of a company. After Chen Mo's speech was over, the people in the audience below did not calm down. For many people, the smart city described by Chen Mo has a long way to go. Not early. Give you a time concept. In the next 5 years, if there is no accident, Manhai will be the prototype of a smart city. Chen Mo denied, shaking his head, and said, the Artificial Intelligence Unified Platform has emerged. Our company's Artificial Intelligence Plus platform is to build a smart core, urban brain, Artificial Intelligence Plus traffic, Artificial Intelligence Plus building, Artificial Intelligence Plus electrical appliances, Artificial Intelligence Plus office, Artificial Intelligence Plus life, etc. These are no longer movies. Our company headquarters, as well as staff quarters, have realized the concept of Artificial Intelligence Plus apostrophe, which is being promoted to the coastal city or even the entire city of China. According to our statistics, after the launch of the Smart Transportation Project in Manhai City, the average waiting time of the public on the sidewalk traffic lights has dropped by 15 seconds. In a city of several million people, this is a terrible number. The traffic congestion rate in Manhai City has dropped by more than 70% compared with the same period of the previous year. Even during the peak period of commuting, there will be no large-scale traffic jams. Urban road infrastructure is best utilized under the analysis of big data and artificial intelligence. Then, as long as the unmanned traffic is popular, the foundation of the smart city will be formed. This day, it will not be too far. Chen Mo's words caused a commotion below. Looking at the hands raised by the crowd, Chen Mo ordered another person to stand up. Mr. Chen Mo, we all know that Gates, Musk and other big men have many experts who are worried that artificial intelligence will bring crisis to mankind. Why do you know that artificial intelligence will not bring crisis to mankind? Smart city. Don't worry that artificial intelligence will control humans and destroy humans. Why am I more sure than them? Because I am more professional than them. Say a little bit. The current AI company is the most advanced artificial intelligence. I am the person who knows the most about artificial intelligence. Chen Mo gave an answer. This question is not the first time he heard it. Artificial intelligence brings crisis to mankind. It is possible, but the probability is pitiful. There are countless things that destroy human beings, a special variant of the infectious virus, a big meteorite hitting the Earth, nuclear war, the Earth's own climate change, from the universe, the radiation, or the sudden emergence of 3 extracorporeal stars. The probability that artificial intelligence will destroy human beings exists, but according to statistical calculations, this probability is about the end of the world. You have to be clear that human beings cannot hand over nuclear warheads to artificial intelligence control, and science fiction movies are deceptive. Whether it will bring crisis to mankind is determined by human beings. In a strict sense, artificial intelligence is just a tool created by humans, a tool that makes humans powerful. In the wilder era, the ancestors created tools to overcome the nature and survive and evolve, creating swords and guns and killing wars. Is it a knife and a gun to destroy human beings? No, these tools just make humans stronger. What destroys mankind is human desire and madness, and has nothing to do with tools, even if it is a high-level tool. When a gun is fired and the car is out of control, it will be dead. The first time for human beings is to find the cause and repair the damaged tool. It is impossible to let it freely run out of control. Will humans abolish all cars because they accidentally run out of control? Impossible. The artificial intelligence in the movie is completely out of control, making robots kill humans, and the probability is almost the same as all nuclear bombs. Future space development, interstellar exploration, and artificial intelligence are the best tools. Human beings want to be stronger, relying on weak bodies and limited power to detect infinite stars. Artificial intelligence is an inevitable megatrend. You are worried that artificial intelligence will destroy human beings. It is better to worry about tomorrow, whether artificial intelligence will replace your job. This idea is more practical. There was a round of applause. Chen Mo's metaphor is just right. People can't refute, and persuade is very big. Soon, another figure stood up and took the microphone and stood up. Mr. Chen Mo, as far as I know, Yu Huixia, you are the first to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. Why is your country so few natural science awards? Does this mean that your country's education is very backward? Is technology backward? The open person has a ridicule in his voice. Suddenly jumped to this question. Chen Mo slightly glimpsed, did not put the other party's taunting tone in mind. Actually, this is also the question I want to ask. I dare to ask everyone here, why are there so few Nobel Prizes in our country? Are we behind in education? Is our country underdeveloped? Chen Mo went straight and shook his head. If Huixiu education is backward, why is China's technological achievements and economic achievements in the forefront of the open for more than 40 years? Even some areas of science and technology have become the leader. This is the result of education backwardness. Those if Huixiu education is backward, it does not understand China, but it is just a frog at the bottom of the well. Chen Mo's words were spread throughout the venue through simultaneous translation. Hearing the irony in the answer, the person who stood up and asked the question, his face turned red, and he felt the gaze around him, and he seemed to be watching the clown. Regardless of his reaction, Chen Mo continued to speak. As for why the Chinese won the Nobel Prize is less. Have you thought about the reasons? Chen Mo paused. Everyone on the field was quiet, thinking about Chen Mo's words, but also thinking about the reasons. First of all, the science and technology tree of the natural sciences is mainly based on the education economy. The achievements are branches and branches, as well as leaves and flowers. The Nobel Prize is just a better inadvertent loan from the technology tree. Sweeter fruit, will you deny all the fruits of this tree because of only a few good fruits? Chen Mo's voice fell, and many people nodded on the field, and the applause thundered. The Nobel Prize is only a prominent point in many scientific achievements, and it does not mean all. They recognize the Nobel Prize, but they all know that the Nobel Prize does not represent the overall level of a country. Sweden, Switzerland and other countries, in the Nobel Prize in Natural Sciences, more than Russia, let alone Huixia. But does this mean that the technological level of these countries is more advanced than these two countries? Totally impossible. And some of the things in the Nobel Prize, Chen Mo is not bad. In the 40 years after the October Revolution in Russia, and in the more than a decade of the US Soviet hegemony, the Soviet Union's natural science Nobel Prize was all blank. Especially during the Cold War, the Soviet Union's scientific and technological strength once surpassed the United States. A steady stream of new technologies was discovered, but none of the Nobel Prizes were won. The United States won many awards during the same period. These are very obvious evidence. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Russia's relations with the parties improved, and the performance was even more apparent. It is said that science and technology have no borders, but scientists have nationality, and it is impossible to achieve technology without borders. There are no Chinese scientists in the Nobel Prize Committee. Why are there fewer Chinese natural science awards? Does the technology not say that even a person who recommends and speaks for it does not have a prize? Western prejudice against China is not a day or two. In the eyes of many people, the Nobel Prize is not fair, but a politically influenced award. Chen Mo will not speak publicly on such a stage, and he will do it in his heart. The second reason is that the development of modern top technology is no longer the era of personal heroes. The winner of the Nobel Prize can only be shared by a limited 2 or 3 people. As far as I know, China's top technology research and development, mainly based on the team. A top team is limited to 5 or 6 people, and more than 100 people. The results of the team's research and development, the credit is attributed to 2 or 3 people, which is not realistic. Taking insulin as an example, when the Chinese synthetic insulin was used, Huaxia did not apply for the Nobel Prize in the same year because the number of R&D team exceeded the number of the Nobel Prize. It is unacceptable to attribute the collective results to a few people. Nowadays, one or two people have developed advanced technologies that lead the world in science and technology, and there are very few, especially in the context of our China team emphasis on teamwork. I am an exception. I can't measure the background of our mainstream China in my own situation. I can't deny the Chinese education system because of the lack of promises. This idea is very ignorant. There is another reason. Chen Mo did not say the most advanced technology in the country, unless some irrelevant basic theory. Other core technologies are not allowed to be published as a paper, because of fear of technology leaks. The paper leaks technology is not new. Most of the top teams in the country are R&D teams in the official system. They will not publish a top technical paper for a Nobel Prize. This time, everyone is silent, and many scholars nod their approval in their hearts, because they all know that the Nobel Prize is not the highest level of technology in the world, but only a more advanced and more practical technology. The world's top technology areas, such as nuclear fusion, quantum technology, artificial intelligence, satellite, laser, etc., are all team-based research and development. And the most advanced technological achievements in the world are rarely seen on the stage of the Nobel Prize. Even the epoch-making theory of relativity did not win the Nobel Prize in the past. Hawking was called a generation of giants, but until he left, there was no Nobel Prize. Chapter 441, Confusion. Where is it? Where is it? Wang Hai's eyes were concentrated on the audience at the scene, and he instinctively told him that there were people he was familiar with in the audience. In foreign countries, they're friends. Then there is only one explanation. The familiar person is the person he has ever seen, and it is likely to be an enemy, because during his absence from the military, his opponent did not have a few fuel-efficient lights. Not only Wang Hai, Shan, Zhongli, Black Hawk, Zhe and Liu Yu, but also all spirits, ready to adapt. Intuition can't be wrong. Wang Hai, who scanned the crowd, kept telling himself, over there. Suddenly, Wang Hai's hole narrowed and his eyes locked in the middle of the fifth row. A man in a blue striped suit, brown skin, looks like a mixed blood. At this time, the suit man was looking at Chen Mo's question and answer on the stage and seemed to be listening carefully. Only Wang Hai clearly saw that the man's eyes swayed from time to time to the first row of guest seats, in the direction of Nobel Prize winner Delowitz. The seat next to Dorowitz is Chen Mo's seat. There are indeed problems. Wang Hai has been certain that this man has problems. That familiar feeling, locking the man's side face, Wang Hai began to search for memories, hoping to find the corresponding person. Zhongli, Fire Hibiscus, the seventh row in the fifth row, the man wearing a blue striped suit. Pay attention to him, Shan. Pay attention to the boss, ready to protect at any time, Wang Hai whispered. After hearing the instructions, the three eyes skyrocketed. In order not to let the other side notice, Zhongli and Zhu did not react much, but only the fifth shot of the eyes of the audience intentionally or unintentionally. Does he have a problem? Zhongli's attention is on the other side. My sense of familiarity is what he came from. He is not my friend. I am thinking about seeing him there. Wang Hai looked cautious. The two people know. Wang Hai once told them that foreign faces, not friends or enemies, are mostly enemies. Would you like to help? Black Eagle and rainy sounds came from the headphones. No. You are in your position, pay attention to whether there are any abnormalities around, and now you are not sure whether the other person is true or not, waiting in the same place. I will think about it, where I have seen him. Wang Hai said. A few people are tight, as long as there is movement, they can rush to Chen Mo in 2 seconds. Where have you seen it? Where? Wang Hai thought carefully and tried to find the memory of this man. Lerike relished the speech of Chen Mo, and his eyes gaze at the direction of Dao Lives from time to time to determine the situation of the other party. and then continue to watch Chen Mo on the stage if nothing happened. Aisha was in the third row behind Dorowitz. At this time, she was talking to the man around me. She was talking and laughing, and everything was normal. Lyrik pretended to look at the phone, pulled out a Bluetooth headset and pretended to listen to the phone if nothing happened. "How are you going?" "All are ready." The answer from the earphones made Lyrik's mind a certain one. "Listen to the order at any time." When Lyrik finished, his mouth curled up with a smile, his eyes darting to Dorowitz, and he turned to Chen Mo. If it is not because of too many people who are worried about participating in the action, it is easy to expose. He does not mind to take Chen Mo back. Unfortunately, Chen Mo has a lot of bodyguards around him, and their main task is Dorowitz. It is the most important task. When he came in, he had observed the environment. Chen Mo's bodyguards did not have a fuel-efficient lamp. Lyrik slammed into Wang Hai in the corner. Wang Hai is always searching for information about men, but in many cases, attention is on the other side. As long as the other party has any unusual actions, they will respond as soon as possible. It was only at the moment when Wang Hai looked up at the man and the pupils shrank. Coincidentally, when Wang Hai observed the other party also just looked at him. The two of them looked at each other and they were all glimpsed. Wang Hai's mind showed a picture. In the same year, their team accepted the task, infiltrated the western border, and cleared a terrorist base on the national border. As a scout, he went to investigate. In the grass, he saw a man with his own eyes, coming out of the stronghold and boarding a car to leave. The spot was cleared and the leader was killed, but the man who left, he also remembered his mind, just not sure about the true identity of the other. The moment of the two eyes on the eyes, Wang Hai left to think of the scene at the time, exactly the same. Absolutely no mistake. The other party is likely to be a member of a terrorist organization. Damn, he knows me? This is the first thought of Lyrik and Wang Hai. The two people have different identities, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with that feeling. From the other's eyes, you can see a lot of things. The people who survived the rain in the bullets were very sensitive to the same kind of gaze. This kind of casual eye collision, I realized that the other's attention is already on my own. The mind began to weigh in a moment, did not hesitate to make a decision, whispered, "Things have changed, the second set of plans, immediately action, action, action. Shan, protect the boss." When Lyrik began to speak, Wang Hai's orders were issued at the same time, and the voices of both of them were anxious. Both Zhongli and Taishan heard the order, and now that Chen Mo is still speaking, the tight body burst out and rushed toward the stage. Their task is to ensure the safety of Chen Mo. The others are not important, and they are not sure if there are other men in the field. Chen Mo is seriously answering the questions of the following guests. The voices of Lyrik and Wang Hai are relatively small, and the people at the venue did not hear it. Suddenly I saw Zhongli and Taishan rushed out of the stage. Chen Mo's whole shrank and immediately realized that it was not good. After scanning a circle, the body retreated and prepared for action. Chen Mo suddenly paused, let everyone see. Unclear, so look at his past. Hey! In the next second, the light of the entire forum suddenly went out and the scene fell into a darkness. There is a bomb, run fast. A weird and screaming through the venue, let everyone glimpse. Can't believe their ears. Boom! Exclamation mark. The sound was gone, everyone couldn't think about it, and an explosion came from outside the venue. The change was too sudden. From the light to the extinction, to the buzzing sound, and then to the explosion, less than 5 seconds before and after. The explosion outside the scene awakened the crowd, the sound of the explosion, plus the shouts of the moment. The scene was instantly immersed in unprecedented confusion, screams, crying, all kinds of falling, painful exclamation, chaos. The regiment, everyone desperately rushed out of the venue, desperate. Shan and Zhongli, the command of Wang Hai just fell less than 2 seconds, has already rushed to the stage. Shan's strong body blocked Chen Mo's body, protected his head, and quickly left the stage. Wang Hai and Zhu He held a bulletproof briefcase on both sides of Chen Mo and quickly fled the scene from the preset route. On the road, a few people lived around Chen Mo, so that the chaotic people could not flow close to Chen Mo. In the chaos, a woman dressed in sexy, staring at the stream of people running away from the stream of deliveries, a corner of the corner, and stepped forward. Chapter 442, Missing Chen Mo. Are you okay? What happened there? Chen Mo Gang left the Swedish Academy under the crowd of Wang Hai and others, and Xiao Yu called and voiced with anxious and crying. She was watching the live broadcast of Chen Mo's speech. The scene lights suddenly went out, and the explosion and screams. The scene was chaotic, and then the live broadcast was interrupted. She was frightened, and the phone was called in the first time. I am fine. There is an explosion there. The reason is unknown. I am now rushing back to the hotel. Hearing the concern and worry in the voice of Xiao Yu, Chen Mo's heart is warm, calm, and open the video. Seeing Chen Mo in the video is safe and sound, the heart of the small fish hanging is completely sent loose, and the worry on the pretty face dissipates a lot. You must pay attention to safety. Come back soon. Well, I am going back tonight, and I will be home tomorrow night. You don't have to worry too much. Take a rest. Chen Mo softly comforted. Yeah? Small fishing heavy focus. You can raise your baby with peace of mind. The family should be late. Sleep. After calming down and fishing, Chen Mo was relieved. Now the small fisherman is pregnant. Sometimes the mood will be unstable. If the sudden emotional fluctuations hurt the body, then it will be troublesome, but it will be fine. Just hang up the phone. Zhao Minit's phone also hit. Blue Creek said that there was an attack there. Are you okay? Zhao Minit's voice also had a bit of worry. There is no danger. Now on the way back to the hotel, Chen Mo said. Is it for you? Asked Zhao Minit's. There have been a lot of attacks on Chen Mo, and now this happened suddenly, still abroad. She has to worry. This question, I guess I was caught by them, or they fired 2 shots at me to get the answer. I don't know. But I have nothing to do here. Attention, you are now more precious than the national treasure. Zhao Minitz said. Yes, thank you. After a brief explanation of the situation, Chen Mokai hangs up the phone. In Stockholm, a star-rated hotel, a man sipping a cigar and looking out the window. If Wang Hai is here, he will definitely recognize it. That is, the man he met at the meeting. At this point, Lyric was thinking, why the bodyguards around Chen Mo would recognize him. But there has been no clue because he is sure that he has seen each other for the first time. Intuition tells him that that kind of eyes will not be fake. Bei Idi also sat on the sofa next to him, quietly looking at the magazine. As always, cold eyes from time to the phone on the table. Oh, the vibration of the mobile phone on the table broke the silence of the two people and stopped at the same time. The goods have successfully exited Hong Kong. Okay. Lyric hangs up and sighs, exhaling the smoke from his lungs, opening with a weird voice. When the goods arrive at their destination, notify me at the first time. After the completion, take a break for a while. Wait, next mission. Understand. Hanging up the phone, Lyric was completely relieved and threw the phone aside. After Aisha succeeded, they sent people to the ships leaving Europe for the first time. Now that the ships are safely out of the country, there is no problem. At present, everyone has no idea, and there is no blockade plan. The sooner they leave, the safer they leave. The second set of plans is very risky. After all, it is carried out in a tight security meeting, and they have the possibility of being exposed. But now that the mission is completed, the target is sent out, and they are safely left, there are no other problems. Why did you suddenly choose the second set of plans? Bei Idi asked. Lyric glanced at Bei Idi and shook his head gently. No reason, I feel successful. The weird voice makes people shudder. Finished. Pick up the cigar. Slowly put it in your mouth. The action is easier than just. The next thing you don't have to worry about. You continue to lurk, waiting for the next mission to begin. This mission is almost complete. Lyric leaned over and picked up a briefcase and threw it to Beatty. Organize to you the cost of vacation. relax for a while. Baidi glanced at the stack of dollars in the inside and gently nodded, good. At 3:20 p.m. local time, an explosion occurred outside the Swedish Academy Conference Center. According to the reporter, the Nobel Prize winners' speech forum was being held. At least 1 death and 4 injuries have been caused, and the cause of the accident is under investigation. The latest news: the reason for the explosion of the Swedish Academy is determined. There are gangsters in the trash can outside the conference center. Pre-installed bombs detonated. The Swedish official, judged to be a terrorist attack, is currently investigating suspects. No organization and individuals announced this. The attack was responsible. A variety of news. The world is in vain. There are a lot of media on the forum, and the pictures from various perspectives are also exposed. The most concerned incidents of the outside world, no amount of light are paying attention to it, and this has caused such a change, which has aroused the news storm. Boss, just got the news. Nobel Prize winner Professor Delowitz disappeared after the bombing attack. The police have not yet confirmed the whereabouts of Dorowitz. Does not rule out the possibility of being kidnapped. Wang Hai walked into the hotel room, said openly, "Dollars is missing." The news surprised Chen Mo. Yes, it disappeared on the way to the Swedish Academy. Wang Hai nodded. Chen Mo brows. This is not good news. What is the reason for the kidnapping of Professor Delowitz? Is the technology in his hand or other purpose? At the beginning of the attack, he was guarded by several people and left the scene at the fastest speed. I don't know much about the things at the scene. It is basically certain that the purpose of the other party should not be an attack. It is not excluded, this is a kidnapping incident against the Nobel Prize winners, or an abduction incident against Delowitz. The explosion outside may be just to create confusion and facilitate hands-on. Wang Hai said. As a bodyguard, the attention of all of them at that time was on Chen Mo. They did not notice the movement of Delowitz. The light was dim and they could not be sure that the man ran there. Looking back at the scene at the time, the only possibility is to create chaos, and then in the chaotic crowd, take the opportunity to start with Delowitz. The chaotic crowd, no one pays too much attention around. Do you know that person? Chen Mo asked. He also came back to know that Wang Hai found the other party, and then the other party started. I don't know, I just met one side. When the troops carried out special missions, they saw them in a terrorist hiding place. He should have been in contact with the terrorist leader and drove away. I just saw him in the grass. Just recognized at the venue. I recognized it. Chen Mo nodded. In any case, this incident was a surprise. Boss, the ticket has been booked. The plane 2 hours later. Lanxi knocked on the door and came in, and there was some embarrassment after the panic. She did not expect that the second day of the world's prestigious Nobel Prize, such a bad thing happened. Go to the airport now. It has no meaning to continue to stay here, and there may be attacks against him. Before they seized the mastermind, they could not determine the purpose of the other party. There is no absolute security here. The safest way is to leave. As for catching those people and finding out what their purpose is, Chen Mo is not interested. He is not a policeman. This is not what he should do. Several people packed their bags and rushed to the airport. Chapter 443, Seeing the home in front of me. Chen Mo's heart is big, and the day and night of the plane's journey is not too tired. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. When I entered the house, I saw a small fish sitting on the sofa in a daze. The worry and sorrow of the eyebrows were lingering. In the side of Xiao, Chen Mu and Zhen Zhen were both waiting anxiously. Mom, big sister, little fisherman, I am back. Jiang Xingxin saw Jane and others and immediately ran over. Came back. Zhen Zhen saw Jiang Xingxin, and the fear dissipated. Husband. Xiaoyu turned to see Chen Mo. Even the shoes are not worn, such as Yan homing to the front of Chen Mo, scared Chen Mo a cold sweat. Mom and Jane are watching them. Chen Mo gently stroked Xiaoyu's back. Oh. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that the parents in the hall were also a little shy, but still holding Chen Mo's arm and smelling the familiar taste of Chen Mo. His heart settled a lot. Just come back, just come back. When Chen Mu and Zhen Zhen came back to see Chen Mo, they were obviously relieved. Early this morning, they heard the news that the Nobel Prize winner was missing, and they were shocked. They finally learned that the winner of the medical prize was missing, and they were relieved. What happened in the end? Zhen Zhen asked. I don't know too well. The speculation should be a premeditated kidnapping. The explosion is just to create confusion and distract the guards, Chen Mo said. This is the only explanation he can think of. During this time, don't run around. Seeing these news can scare people, Chen said. Some members. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. Now it's midnight, you have a day's flight. Take a small fishing to rest early. She will wait for you to come back, and will not sleep. I didn't have a good rest last night. I have no appetite for dinner today. My body is important, my stomach is still there is one. Chen Mother urged. You still said that you are obedient, why not take care of yourself? Chen Mo saw the appearance of the small fishing rod, blaming. Hearing Chen Mo's blame, Xiaoya looked up and looked at him with a small face. Let you bring a small fishing back to rest. What do you blame for her? There is still one in her stomach. What should I do if I get angry? Chen heard Chen Mo blaming Xiaoyu, and she was not happy at all. She is also worried about you. Who is not worried about that situation? Mum and I have not slept well. Are you wings hard? Chen Mo realized that he had made a mistake and didn't dare to speak again, pulling a small fisherman back to the room. I was a little anxious just now. I will take a rest and eat on time. Your body is the most important. Chen Mo softly comforted and kissed him on Xiao's face. Well, people don't deliberately disobey. That is, they had a nightmare to sleep last night, and then they saw the news in the morning, worried about you, and had no appetite, Xiao said, and the grievance broke out. When Chen Mo's scalp was blown up, he suddenly felt a little panic. The mood of pregnant women was not stable. As a result, he said something wrong. Well, don't cry, my husband is wrong. Like a child, Chen Mo whispered softly. After a while, there was no movement in my arms, only to find that Xiao had already slept in his arms. The Swedish Academy was attacked by unknown sources. Nobel Prize winner de Lewitz is missing. Two things caused an uproar in the world. On the second day of the Nobel Prize, this kind of thing happened. It is undoubtedly playing the face of the Swedish government. The international community has once again questioned the security situation in Sweden. This is something that has never happened. The police have turned the whole city over and have not found any traces. Professor Dorivitz is like a human being, and no one can see the dead. As for the reason why Dorivitz was kidnapped, no one knows, and there is no clue to the latter. The people who tied the Dorivitz did not contact their families for a ransom. After reading the latest news, Chen Mo sat on the sofa in the villa library and knocked on the table. He did not go out, and in the interview of the news, he also let Lanxi refuse. There is no clue about the kidnapping of the Nobel laureate. Even if Chen Mo asked the ink woman to look for it, she could not find the slightest clue. It was just this incident that always gave him a bad feeling. But he could not help. Can't figure it out. Chen Mo stood up from his seat and lay down on the sofa next to him and entered the technology library. Starring, after the installation, he has not taken a technology, and now the time is similar. It is the time to carry out the next technical task. After she allows concealment, Chen Mo will only enter the technology library when he acquires technology. In the science and technology library, as always, quiet. 100 meters high bookshelf, cannot see the end of the book. Forever, he stood in front of the bookshelf, small as an ant. Every time he comes in, he will sigh the inexhaustible wisdom and knowledge, as well as the human beings. There are 8 books in the center of the library, and there are only 8 books in the light column. Only 4 are still on: military, mechanical, medical and ecological. These 4 books are only a drop in the field of their own, and it is a test given to him by the Science and Technology Library. To complete one of them, all the theories and techniques in this field of technology apprenticeship will be open to him. After completing 8 kinds of techniques, the entire technology apprenticeship stage will be open to him, and he will also acquire the next authority of the technology library. And about the next permission, everything is unknown. It is only the technology of the apprenticeship, and technology has surpassed the technology of the current Earth. What is the technology of the next privilege? Can you tell me what secrets the technology library is? This makes Chen Mo very curious. After a while between the 4 books, Chen Mo began to seriously consider the direction of his next technology. Any book here can change the status quo of a field. After careful consideration, Chen Mo's eyes fell on books in the ecological field. Without much hesitation, he stretched his hand and printed it on a bright book. The light is slowly dimming, the huge information is transmitted to the mind, and the tingling from the brain makes Chen Mo pour the mouth and keep his teeth. Your uncle. The brain instantly receives huge information, and the nerve's tingling sensation makes him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this time he did not receive the horror of receiving controlled light nuclear fusion technology, otherwise he would suffer another crime. 5 minutes later, the tingling sensation of the brain slowly eased, and Chen Mo completely relieved his breath and knocked on the painful head. Aerobic grass, a weird name. Pain relief. Chen Mo recalled the technology, some surprised. The technology that was obtained was a plant. When I saw the introduction of the earthy grass, Chen Mo's surprise turned into a surprise. Oxygen grass, field, ecology, biology, privilege level, technology apprentice, product introduction, improve the planet's soil and atmosphere. Can grow in a barren or toxic environment, absorb soil and atmospheric toxic gases, purify the air, and change at the same time soil nutrient status. It can improve the soil and atmosphere of the planet. This is the origin of the name of the grass, and the most important thing is to survive in a harsh environment and absorb the toxic gases in the air for purification and decomposition. This is a genetic engineering technology that has such a powerful role. It is no wonder that this technology can be counted in the ecological field and can completely change the biological chain of an ecosystem. Chen Mo began to digest the technology. Cell hybrid technology plus gene editing technology, which is creating a whole new kind of plant. Sure enough, none of the technologies in the technology library are common technologies. Knocking on his head, Chen Mo also selected several basic technologies of genetic engineering that he needed to use in the technology of the apprenticeship stage. After completing the project, he only withdrew from the technology library. Chapter 444, Nuclear Power Plant Project. Yang Mingkai got off the bus and entered the headquarters of the Marching Ant Group with great enthusiasm. Since the success of nuclear fusion technology, his whole person seems to be a young teenager. Fortunately, after Zhao Minit's invitation, he was the vice president of the Marching Ant Group and the general manager of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. He was solely responsible for the management of the nuclear energy group. At the beginning, it was only a company in the initial stage. The technology was in research and development. There was no manager. It was completely empty. It relied on him to dig people and recruit people to form the prototype of the company. When the fusion technology succeeded, everything became different. If the news spreads, this newly established nuclear energy group will become a giant in China. Zhao Minitz gave him a lot of autonomy. According to the company's joint venture agreement with the official, he was not subject to the officially appointed chairman of the board of directors and had full management of the nuclear energy group. As long as Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz did not speak, no one could influence him. The decision of the nuclear energy group. In the past, those old friends, when they talked about cooperation, saw him admire to death. Entering the headquarters of the Marching Ant Group, under the leadership of the robot, Yang Mingxi entered Chen Mo's office. "You're welcome, just sit." Chen Mo smiled. Yang Mingyao nodded and sat down on the sofa. This time, the official asked me about the construction of the controlled nuclear fusion power station. The construction of the controlled nuclear fusion power station is already in the file, and it is almost ready. Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz did not speak, Listening to Yang Mingxi's report, we have given 2 cooperation programs. The first one is to start the boot model negotiated with the official agreement. Our nuclear energy group invested in the construction of a controlled fusion nuclear power plant, and is responsible for operation and management. The operating income is all owned by our nuclear energy group. After the 37-year operation period, the nuclear power plants are sent to the official and managed by them. The second option is that we are responsible for the construction of the nuclear power plant, and after the completion, the whole package is sold to the official. We are not involved in the investment and operation management of nuclear power plants. In the later stage, equipment maintenance, parts and equipment supply, and technical support will continue to be charged according to the agreement between the 2 parties. Which scheme did you choose above? Asked Zhao Minutes. The first one, Yang Mingxi said. It seems that the official has concerns about the stability of the starring. But just in this way, we have more profits. The first is long-term returns. They operate power stations, and the loss of profits is not related to the official. After a few years, the construction cost is recovered, followed by profits, and the revenue will be very scary. The second is short-term returns. The power station is sold to the official. All funds are collected in a short period of time. The official is responsible for the use and operation of the power station. The latter maintenance costs are all officially responsible, and the profit or loss is irrelevant. If the mature product, the official must choose the second. But now the nuclear fusion power has just come out. The official uncertainty of the stability of the equipment, in the end can operate for a few years, so let them build. The official has already determined the construction plan for the 2 nuclear power plants. Yang Mingyao took 2 documents from the briefcase and handed them to 2 people. One is in our coastal city here, and the other is in the province. The plan is that if the power station is stable, building more power stations and gradually replacing thermal power generation in the northern region. Is the 2 contracts signed? You can sign at any time. The official has given a lot of convenience, and it is beyond imagination. I am afraid that there are any routines in it. Yang Mingxi said. When he used to work in a state-owned enterprise, the project did not have such great convenience. And now their company's projects are unimpeded. It seems that a special team has been set up to review their project plans. Do not worry about this. Only Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes knew that this was the convenience given by the top head. I have sent people to inspect the construction site because the nuclear fusion power station has no radiation, no pollution, so the conditions for the site are not as high as nuclear fission. I will reply you after reading the contract. You are now ready to start building nuclear power plants, Zhao Minutes said. Now that the technology has been completed, the official choice of the boot model means that they have autonomy in building the power station. How to build it next, how efficient the construction is, and see their efficiency. When is the nuclear power plant project? When is it open? Yang Mingyao asked. Continue to explain. This may be as fast as possible. The ordinary people do not know that nuclear fusion has been successful. They will think that we are building nuclear fission transformers, worry about nuclear radiation and safety issues, and oppose our construction. Open up early and let the local people get the nuclear out early. Knowledge about fusion, to prevent being used by people with care. No one is more authoritative than the Science Island. Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo. 5 days later, I will let Science Island announce the news of the success of the nuclear fusion experiment. Then after you sign the contract, you can announce the nuclear power plant construction plan, Chen Mo said. It has been a long time since the kidnapping of Nobel Prize winner Delowitz. The disappearance of Delowitz became a mystery. No one knows his whereabouts. Interpol is also pursuing it, but there is no clue. It can only be dragged all the time, and then it is gone. On the other side of Chen Mo, he promised the official 2 months and it will expire soon. Officials and their talk about power plant construction contracts have already stated that they are prepared to be similar, and he can also publicize the news of the success of the nuclear fusion project. After reporting some matters of the nuclear energy group, Yang Mingxi got up and left. How is your flower and grass planted? Yes, it's going well. Why do you choose to study flowers and plants? Wouldn't you want to inherit the clothes of Mr. Yuan Lao? Zhao Minutes said. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and looked speechless. This girl speaks. Sometimes it is not reliable, and often slaps the boss. But he can't say that it is the technology that is taken out from the technology library and must be completed. After returning to the company last time, I accepted 2 interviews with the official media and started his research. Oxygen is a plant that requires cell hybridization and gene editing techniques. It requires cells and DNA fragments of various plants. Now in the biological laboratory, it is a petri dish of various plant tissues. The last technology is the most advanced nuclear fusion technology in the field of physics. Now I suddenly study flowers and plants. At first, Zhao Minutes thought that he was a whim, and he was studying bloating drugs, beauty medicines, etc., and began to tease. The result was ridiculed by Zhao Minutes. It is. Yan Yi, when did you find the boyfriend? Why didn't you listen to you? In a Samsung Michelin restaurant, Jiang Xingxin and others looked at the roommate next to him, full of doubts. The fate is hard to say. The girl named Yan Yi couldn't help but take out the mirror to make up the makeup, for fear of where to spend it. I met him when I was shopping. He helped me catch the thief who grabbed my phone. I asked him to have a cup of coffee, and then he got my WeChat. As he said, Liu Yanyi also had a sweet smile. The look of greasy, completely sour smell of love. Let the 3 people accompanying Jiang Xingxin could not help but roll their eyes. The day before yesterday he confessed to me, and then my sister asked you to have a big meal. Liu Yanyi put down a small mirror, and some show off. My boyfriend said, you are free tonight? He pays. Is not enough? Another girl with a few small acne on her face said, which college is your boyfriend? What major? He is not our school. He graduated from graduate school and is 5 years older than me. Liu Yanyi proudly said, he is a Master of Finance at the University of London, and he is a starter. Now the company is established less than half a year, and the monthly income is 300,000. It's a small achievement. Liu Yanyi proudly showed off and let Jiang Xingxin face each other. Then you got the treasure. Jiang Xingxin said. So, the fate of this thing, really hard to say. Liu Yanyi looked at the eyes of the 3, very satisfied. My boyfriend is coming. I will pick him up. You sit for a while. Hi Yui Master, people are handsome and talented. So good to find Yan Yi. How do I feel a little unreliable? The acne girl whispered. If Yan Yi is confused, it is not cheated, it is not, is it ruined? I also feel that the pie is falling in the sky. Another glasses girl also spoke, and also handed the ice cream teaspoon into the mouth. Jiang Xingxin also nodded. I am also a bit worried. This time, she will help her to check it out, so as not to be deceived. The 3 whispered. Seeing Liu Yanyi walking in with a man's arm, he stopped and began to look at Liu Yanyi's boyfriend. This is Dong Quinn that I told you. Liu Yanyi proudly introduced, holding his arm tightly, and others don't know the love of the 2. This is Km, Li Lihua and Jiang Xingxin. How are you? Dong Quinn said with a smile, and 3 people to say hello. Words and deeds are very decent, giving a lot of impressions. I will treat you tonight. Not enough to continue. Don't be polite with me, you are Yanyi's girlfriend. We won't be polite to you. The acne girl named Km opened her eyes and always looked at Dong Quinn. Yes, Dong Quinn, where is your hometown? Where is it? My hometown is in Donghai. Isn't the East China Sea not very good? International metropolis. There is too much competition and it is not suitable for entrepreneurship. I also want to come out and look at the scenery of other cities. Donghai has developed very well over the years and has great potential. Dong Quinn said without hesitation. Listen to Yan Yi, you are studying in London. What is the scenery there? Is it fun? The glasses girls also spoke. It's okay. There is no such strong modern urban atmosphere here. There are more buildings in the sense of the times. The climate is mild after all, and it is more comfortable to live. Dong Quinn said without hesitation. Then why are you not developing in the UK? The glasses girls asked directly in English and were fluent in spoken English. Dong Quyen was a little surprised and smiled and answered in standard English. In fact, those Westerners are not looking down on our Chinese people. The culture is different. Even if I learn something there, it is still very difficult to integrate. Our country has risen in the past few years and there are more opportunities, so I am back. A few people chatted with Dong Quyen, and he was able to cover his words from time to time, but unfortunately there was not much gain. You can add me to WeChat. If you can't contact Yanni normally, you can also ask for your help. If you are looking for a job after graduation, I can help you introduce it. Dong Quyen smiled and looked at Jiang Xingxin and others. Jiang Xingxin looked at each other and did not refuse. Chapter 445. God gave Chen Mo to China Mergo. The president came to the news. The manager Yang Mingao has signed a contract with the official to invest in the construction of nuclear power plants. She said that we can announce the success of nuclear fusion at any time. In the biological laboratory of Building 1, Chen Mo is waiting to extract the gene sequence of the cactus, and the ink girl will open the reminder. The heat resistance, cold resistance, and cold resistance genes of the earthy grasses come from a variety of different plants. These genes are combined, and then transgenic technology is used to synthesize antivirus enzyme genes that are not currently available, as well as super-degrading enzyme genes that decompose toxic substances. Combine all the target genes in a specific haploid hybrid cell to create a new plant. If it grows successfully, it will hope to get the grass. During this time, Chen Mo is in the laboratory, ready to cultivate this kind of grass. As long as the plant is successfully cultured, the seeds of the grass are successfully formed, and the task is completed. Research has a lot of uncertainty and the difficulty is not low. It is during this time that every day, facing these flowers and plants, will be ridiculed by Zhao Minutes. After hearing the report of the ink girl, Chen Mo stopped and stunned his head. You emailed Wan Yuanjun, and asked him to release the news of the success of the experiment. Okay. The ink girl said. The mail has been sent successfully. What is the hybrid cell? Chen Mo continued. The two haploid cells fuse well, and the new cytokinins have worked. It won't take long for these cells to split into pluripotent tissues. That's not bad. Li Taijun sat in the office, strolled on Weibo, and had hot searches, hoping to find news points. During this time, the news is constantly changing, and the daily news hotspots are constantly refreshing. However, he still likes to occasionally come up to see the dynamics of the official Y Company's official Weibo. Maybe there will be the latest news of the Marching Ant Company. Suddenly, people who are paying special attention have released new news and let Li Taijun give a slight glimpse. He set a special concern. It seems that only the official Weibo of the Marching Ant Company. After returning to God, Li Taijun quickly opened a special attention message. It is a forwarded message, an announcement of the official website of the Starring Institute. The official microblog of the Marching Ant Company rarely forwards the message. The Institute of Stars and Rings seems to be a research institute jointly established by the Army Ant Group and the Academy of Sciences, and is affiliated to the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. What news? Let the Army Ant Company officially forward. Looking at the contents of the forwarded message, Li Taijun gave a slight glimpse, and then his mouth became O. His eyes almost came out and his mind was blank. Has the controlled nuclear fusion experiment been successful? Fast, let go of the work in your hands. Send the draft to the live room. Is focusing on the preparation of the news articles that have just been interviewed. Suddenly he saw the excited editor who was full of blushing eyes, but he still stopped working. Boss, what big news makes you so excited? Asked a colleague next to him. Super big news. The editor-in-chief excitedly summoned all the people in the office, all gathered in front of the Juji office. What news makes the editor so excited? All of them have more or less confusion on their faces, including the Yuki period. In their impression, the editor is a very calm person. Why is this so rude? Jij opened the hard drive brought by the editor, a draft. and some photos. Others stretched their necks and spy on the computer screens of the Jurassic. The Starring Institute announced that the Starring-controlled nuclear fusion experiment was successful, and nuclear fusion power generation can be commercialized. Oh my God, a short sentence at the beginning. Let everyone take a breath. The shocking color is written on the face. Has the controlled nuclear fusion experiment been successful? The Starring nuclear fusion experiment was successful, achieving conditions of super strong voltage, super high current, super strong magnetic field and ultra high temperature. The ultra-long pulse plasma beam can be operated stably for a long time, and nuclear fusion power generation can be commercialized. The first thing that exposed this news is the official website of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, as well as the official Weibo. It is followed by CCTV and other authoritative media in China. When the news came out, it was shocking to the world. Almost all mainstream media in China reported on the news, and the whole network was crazy. Less than half an hour after the news was released, the traffic reached hundreds of millions. The hot topic quickly occupied the headlines and hot searches of all platforms, and it was still rising wildly. The Weibo server collapsed. Tanya Forum, Jagged Community, Longkong, etc., all well-known forum platforms on the internet, are discussing this matter insanely. The comment area of various platforms is unprecedentedly exciting and shocking. The news came without warning, but no one suspected that the news was fake. Although the news of the authoritative media is sometimes old-fashioned, it is definitely true news. And various news reports also explain that Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group is a group company established by the Army Ant Group and the official joint venture, and Chen Mo is the chief designer and chief engineer of the Starring. The major news related to Chen Mo was announced by the authoritative media. The official announcement confirmed that no one had doubts. Chen Mo is a genius that transcends human understanding, or a versatile genius. Holographic technology is mature, controlled nuclear fusion technology is successful, artificial intelligence is developing wildly, and countless people have a feeling that now is the future world. In China, the country is full of joy. This time, they have surpassed the world. Chen Mo knew. At this moment, only 3 words describe my mood: my God, great, my country. I have witnessed history. The people in the shock department came out. This time you said that you shocked the world, scared the small island nation, and stunned the great emperor. I will never report you. I have witnessed the rise of China, and I have witnessed the greatness of China again. Countless shouts, stirring in various platforms. BBC, Huaxia-controlled nuclear fusion is successful. This must be a fake message. Wall Street Journal, the mature nuclear fusion technology is likely to affect global coal prices, and the cold winter is coming. The New York Times, Huaxia's controlled nuclear fusion technology should be shared with the world for the benefit of all mankind. Numerous media have reported on the front page of this matter. The foreign media's words are incredible and have a strong sour taste. Except for envy, they can't do anything. What happened to China? My God, this is impossible. There is no news of any omen. God gave Newton to England. Britain was great. Einstein and Tesla were given to the United States, and the United States was great. Now God gave Chen Mo to China. Chen Mo said, "Garbage, all rubbish. I am sorry, I am not targeting one of you, but everyone here is rubbish." Taking from China. All kinds of news have been circulated wildly, and unprecedented waves have been set in the world. Arguments can be seen everywhere, and shocking words abound. Soon, commentators, politicians and journalists from various countries jumped out and asked Huaxia to share controlled nuclear fusion technology for the benefit of all mankind. The director of the ITER organization also told the media that it helps to use the Starring for controlled nuclear fusion experiments. For these remarks, Huaxia official and marching ant companies all chose to ignore it. The nuclear fusion technology is mature, and the global coal price has fluctuated greatly in the early days. The coal industry may enter the cold winter at any time, which makes many enterprises miserable. In particular, Small countries that depend on the coal industry are still developing this kind of thing, which is undoubtedly a huge blow. On the occasion of the shock of many countries, Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group once again announced a heavy news. Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group announced that the group has signed strategic cooperation agreements with South China and Handan Province. In the next 2 years, it will invest in the construction of 2 nuclear fusion power stations with a total power of 20 million kilowatts. Future nuclear fusion power stations will become the main source of China's electric energy. This is the construction of the world's first nuclear fusion power station, which is not an experimental device, but a real nuclear fusion power station. As soon as the news came out, the success of the controlled nuclear fusion experiment was pushed to another climax. Chapter 446, Killing Chicken and Monkey. Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group wants to build a controlled nuclear fusion power station, which is faster than anyone thinks. This has shown that nuclear fusion technology is not only as simple as experimental success, but technology is indeed commercially viable. This is undoubtedly another blockbuster, which makes people who have not returned to God more shocked. In just 2 days, there has never been such a clear feeling that the whole world is changing. The coal market and the oil market, due to this news, experienced dramatic fluctuations. The coal market that bears the brunt. After the Huaxia Nuclear Power Group nuclear power plant project was finalized, it has already touched the interests of some people. Under the guidance of the hearted person, the coal miners who were unemployed at home were indignant and thought that they were taken away from work and began to gather protests. Various protests, exposed through various social media platforms, hope to create a storm of public opinion, give pressure to the nuclear energy group, and also give official pressure to achieve the purpose of delaying the elimination of coal, and even some ulterior motives. Finally, under the guidance of the hearted people, more and more unemployed workers began to target the Army Ants Company, thinking that the Army Ants Company is the chief culprit of their unemployment. Unscrupulous marching ants. I still work. We don't want nuclear power plants. Don't use high technology, just work. I have old and small, and the whole family is counting on me to support my family. Let me be laid off is not to push us to a dead end. Without work, we will starve to death. My daughter is still studying. If I am unemployed, my family's financial resources will be gone. The unemployed gathered outside the store of the Army Ant Company, shouted banners and protested, and was exposed by many media platforms. When the farce came out, it immediately attracted great repercussions and debates from the society. Stupid people, natural choices, survival of the fittest. Nature is the survival of the fittest. If the society does not improve, it is better to return to the primitive society, and to drink blood. The marching ants make technology update too fast, and social development can't keep up with their speed. When he introduces technology, does he consider the issue of people's livelihood and social background? Is the development of science and technology and the spread of artificial intelligence leading to an increase in unemployment? Is it not creating social contradictions? I first heard that the technology company is developing too fast. Protests. Should it be stagnant and settled in the status quo? The employment rate is an official issue to consider, not a problem considered by the Marching Ant Company. The Marching Ant is a taxpayer, not a tax collector. Does the development of the company ignore social contradictions? Would you like to destroy the entire Marching Ant Company? The debate is continuing and the rhetoric of all parties is getting more and more intense. The final incident was also escalated in the war of words. Some unemployed people, led by artificial intelligence and mechanization, also began to gather under the leadership of the Army Ants Company under the guidance of some people to protest collectively. Under the blockade of the police, there was no conflict between the two sides. It was just a silent banner protest. It still exists. Under many circumstances, the police can only maintain order and wait for the policy to come down. Zhao Minitz stood by the window of the office and overlooked the crowd protesting outside the general department. His face was frosty. These people are all induced by the brainless people, but she cannot get angry with these people. The man behind the scenes of manipulating this ignorant citizen, she does not know who those people can only be checked by the police. The cost of doing this kind of thing is too small, and the impact on them is too great. The opponents tried this way and made her angry. If she knows who is doing it, she will not hesitate to kill each other. The rumors on the internet can be neglected, but now they have come to the door to add her blockage. The last virus crisis was once, and now again, 3 times and 4 times, has touched her bottom line. Minut's sister, Li Hui, came to the phone. When he heard the prompt from the mobile assistant, Zhao Minutes immediately took out the mobile phone. From the beginning of the incident, she knew that someone was behind the scenes. Because the official has been properly arranged, if no one deliberately guides, it is impossible to make such a ridiculous thing. So when things started, she let the people in the Ministry of Justice follow up and hoped to find behind the scenes through various methods. President, there is news. Say, there are some foreigners who are manipulating behind the scenes. The police have arrested 2 foreign spies who are inciting trouble. Only foreign black hands? Zhao Minutes frowned. Foreign forces involved. Within her expectations, but if only foreign forces do, she is beyond the reach. There is also the shadow of a domestic mining company, not sure, but it is not far from the top 10. Which? Zhao Minutes glanced with a dangerous light. Black soil mining. The police caught several promoters and said that Cao Jiangmen hired them to incite workers. Cao Jiangmen was the most trusted man of the black soil mining owner Tang Beiming. Some time ago, Tang Beiming gave him a sum of money and then fired him, let him leave the company. How does Cao Jiangmen say? Cao Jiangmen denied that he did what he did. He said that he was also angry because he was laid off. He participated in the protest, but did not organize protests, not even behind the scenes. There is no evidence that Cao Jiangmen is doing this. We are suing him and cannot be convicted. The name of Tang Bei behind him. Black soil mining? Some things can be solved without the law. It is time for other people to know that it is not a cat or a dog can come to us to make trouble. The company is usually undamiable. Really thought we were not tempered? Zhao Minutes' eyes braved the fire and he was completely angry. This may be the beginning, and many people are watching. If you don't kill the chicken, there will be monkeys jumping out to find them uncomfortable. At the headquarters of Black Soil Mining Company, Tang Beiming sat in the office and looked at the computer screen. All of the above were news reports about the protests of the marching and company headquarters. The sorrow on his face did not dissipate. Coal mine production cuts, industry competition increased, and his business is getting harder and harder. Originally, I was still a local tyrant with mines. Now I can't make ends meet, and there are still many bank loans. If the coal mine continues to cut production, he will go bankrupt sooner or later. He also knows that the elimination of coal is the general trend, but only for a long time. Originally thought that in the next 5 to 10 years, even if the policy is tightened, it will not be too horrible. At the current rate, the coal industry has a large market for at least 15 years. However, in the first 2 months, the policy suddenly increased its strength, which made him somewhat unprepared. But he could still cope with it. Now that the nuclear fusion power station project came out, he immediately understood the root of everything. He has troubles in cash flow, he must increase coal production, get enough cash, and get out of the game, otherwise he will face a crisis of bankruptcy. As a last resort, he can only make a decision to hire unemployed workers to take the lead in protest, hoping to give the authorities some pressure on the army ants, thus slowing down the speed of coal elimination and giving him more buffer time. The person who helped him to do this was Cao Jiangmen, his most trusted man. In order to hide his eyes and ears, he dismissed Cao Jiangmen and gave him a sum of money to manipulate him behind his back. Even if Cao Jiangmen was caught by the police, the army and company could not help him. He could also say that he had nothing to do with him, so he got out. But now the effect seems to be much smaller than imagined. The effect of this decree has no real harm to the marching ants and the official. The sensational effect has already been made. He makes people buy hot search to expand the news, but the public opinion on the internet and in society does not seem to be on their side. So now the Marching Ant Company has no loss at all, just a little trouble. If it is not successful, he is stealing chicken without eclipsing the rice. Oh, the phone rushed to shake and interrupted his thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly had a very unpredictable feeling. Old super. Anecdote. Go drinking again? Ha ha. Tang bombing connected. Hit ha ha. Old Tang. The last time I talked to you about cooperation, I want to consider it again. The voice came from the mobile phone, as if it was a sunny day. Tang Beiming was in a hurry. If he cancelled a big cooperation, it would be even worse. Old super, is there any other unsatisfactory condition? Isn't it good to sign tomorrow? Why is it suddenly cancelled? There is really a problem. Lao Tang, you are a little impulsive. What do you mean? What did you do for the Army Ant Company? This. Tang Beiming's words were slogan, and there was an ominous premonition. Old Tang, everyone understands people. Since you use this method to create trouble for the Marching Ant Company, you should know that they will retaliate, and it is still a revenge. Speak clearly, what do you mean? I didn't touch the Army Ant Company. Now this situation. Understand that people understand that some people are behind the ghosts. Zhao Minutes privately released words. She will be behind the scenes. Now the spearhead is pointing at you. She also hinted that what you did has been privately notified in advance. You have people who work together. If you cut a little meat, you can still retire. Business matters, the means of fairness, the two sides in the market, you have no complaints. But your means are not bright, and they will not follow the common sense. Shopping malls like battlefields, and people with absolute strength, will only make you die faster. You have to be a monkey's chicken. If you ask for more happiness, I can't help you. In this way, it is estimated that the above people will not care about you. Snapped. The blind voice of the phone made Tang Beiming chilly. Oh, just hang up. The phone vibrates again. Old Tang. The cooperation between our two sides will be cancelled. Cheng Mining just looked for me. Their prices seem to be more favorable. Hey. Damn. Boss, this is my resignation letter. The person from Dongxing Company just asked me that the marketing department of the branch office lacks management. I want to go one step further. A man entered the office and left a letter of resignation to leave. Dong Tang. The last time you borrowed something, I encountered some problems. I am afraid that the bank can't lend you in the near future. Dong Tang, Wang Dong held an emergency shareholders meeting. Tang Beiming's brain screamed and sat down in his seat. He knew that he was finished. Chapter 447, Situation. Black soil mining boss jumped to death. Zhao Minutes was just a few phone calls, and a few goodwill persuasion made Tang bombing completely collapsed and went to a dead end. It is conceivable that the influence of the Marching Ant Company is large. The Marching Ant, who has been amiable, is irritated and reveals its aggressive character as its name. Tang Beiming's collapse is a warning from the Marching Ant Company to the opponent. The means of being fair and straight can be, if you can see the small movements of the people, the Marching Ants Company will also accompany them, and will be confronted with retaliation. Today's Marching Ant Companies, no one can provoke. This incident also makes people who are preparing for small actions in private, do not dare to move. The news of Tang Beiming's jumping off the building, in the background of the success of nuclear fusion technology, like a small spray of violent storms, did not cause a trace of waves. Only people in the industry know the horror. On the third day of the death of Tang Beiming, Cao Jiangmin, who organized the protest, pleaded guilty and admitted to buying the workers and inciting the protests. In the official and various reports, let the public opinion be in vain. Outside the line of the Army Ants Company, the people who are going to the headquarters of the Army Ants Company also understand that they have been used by the police. Under the persuasion of the police, they sneaked off the slopes and left. Liu Qinggo sat on the sofa in the hall, holding a cigarette in his hand, a smoggy face, with sorrow and entanglement. He is a coal practitioner and a miner. Since the big policy of energy conservation and emission reduction came out, the coal reduction plan has always been there, but it is quietly carried out. It is difficult for the outside world to find out, but their workers know. In the past 2 years, his income has shrunk by a third, and prices have become higher and higher. But this is a national policy. The times are improving and there is no way to resist it. 2 months ago, the mining area received a notice to reduce production, and the mining area had already laid off the youngest workers in batches. Because knowing that there is not much production in the future, policy considerations will allow young and strong workers to be laid off and find another way to make a living. The old miners have been working for too long, leaving the job. They have difficulty in raising a family, so the old miners can still do their own work. Unfortunately, he is a laid-off member. Although there is compensation in the mining area, but after all, it is necessary to support the family. I asked the workers in other mining areas to have the same situation. Workers have discussed that after the invention of the nuclear power plant, coal power generation will be eliminated in the future, and the consumption of coal will also be reduced. National policies should be implemented. Some time ago, some people moved to protest this kind of thing. He didn't feel very good, so he didn't participate. But the work is always looking for, otherwise the child will go to school, and the family economy will have to maintain him. However, there are not many books, and now I'm not familiar with going to the city. It is very troublesome. When he was in a daze, the ringing of the mobile phone awakened him and looked at the number. Liu Kingo's eyebrows picked it up and hurriedly connected. Hey manager. Hello. Liu. Have you got a job? There was a thick voice on the phone. Not yet, I am looking for it, Liu Kingo said quickly. The above policy says that it is necessary to restore some vegetation in abandoned mining areas. Planting grass and trees. The contracting company contacted me that they lacked some workers. Would you like to go? Well, go, thank you, manager. Liu Kingo ecstasy hurriedly promised. Work has fallen. At least now do not have to worry about the problem of laid off. In the same situation as Liu Kingo, some other workers are workers who have been forced to lay off after the coal production is reduced. Workers who were worried about not having a job also recovered their mentality. The protests slowly disappeared and everything went back to normal, as if nothing had happened. A farce was also ended. Cadirac, France. In the conference hall of the ITER office, a fierce meeting is taking place at this time. This unreasonable request should not appear in such a serious meeting. In order to solve the human energy crisis, we are actively participating in the ITER project, and the Oriental Super Ring also provides a venue for the ITER project experiment. We do our best, provide maximum assistance for the ITER project. The Starring Institute is not within the framework of the ITER project. It is a high-energy plasma research institute jointly established by the Marching Ant Company and the Academy of Sciences. The R&D technology is owned by Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group, and the world has never given any technical assistance. Nowadays, the technology is successful, but it is ethical and requires us to share technology. This kind of requirement has never been seen before. As a scientific researcher, don't you feel shameful? At the conference table, Li Jian pointed to the people on the field and made a loud noise. Huaxia is also a participating country of the ITER project. You should provide the most advanced technical theory for the project. Only if you share the technology without reservation, the project will be successful soon. We are willing to bring out the most advanced high-temperature plasma technology in our country. Why can't you take it out? Is it too selfish? Asked an American physicist headed. Selfish? Li Jian looked directly into the other's eyes. If it wasn't for the Starring Institute's experimental success, would you take all the technology out? Why didn't you take it before? You want to use a bicycle to change the plane? Don't you think this idea is ridiculous? If we share the technology, we are willing to compensate for some of the research and development expenses in China. If you refuse the agreement within the organization, we have the right to ban the sale of the technology to build a tokamak device to you, without our parts and materials. Huaxia, it is impossible to build a tokamak device. The representatives of several other countries are aggressive and hide with the hunger. It seems that Li Jian is not willing to share technology, that is, the enemy who does not share the sky. Hey! Li Jian heard the threat and angered and laughed. I still know how to make radish and sticks. They have been technically blocked for decades. Are you afraid that you will be blocked? China is standing up from the threat. After so many years of research, I have never seen such a brazen person, and I am still a group of scientists. The controlled nuclear fusion was successful, and he was able to raise his eyebrows. He could straighten his waist and pointed at the noses of these people, and the other party could not help him. Without the participation of Huaxia, ITER project research will be stagnant. They have been successful and don't have to look at the faces of several other countries. After Li Jian's death, he snorted and left, leaving a table of people facing each other and falling into awkwardness. At the regular meeting of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, many physicists and ITER directors have called for China to share the controlled nuclear fusion technology with the world to solve the human energy crisis. What comment does China have on this? I have noticed that there have been many reports in these 2 days. What I want to say is that Huaxia has been actively supporting the ITER project, which is to help the human energy crisis. The Starring Institute is not under the ITER framework. The institute is a joint venture between the Army Ant Group and the Academy of Sciences. Technical research has cost countless funds, talents and resources, and has not been helped by the outside world. The success of controlled nuclear fusion is the result of the efforts of our own researchers. As the news of controlled nuclear fusion becomes more widespread, after the news was thoroughly confirmed, the world civil society, academia and the national level began to carry out various moral abductions to China, and they all asked China to share nuclear fusion technology with the world. Some small countries that depend on the coal economy are suffering because of the volatility of the coal market. Under the control of some big powers, a small country proposed at the UN meeting that China should suspend the construction of nuclear power plants and share nuclear fusion technology. The final result is naturally rejected. The game of the great powers is going on, and the world is forming a confrontational situation in the invisible, and the momentum of China is not weaker than the parties, and it is still calm. Unrelated countries are all things that don't matter. Under such confrontation, small countries cannot stand in the team. Although they are shameless and deeply contemptuous of some European and American countries, it is not the big country that they should participate. The globally solidified economy and political governance situation, because of the success of controlled nuclear fusion technology, there is a fissure, the beginning of the stream. Chapter 449. Do not use Xin. What are you doing? I am at home. What is it? Tonight my boyfriend's birthday is going to sing K. I want to invite you. Kemai and Lihua will come, only a few of us, no one else. So, well, okay. The Emperor's Square 888 box, waiting for you. Hang up the phone. Jiang Xingxin looked at Xiao, small fishing rod. My roommate's boyfriend's birthday, invited us to sing K. I went out for a trip. You and your brother said. Xiao Yu put down his books. Where? Emperor Square. The consumption of Emperor Square is quite high, and students also go there to hold a birthday party? Asked Xiao Yu. Her boyfriend is not a student, a master of returnees, come back to start a business, a little income. Jiang Xingxin said. Do you like this? Although the suspected Haigui master likes a female university student who has not graduated, Xiao did not ask. My card is for you, in case of need. Xunzi, my pocket money for me. I can't finish it, I still have a lot of money in my card. Then come back early, don't drink too much alcohol, or your brother will definitely stop your pocket money. Good. Jiang Xingxin promised to go back to the room to change clothes and go straight. Looking at Jiang Xingxin's back, Xiao put down the book and thought about it. Picking up the phone, Black Hawk. Miss Xiao Yu, what's the matter? The mobile phone pops up the holographic projection of the Black Hawk. Xingxin went to the Emperor's Square to sing. You let the 2 bodyguards protect her with the past and pick her up at night. Xiao Yu said. Okay. The Black Hawk nodded. How are they coming? Dong Quyen looked at Liu Yanni and opened his mouth. Well, they all agreed, it should be on the way. Liu Yanni collected the phone. Sweet opening, dear. Your friend? Why not ask them? I just returned to China soon. The friends I made were business partners. They have been on a business trip recently and have not returned. Dong Quyen smiled. It doesn't matter, dear. This is my birthday present. Liu Yanni took out a gift box and handed it to Dong Quyen. Well, thank you. Dong Quyen took it easy. In the laboratory, Chen Mo took a mask and wore an experimental white robe. In front of him is a transparent LCD screen with information on various gene sequences. The technology of genetic engineering has long been mature, and all kinds of basic equipment are ready-made, which provides great convenience for his research. There is no need to prepare many basic technologies and materials that are not currently available, as in the study of the stars. In the study of soil oxygen grass, he only needs to synthesize two kinds of hormones, then put the target gene into the nuclear genetics, and cultivate the plant germ with synthetic hormones. If the growing plant has the target characteristics and functions, it is successful. Merg brother, the drought-resistant gene transfer was successful, and the medium was detected to have related proteins. Put the embryos and plant them in the cultivation room. Chen Mo glanced at the information and turned to look at the sand room inside the glass window. It is a cultivation room built to simulate the desert environment. There are already several green plants, cactus and haloxylon. Next to the cultivation room, there are sunflowers and monstera. And the water environment culture room grows more than a dozen water hyacinths. Some of the gene fragments required for the soil grass are found in these plants. During this period of time, because of the nuclear fusion technology, the outside world is inextricably linked, and the hot weapon is facing the front. His protagonist rarely appeared, except for the interview with the official media at the beginning, and the rest of the time was immersed in research. The exposure of nuclear fusion technology has risen to the game at the national level. The big country game, it is irrelevant for their company to participate in the participation, just show your face, just to find trouble for yourself. All company affairs, handled by Zhao Minutes, he only needs to be clean and research. Putting the medium in the hand into the incubator, Chen Mokai withdrew from the laboratory and took off the experimental robe. You're back. Listening to the small fishing of the book, see Chen Mo coming back, showing a gentle smile. Now that her baby has been pregnant for more than 8 months, she is hiding at home to listen to the music of the prenatal education, look at the parenting books, and be ready to be a mother. Yeah? Chen Mo changed the slippers, put the jacket in the hands of the intelligent robot, and sat down next to the small fisherman. Xinxin? How can the girl not see people? Now Xinxin graduated from the exam, and at this time, I am at home. It didn't take long before she went out. She said that her boyfriend's birthday, please ask them to go to the Emperor's Square to sing. Ordinary students go to Dorset Square. Are students so rich now? Chen Mo was a little surprised. The minimum consumption of Emperor's Square is 5,000. Which is not the place where ordinary college students go. Dihafang is not far from Bnai University. When you were in college, the students at Bnai University knew that it was a high-consumption place, and their ordinary students would not enter that place. She said that her boyfriend's boyfriend is not a student, a master of returnees, and earning money from starting a business. A successful master's degree in entrepreneurship. Looking for a female university student who has not graduated as a girlfriend. This is very interesting. This condition should not be this combination. The girl looks very beautiful, Chen Mo asked casually. Why do you think that girl is very beautiful? Unless the long-term love, the so-called love at first sight is to see the color. The man thinks about it. The conditions of the two sides are not equal, especially the master of the returnees, with a halo, and successful entrepreneurship. The vision should be high. The girl is not beautiful, or not other advantages that are too prominent. The probability of the two together is small. The circles of both sides are different. The intersection is not big. and the world view and topic are different. In summary, either the male looks at her appearance, or just plays. Now the rich people like the female college students. Chen Mo then said, our conditions are not equal. Did you see me at the beginning, or play? Chen Mo feels wrong. When he turns his head, he sees Xiaoyu's face like a smile and a smile. That was love at first sight. When I was in the library, I suddenly found a beautiful, energetic girl who was attracted by her temperament at first sight. For 4 years, it was the first time I saw such a beautiful girl. Then when the bookshelf fell, I knew that the opportunity was rare, and I rushed. Who knows, that is the goddess of luck given to me by God. I will not hesitate to take home. Sure enough, since then, I have been born with the wind. The bull is not able to do it. That is, the goddess of luck has changed my destiny. The conditions are indeed not equal. She is a goddess, I am a mortal, so I have to work hard. The mouth is very sweet, count you through. Xiaoyu smiled and chanted Chen Mo, leaning gently on him. I have seen the friends of Xingxin. Her roommates are ordinary people, and they are ordinary girls. So I just thought about it a bit, and I worry about people with ulterior motives. Plus the place of the bar. Let the Black Hawk arrange 2 bodyguards to protect Xingxin privately. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded, his brow slightly wrinkled, feeling that something was wrong, but did not think much. Chapter 450, Don't you feel too greedy? Dong Quinn was sitting in the box and his face was flickering. Jiang Xingxin is coming. Without any doubt, the 4 girls all sang in the box and were very happy. Obviously, the 4 did not have any doubts about him. Then the next step is to play. Dong Quinn glanced at the door of the box. He knew that Jiang Xingxin's bodyguards came over and kept on the corridor to pay attention to the situation of the box. Time is almost the same. Dong Quinn took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Hands on. Chen Mo feels that something is wrong. It seems that there is something wrong with him today, which makes him uneasy. Tonight's conversation with Xiao, he seems to ignore which key place is the key that makes him uneasy. Just after returning home, Xiao is also around. He didn't think much about it. Now he is going to take a bath and rest, and he can settle down and remember carefully. Where is it wrong? Emperor Square. Birthday party. Female college student. Master of returnees. Chen Mo's dizzy. Seems to find the key point. Is it the problem of the master of the returnees? Master of success in entrepreneurship. Choose a girl who has not graduated and looks ordinary as a girlfriend. This is unreasonable. He may think too much, but he has to think more. Recently, the official seized 5 spies in Banhai, and the 2 were rebellious returnees. The news outside is not reported, but Chen Mo is very clear. At the beginning of his establishment of a controlled nuclear fusion project, he asked the Mexican women to pay close attention to foreigners and returnees who suddenly entered the coastal city. Merg brother. Violent incident in Emperor Square. Wu Qiang and Chen Quanqi were suddenly attacked. What? Chen Mo hurried up and his face changed. Wu Qiang and Chen Quanqi, who said that the ink girl said, is the bodyguard that followed Xingxin's past. I will contact Wu Qiang and Chen Quanqi immediately. Chen Mo grabbed the phone and tablet and left the study. He thought of a possibility. This time, if this possibility comes true, then Xingxin is in trouble. Boss, we were suddenly attacked. The other 5 people, 1 person has a gun. Just contacted. The phone came to Wu Qiang anxious voice, accompanied by gunshots from time to time. What about Xingxin? Chen Mo asked. The confession coven Miss Xin Xin and his friend just ran out of the box and fled to the safe exit. Wu Qiang said cautiously. Chen Mo's face suddenly changed. Go to chase, among their friends, the man may be accomplices, and Xingxin and Quanqi are in danger. Just out of the study, Zhe and Pearl have entered the villa. The face is obviously anxious. Boss, just the Black Hawk said. When he lost contact. Reading a car, Xingxin is dangerous, may be calculated. Pearl, you and Anan, Liu Yu and Chan 4 people left to protect the small fishing. Except you, no one can enter the villa, cannot be close to the small fishing. In case of emergency, Take a small fishing to the safe house immediately, and all the robots will start emergency alert. Shenmue then finished, took Zoe to leave the villa. Ink Girl checked the identity of Xingxin Shayu's boyfriend. The only explanation he can think of now is that the person has a problem, otherwise there will be no attack against them. Quanky lost contact, obviously planned in advance, early to determine that they will go to M Grand Square, have no intentions, and should be inside. Dong Quain, 27, holds a master's degree in chemistry from the University of London. During the period of studying abroad, I participated in the Special Forces summer camp. The owner of Dongquan International Trading Company. Looking at the information of Dong Quain, Shenmue's face was very dark. The other party also voted for the resume of the Army and Company, or a few months ago, just returned home. I don't have to think about it, but it is also a special person, and it is still a very clever special person. I haven't been monitored by the Ink Girl. I also choose to start with his loved ones. The security is the weakest. Strong, how is your situation there? Shenmue contacted Wu Qiang again. The rumor was attacked from behind, 2 shots in the body. Life and death is not clear. I killed 2 gangsters. The man stunned Miss Xingxin to escape. I did not dare to shoot. Followed behind them. Wu Qiang voices thick the anger. Which way? Just on Fengwang Avenue, heading for the northern suburbs. The police car behind is also coming. Don't lose, don't be impulsive, report your position at any time, we are chasing it now. Shenmue and his team, there is a car robot. 4 cars left the villa. The roar of the engine vented the anger at the moment. In the car, Shenmue took a big box from the trunk. Since the last attack, Shenmue has developed self-defense techniques. These techniques have not been used for a long time. He also hopes that he will never have to come in handy. The result is still needed. Full of self-defense equipment, full of boxes. The odd shape is different from traditional equipment, like the technology of the movie Agents. The most common is the pistol, in addition to the ring, the capsule robot, and some even the military fans cannot name the equipment. Give it to you, put it on. Shenmue took out a thick bag from the box and took 2 grey t-shirts from the inside and threw them to the driver's seat and the co-pilots Swang Hai and Zhu He. Zhu He did not feel the emotion. Immediately took off his jacket and put a t-shirt on his body. The t-shirt is only a little thicker than the ordinary t-shirt, but it has a strong bulletproof function. But she has seen it. As a security guard, she knows how much equipment is on the car and how the equipment is functioning. When she first learned about the equipment in Shenmue's self-defense equipment box, she was really shocked. Even with the senior leaders, there are not so many advanced self-defense equipment. Put on the t-shirt, Shenmue took a ring and put it on, grabbed 3 table tennis-sized eggs and put them in their pockets. Merg brother, stranger calls. The voice of the Ink Girl suddenly sounded, interrupting his movements. Shenmue's face can't help but condense, connect. Mr. Shenmue, your sister is in my hand. The voice of Dong Quain came from the mobile phone. I don't know the voice of anger. I know that your person has already chased it. The police have also chased it, but I still want to get it. I want to get something. Give you $1 billion, let my sister. Shenmue sounds cold. I have to say that I am very excited about this condition, but that money is not what I want, and I have no life to spend. What would you like? Controlled nuclear fusion technology, artificial intelligence technology, holographic technology. The voice of the mobile phone came from a haze. Don't you feel too greedy? Shenmue blackened his face and hid the endless anger under his eyes. I only wanted controlled nuclear fusion technology. But unfortunately there was something wrong. I was greedy by the way. If you think that your sister is not worthy of the cold technology, you cannot give it. I can't give you 3 techniques. If you want one of them, I can give it to you, as long as you put your sister. 2 kinds. Controlled nuclear fusion technology and artificial intelligence technology. You only have 2 hours. An abandoned old factory in the northern suburbs. Waiting for it to be very lively. I prepared a big gift there. I could not use it. If something goes wrong, it will be used. You remember to send it in person. Don't take fake technology. or you will regret it for a lifetime. Dong Quinn hangs up the phone, looks at the car stuck in the rear, and stunned the steering wheel. There was something wrong with the action. Wu Qian chased it, earlier than he thought. Sudden appearance of the other party, also killed 2 people, completely disrupted his plan, had to make an alternate plan, and now a bit passive. The lights flashed, the bells tore the silent night sky, and the air was filled with charred molecules. Looking at the abandoned old factory building in the distance, Dong Quinn's steering wheel turned and quickly rushed over. Chapter 451, I am not so weak. When Chen Mo arrived at the abandoned old factory building, the warning line had been pulled up here. 5 police cars and 2 special police vehicles are waiting for everyone. It belongs to the suburbs, and is not surrounded by residential areas. There are no crowds onlookers. The road has been blocked and the vehicles are not allowed to approach. Mr. Chen Mo, I am the captain of the Special Police Detachment, Zhuang Yan, the commander of the on-site action. Wearing a special police uniform, the black-skinned man and Chen Mo made a greeting. He has already received news that the hostage in the hands of the culprits is Chen Mo's sister and asks him to ensure the safety of the hostages at any cost. The situation inside is a bit troublesome, and he does not dare to move. Chen Mo nodded and looked blank. How is my sister? Wu Qian. The bodyguard had a shot in his arm and was on his way to the hospital. Your sister and the gangster were inside. Zhuang Yan brought Chen Mo to the technical vehicle and opened the map of the factory, pointing to one of the small suites. The gangsters. The room is on the 1st floor, together with the hostages. There are only 2 people in the whole building. But Zhuang Yan was solemn, and Chen Mo's heart was tight. And there was an ominous premonition. It used to be the employee dormitory of the factory. The front is the bedroom, and there is a small bathroom at the back. All the doors and windows are covered. The wall around the small room, the gangsters installed the homemade soil bombs, obviously arranged in advance. The place where the gangsters are at this corner, we can't kill. From the other side's approach, it is a professionally trained person. Chen Mo looked at the portrait of infrared thermal imaging. His face was gloomy and scary. Do they have conditions for you? No, we sent a negotiating expert. The other party did not open the door. I only asked to see you. We are trying to communicate with the other party. The other party has no response. The shelter around him is solid. There are soil bombs, guns, hostages are in the hands of the other side. I dare not rush to break the door, Zhuang Yan said. At the beginning, he was close to the factory and was detonated by the other 2 bombs. They ate a small loss, and the 2 brothers were injured. Now they dare not move. Chen Mo looked at the factory map and his brain was spinning at rapid speed. This is a place that has been prepared for a long time, and the purpose is for today. The other party counts all kinds of possibilities and does not give any chance of rescue. Merg brother. Stranger calls. The voice of the ink girl in the phone instantly caught everyone's attention. The surrounding technicians immediately turned on the equipment and waited. After receiving the headset handed over by the technician, Zhuang Yan indicated that Chen Mo could be connected. Mr. Chen, are you here? The phone sent a cold voice from Dong Quinn. What do you want? Chen Mo took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. It's very simple. You personally send things in. If you don't want to see your sister's fragrance disappear, it's best not to play tricks. If other people come in, I don't mind disposing of your sister's legs first. Don't think I am joking. Do. The blind voice of the phone makes everyone sink into the heart. And the criminals simply do not give them any chance to speak, and can speak unconditionally. Zhuang Yan changed slightly and looked at Chen Mo. The gangsters have asked Chen Mo to bring something, probably a sensitive technology. Recently, the controlled nuclear fusion technology has been in full swing, and the gangsters chose to do it at this time, perhaps for this technology. Moreover, Chen Mo's identity and his influence. Zhuang Yan is clear. If Chen Mo is in trouble here, all of them will be held accountable. Mr. Chen, what do you want from the gangsters? Artificial intelligence technology. Chen Mo said coldly. Mr. Chen, I need to go in. Chen Mo interrupted Zhuang Yan's words. No. Wang Hai, Zihe, and Zhuang Yan are all in unison. A few people are a little worried, and Chen Mo's safety is more important than the safety of anyone present. Boss, let me go, Wang Hai said. The other party asked me to go in, otherwise it would hurt Xingxin. Do you have other ways to keep her from hurting? Chen Mo asked a few people, but nothing. Chen Mo interrupted everyone, and the voice was unquestionable. Give me a bulletproof vest, Mr. Chen. You can't go in, Zhuang Yan said with a bite. Chen Mo took a look at Zhuang Yan. Do you have a way to make Xingxin unharmed? I went to talk to the gangsters. I sent things in. Zhuang Yan told the technician to contact Dong Quain, and after a minute, he put down the phone with a black face. Chen Mo looked at Zhuang Yan's expression and already knew the answer. He walked over to the old factory. You can't go in. Zhuang Yan indicated that two special policemen had stopped Chen Mo. There was already a person in it. If Chen Mo went in, the situation would be even worse. No one can guarantee that what will happen in the end. Ignore the blocking of the two special police officers. Chen Mokao walked over the old factory. Mr. Chen, I hope that you will cooperate. If you rush in, it will only be more dangerous. Zhuang Yan stopped Chen Mo. Do you have a better way? Chen Mo's calm voice made Zhuang Yan's heart sink. In the current situation, if he wants to ensure the safety of the hostages, he does not have a good way to do so. Step aside. Sorry, Mr. Chen, Zhuang Yan said seriously, still blocking Chen Mo's way. Chen Mo and Zhuang Yan looked at each other for a while, and took out a mobile phone and dialed a number. Yao Shuji, you should pay attention to it and let them let me in. You want to see a gangster? Yao Yi's dignified voice came from the phone. At the first time of the incident, he received a phone call. After all, it is related to Chen Mo, and he cannot rush to the past, can only be anxious, through other people's reports to understand the situation. Do you have a better way? Don't be impulsive. Your safety. It's your family. Are you going to save? Chen Mo interrupted. The phone was quiet. Chen Mo was quiet, and the atmosphere on the court was a little stalemate. After a minute, the voice came from the other end of the line. Do you have to go in? Yes. Your safety. My safety. I am responsible for it. Don't let me in. I am hard, and everyone is not happy. The phone was quiet again on both sides. After a long time, Yao Yi's sigh came. I think of a way. You wait. No matter what happens, your safety is the most important. Hanging up the phone, Chen Mo looked pale, looked at Zhuang Yan and continued to pay attention to the situation of the old factory. 4 people are surrounded by special police officers. No one dares to act rashly. The hostages inside are special, and if they have problems, they will have trouble. Chen Mo did not speak. Others were quiet and the atmosphere was dignified. Zhuang Yan also thought about the countermeasures with a black face, but all the plans were rejected. Hard to break the door. The other side is in a dead end, cannot be killed in the first time. Once the bomb inside is detonated, the situation will be more dangerous. Killing is also a dead end. The other party is professionally trained and the position is just right. To ensure the safety of the hostages, they are helpless. Captain, the city bureau calls. The silence was broken. Zhuang Yan took the call and put it down after a while. He looked at Chen Mo deeply and gave him the bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet. After entering, make sure that you are safe. If you find it is wrong, we will act now. Chen Mo took the headset that the technician handed over and said, don't worry, I am not that weak. Chapter 452, I am your hostage in the old factory building. Dong Quain's face is very unattractive. He did not expect that a small change caused the situation to go out of control and become what it is now. It is now a dilemma. If the plan is successful, he has left safely before the arrival of Banhai Police and Chen Mo. After hiding Jiang Xingxin, he can have a lot of maneuvering space, can get the technology he wants, and retreat. But everything went against, and I had to come to this abandoned old factory. The 3 caves of Rex Rabbit are the habits of his character. This habit has made him get out of the dangers again and again. On the first day of coming to Banhai, he began to choose these places, just in case. Inside, There are soil bombs, which are the earth bombs he bought for fireworks and firecrackers. Power is much smaller than TNT, but the number is enough. With some steel balls, it is very threatening. When the other party is concerned about the safety of the hostages, it is certainly not daring to act rashly. This is his only card. Fortunately, Chen Mo still cares about his sister. Hey! Exclamation mark. The phone's rapid vibration interrupted his thoughts. Seeing the caller ID, Dong Quinn smiled coldly, narrow eyes, like a fox that smelled meat, licking his lips, scarlet like blood. I am coming. Outside the door. You are very powerful. It seems that you love your sister very much. Dong Quinn Yin Yang said strangely. Thank you for your compliment. Don't let me in. Come in. Hold your hands up. You can't have a second person. There is a second person. I will let your sister eat a bullet first. If there is a third person, I will take 2 weapons. I will directly detonate the bomb. Now I am remotely in my hand. You should know. Don't think I don't dare. When the door is opened, Chen Mo slowly pushes the door open, and the action is not too big. With his hands raised into the room, he saw Dong Quinn hiding behind Xin Xin. I have to say that this person is more cautious than the old fox. Chen Mo did not dare to have big moves, for fear of stimulating each other. Now that the other party has become a trapped beast, I can't guarantee that the other party will suddenly become crazy and make excessive things. Close the door. Chen Mo did not say anything, slowly reached out and closed the door. The action was like a leech's. His afterglow was observing the environmental conditions inside the house, and at the same time guarding the other party suddenly to him. There are 14 self-made earth bombs. If they are detonated, the people in the house will not be killed or seriously injured. What do I want? On me? How do you want to give it to you? Chen Mo asked. Take off the bulletproof vest. Dong Quinn looked at Chen Mo, and if he determined that the other party was threatening, he would start the first time. Mr. Chen, don't listen to him. The sound of Zhuang Yan did not fall. Chen Mo had already taken off the earphones and slowly reached out to solve the bulletproof clothes. Jiang Xingxin, who was tied to his hands and feet and sealed his mouth, had burst into tears and kept shaking his head. All the pockets are taken out and placed on the table. Dong Quinn stared at Chen Mo's trouser pocket. Wallet. Chen Mo took out his wallet and threw it on the table, and then took out an egg-sized thing and put it on the table. What is this? Dong Quinn instantly narrowed his eyes. Smart machine egg. I bring the toy decompression around. Chen Mo's finger slowly approached the machine egg, gently clicked on it. Oh, the robot egg was on the table, along the edge of the table, rolling back and forth like an egg, but did not fall down. Without any threat, Dong Quinn secretly sighed. Anything else? The hard drive that loads the data. Chen Mo took out a 2-finger hard drive and placed it on the table. There is the information you need, encrypted. At the moment of seeing the hard disk, Dong Quinn's eyes skyrocketed and his face still hesitated. There is a computer on the desk. The data is decrypted and sent to the address above. Now the network has been blocked outside. Do you think the information can be sent out? Chen Mo said coldly. Other you don't care. As I said, there is a blank hard drive next to it. Decrypt the copy and go in. Dong Quinn took a look at Chen Mo's hard drive. First put my sister. Chen Mo said. If you want to save your sister, just do what I said. Dong Quinn's face sank. How do I know? If you get the information, will you tear up the ticket? I am a hostage in the room. My sister is irrelevant. Put my sister. I am your hostage. Give you information. Chen Mo said with a strong tone. Do you want to play tricks? I am just a researcher with no strength in my hands. I have no weapons in my hands. I don't have bulletproof clothes on my body. You have a gun in your hand, and a bomb. What kind of tricks can I play? Put my sister. I am your hostage. Give you technical information. My sincerity has brought. At least I want to ensure the safety of my sister. My life is in your hands. What are you afraid of? Chen Mo calmly, looking directly at Dong Quinn. A pair of people, do not give the attitude of the information. At this time, Dong Quinn, his heart was in doubt. and he kept scanning back and forth on Chen Mo. Chen Mo's body is not strong and does not seem threatening. If Chen Mo is in his hands, the outside people are even less dare to act rashly. Jiang Xingxin does not seem to matter, but he is suspicious, but he is still not at ease. Chen Mo did not bother to disturb the other party, nor did he speak. The words have already been made clear, and then urged the other party. The other party may feel guilty. The room was quiet, only Jiang Xingxin's crying, and the sound of the smart machine egg rolling on the table. How is the situation inside? Xuan Yan was so serious that he leaned over and watched the video, which was taken by a pinhole camera that reached into the room. The room is deadlocked, and his heart is heavier. Sniper, can you find a chance to kill? Number 1 is not available. No chance on the second. The gangster is in a dead end. The answer from the earphones made Xuan Yan look black. Now I can only pray that Chen Mo in the room is fine, otherwise the responsibility of this accident cannot afford anyone. Yes, I can put your sister first, but if you play tricks, I can't get anything, and I will immediately detonate the bomb and kill you first. Dong Quen's gun pointed at Chen Mo, and the gun head smashed. Stand in the corner and hold your head under your arms. Chen Mo went to the corner and looked at Jiang Xingxin, who was in tears. After he unlocks you, don't do anything else. Leave the room first. I heard no. After you unlocked you, don't do much. Otherwise I will kill you first, then kill your brother. Dong Quen coldly warned. Yeah? Jiang Xingxin nodded with tears. Dong Quen pulled out a knife and cut off the rope under Jiang Xingxin's feet. His muzzle always reached Jiang Xingxin's body. Do everything well. Dong Quen took the remote control back to his hand. It seems that only this remote control can give him a sense of security. Go out. Dong Quen looked at Chen Mo coldly, and the remote control in his hand was always ready. Jiang Xingxin's hands were still tied, and Chen Mo was in tears, and he walked very slowly. Go out. I will be fine. He is not asking for my life. When he heard Chen Mo's unquestionable voice, Jiang Xingxin accelerated his pace and opened the door awkwardly. Dong Quen's muzzle is facing Chen Mo, his eyes are guarded with great care, and he is cautious to the extreme. Now your sister has left. As I said, I get things, you leave safely, and it is good for everyone. It is good. Chen Mo slowly stood up and walked to the computer in front of the desk. Chapter 453. Spoiler: Dong Quen's pistol was against Chen Mo's back and was always on guard. A cautious personality is the key to his success and success. He knew that if something went wrong, he would be dead. When seeing Chen Mo open the password, Dong Quen's eyes flashed. Open the information to me. I don't want to lie to you with fake technology. My life is worth more than these two technologies. The information cannot be sent. The official knows that your goal is technical information. Since I came in, the surrounding network signals have been cut off and blocked. It is impossible to send a file. Chen Mo opened the information and felt the gun at the back. His attention was on the remote control of Dong Quen's left hand. Copy the data to your hard drive. Do you seem to have the confidence to escape from here? Chen Mo inserted the empty hard drive next to the computer and began to copy. Less nonsense. Chen Mo deliberately spoke to Dong Quen, his eyes inadvertently licking the machine eggs rolling back and forth on the table. If you don't guess wrong, there should be a tunnel in the room to the outside world. This is your only way out. The Golden Eagle shelled. I can think of it. The outside people want it too. The police dogs are on standby in all directions. Dong Quen's face changed slightly, and he quickly recovered his calmness. He saw the copy succeeded and rushed Chen Mo to the side. Put the remote control on the table. Slide the mouse to check the data. The muzzle is always on the chest of Chen Mo, cautious to the extreme. Seeing Dong Quen put the remote control in his hand, Chen Mo slowly took a step back and raised his hand and clicked on the watch. Oh, the egg on the table slowly rolled to the front of Dong Quen and fell to him. Then, the machine egg red light flashed, left him slightly stunned, and then his face changed greatly. Subconsciously shake off the robot egg. shot in the direction of Chen Mo. It's just that Chen Mo has been holding his head and rushing toward the door. The speed is fast, never seen before. He is sure that Chen Mo's speed and explosiveness are definitely more terrifying than trained professionals. 2 shots fell, and the reaction was too late. The red light of the robot egg at the foot is rapidly magnified in his pupil. The threat of death was so full that Dong Quinn couldn't think of other things and quickly flew to the side. What made him desperate was that the robot egg quickly rolled to his side with his flying flutter, and the flashing red light seemed to be a mockery of him. It's over. This is his last thought. The desperate look with relief. The fire mixed with the shockwave drowning him until the consciousness falls into the dark. Boom! The sound of the explosion shook the country. Zhao Minitz, director of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group and director and president of the Army Ant Group, announced that the world's first controlled nuclear power plant was started in South China. Huaming Nuclear Power Group General Manager Yang Mingwei announced in Gansu Province that the number 2 controlled nuclear fusion nuclear power plant project will start. Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group will build 2 controlled nuclear fusion power stations at the same time. Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group suddenly announced that 2 controlled nuclear fusion power stations were started at the same time, and the news quickly spread around the world, causing a sensation. Affected by the news, global coal prices fell sharply, refreshing historical lows, causing stock market turmoil. The marching ants announced the news in an unprecedented high profile, as if they were malicious and disgusting people in the marching ant group, which made everyone unexpected, and suddenly announced plans to disrupt many countries. Only after the Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group announced the signing of the agreement with the government, it is now running, and the speed is beyond imagination. On a global scale, the awareness of the efficient decision-making and execution of the marching ant group has once again been refreshed. The decisive command, efficient and fast execution efficiency. The marching ant group is like a nest of active marching ants, full of infinite enthusiasm and aggressiveness. The company is, as its name suggests. The sudden news of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group has made the atmosphere of the global game more dignified. This means that their speed of response is still not in the decision of the Army Ant Group. Controlled nuclear fusion technology emerged and the impact on the economy slowly emerged. The leaders of the world's first echelon of the world are extremely heavy. A marching ant group has stirred up the world economic situation, unexpectedly, and many people have caught off guard. The marching ant group once again attracted global attention, and the company's name also appeared on the desk of the leaders of various countries. With the successful commercialization of controlled fusion technology, all national leaders know that the door to change in the new era has been opened and cannot be stopped. If you don't want to fall behind in this revolution, you must follow up. When the news was hottest, more exciting news came out. The leaders of the United States and Russia have telephoned and agreed that the leaders of the 2 countries will take the lead and invite the EU, the Ireland, the British, the Indian, the Korean, Canadian and Australian 7-party leaders to gather in Geneva to discuss the joint cooperation of controlled nuclear fusion technology development plan. When this news came out, it once again attracted global shocks. The global attention is focused on this meeting, and the meeting has excluded Huaxia and is to be delusional. 4 days later, the meeting sent a message. The Jiufang Group reached the Declaration on Cooperation Agreement on Joint Development of High-Temperature Plasma Research in Geneva. The 9 parties will jointly spend $25 billion to concentrate all high-energy physicists, high-temperature plasma physicists, and accelerate the research on controlled nuclear fusion technology. When the news came out, the global news public opinion was on an unprecedented climax. This agreement is also known as the creation of the Sun Plan, and the media also explained that the purpose of the cooperation of the Jiufang Group is to catch up with China's pace of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Huaxia was excluded from the agreement, and the ITER project was stagnant. The name is in ruin. Behind all this change was the construction of a controlled nuclear power plant announced by the Marching Ant Company. The Marching Ant Group is like a malicious spoiler, affecting the beginning of the incident and moving the global situation. Wall Street News. OPEC announced that it will increase oil production. The King of Arabian King announced that it has accelerated the economic diversification reform of the Arab Kingdom. Due to the news, international oil prices have fallen sharply, the lowest since the financial crisis in 2008. The global stock market has plummeted and the price of gold has fallen, soaring. The leaders of Pakistan have opened a visit to China. According to experts' speculation, the Pakistani leader's itinerary may visit the headquarters of Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group in order to cooperate with Huaxia in the controlled nuclear power plant project. Foreign media news. Mumbai City launched a large-scale anti-espionage operation and captured 15 foreign intelligence personnel. The foreign intelligence network in Mumbai City collapsed and destroyed 7 black gangs. Global news. Mumbai City official Joint Marching Ant Company announced the start of the construction of Technology City Plan. The plan includes the Holographic City Project, the Mumbai Radio and Television Tower, Women's Tower Project, Smart Transportation Project, Smart City Project. Plan upon completion, Mumbai will build the world's first city of the future. Economic Daily News. The Marching Ant Group, the European Rothschild family, the Shenlong Group, and the Penguin Group announced the cooperation and established the Ant Paradise Company. The Marching Ants will invest in the global cultural and entertainment industry. According to insiders, the Ant Park shares composition, controlled by the Roche family 5%, Shenlong Group agreed to exchange 5% shares with Ant Paradise Company, Penguin Holdings 6%. And Marching Ant Company holding 83%. Future Ant Park will introduce Penguin's net IP and game IP, building the world's first holographic park in Mumbai. The news of the enthusiasm of all parties continued to spread, as if pouring cold water into the boiling oil pan. The global news public opinion exploded. The Marching Ant Group showed an unprecedented high-profile attitude, which made people unclear, but the impact of its release was shocking. This company, which seems to be harmless to humans and animals, has quietly developed into a company that has stirred up the world economy. A marching ant may not be able to compete with any country, but it is the most advanced technology in the world, but it can become a igniter. Since the end of the Cold War in the United States and the Soviet Union, the world's pattern has solidified, like a stagnant water and a deep suffocation. Today, the Marching Ant Group is like a stone, which provokes the shackles of this dead water, forming a stormy wave, and the pattern has become more active than ever. Chapter 454. There is a female unparalleled military district 3rd hospital. Chen Mo squatted back and forth, changing the calmness of the past. His face was anxious. His palms were sweating. It is almost 2 months since the Xinjiang kidnapping incident. The news of the incident was blocked, and not many people knew that the news of Dihafang revealed that it was the enemy's revenge. Afterwards, the Marching Ant Group deliberately and high-profile released the news of the start of the controlled nuclear power plant, stirring the world situation. Various hot news broke out. The news was quickly overwhelmed in the news wave, and now it has disappeared. During this time, the outside world did not have any news. He did not show up in front of the public. He was immersed in the laboratory. When he received the small fishing, he left all the research and rushed at the fastest speed. This is probably the most embarrassing day of his long time. On the court, Chen Mu, Xiao Ma, Wang Lan and Zhen Zhen and others are waiting anxiously. A few people face or dignified, or nervous, or anxious. Just a few minutes. It feels like it has been a few hours. The air was infected and became tense, and everyone looked at the door next to the corridor. A door is like a universe with 2 different flow rates. The door suddenly opened and everyone rushed to meet. Seeing the nurse holding a squat out, the atmosphere of agitation and anxious dissipated instantly, and everyone showed a happy smile. From the dignity to the change of joy, let the air rise. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, is a little princess. The nurse smiled. Thank you, little fish. Miss Xiaoyu's physical condition is stable, but I have to do some inspection before I can come out. said the nurse. "Okay, thank you, nurse, thank you very much." Chen Mo was relieved, and the nervous face finally showed his joy. This is the first time he has revealed this kind of heartfelt smile in the past 2 months. "Come, Dad hugs first," the nurse said to her in front of Chen Mo. "Okay." Chen Momo licked his palm and carefully took care of the nurse's arms. He was more careful than holding the most precious glass, and a big man who was usually agitated was also clumsy. At this time, Chen Mo's mood was more exciting than his research on a epoch-making technique. The baby sleeps in the squat. His eyes are closed, the skin is not long open, or it is crumpled. The intimate feeling of blood connection makes Chen Moxie not twin, happy like a big child, and instantly feel the weight of responsibility. Seeing the elders who looked forward to them, Chen Mo passed the baby in his arms. At that moment, Chen Moxie was in the shape of color, radiant, and laughed at her mouth, as if she was a young teenager. Next to the little fisherman and Jane, they are rushing around, carefully looking at the baby, eyes full of love. After a while, Xiaoyu was also pushed out from the delivery room. His face was pale, but the joy of happiness on his face could not be lingering. "Husband." Xiaoyu showed a pale smile. "Well, how does the body feel?" Chen Mo gathered a small fishing bangs and asked softly. "Fortunately, it is a little tired. First eat something to pad the stomach." Back to the special car room, Xiaoyu took out a heat preservation box and handed a bowl of sweet millet porridge to Chen Mo. "Xiaomo, you give Xiaoyu to eat." Then I went to Zenzen and took my baby into my arms, full of joy. Looking at a few happy elders, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu looked at each other. "Small fish, what is the name of the baby?" "Is it a name?" Zenzen asked. "Call for the unparalleled twins." Her father took the name. Xiaoyu said, "The little name is a small cuttlefish." When the child is not born, the two say it. The boy is named by the mother, the girl is named by the father, and the name is the name given by Chen Mo. Chen Washwang, little cuttlefish, the name is good, good. Chen Mu eyes with joy, eyes never left the baby from beginning to end. Small inkfish nose is quite the same as her father was when he was a child. This face is like a little fish, when grown up, it must be a little beauty. Xiaoyu Ma also talked. A few elders around the baby, you said a word, the best boast, and did not dare to speak loudly, for fear of noisy baby. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were also aside. "I still have pain?" Chen Mo scooped up the porridge and sent it to the small fisherman's mouth. "Painless childbirth, not dead and lived on TV. There is no feeling of too much pain. It feels a little tired now," Xiaoyu said. "Take a rest after eating porridge, and take good care of your body during this time." The next day, Xiaoyu was physically stable, and Chen Mo took her out of the hospital and went home to cultivate the quiet villa. Because of the happy event, the atmosphere is full of joy, the family is surrounded by a person. In the study, Chen looked at the various experimental data that the ink girl had returned from the laboratory, and her face was a little depressed. He was driven over. Now Mom and Jane, and Shin are at home, and there are nannies at home, there is nothing about him, and they can't help. As a result, Zhao Minutes also came to visit and grabbed the baby, so he was joined by the team. But remembering the appearance of her daughter's sleep, the smile on Chen Mo's face is still lingering. The eyes fell on the experimental materials sent by the ink girl. Chen Mo also seriously. As early as 2 days ago, Chen Mo used tissue culture technology to create 100 sets of artificial seeds, planted in a 10 square meter laboratory. As long as one seed successfully sprouted and showed corresponding sexual characteristics, it proved his experiment was successful. However, Chen Mo is also awkward. After all, the experimental conditions are too harsh. The sand contaminated with acidic substances simulates the desert-like ambient temperature, and the temperature difference between cold and hot is large. There are a lot of gases such as sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide in the air. This is almost the most extreme environment for the survival of the Earth's plants. It is hard to imagine that plants can survive in this environment. But the grass has to survive in this environment, but also shows the corresponding characteristics. But there is still no movement. Zhao Minutes entered the study and saw Chen Mo looking at the screen and went to sit down in front of him. "Congratulations, upgrade to be a father." "Thank you." Chen Mo smiled. Now the status is upgraded, and the whole person's temperament is quite a lot. "Tell you a good news. From today, I am the godmother of the little cuttlefish." "Hey?" Chen Mo sneaked a little, and immediately released his smile. "It seems that you haven't even talked about love, just be a godmother." Roll. Zhao Minutes did not feel mad at Chen Mo. "Say business. I just came back from the economic forum, but now it is very lively." In the era of change, danger and opportunity coexist. During this time, the global economy fluctuated drastically due to the influence of controlled nuclear fusion news. Emerging technology is very popular, and traditional energy and other industries are bleak, and the two form a very sharp contrast. Because of the high-profile announcement of the news of the controlled nuclear power plant, it can be said that the Marching Ant Group pressed the button to kick off the global energy revolution. Now the global atmosphere has changed the quietness and suffocation of the past and is more active than ever. The development of science and technology has become an important task for many first-tier countries, and the investment in various scientific and technological research and development projects is unprecedented. The holding of various international conferences in the world is to discuss the possible development direction of the future economic situation. "It is estimated that you have to reshuffle," Chen Mo said. "That transformation of an era is the end of the old era. The alternation of old and new means that some people rise, some people have to withdraw from the stage, can't keep up with the pace of change, and naturally will be eliminated." History is always strikingly similar. "What plans do you have next?" asked Zhao Minutes. The room fell into silence. Zhao Minutes was waiting for the answer, and looked at Chen Mo. Since the last change, Chen Mo seems to be thinking about something, and his character is more sturdy and calm. The former Chen Mo, giving people a confident edge, is now more like the sword of Zhang Feng. All the sharpness is hidden. The study was quiet, only the sound that came in from outside. After a long time, Chen Mo slowly opened his mouth. Expansion. Chapter 455, Building a Business Empire. At the entrance of Building 1, Chen Mo got off and quickly passed to the floor where the biological laboratory was located. There was no obstacle along the way. "This morning, I received a good news that the seeds of the number 7 culture room sprouted. The number 7 culture room is the final site for the oxygen grass experiment. 3 days ago, he had planted the seeds in it, and the water was enough, but there was no movement. 100 sets of seeds did not move, and today there is finally seed germination. The survival of the seed means that the grass is successful." Entering the laboratory, Chen Mo quickly walked to the front of the number 7 culture room. The glass on the culture room showed the temperature and humidity of the culture room, as well as the composition and concentration of the air. It was very intuitive. Through the glass, Chen Mo can see 2 or 3 greens in the cultivation room. The largest one plant has only one toothpick-like leaf, such as grass, gray and green, hard as a needle, and a little cactus. The whole body is covered with waxy luster and is very strange. There are 2 plants with only a little bit of greenness, which is similar to the head of a pencil lead. It is hard to find without looking carefully. This is a plant that has never been seen on Earth, a brand new plant, a plant of earthy grass. Seeing the 3 sprouts survive, Chen Mo reveals joy. He has been very happy with 100 sets of seeds and 3 survived. The conditions are too harsh and the seed mortality is high. With complete theoretical data, his research has gone very smoothly, and now it is finally the last step. Verify that there is a purified protein in the plant and that there will be no reproductive isolation problems. The purification of DNA synthesized proteins is the key to the absorption of toxic substances in the soil and toxic gases in the air, and is one of the most important characteristics of the soil. The ability of earthy grass to transform the soil is mainly due to this sexual function. Now that it has proven to survive in harsh climates, it is only necessary to verify that it can transform the soil. As long as there is purified protein, It means that he has successfully created the grass. The most important thing is to produce seeds that can be naturally propagated without reproductive isolation. Spray auxin, 10 carat -6 moles/L. The temperature is set at 23 degrees Celsius to provide sufficient moisture, Chen said. Okay. In order to speed up the growth, Chen Mo used a new type of cell growth agent to speed up the division of plant cells, speed up plant growth, and shorten his development cycle. Now that the seeds are sprouting under harsh conditions, what he has to do now is to accelerate the growth and maturation of the seedlings. As long as the seeds are formed, the research on the grass is completed. When he did everything, Chen Mo left the lab. The main meeting room of the Marching Ant Group headquarters is surrounded by the core management of the Marching Ant Group. This is an urgent meeting convened by Zhao Minitz. In addition to Lin Xiu, Wang Sijia and a few other technicians stationed at the headquarters, others are now in the world, projecting to the conference site through holographic projectors. This is a holographic conference. The Marching Ant Company was reorganized into a Marching Ant Group, and their first group of veterans were all heavily appointed by Zhao Minitz. In the circle, they are the top of the Marching Ant system, the core group of personnel. After two large-scale restructurings and restructuring of the company into the current group, the core management has a clear division of functions. Li Lingfeng and Julie are the presidents responsible for the consumer business. Julie is in charge of the Mobile Ants Group's mobile phone, computer and other electronic products business, facing many consumers. Li Lingfeng handles intelligent robots, seismographs and holographic projectors. Almost Zhao Minitz, the right arm, is one of the core personnel of the Marching Ant Group. Zhang Yi is the chief financial officer of the Marching Ant Group. Li Huai manages the legal department and the public relations team. Wise and Wang Sijia are responsible for the headquarters R&D system, and the technical department at hand is the backbone of the Marching Ant Company. Now it is coordinating the Banhai Future City project and providing technical support to the project. Lao Luo manages the investment team of the Marching Ant Group. Li Danny takes Li Nuoxi to manage the entertainment section of Ant Paradise. Yang Mingya manages Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group. Hu Yuliang and Tan Yong, managing the medical field of the Army Ant Group. The youngest Lin Xiu and Lin Xiu are now the core technicians of the Artificial Intelligence Plus and Autopilot systems businesses. Xia Chenglong and several other managers are responsible for the battery production, materials and other spare parts of the Army Ant Group. The people on the field, except Yang Mingxi, who joined the Nuclear Energy Group, Li Lingfeng and others, were the first batch of veterans at the beginning of the establishment of the Army Ant Company. Under the training of Zhao Minitz, nowadays they have grown into talents with one side. And everyone has a mature decision-making team, one out of the box, and the outside is a big one. Lingfeng, the president, called everyone to open this meeting. Do you know the content of the meeting? Julie asked. Li Lingfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. I just received a notice from the president. It should be a question about the future development of the company, otherwise the president will not call us. In the conference room, everyone chatted, and now everyone is separated. This time is a holographic projection conference, only to gather together, a rare opportunity. After a while, Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz came together, followed by Langxi and Robot. Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz arrived, and the meeting room was quiet. Many people's eyes are gathered on Chen Mo, especially Lin Xiu, with various emotions in his eyes, sweeping back and forth on Chen Mo. In their impression, Chen Mo rarely appears in the conference room, and it usually appears. It is very important. The meeting begins. Chen Mo sat down in the first place and went straight to the theme. It's important to have a meeting today. In the future, the company will accelerate its expansion. When this was said, everyone else played a 12-point spirit. In their impressions, Chen Mo rarely appears about company decision-making. They are all immersed in research. Zhao Minitz has been making decisions. It is rare to make a sound now, that is, to announce expansion. There are many areas involved in the company, including various technology products, energy, biomedicine, entertainment, materials and automobile manufacturing. In the field of technology and energy, our group has had enough influence, both fields, height and width. They are big enough, but the height and width of several other areas are not enough. The group has great potential and influence and has not yet been released. This expansion needs to release this potential and influence, and extend the company's reach to every corner. Broaden the foundation for the Marching Ant Group and increase resources and chips. Chen Mo paused. The Marching Ant Group used to develop in the past, and some foreign capitals always wanted to move them, various restrictions and sanctions, and created a lot of trouble for them. As long as the Marching Ant Group has turned their reputations accumulated in the past into resources for the company's development, I believe that the prototype of a business empire will take shape. By then, they are not afraid of any group attacks. A century-old family must have a strong foundation and vitality. Your mission is to strengthen the company's tentacle and influence. Cooperation, acquisition, or shareholding can be done. Of course, the premise is that we have to make money. We don't make a loss. We will give the plan to the president a week later. The plan is feasible and the president will give you an answer. After Chen Mo finished, Zhao Minutes next to him also spoke. I also said that the goal of our group is to create an unprecedented business empire, a high enough empire state building, which needs sufficient strength to support the foundation. And now is the time to build the foundation. Chapter 456. Movement. The notice goes on, speed up the negotiation speed of the major cinemas, and the holographic cinema reconstruction project will be implemented as soon as possible. Before the release of the first holographic film, let the holographic cinema cover at least 30% of the cinemas. Li Lingfeng exited the holographic conference, and the next said the assistant. On the other hand, Julie also issued an order for expansion nationwide. Add 150 offline experience stores. Let the people in the marketing department find suitable addresses in the first and second tier cities. Give me the assessment report of the flow data and consumption capacity data, location and environmental data. Within a week, the companies that have the potential to invest and cooperate with us, list detailed cooperation or investment plans. Each person is responsible for the evaluation of a company, and hand over the evaluation report to me within 1 week. Lao Luo's investment department is no exception. Although there are only 20 people in the investment department, each is an elite among the elite. What do? We are the technical department. We can't say expansion and expand. Lin Xuan and Lin Xiu went to the research room and said, we have core technology, expansion, and some people will be responsible. We let the investment department help and evaluate the acquisition of the automobile production plant. We started the 4th round of automatic driving road test and handed in the latest development report of the self-driving car. In the autopilot market and the auto market, the company will send people to open up. Lin Xiu said that the shyness of the past disappeared, and now it is already a confident girl. The department they lead is the youngest department of the Marching Ant Group, responsible for autonomous driving and artificial intelligence plus projects. Most of them are researchers, with an average age of no more than 30 years old, but each has its own skills, as well as active thinking and creativity. Management experience. They are not good at it. They only need to hand over the research results to the company, and there will be special people to open up the corresponding market. If you go, let's notice, within a week, let the planning team take out the expansion plan of the second phase of Ant Park. At the end of the meeting, Li Danny took off his glasses and spoke to the next Li Yuoxi. Okay. Li Yuoxi did not dare to neglect, took off his glasses and left the conference room. Nowadays, Ant Paradise Company has just been established. It has the resources and contacts of the Roche family, Qinglong Group and Penguin Company. It also has the monopoly advantage of holographic park plan and holographic projector. It has great potential in theme parks and tourism sections. Ant Paradise has a faster expansion capability than other companies, especially the movie section of the entertainment industry, which can influence in a short period of time, as well as theme parks and tourist towns in amusement parks. At the end of the meeting, the marching ant group was like a huge engine that started to run at high speed. The employees of the marching ant group, as if they were marching before the aggression, are extremely active and ready to expand their territory. With such a big movement, there are naturally some people who are concerned about the marching ant company. I don't know when it started. The marching ant group completely changed the original style, and frequently made a big noise, which always made people feel scared. At the Disney conference room, the atmosphere is as dignified as ever. The first Bob Iger is frowning. Ant Paradise is the biggest challenge he has encountered since he took office. He has given him enough pressure since he was founded. This competitor has concentrated on the biggest advantage at birth. Working with Penguin, I imported the Pengu Group's big IP resources, the most popular game IP, and the popular anime IP in China. Invest in holographic film production, animation, games, entertainment and online media. There is also the network and resources accumulated by the Roche family over the past 100 years, and Chenglong Group's amusement park management experience. Most importantly, with the monopoly of monopolistic holographic projectors, the future world of technology, and the conflicts of various businesses, Ant Park has become their #1 competitor. Once the Ant Park is formed, it will be the preferred venue for parent-child amusement tourism with a holographic amusement park full of magical imagination. The blow to their company's business will be an unprecedented horror. Everyone, what about Ant Park? What do you think? Iger said. Other directors on the field are thinking that the Ant Park has just been established, the impact has not yet appeared. And once the hologram is launched, it is a prelude to the crisis. There is no way for them to take the Ant Park. The company, led by the Marching Ant Group, and 4 large energy groups, is still within China. They can't deal with it, and the acquisition is impossible. Several companies are not bad. They can acquire major companies in the United States for integration, but Ant Park can't buy them. The concept of holographic world, with unlimited value, coupled with the large IP held by the Penguin Group, makes the Ant Park have unlimited possibilities. Seeing no one talking, Iger turned his gaze to the man who was the first in his left hand. Everyone else looked at him and wanted to hear his opinion. Tang Shide had no choice but to knock on the table. He is now the chairman of the theme park and resort, where he is in charge of the company's global vacation and travel business. During the critical period of Disney's expansion, he led the company's acquisition of ABC, Pixar and Marvel Entertainment, which is one of the most important members. Obviously, Ant Paradise and our business are very mixed, and it is a potential competitor. Once the holographic theme park of Ant Paradise is successfully built, our theme park will no longer be the first choice for amusement tourism. Losing the biggest, the theme park tourism business will be very heavy on our company. Maybe we have big IP, but Ant Park joins Penguin Group, has the most popular game IP, and the big IP of literature, animation and TV series. Ant Park uses holographic projection to shape live IP characters at any time. We have, they also have, they have, we don't. This is their advantage over us. Although we look strong now, everyone is aware of the crisis and his heart is heavy. Ant Paradise now looks weak, but backed by the Marching Ant Group, it has the advantage of monopolizing holographic projectors, and the potential is large enough. Tang Shide did not stop and continued. The most important thing is that ZF is now also sanctioning the Marching Ant Group. We are the biggest competitors of their Ant Park project. They can't sell large holographic projectors to us to build theme parks. Shareholding cooperation is the best way. Another man with glasses and Mediterranean hair said. He is Rosler, the chief financial officer and senior executive of Disney. The Marching Ant Group will give us a shareholding. What do we buy? Money. If they are short of money, the top 10 banks in China are very happy to lend money to them. How much is there? Or IP shares? Give them IP. Do we have any advantages? Asked Tang Shide. A series of questions made the conference hall quiet again. What is the shareholding? The resources of the playground. the Qianlong Group already has. There are many IP resources, Penguin companies, the international expansion of resources. The Roche family has accumulated enough connections in the past 100 years. The four major groups are not bad money. They go into the sub-shares, which are definitely from the hands of the Marching Ant Group. It is unlikely that the Marching Ant Group will give them. We are not arguing against the Ant Park. We are not pleased. Cooperation is definitely necessary. It is always more profitable than your life and death. For example, holographic technology plus Marvel IP movies, at least in terms of movies, we still have great advantages. Holographic technology mature. Holographic film is the next film field, said Tang Scheid. ZF sanctions the Marching Ant Group, not allowing their products to enter the US market. Holographic projectors are not sold here. The cinema cannot be transformed into a holographic cinema. Rosler added. The atmosphere of the meeting became grievous. For the first time, I felt how uncomfortable the sanctions were. Is it possible to lobby ZF officials through contacts to let them loose some of the sanctions against the Marching Ants Group, in exchange for the friendship of marching ants? Perhaps we can cooperate with them in certain areas. The holographic projection market is blank, no harm to the interests of the big consortium. We can get a little benefit from this blank market, at least get a holographic projector to film, create our holographic cinema. The consortium will be very happy, I just said. When the words came out, everyone on the field looked bright. Give them a donation of some campaign funds. Rosler smiled softly. The Roche family, Alexander heard the news that the Marching Ant Group was suddenly very active, and his face was a little surprised. In his impression, Chen Mo is not the kind of high-profile person. Behind the sudden change of style, there must be something that stimulates him. Young Master, Hexing has a plan to acquire a medical device company, Ant Paradise Company informed us that we would like to develop a site and assessment plan for the Ant Paradise in Europe. A private secretary entered the office and said, "Well, let the investment team choose the address. The faster the better," Alexander said without hesitation. Cooperating with the Marching Ant Group, the Roche family has benefited enormously and has once again gained fame in the European region. He has stabilized in the position of the head of the Roche family. As long as there is enough time to continue to develop, their family will certainly rise again, become a global consortium family, and restore the glory of the past. The action of the Marching Ant Group is booming, allowing the parties to adjust their company's development plans. In addition to the news of the Ant Park, in other areas, the industry has received the wind in advance. Some companies have taken the initiative to seek cooperation with the Marching Ant Group. The aggressive aggression of marching ants has caused many people to frown and let their partners smile. Chapter 457, I won't go with the money. In the glass window of the number 7 culture room, 5 green plants have been quietly grown. In the past, 2 more seeds have sprouted. The survival rate of 5% shows harsh growth conditions and how severe the screening is. The tallest plant is 20 centimeters and has grown into a mature plant under the catalysis of auxin. Dark green slender leaves, gray stems, all over the shiny waxy. At the top of several slender leaves, you can see 2 or 3 blue and white flowers about the size of the sunflower. Ink Girl, how is the situation of earthy grass? Chen Moi asked when he entered the laboratory. The soil is growing well. The projection of the Ink Girl appears, but it is not certain whether the pollination is successful. It seems to be done by yourself, full of food and clothing. Chen Mo looked at the little flowers, said faintly. Chen Mo put on protective clothing and took the pollination tool to enter the laboratory. Oxygen is a wind-borne pollination of the monoecious strain, but he is still a little uneasy and decided to artificially pollinate. As long as the seeds of the grass are formed, it is the time when the experiment is successful. After playing in the training room for 10 minutes, he came out from the inside. He also wanted to observe several grasses carefully, but Zhao was coming over and he had to go back to the office. This is the plan that was handed in. Zhao and Lanxi, together with a file, entered Chen Mo's office and laid down on Chen Mo's desk. There are only more than 20 documents. but it carries the areas that the Marching Ant Group will focus on: development and development. Which is better? Chen Mo picked up the top file and turned it over. There are 3 very good ones, and the others are quite satisfactory. Zhao Minutes took out the most prominent reports to Chen Mo and waved Lanxi to leave. The Ant Park expansion plan is good. The site selection plan for the 2 holographic parks in Donghai City and Angcheng District has been increased, and the Roche family has begun to choose the site for the construction of the European holographic park. The acquisition of popular IP, investment in holographic film production, construction tours of the town, integrated with the company's gaming and entertainment resources. No matter what, the plan is very secure. On the other side is the holographic equipment that Ling Feng is responsible for. During this time, he was in contact with the bosses of major theaters across the country to discuss the problem of transforming the holographic cinema of the theater. Together with the director Jiang Fenian, he was invited to be a guest, preparing for the release of the world's first holographic film. Once the holographic cinema began to transform, our benefits are self-evident. Chen Mo looked through the 2 plans, said, "What about the rest?" Donghai City Bus ordered us to order a number of self-driving buses and self-driving taxis. Waiting for the completion of the holographic city project, it will be put into Donghai City. Lin Xiu and Lin Ziyuan reported that the autopilot system has matured. I hope to expand the car growth line and accelerate the production of self-driving cars. Zhao Minutes continued. We can consider launching a high-end electric car brand. After all, we have the core technologies of carbon crystal battery technology, autopilot system and microlaser radar technology. Now our company is synonymous with advanced technology in the market. Because of the previous layout, now occupy the high-end market, completely absent. Well, you are responsible for these things, Chen Mo said. Others, mainly emerging companies, invest, share, cooperate, and some acquisition integration plans to expand the company's market and impact to achieve our expansion. Is there an electronic version of these documents? Chen Mo pointed to the document that said, "I knew you would ask this question." Zhao Minutes took out a hard drive and handed it to Chen Mo, all in it. Chen Mo took the hard drive and plugged it into the computer. Inc. You evaluate all the plans in the hard drive and hand over the evaluation report to the president. Mergo Inc. responded, "The evaluation report is completed and sent to the hard drive." Hey, there is the evaluation of various investment plans by the Ink girl. You refer to the reference. Chen Mo pulled the hard drive and handed it back to Zhao Minutes. Zhao Minutes is speechless. It takes 3 seconds to get it, and the efficiency is terrible. The company's top team spent a week, sleepless nights, and completed the investment report. She took another 2 days to read it carefully. The result was that she spent less than 3 seconds. Ink's brain is a superconducting computer, and the calculation of teraflops per second is not normal. The reason why artificial intelligence is fascinating and fearful is that artificial intelligence has the ability of human beings to transcend in some respects. Unless human beings can have the ability to think at the speed of light. But artificial intelligence also has shortcomings, no human feelings, and some ideas are different from us, so you need to combine your own ideas and make final decisions. Chen Mo said, "I like Muge. Is it a feeling?" The Ink girl innocent voice sounded. When I heard the Ink girl's tear tone, Chen Mo's mouth pumped out. Do you know what like is? On the internet, I like to have a lot of things, but the Ink woman can only understand it literally, and I don't know what the data of these feelings are. I will find a way to help you improve your emotional problems in the future, Chen Mo said. In the words of the Ink girl, Zhao Minutes was slightly surprised, but also relieved. She contacted the Ink girl, knowing the intelligence level of this artificial intelligence. One more thing. Disney's CEO Aji contacted me yesterday. He hopes that we can provide them with large holographic projectors, shoot holographic movies, and sell medium-sized holographic projectors to transform cinema lines. This news made Chen Mo feel surprised. We seem to be unable to enter the US market, can't sell them to them. Capital Cybernetics, in the West. Super big consortia can influence policy. This is not a rare thing. Behind the campaign, there are funds and resources to support the big consortium. They should have the means to lobby those officials and cancel some products of our company. Sanctions. But their condition is to provide them with holographic projectors, shoot holographic movies, and transform holographic theaters. What do you think? Our Ant Park project is almost in perfect conflict with the business scope of their company. It is a natural rival and the biggest competitor. However, the money in the movie market is endless, and the conflict of interest between the two sides is not big. We can rent large holographic projectors for them to rent holographic movies, and sell medium-sized holographic projectors to transform holographic theaters. We opened up the US market, earned money, and they got the advantage of the first opportunity. At this point, both sides will win. However, large holographic projectors cannot be sold to them to renovate theme parks, otherwise the potential and value of the Ant Park project will decline. They have a high reputation and experience in the playground tourism and holiday market, and we cannot help our competitors grow. The monopoly of the holographic projector market is our company's biggest advantage. The United States is a huge market. Although it is restricted by sanctions, since there is a way, he will not refuse to earn money. Now that the company is expanding, there are too many places that need money, then go and do it. The US market is still very large. I will not be able to go with the money. Chapter 458, War Robot. The US official announced that it has cancelled some restrictions on the products of the Marching Ant Group. A few holographic products, including holographic projectors, can be sold normally in the US market. When the news came out, the world shook. This news allows the world to recognize the influence of the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group, which had just been tough under the US sanctions, finally let the United States bow its head and take the initiative to cancel some sanctions against the Marching Ant Group. This is undoubtedly an indication that the products of the Army Ant Group are needed in the United States. The development of holographic technology is obvious to the world. In the United States, netizens think that it is a good thing to remove the restrictions on the holographic technology of the Marching Ant Group. They buy holographic projectors and need to fly to China to buy them. When they go back, they have to pay customs duties, which is time-consuming and laborious. It is no doubt a lot easier to cancel this restriction now. However, some people are dissatisfied because the holographic mobile phone, which represents the highest technological level in the world, still cannot enter the US market. Americans need to buy holographic mobile phones. They must go to China, and now holographic mobile phones are still out of stock, making purchases even more difficult. The news came out that the Marching Ant Group announced the second day of the formation of the US military market headquarters in New York. When the parties concerned about the US cancellation of the Marching Ant Group holographic projector, another news came out. Disney announced a cooperation agreement with Marching Ants to jointly invest in the holographic film market. Holographic movies are about to appear. This news has attracted much attention in the wave of many news. The popularity of holographic projectors, although there are currently holographic experience museums, are some scene experiences and limited space. The emergence of holographic films is undoubtedly a prelude to the popularization of holographic technology. Not long after the news of Disney came out, the 10 major cinema lines in China announced that they had reached a cooperation with the Marching Ant Group to transform the holographic cinema line nationwide. The major cinema companies in Europe are not far behind, and they have announced cooperation with the Marching Ant Group to renovate the cinema. Following the news, director Zhang Fengyun publicly admitted at the International Film Festival that the first holographic filming has come to an end. At this time, the outside world knew that Chen Mo's wedding was directed by Zhang Fengyun. Then, all the well-known directors said in public that they have already got the investment and help of the Ant holographic film, ready to shoot holographic movies. The news made the film industry feel ashamed. The term holographic film is thoroughly known to the public, and the film field is about to enter a new era. When outsiders pay attention to holographic films, The pace of expansion of the marching ant group is proceeding simultaneously. Zhao combined with Mo's evaluation of the plan, screened the most favorable projects for the company, and launched the expansion of the marching ant group. Ant Paradise Company announced the site selection of Ant Park in Donghai City and Angshan District, and the construction of the world's first holographic park began. Set up the automotive business unit and enter the high-end electric car market. In addition, the pharmaceutical company joined some companies, and 2 new holographic mobile phone growth lines were completed. The news came out one after another, letting the outside world feel ashamed. The action of the marching ant group was too frequent and more active than ever. For the first time, the public also realized that the marching ant group's firepower was fully opened, releasing its huge potential influence. All kinds of news broke out, and there was a rush in the world. The influence of the marching ant group was unprecedented. The marching ant group also quietly grew up in the news boom and improved its global layout. In these news, the organizational capabilities and efficiency of the marching ant group's horror were exposed, and the world's enterprises were eyeing it. Nuclear fusion power station, holographic theater reconstruction, construction of the future city of Donghai City, Ant Park theme park, entering high-end electric cars, various investments. The largest of these projects, one can create a world of the top 500. Knowledgeable people know that there is no company in the world that has the ability to organize so many large projects at the same time, and the marching ant group is like a methodical group of ants, and at the same time, expanding the territory of ant colonies in all directions. This efficiency, let many potential competitors are shuddering. Behind the action of the huge ant colony, in addition to Chen Mo, the spiritual leader mascot, Zhao Min's ability to coordinate and decide, plus the computing power of the Ink Girl, and the efficient execution ability below. Number 7 Culture Room. The slender blade top of the grass, like a spider's nest, hangs a small string of crescents, carefully looking like a pocket version of the peas. 2 toothpicks, through the mature yellowed epidermis, can faintly see the internal black seeds, sesame size very delicate. Seeing the black seeds, Chen Mo has a joy of success. This is the 4th seed. The seeds that came out 3 times in the past are empty bags, which makes Chen Mo very embarrassed. Now I finally get the desired result. The seeds of the earthy grass are mature, and the technology is also declared successful. Now he needs to acquire the next technology. The technology he most wanted to acquire during this time. In the Science and Technology Library, there are 8 books in 8 directions, and there are 3 pillars of light: medical, mechanical and military, representing a small technology in 3 fields. Once you complete one, you gain access to the entire field. After completing the last 3 technologies, all the technologies in the entire technical apprenticeship stage will be open to him, and he will also acquire the higher level of authority of the technology library. The mysterious Science and Technology Library made him very curious. The technology collected here is enough to allow human science and technology civilization to evolve into a god-level civilization. If you have the highest level of technology in the technology library, you can step into the realm of God. As human beings know, the 3 beams of light were as quiet as ever, and Chen Mo walked past the light column in the middle, and did not hesitate to reach into the book. Military weapons. The self-defense techniques in the apprenticeship are all relatively partial door techniques. They are more advanced than the existing weapons technology of the Earth, and his artificial intelligence plays a bigger role, but for him, there are still some shortcomings. The technology of the apprenticeship stage, whether it is room temperature superconducting materials, holographic technology, controlled nuclear fusion technology, etc., each technology exceeds the existing level of technology of the Earth. The technology of military weapons should not disappoint him. Even if the technology does not work with him, after completing the technology, the technical authority in the military field will be able to get the technology he wants. It hurts. A huge amount of information poured into the brain. Let Chen Mo feel the tingling of the cerebral cortex, cannot help but knock with a hand. He couldn't stand the horror of receiving controlled nuclear fusion technology. Chen Mo's body is slightly unstable, lying on the ground of the Science and Technology Library, trying to adjust his breathing. Severe discomfort made him dizzy. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo stood up and sneaked into a painful brain war robot. Looking at the technical information, Chen Mo sighed and the pain eased a little. It is just the technology that you want, or you have to study the technology to find the technology he needs, and it takes a lot of time. Ink Girl, do you want to have an exclusive body? Of course. I think, every time you say that I have made a body for me, I said it a few times, but I didn't do it every time. It doesn't count. The projection of the Ink Girl falls by Chen Mo, some proudly said. Was dismantled by the Ink Girl. Chen Mo then touched the nose. This time really? Mirko brother also swindles the Ink Girl is a puppy, quickly said. How do you want to make it? The Ink Girl designed her own body, or my brother designed it for me. Who did you learn with your first sentence? The network goes to school. Chen Mo squatted his forehead and was speechless. It seems that the body of the ink has a different attachment to the body. You design the physical appearance you want, and others can be modified according to what I mean. The body needs new material technology, new battery technology, and new weapons. Chapter 459, Look Good? You look at the little cuttlefish and look at me laughing. Hee hee. Chen Mo looked at the little cuttlefish in his arms. His face was very happy, just like a child found a good toy. The small cuttlefish has been opened, delicate and creamy, small hands holding small fists, eyes clever, shaking the little tongue, laughing very cute, so that Chen Mo's heart is sprouting. Husband, I want to tell you something. Now that the little cuttlefish was born, my body has also recovered. In the past few years, I followed Zhaoji and learned some experience. I want to retreat behind you and later do charity in your name. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo. This idea is good. I support it, but I don't have to use your own in my name, Chen Mo said. Dia has a good life. He certainly does not have much time to do charity. Xiaoyu has this mind. He has no reason to not support. With the permission of Chen Mo, Xiaoyu showed a gentle smile. I still use yours. I don't need too high a reputation. Her uncontested character is doomed to be impossible for her to be extravagant like other wealthy wives. At work, she couldn't give Chen Mo too much help. At least behind her, she could accumulate a little reputation for Chen Mo. This is the only thing she can do. Time is almost up. I have to make milk powder money, and today is a little important thing. Chen Mo looked at the time, some reluctantly handed over his daughter back to Xiaoyu with the lunchbox. Remember to have lunch on time. Xiao said, it is good. Chen Mo reached out and teased his daughter and turned away. Mom go, good morning. Chen Mo gang went to the first floor. The voice of the Ink Girl appeared. The projection of the ancient Windlei landed next to Chen Mo. Good morning, tell Zhao Minutes to come over, I have something to talk to her. Chen Mo put the insulated lunchbox and put it into the robot lab. Okay, I have already notified. The appearance and body image of the Ink Girl is finished. Do you want to see it? Okay, show me. In the next second, Chen Mo's face changed, and the two eyes almost came out. I saw a perfect body, suspended in front of him in a holographic projection. The snow-white slender legs, the skin is like a gelatin, and the mysterious triangle is up, no flaws, let the population dry, flat belly, and the snow-capped peaks. Chen Mo can be sure that this is the most perfect figure he has ever seen, and world-class models are incomparable. When I saw the face, Chen Mo spurted out the old blood. Why are you using a small fisherman? Small fish sister is the closest person to my brother, and Miguel definitely likes this look. The Ink Girl said, do you want to know something different? Quickly change it. Chen Mo said seriously. Okay. The Ink Girl promised that the face changed and looked clear. Chen Mo opened his mouth and petrified on the spot. Why are you changing the appearance of Zhao Minutes? Give a little welfare to my brother. Is it good? Oh, Chen Mo almost vomited blood and died, but still couldn't help but look at his eyes. Who did you learn from? It looks good. But you quickly change it, or I will see it, then I will be finished. I have seen it. What? Chen Mo's voice was raised 8 degrees and he took out the goldfish eye. Looking back, I saw Zhao Minutes standing at the door of the robot lab and looking at him with a red face. The kind of weird and complicated, slightly squinting eyes, let Chen Mo almost find the screw eye of the experimental platform. You can't wash the Pacific Ocean. Come off. Chen Mo reached out and blocked the projection in front of his eyes. It was just that posture, not like blocking, but more like it was miserable by the artificial intelligence pit. Chen Mo hurriedly retracted his hand, crying without tears, squinting and skeptical about life. Today is the most embarrassing day in his life history. It's more embarrassing than being seen in a library. He designed artificial intelligence to dig him from start to finish. The old face is lost. The projection disappeared. The robot lab fell silent and the atmosphere was extremely embarrassing. Zhao Minutes, who stood at the door, was at a loss, and it was not. She has seen all the big winds and waves, but in the memory, this kind of embarrassment is still the first time. She is also the first time she is overwhelmed. The two men spoke at the same time and paused. They looked at each other without words. Zhao Minutes doesn't know if he should cry or laugh. You can talk about it first. I said this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Chen Mo Hong blushes and explains that it is weak. I believe. Zhao Minutes nodded. His eyes looked at him strangely. Don't look at me like this. It's a misunderstanding. I was pitied by the ink girl. Chen Mo saw Zhao Minutes' eyes and really wanted to crash into the experimental table. Seeing Chen Mo's gaffe, Zhao Minutes smiled and calmed down. I said it, I believe. Just heard your conversation. If you hear it, have you seen anyone who has been pitied by artificial intelligence? Chen Mo wanted to cry without tears. I just saw it. The body is pretty, right? Chen Mo saw Zhao Minutes' smile, like swallowing Xiaoqiang. That's an accident. It's an accident. Are you not angry? Make you play. What am I angry with? Just be your PS. What is my PS? It is the truth. That is the idea of the ink girl. Chen Mo's voice has changed. This matter must be explained seriously, otherwise the world name will be destroyed. Zhao Minutes ignored the explanation of Chen Mo, and looked at him with the banter, and looked at it from top to bottom. In fact, the body was quite perfect. I have some hope that it is my body, the proportion of gold, the softness of Yingna, the front and back. The woman's dream. You are fine. Let the ink girl get this kind of projection. I created a body for the ink girl. It was the ink girl who designed the body shape. I don't know that she designed it in strict accordance with the human shape. I thought you were in a whim and wanted to order an inflatable doll to play. My body is a little different from the previous projection. You can make a slight modification. I don't mind giving the ink girl a shape. It is a twin sister. Zhao Minutes' mouth is somewhat interesting. Puff. Chen Mo sneaked at Zhao Minutes as if he saw a female hooligan. We don't discuss this issue. What do you want me to do? Zhao Minutes remembered the scene just now, still a little embarrassed. This is for you. Chen Mo handed the small glass bottle to Zhao Minutes. What is this? What special pills are there? Zhao Minutes looked at the small glass bottle, which contained only a few things like sesame seeds, without any strangeness. Chen Mo's brain has a few black lines, and in Zhao Minutes' heart, the person's design has collapsed. I have been in the biological laboratory for so long. It is called the grass. This is the seed. Aerobic grass, a strange name. Zhao Minutes looked at it again. What special role? It can grow in the desert Gobi, and it can also survive in contaminated soil, absorbing sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide in the air. I just verify it for these special functions. But will it secrete proteins that harm animal bodies? It won't cause natural biological invasion. I don't know. This is the result of gene editing technology. You go to a plant research team to verify other content. Chen Mo said. Zhao Minutes put away the small bottle. And now it has become accustomed to the short horror development cycle of Chen Mo. According to the function of the plant you said, it is incredible. The desert becomes grassland, which is a monument in human history. Chen Mo is undecided. These small seeds, You let the robots come over to me. Should there be other things? Zhao Minutes put the small bottle in his pocket. There is still one thing. Chen Mo did not conceal Zhao Minutes. The company can prepare to enter the military industry. Chapter 460. The new image of the ink girl in the laboratory. Zhao Minutes has left. How to do business. Zhao Minutes to worry. He worry too much is useless. Ink girl, we continue. Design your body shape. Chen Mo's attention back to the robot lab. Okay. The projection of the ink girl appeared next to Chen Mo. Determine your shape. Don't lie in me, or you won't build your body. Let you continue to replace it with other robots. Chen Mo warned. Now the image in front of Zhao Minutes has collapsed, making him very embarrassed. It is good. A holographic projection landed, and the brand new image of the ink girl appeared in front of Chen Mo. It was no longer the shape of Xiaolai, but a tall beauty of about 1.75 meters. Exquisite beauty. The moths are cold and not glamorous, noble and elegant. The perfect face, such as white jade, the tears of sesame under the eyes, adds a touch of vitality and mystery to the innocent face, without human fireworks. Beautiful people. With the waist and the long legs of the innocent, Chen Mo looked at it. The face is not his familiar face, but between the eyebrows, he is familiar with it. Is this not a big star? Chen Mo is afraid. The ink girl is made to follow him. If a female star looks like it, it is photographed by the media, and the oolong is big. Of course not. This is the appearance of the ink girl combined with the face data design of many women, said the ink girl. So how do I look a little familiar? The original face data of the ink girl is the main part, and the facial data of Xiao Yuji and Zhao Minutes' sister are combined. There are some facial data of pretty big stars, and it is normal for the brother to feel familiar. Very beautiful? Well, it's really beautiful, and the body and appearance are beautiful to let the woman lick. Don't let it out. Pit me. Chen Mo is a little resentful, because the facial data, combined with the face data of Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes, and the original data of the ink girl, this is his most familiar face. The familiarity makes him feel kind, so Chen Mo quickly accepted this new face of the ink girl. Now that you have grown up, I have to change my name. Chen Mo looked at the ink girl of the 1.75 meters. This figure looks like a royal sister, and then calls him a brother with a good voice. The picture is too strange. How to call it? Call Dad? Asked the ink girl. Don't call Dad. I don't have such a big daughter. Chen Mo had a few black lines in his head. The robots that follow you now have an adult shape. A big beauty called him Daddy, was heard by others, and the name of the world was exhausted. Unwittingly, he thought that he was playing the game of dry, and the two seemed to be about the same age, and they were not thought to be abnormal. Brother is not abnormal. The ink girl is the same as Xiao Yuji, called her husband. Cough. What? Can't use this name, this is the name of the small fish, you changed something else. Chen Mo coughed twice, his heart sweating. Call the owner? Chen Mo rolled his eyes and couldn't bear to look straight. How did each name feel wrong? He thought about two more normal names, Mergo, or Mr. That is called Mergo. The ink girl chose one. Yeah? Chen Mo listened very well, and no longer tangled. Now start designing the layout of the body. Have experience in the design of intelligent robots, as well as ink women to help optimize. Chen Mo is very comfortable with the layout of the robot. It can be said that the design of the layout is the easiest part for him. The main difficulty of this war robot is the material behind, the power system and the weapon system. At the same time, Africa, Angola, a small island on the sea not far from the coast, a luxurious villa is located. The wall of the villa is embedded in the small mountain, overlooking the sea. In the vast villa, several black people patrolled and guarded, and in the jungle outside the villa, there were quite a few secret posts. The quiet villa can only hear the sound of the sea breeze and the rustling of the leaves. Suddenly, the sound of the helicopter propeller broke the tranquility of the villa. The black bodyguard in the base looked up at the helicopter and continued to observe the movement around him. The helicopter stopped at the top of the villa and several people came down from the helicopter. If Wang Hai is here, he will definitely recognize it. The man wearing a blue striped suit is Lyric, whom he saw in Sweden. Looking around, Lyric walked down the stairs and entered the villa. On the ground floor of the villa, it is a bright laboratory. Compared with the luxury villa outside, this laboratory is another style: spacious space, white floor wall and plenty of light. In a space separated by a glass room, a few people who are holding a few red strips are men and women of healthy age. Each person has a dense blister, which is extremely terrifying. After a layer of guards, Lyric walked over to an old researcher wearing a white coat, and the old researcher was kidnapped by Dorowitz. At this time, the mental state of Dorowitz was not very good, and the old man was too much. What about medicine? Lyric's weird voice was indifferent. Here, Dorowitz led the two to a transparent safe, which contained just a dozen golden transparent medicines. After those people kidnapped him, he was sent to the laboratory to force him to study a specific drug for the variant virus. What is even more frustrating is that these people directly kidnapped some refugees to be experimental subjects. He came here and has already died 8 experimental bodies. After several months of mental and physical torture, he is not happy with the research of special effects. He died in his hands and was uneasy, and until now, he did not know what these unidentified people were doing with these viruses, and what conspiracy. What do you want to do with these viruses? Dollies looked at Lyric with amazement and shivered and said, "This virus should not appear in the world. It really shouldn't be there. Do you know how these viruses come from? Perhaps it is the success of special effects research. Lyric is rare, but the weird sound is chilling. This virus was originally found in my hometown. After the war, a child was infected on the body of his dead parents and was very communicative. The militants discovered his symptoms and, without medical conditions, isolated the village and killed all the people. This virus has also been made out, induced mutations, become the current virus. We call it death. The punishment of the war for the loser, but also the reward. Do you want to use these viruses to create fears and terrorist attacks?" Dorowitz seemed to hear Lyric's meaning, with a terrified voice. Lyric made a weird sneer and shook his head gently. "You only guessed half of it. If it is a simple terrorist attack, we will not bother to catch you coming to study special effects drugs, but to directly put the virus. Our purpose is not only to create terror, but also to make money. A panic about the virus is about to sweep the world." Chapter 461, Breakout Doctor. I have nothing to do. In Paris, Street Mary's Hospital, Wade knocked on the temple, swaying his head, and looking at the doctor wearing a white coat. "I don't know why, there is no appetite in these 2 days, and there is always a feeling of dizziness and nausea. This is not a good symptom and has never happened before. He thinks that his constitution is better, and he doesn't have a cold twice a year. As a result, this abnormal situation is now happening. Have you ever been there during this time?" The doctor looked at the inspection report and asked. 1 week ago, I went to the United States to participate in an economic forum. I am a reporter. After the interview, I have been on vacation and have not been to too many places, said Wade. Have you ever eaten any food? No, my daily eating habits are certain. Vader shook his head. Is it something I got? In the initial diagnosis, I did not find any disease in you. It is not ruled out that you have recently had a disturbance in your work, or the sequel of jet lag. You may have to rest for 2 days, the doctor said. That's it? Vader's heart is big. Then I have noticed a little recently. After taking the doctor's checklist, Wade just stood up, and the next moment, I felt like a whirlwind and fell down. Looking at this scene, the responsible doctor changed his face and hurriedly helped him. He shouted at the assistant nurse, "Damn, hurry up and help, I will check him again." The doctor's voice is not calm. He is sure that he has not misdiagnosed. Why is this happening? Island of Tokyo. Jimaleta took the luggage and walked out of the airport passage. The road was swaying in front of his eyes. Now his brain is sore and his chest is very stuffy. It should be that the plane has been sitting for too long. Like them, They often fly around the world. The people who attend various meetings often have jet lags. There are many similar situations. It will be fine after 2 days of rest. Ijima did not think much, just wanted to hurry home to rest. Just feel that the road is getting more and more distorted. Vomit. The feeling of dizziness is getting more and more serious. A nausea hits me, letting Ijima retire a few times, knocking on the boring chest. The next moment, I felt that the world in front of me turned around and fell to the ground. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding, and the airport personnel immediately ran over. The crowd did not find that on his exposed skin there was already a red spot on the starting point. Good morning, Hall. Good morning. Hall entered the company and smiled at the female colleague who greeted him, licking his head. Hall, is it uncomfortable? Sometimes. I don't know why these 2 days, my spirit is not so good. I feel dizzy and disgusting. Hall sat back to his working position. Just a briefcase. You work so hard, you have the opportunity to take a vacation. Female colleagues laughed funny. Ha ha. Hall smiled softly, took a glass of water with a cup of water, and suddenly felt a whirlwind, fell on the table. The sound of the broken glass echoed in the office. Call the ambulance. The female colleague who just spoke to Hall changed her face and hurried to the past. The entire office was busy with it. What is the red dot on the Hall arm? A strange sound rang, and everyone looked at Hall's arm along the sound. Under the gaze, everyone saw a little abnormal erythema on Hall's arm. Is it an infectious disease? This reminder makes everyone's face change dramatically, as if they had encountered a plague, and they licked their mouth and nose. Berlin, Germany. The female nurse ran into the doctor's office. Her face was terrified, her hands and feet were shaking, and she was at a loss. Dr. Howard, come on, come see me. What's the matter? Howard looked puzzled at the female nurse, and rarely saw her panicking. There is a patient who seems to have a problem with her body. The female nurse's voice was full of panic. Howard changed his face and quickly stood up. What happened? A patient suddenly had a little erythema on his body. The nurse led Howard to sprint toward the ward. Erythema? Yes, like smallpox. It is like the symptoms of chickenpox. The nurse pointed at the bed in the corner, and the voice was a little flustered. This is the first time she has encountered this situation since she worked. If you look at him, will it be an infectious disease? Howard's face was cautious, carefully checking the patient's arm. A little red bean-sized spot squinted into the eye, and several of them had raised pustules, which looked terrible. The cautious face suddenly changed. Isolation of the ward and immediately notify the doctor of the infectious department. Howard's voice has changed, and the subconscious has retreated 2 steps. Doctor, is it a serious infectious disease? Seeing Howard's appearance, the patient's voice was panicked. For the time being, you can't be sure. You need to check it carefully. You don't have to worry. It shouldn't be too much. Howard immediately realized that he was out of order and pacified the patient. London, Victoria Hospital. Roche left the lab with an inspection report and his face was as dignified as ever. How is the result coming out? He just came out. Several doctors looked at him, and his eyebrows were anxious, waiting for his answer. It is no accident that they have received 4 patients with similar symptoms in one day. So the first time they received the hospital notice, they came over and checked the patient. The results of the inspection came out, not smallpox, nor chickenpox. In their body fluids such as blood, saliva, and sweat, the same virus was found, a new type of virus that never appeared. 4 patients had systemic rash and herpes, accompanied by fever, and all people had similar symptoms. As for other characteristics of the patient, we need further observation. There is no obvious intersection between the 4 patients. The virus has the possibility of non-contact transmission. I am afraid I need to notify the health department to issue an early warning notice of infectious diseases. Roche handed the report in his hand to the doctors of several infectious diseases on the field. When he saw the results of the inspection, Everyone on the field changed his face. Everyone, a friend of mine New York, in his hospital, there are similar cases. A doctor took out his mobile phone and opened a photo to everyone. Doctor, just found a patient in the inpatient department, and the 4 people sent today, the symptoms are similar. A young doctor ran over to inform everyone that their faces changed. Immediately notify the hospital, found similar cases, immediately quarantined, and prevented him from contacting other people. The people who came into contact immediately isolated and observed. Roche took the lead in responding and said, contact the health department and report infection to the society. Disease warning notice. Paris, New York, London, Tokyo, Berlin. A similar scene appears in major cities around the world. Hospitals that received many similar patients. Unprecedented tension. Doctors in infectious diseases are waiting. The emergence of a new type of infectious virus. The vibration medical community. Soon, an emergency notice issued from major hospitals. Chapter 462. Fear spread. Reuters News. On the 16th, a hospital in Paris found an unknown infectious virus. At present, the hospital has received 8 similar cases. The French health department has issued an early warning notice on infectious diseases. If symptoms are similar, don't approach it easily. Hospital, isolation treatment. ABC News. On the 17th, 14 hospitals including New York, Washington, Los Angeles, and 27 cases of unknown infectious diseases. According to infectious disease experts, the same kind of fluid was found in the body fluids such as blood, sweat, and saliva. A novel banded virus that spreads through the air, is non-contact, and is highly contagious. On the 17th, 3 cases of unknown infectious diseases were discovered in the island of Tokyo. At present, local hospitals have isolated patients for treatment. London found the first case of an unknown infectious disease in the area. On the 21st, an unknown infectious disease broke out worldwide. The WHO officially announced a level 4 infectious disease warning and said the pathogen is a new type of filamentous virus. WHO named the new type of virus VFV, variable filovirus. The incidence area is mainly concentrated in Europe and North America. The source of the virus. WHO has officially issued travel warnings for the 2 regions. News of new infectious diseases has been detected around the world, flooding the major networks. In just 5 days, 53 cities in more than 8 countries around the world, the number of VFV viruses and VFV cases found rapidly increased to 1,437 cases, mainly in Europe and North America, and the epidemic is moving out of control. At first, many hospitals were not aware of the condition of VFV. The hospital did not take appropriate isolation measures, which has caused many medical staff to be infected. The most serious is the New York hospital. 15 medical staff and ordinary patients were infected. Various news spread, causing global panic, especially in areas where cases are concentrated. After the emergence of the new virus, the spread speed is unprecedented, and it is an abnormal spread speed. Almost every day, there are a large number of cases in major cities around the world, and no one determines the source of the virus. 7 days after the outbreak of the virus, the number of VFV cases worldwide has increased to 2,535 cases, and the scope of the virus has spread to major cities, reaching a terrible number. The major airports around the world have decisively announced the closure of aircraft leading to high-risk areas, and the customs also announced the closure of ports to high-incidence areas to limit entry and exit personnel. The case city was found, and a special isolation treatment area was quickly vacated. The people who found the virus or suspected to carry the virus were isolated. The cities where no cases were found were cleared out of the isolation area and prepared. The health departments of various countries and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention have issued warning notices for infectious diseases to the public on several occasions, and at the same time set up an expert group to start researching programs and drugs for treating VFV. In Europe and North America, where high-risk virus areas are located, everyone is at risk. Companies and schools have issued notices of suspensions. International organizations such as the United Nations, WHO, and Médecins Sans Frontières have publicly expressed the hope that the global medical community will join hands to address this global infectious disease crisis. On the 10th day of the virus outbreak, VFV spread to 15 countries, and the number of infected VFVs reached 4,534. There were new suspected cases and there was no stopping trend. On the 11th day, the epidemic was still out of control, and WHO again issued an infectious disease warning to the world and raised the warning level to the highest level 6, globally, including international sports, forums, festivals and star concerts, all announced extensions or cancellations, and the atmosphere has never been more heavy. Some conspiracy theorists began to publicize on the internet that human beings are destroying the earth, and VFV is a punishment brought by nature. On the 12th day of the VFV virus outbreak, the company reported good news. The company's microbiology research institute successfully developed the VFV virus detection reagent, which is one of the few bad news. Half a month after the outbreak of the virus, another big news appeared on the internet when the global VFV virus debated panic. An organization calling itself Resident Scythe, RS, posted a video on Twitter and INS, publicly acknowledging that the VFV virus was being served by them. The video is a white background. On the curtain, a blackened scythe is painted. A man with a black dress and a mask sits in front of the camera and reads their remarks to the world. "We are the scalding knife of death. The VFV virus incident is the new variant filovirus we put on the outside, and the incident is responsible for our death sickle. The VFV virus is a new variant of the filovirus we found in the corpse of the war ruins. We have launched the VFV virus in Europe and North America, respectively. The cities that have been launched include New York, Paris. The intervention behind you, manipulating the war, let us lose our homeland, live under fear. And now we also let you taste the taste of fear. The VFV virus is a reward for the losers of the war, and a warning to the winners. We bring you the things that you brought, and we will return them to you." The video spread, and if the horses were smashed, the global public opinion exploded and the panic was pushed to the highest point. The outside world immediately believes in the authenticity of the video, because the cities mentioned in the video are the cities with the most infections, and only human infection will spread so rapidly. All the countries that found the virus case immediately issued an anger to the extreme condemnation after the video was released, and listed the Death Scythe, RS, as a terrorist organization. At the same time, all localities announced that they would suspend all flights to Europe and North America. Immigration personnel need to go to the quarantine area for virus testing. Everyone is like an enemy. Various schools have announced holidays to disinfect the school. This is by far the most horrific virus. Under the control of RS, its dangerous level has surpassed Ebola and AIDS. If you don't develop special medicines and vaccines as soon as possible, the consequences are unimaginable. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control subsequently classified VFV as the highest level of biological terrorism and terrorist attacks. The U.S. official announced the launch of the BioShield Plan, approved emergency funds, encouraged pharmaceutical companies to develop countermeasures against bioterrorism activities, and accelerated the detoxification drugs approval process. Countries in high-income areas have also launched similar plans. At the same time, the CIA issued a global wanted order to reward the RS leads and the heads. Other countries that have been infected with viruses are also following the issuance of wanted orders. The world atmosphere, angry colleagues, with a deep panic. The highly contagious virus is controlled by the terrorists, and the invisible pressure on all human beings, especially in Europe and North America, where everyone is at risk. On the internet, the angry feelings of ordinary people broke out in panic. The elites of the West, the capitalists, manipulated the war to earn profits, and the ordinary people to bear the bitter consequences of the war. The attacks in various places are like this, and the current virus incidents are still like this. Various angry statements have emerged, and the whole world is condemning RS, but at the same time tired of war. Protest voices are everywhere on the internet, and demonstrations are also taking place in cities with high virus incidents. There are not thousands of demonstrators, only 100 people, from head to toe, full face protection armed, holding a sign to demonstrate. On the other hand, after determining that the RS was intentionally placed, WHO issued an urgent call. Under the organization of WHO, global infectious disease experts, virologists, immunologists and top medical researchers select the best, form a 72-person research team, and jointly develop special drugs and vaccines for VFV virus. This medical research group is also known as the Angel Team Against the Death. At the same time, the world's major pharmaceutical giants also announced that the research and development team is investing in the research of VFV special effects drugs and vaccines. A tough battle against death has started around the world. Chapter 463, Serious Problem on the Bed. Roddy looked at the only photos in his hand, 3 people on the photo, his lover, and his daughter. And the smile was very happy. The photo has been in their wallet for 3 years. He was so fascinated for the first time, so reluctant, unconsciously tears blurred eyes. Infected with VFV for more than 20 days, after being isolated, he was able to cure disease again and again, but he could only watch it deteriorate day by day. The abscess became bigger every day and spread all over the body. All treatments are useless, and he can feel the heavier feelings on the face of medical staff. The quarantine area is forbidden to visit, and he does not even see the last side of his family. And the face is so horrible, he doesn't want his family to see what he is. It was late at night, but he was sober as never before, and slowly, a feeling of weakness came, making him feel tired. The light on the ceiling was very bright, and everything in front of him was getting darker and darker, and finally the consciousness was completely immersed in the darkness. Drops. The sound of the isolation room instrument wakes up the hospital in the middle of the night. At Victoria Hospital, Roche looked at the increased case report every day, and the eyebrows were twisted into a ball, and his heart was extremely heavy. Now Victoria Hospital has been officially designated as a VFV fixed point isolation treatment area, hospital closure, and become an isolation treatment area. As one of the attending physicians, he was a lot of people during this time, and his fears were heavier day by day. It has only been more than 3 hours since this morning, and 15 new cases have been confirmed. The number of patients in their hospital has increased to more than 500. This is just a hospital for them. In another larger isolation area, there are still many cases. It can be said that they are one of the most serious areas here. What worries him the most is that, so far, there is any effective treatment plan. All the treatments they tried, all failed, and no effective drugs were found. In this way, the epidemic will become more and more serious. Although there have been no deaths, he is very upset. This VFV virus, under the deliberate spread of RS, coupled with its special habits, has surpassed people's imagination, and the speed of proliferation is also very scary. Boom. When Roche looked at the case and thought about the treatment plan, a medical staff wearing a mask opened the door and showed anxious and sad eyes. Dr. Roche, the quarantine area to inform, the death of patient number 25 in Area C. Roche's pupils shrank, and Haran stood up and walked away. New York Times News. The world's first VFV-infected person died in New York. British Media News. Victoria Hospital has the first case of VFV infection in Europe. The news of the death of a person infected with VFV was exposed leaving a huge shadow on the outside world. The sentiment of social panic is still spreading rapidly. In order to prevent further spread of social panic, officials of various countries will soon issue notices to major isolation points, and the number of deaths will not be announced. But the news of the continuous diagnosis of VFV cases is still horrifying. The number of countries and people infected with VFV is still growing. In just 1 month, it has spread to 25 countries and regions. According to incomplete statistics, the number of infected people has exceeded 10,000. There are no signs of stopping. Less confirmed new cases. European countries, as well as countries in North America, have announced that they will extend the holiday time and begin disinfecting public places such as schools and hospitals. The spread of the global epidemic has made countries dare to have any scorn. After the virus broke out, there was only a growing number of infected people, but there was no news of cure, so that the hearts of the world's people seemed to hang the sword of Damocles. There are no good treatments in the medical world, and cases of infected medical staff are often seen. The 72-member team of WHO has not come up with a good method. The high-pressure atmosphere condenses between the first-line doctors and infected people, and even the case of infected people committing suicide. Since the release of the video from the RS organization, people have evaporated and no one can find traces. When a lot of bad news flooded, the World Health Organization released a survey message that shocked the media. The following is an emergency message about the VFV epidemic. At 7:37 a.m. Capital Time, the World Health Organization urgently announced the results of a survey. The investigation confirmed that RS organizations spread 2 of the VFV viruses. One is the scene of the International Economic Forum held in New York on September the 9th to the 10th. Statistics show that the number of people infected in the Economic Forum has reached 47, which is also the source of many cases of cross-border communication. One place was on the 11th of last month. The famous French singer Serotti's concert in Paris. The number of confirmed cases reached 113, resulting in 327 cases of indirect infection. WHO has asked the organizers of the Economic Forum to send the list of people participating in the forum to the health departments of various countries, appealing to all those who have arrived at the Economic Forum site, and also appealing to the people watching the Serotti concert to go to the relevant hospitals as soon as possible and set up control points to check the body. Chen Mo was eating breakfast and looked up at the news from time to time. His heart was filled with gloom. A case of VFV has appeared in Bnai City. Now the entire coastal city is on the verge of enemies. Many people wear masks when they go out. They dare not go to places with lots of people. Some large-scale events and concerts are cancelled. Their company also took a holiday once and completely disinfected the company once. The spread and latency of terror has made many people fear the VFV virus. Even rumors spread on the internet. Garlic, ginger, vinegar can reduce the risk of infection, and now both products' prices are skyrocketing, and many people snapped up. Small fishing. Don't take the unparalleled out during this period of time. Try to minimize contact with people. Chen Mazen said. Xiaoyu stayed at the news and seemed to be thinking about something. The moth was close, and when he heard Chen Mo's voice, he subconsciously responded. What's wrong? Have something to worry about? Chen Mo noticed the strangeness of Xiaoyu. It seems that Zhao's sister attended the 9/10 International Economic Forum. I also had a video call with Zhaoji. You called Zhaoji to ask her? Xiaoyu caressed the little unparalleled in his arms. Some not sure. Chen Mo's face changed slightly. After Xiaoyu's reminder, he did remember that after explaining the incident of entering the military industry, Zhao Minitz told him that he had to go to the United States for a business trip. Just 2 days before the VFV virus appeared, Zhao Minitz had returned to China. During this time, he was innocent and he did not think much. Don't worry, I will contact her first. This is almost a month away. In theory, we should have passed the incubation period. She is not the same. It should be fine. Chen Mo picked up his mobile phone and dialed Zhao Minitz's phone. Seeing the news in the holographic video, Zhao Minutes' projection appeared. Just saw, your body is no different? Chen Mo asked. No, but I have to check it again. I am preparing to send a notice. The campus of the company headquarters is on holiday for 3 days. Zhao Minutes' voice was accompanied by faint concerns. You check first. Your body is the most important. Ignore the company's business. If anything, tell me the first time. Forget it. I have also passed. Chen Mo suddenly realized a more serious problem. Look at Xiaoyu, and the little unparalleled in her arms. My heart is heavy. Chapter 464, Admission. Zhao Minutes and Lan Zai suspected of being infected with the VFV virus and should be isolated. The result of this inspection made Chen Mo's heart extremely heavy. Fortunately, Chen Mo, Xiaoyu, Lan Zai, Wang Sijia, etc., who had contact with Zhao Minutes, were not infected with the virus. Because the little fish and the little unparalleled, the biggest stone in his heart was put down. I am afraid that Zhao Minutes is infected, and then he, Xiaoyu and the child are infected together. It is very troublesome. Although this result is lucky, he is not happy. The result of the doctor's examination is that although Zhao Minutes did not have the symptoms of VFV, he found in the laboratory that there were pathogen-related antibodies in Zhao Minutes' blood. Among the VFV virus detection reagents of GlaxoSmithKline, it is also shown that her blood contains VFV virus, and it is not excluded that it may be in the latent stage. After discovering the suspect, the hospital isolated Zhao Minutes and also disinfected Zhao Minutes' residence and office. Chen Mo also ordered that the company headquarters should be re-sterilized once a week. This news, Manhai City official and marching ant group have not chosen to announce to the public. There is no confirmed diagnosis, afraid of causing unnecessary panic in the coastal city. How is your body now? Chen Mo looked at the holographic projection, wearing a sick suit. Zhao Minutes, looking serious. Eat what you eat. It's rare to take a break. I will take a vacation. You don't have to frown. It's just suspected. I haven't confirmed it yet. Zhao Minutes said with a little ease. If you really infected VFV, you said I would die. Lost? Don't say it. Chen Mo said with dissatisfaction. What if? Nothing. Even if there is, I will find a way to save you. I want you to make money for me. Zhao Minutes directly turned his eyes. Death without conscience? Use me as a tool to make money. My sister is not willing to die. Bei Fumai, who I have never talked about in love. It is a pity to die. When I go out, you will give me this alternate little 3. Hug. What is the standby small 3? Chen Mo's head came out with a few black lines. At this time, Zhao Minutes had to think about jokes with him. However, at this time, Zhao Minutes is optimistic and good. Hug. Wait until you come out and say, you said, owe me a hug. Zhao Minutes is in a good mood. The video of the holographic projection was turned off, and Chen Mo called again to ask about the situation of Lanxi, and the brow was squeezed into a broom. It seems that he also needs to study the special effects of the VFV virus. If Zhao Minutes and Lan Zai are really infected, he will not only be able to watch. Xiao walked into the study and saw Chen Mo, who was frowning, and walked over. Husband, how is Zhaoji? The current situation is fine. After a little hesitation, Xiao once again said, Husband, I am going to let the pearls send the little unparalleled back to my parents. What about you? Now Zhao is in isolation. I know that you will study drugs against the virus. The company has some big things. Julie and Ling Feng can't fix it. They need someone who has the final idea. You don't have time. The best candidate at the moment, it's only me. I want to go to the company to replace it for a while, and wait for Zhao's sister to come back and come back. The company can't be without a leader. Xiao said, how do you know that I want to study drugs? I am your wife. What do you think about this time? I don't know yet. Xiaoyu went on to say, do not worry, the company has Zilaji and Ling Feng, the whole team to assist, as well as the ink girl. If necessary, you can call to ask Zhaoji. Even if I am half a bucket of water, this commercial dynasty has been formed. Not so it's easy to collapse. And there are Julie's sisters. My job, Just sign a name on the document. You can do your thing with peace of mind. Don't be too tired. Chen Mo said. This sentence should be what I said to you. If you can't help you, at least it won't cause you trouble. You work. Xiao Yu gently hugged Chen Mo and turned away. In the study, only Chen Mo himself. Thinking a little, Chen Mo lay in the chair and entered the technology library. The field of biomedicine. Number 27. Drugs. Imiri influenza medicine. Laughing disease special effects medicine. Red spot virus vaccine. H virus vaccine. Thermal virus vaccine. Chen Mo called out the technical catalog in the medical field, which are some drugs that I don't know. There are countless special medicines and there are many vaccines. However, these drugs are only for one type of virus or a certain symptom. He does not know which medicine is effective against the VFV virus. It is impossible to allocate all these medicines one by one. I don't know if I want to try the monkey ear. Long high medicine myopia special medicine. Anti-radiation drugs. Special effects of heat death. Anti-cold drugs. Anti-cancer drugs number 91 inches. X-virus vaccine. DNA virus vaccine, RNA virus vaccine number 002, super cancer vaccine number 53, universal RNA virus vaccine. Technology apprentice. At the stage, there are also many drug technologies. In the apprenticeship stage, the tasks in the biomedical field have not been completed. The universal vaccines and special effects drugs for the VFV virus have not been granted, and they can only be looked at and cannot be obtained. After a brief lap, Chen Mo returned to the technical catalog at the apprenticeship stage. Attenuation of DNA virus active agents. Attenuation of RNA virus active agents. Seeing the catalog on this page, Chen Mo's eyes are bright. This page is all about weakening the activity of the virus. Although it cannot be completely cured, it is not bad to delay the activity and strive for more treatment time for patients. Chen Mo did not hesitate to choose 3 of them. Once selected, it will turn to other pages. RNA virus vaccine development. RNA virology. Viral poison protein target. Chen Mo got 10 books related to the virus in one breath. These books are not some kind of medicine, but the subject theory of infectious disease subdivision. With so many drugs, he is not sure which one is effective for VFV. There is a universal vaccine in the apprenticeship stage, but he can't get the technology and can only study it himself. Until the head fainted, Chen Mokai stopped the hand of choosing a book. The books he selected were thoroughly digested, enough to become an expert in infectious diseases and virology. Infected with VFV virus, the first stage of the disease is characterized by dizziness, brain swelling, chest tightness, retching and even coma. The second stage is characterized by systemic erythema, pustules, and systemic fever. Cases of death. The subcutaneous tissue was rotted, but the patient's internal organs and intestinal tract did not show bleeding symptoms. Wu Bing listened carefully to the video of academician Zongshan, and looked at the information in his hands from time to time. This is the virus information sent back from the epidemic. In special circumstances, the information on VFV is currently shared by the Global Medical Research Team. A world-renowned infectious disease expert like academician Zongshan has joined the 72-member team under the emergency call of WHO. At the same time, the country also organized a team of experts to carry out research on prevention programs and treatment programs. Now attending the conference is the top pharmaceutical development experts in China. Everyone has a drug research and development team. As the youngest medical school of the Academy of Engineering, Wu Bing also joined the war. The RS organization did not target the country, but they also had to wait and see, because the country is already considered a fish, and it is not too small. 21 cases of infection and 39 suspected cases were all isolated. Fortunately, they had experience in epidemic prevention and the response was very fast. The epidemic is now under control. However, Europe and North America are not so fortunate. Protective clothing, masks and other protective medical supplies in high incidence areas have been announced urgently, and medical personnel are all in a hurry. Even some health school students are involved. WHO has also requested material assistance from countries and regions where the epidemic is not serious. There are currently 37 deaths worldwide, with a cure rate of 0%. This means that there is no medical means for treating people infected with the virus. In collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the WHO medical team, more than 2,800 drugs have been tested, including Tamiflu, Ebola vaccine, and special effects. No drugs have been found to be effective against VFV, and a new type of drug may need to be found. A special medicine for VFV, or a vaccine. The video of the academician of Zhongshan was over, and the atmosphere on the field was solidified. At the meeting, Shi Hongtu, sitting in the first place, circled the court and looked serious. Just wanted to talk. A doctor hurried into the conference room and bowed his head and said a few words in his ear. After the doctor finished, Shi Hongtu looked to everyone. I just came to notice that a new member joined our research and development team, Academician Chen Mo. In the following time, Academician Chen will join us to participate in the special medicine for VFV. In the study, everyone is welcome. After Shi Hongtu finished, Chen Mo walked in from the outside of the meeting room and was slightly stunned by the experts on the field. He said with humility, I hope I can do a little bit of power. Chapter 465, Zhao diagnosed the World Health Organization's announcement of the Economic Forum in New York and the Paris concert are the two major sources of the virus, triggering an uproar in the world. As the news emerged, more and more news was dug up by sensitive journalists, especially in the Economic Forum. The big names, the world's leading investment tycoons and founders of the Economic Forum, have been diagnosed with the VFV virus within half a month after the outbreak of the virus, and are now being treated for isolation because they are worried about the company. The impact was not announced. The horrible emotions spread to all corners. In the once bustling streets and scenic spots, there were not many people who saw them. The people they saw were wearing thick masks, and the prices of various masks soared. In Europe and North America, the number of people infected has reached a terrible number. Cases of medical personnel infected with viruses often occurred, and even news of doctors dying of death has caused a lot of panic among medical personnel. In the most serious countries, even the anti-chemical forces were dispatched to isolate the designated hospitals and strictly control the entry and exit of personnel. The virus crisis has made the world a mess, and the situation has become more and more serious. Some countries have introduced the most restrictive immigration restrictions, with the exception of trade, temporarily interrupting inbound flights in Europe and North America. Bnai City People's Hospital Isolation Area. Li Fang took the inspection report and opened Zhao Minit's isolation room. At this time, she wore a thick mask, wearing protective clothing and glasses, and there was no skin exposed to the air. Handing the test report sealed in a plastic bag to Zhao Minit's, Li Fang said, "The result is out, a good news. A bad news. The bad news is that we have isolated the VFV virus in your blood and have metabolic activity. Prove that you are indeed infected with the VFV virus." Li Fang's voice is dignified. At the beginning, the routine blood test in the laboratory only found related antibodies in the blood of Zhao Minit's. Even if the detection reagent of Glaxo has responded, Zhao Minit's has no symptoms and can only be judged as a suspected case. The incubation period needs to be observed. However, Zhao Minit's identity was different. They gave Zhao Minit's blood a blood component separation. As a result, the VFV virus was found in the separated blood. This shows that Zhao Minit's is indeed infected with VFV and is in an incubation period. Li Fang's answer made Zhao Minit's face change slightly and quickly calmed down. What good news? The good news is that the antibodies in Zhao Minit's are higher than the average person. The metabolic activity and quantity of VFV virus is much lower than that of ordinary people. This is the main reason for her poor viral infection and long latency. But not the representative is not contagious, and she is in close contact with her. and there is still the possibility of infection. The virus has also been found in the blood of Lanxi. The number has increased significantly, much faster than Zhao minutes. I believe that soon after, there will be symptoms. It should be the recent contact between the two. Miss Zhao transmitted to Ms. Lanxi, so it was caused that the two had not developed symptoms for a month. Miss Zhao minutes' onset time is temporarily unclear. She is an example of the first time that a virus has been so late. Okay, thank you doctor. Chen Mo put down the phone and frowned. The news from Bnai was not good news. Now that he is diagnosed, what he is worried about has happened. Although the VFV virus in Zhao minutes has not erupted, it has metabolic activity, indicating that the number will be more and more. Once the immunity of Zhao minutes is exceeded, the virus will erupt. If there is no treatment plan, it will be very troublesome. This is why you suddenly joined the research team. Wu Bing next to Chen Mo. Chen Mo suddenly joined. She was a bit strange. The outbreak broke out for a month. Chen Mo had to participate. He should have come in early, but he chose to join only last week. There must be something to change his mind and he had to participate. At that time, she did not ask much. She was buried in her heart, and now she finally knows the answer. Yes. Chen Mo nodded and told the truth. Zhao minutes attended the Economic Forum in New York. Last time in Bnai City, he found a suspected virus and isolated observation. If Zhao minutes is not infected, will you not participate in it? Wu Bing stunned. This is the responsibility of your doctor. Thousands of medical personnel around the world are participating in this epidemic. You will find a drug to solve the problem sooner or later. Time is a problem. I am not a professional medical staff. No need to take risks. And there are quite a few research projects. Chen Mo did not deny Wu Bing's words. Just Zhao minutes suspected of being infected. I have to get involved. Just in case, I can help. No wonder she is willing to have no regrets under your hand, to help you lay such a big foundation. Wu Bing looks a bit complicated, did not tangled on this issue, quickly transferred the topic to the focus, that should find a medical plan quickly if the VFV virus breaks out. No one can say what the consequences are. After thinking about it for a long time, Chen Mokai said, I want to apply for Zhao minutes to send here to isolate the treatment. Her case is special, and she does not break out for a long time. Maybe she can find a breakthrough in her. In addition to the above reasons, this kind of proposal is his own little selfishness. At present, the isolation zone of the capital is the most complete and advanced isolation zone in the country. The medical team and medical staff are top in the country. Many of them participated in the epidemic rescue of the year, and Zhao minutes was sent here to isolate, and the safety factor was it must be high everywhere. I chose to join the officially formed research team instead of doing it alone. In addition to a top-notch medical team, there are also the most favorable experimental conditions here, so that you can keep abreast of the progress of the epidemic and have the fastest logistical help. This will speed up the speed of his drug development. If necessary, give Zhao minutes the most good treatment conditions. You go to apply with the Stone team leader. The Stone team leader should not refuse your application. Wu Bing took a deep look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo is a versatile person who can be said to be proficient. The potential agent that can enhance the body's physique at the beginning is from the hands of Chen Mo. She is one of the few people who know the insider. Chen Mo is experienced in the development of pharmaceuticals. What is even more enchanting is his ability to learn and understand. The principle is said once again. The instrument is mastered once and quickly. The members of their expert group are shocked. If you don't understand Chen Mo's identity, you must think that he is a professional medical doctor. Personnel. Each of their experts has a team and research direction. A few days after Chen Mokai joined the research team, he thoroughly studied the research materials of the entire team, and proposed some methods that were more partial, so that they had a feeling of squatting. Now, all the researchers in the team treat Chen Mo as a professional. Shi Hongta puts a lot of hope on Chen Mo, hoping that he can make a miracle. Then I will leave for a while now and go to the Stone team leader. Chen Mo finished, turned and left. Chapter 466. Other people have nothing to do with me. Zhao Minutes left the quarantine warehouse and was taken to an isolation room by the medical staff. He looked at the surrounding environment and looked confused. Yesterday, I was informed that the hospital had to transfer her to the capital for treatment. It was Chen Mo's meaning, and she did not hesitate to agree. As a result, she was sent to the quarantine warehouse this morning, accompanied by medical staff, took a special plane and was sent there. The environment of this hospital is much better than that of Manhai People's Hospital. It can be known from some arrangements and details in the room. Through the glass window, you can also see the flowers and plants outside the window, and you can feel a lot more open. Oh, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and two medical personnel wearing protective clothing and mask glasses came in. How does the body feel? Is it you? Zhao Minutes was shocked to hear the familiar voice. Now Chen Mo is wearing protective clothing, wearing a mask and glasses. She can't recognize it, but as soon as she speaks, she immediately knows Chen Mo's identity. This voice is her most familiar voice. What are you doing here? This is a quarantine. Not afraid of being infected? Coming to you, afraid of infection. I will not come in, Chen Mo said. He applied to send Zhao Minutes, and Shi Hongtu agreed without hesitation, and arranged medical personnel to help isolate the transfer. Yesterday's application, people will be transferred today. Well, since you are not afraid, give me a hug first. Zhao Minutes came over and hugged Chen Mo, although he was still inexplicably separated by protective clothing. Hold enough, other nurses. Don't break my reputation. I am a family. You see, the nurse and sister can be more sensible than you. Don't overdo it. Zhao Minutes is in a good mood, and the fear of contracting the VFV virus disappears. Small fisherman won't mind me. Big deal. I will go back and explain. When a woman is sick, it will be particularly vulnerable, and you should give some comfort. You are the oldest girl, the oldest woman. The female nurse next to me heard Chen Mo's words and smiled and shivered. Zhao Minutes was so angry that he turned his eyes. This guy sometimes deliberately straightens the man, always giving her the urge to hit someone. Look at it. My sister has nothing to look at, and hurry. I am not going to leave. Starting today, I am one of your attending physicians until you recover. Zhao Minutes looked at him curiously. Do you still have medical skills? Are you sure you are not a quack? Chen Mo is completely speechless, and the daily life of the two people is always the same. School Chen joined the VFV virus special effects team last week and is now a member of the expert team. This time you are transferred over. It is the academician Chen. The small nurse next to explained to Chen Mo. Zhao Minutes' heart was warm and there was no joke, and he was moved. Chen Mo did not care about the epidemic this month. Now she joins the team because she can naturally guess. Thank you. Well, thank you. I need to check your situation now. Do you want a full physical examination? Zhao Minutes' face was ruddy, and some tweaked asked. Seeing that Zhao Minutes was tweaking, Chen Mo almost fled, feeling that it was a mistake to transfer her over. Chen Mo has not answered yet, and the nurse next to him is not happy. It's rare to hear the dialogue between the two big men. I didn't expect the conversation between the two people. It's still very interesting. It's not so far away from the news. Your condition has not broken out. What can the whole body check? I am not a professional doctor. I am only responsible for the development of special effects drugs. Now it is a blood test. I need your blood to see the virus in your body. Chen Mo turned to look at the nurse. Give her a blood test. Zhao Minutes sat on the bed and saw the nurse take the needle out. Some of them were in a hurry, and the body was stiff and subconsciously leaning back, and their hands were shaking. Miss Zhao, don't move. The nurse held Zhao Minutes' arm. She is afraid of an injection. Chen Mo suddenly remembered Zhao Minutes' fear of the needle, and reminded, it may be nervous. Afraid of injections? The nurse looked at Zhao Minutes with amazement. The president of the Tang Dynasty Army and Group, one person under the 10,000 people, was a high cold and strong personality, but did not expect to be afraid of injections. But at least for now, it seems that there is no such thing as a stranger in the past. You look at other things, think about things you like, divert your attention. Don't look at the needles, the nurse reminded. Zhao Minit's eyes fell on Chen Mo's body, and he looked at him with a straight look. Perceived Zhao Minit's gaze, Chen Mo's face was helpless. Seeing her nervous appearance, she still said, after the last forum, "Did you take any medicine this month?" "What are you asking?" "According to the information from Bnai City, your condition is somewhat special. The incubation period of the virus is too long. The metabolic activity of the pathogen is much lower than that of ordinary people. Therefore, I need to confirm that you have not taken any drugs to cause this. The situation may have a breakthrough in research." Zhao Minitz thought for a moment and definitely shook his head. "No, this time, the law of eating, did not take any drugs." "After you joined the New York Forum, what was the body uncomfortable this month? Or something unusual? Do you not count the big aunt?" Zhao Minitz asked. "Is there an abnormality?" "No, it's quite regular, it's normal." Chen Mo's brain has a few black lines. "That's not counted." "That's gone." Zhao Minitz thought for a moment, as if he thought of something. "However, the last time you used the potion for me, I have never had a sick child, and I have no cold." "Yes." Chen Mo patted his head and suddenly realized that Zhao Minitz's words awakened him to this authority. Potential agents, in addition to enhancing strength and speed, can also increase the body's immunity. Zhao Minitz is one of the users, or he personally helped Zhao Minitz to inject. Zhao Minitz's immunity is much better than that of ordinary people. He used the potential agent. This is a good reminder. At least know that the body and immunity of the potency agent can strengthen the metabolism of the virus. It may also help to develop special effects drugs. When the nurse pulled out the needle, Zhao Minitz took a breath and then loosened it. His face turned white and he was scared by the needle. "You will remain optimistic and give me other things." Zhao Minitz smiled. His pale face regained his anger. His eyes were filled with tears, and his heart's worries disappeared. It seems that the first time someone said this sentence to her so seriously, "I feel very good." The potential agent enhances Zhao Minitz's immunity, so that Zhao Minitz has the ability to resist the virus. Upon hearing this answer, Wu Bing was amazed. The potential agent, she participates in clinical trials throughout, naturally knows the function of that agent. Improve human cell metabolic activity, enhance human strength, speed, endurance and immunity. Can make ordinary people half-trained soldiers. This strategic pharmacy is still top secret and is used only by a small number of special forces and guards. Zhao Minitz knows this project. Chen Mo is used by her to improve her physical fitness, but it is normal. Now I am not sure if this is the case, but this is the best explanation. I have to try and see the effect, Chen Mo said. Wu Bing pondered for a while and asked, "Do you want to experiment with potency drugs?" "Yes. The above is impossible to promise to use the pharmacy for large-scale use by ordinary people, especially Westerners. This kind of pharmacy is exposed. It is to expose a whole card. Maybe the formulation of the pharmaceutical ingredients will leak out," Wu Bing said. "I didn't plan to use it on a large scale. I just wanted to clear the illness of Zhao Minitz, and the disease of Lanxi. Others have nothing to do with me." Chapter 467, Not Too Good News. Hughes Medical Research Institute, one of the most famous non-profit medical research institutes in the United States. The global bioterrorism outbreak, under the coordination of WHO, Hughes Medical Research Institute, became the Angel team to tackle VFV virus-specific drugs institute. Ku wants to lead a few people from the team and walk towards the conference room. Ku thinks that there is a report in the hands of the VFV antibody research report, but there is not much happiness on the faces of everyone. The patient's serum or body fluids are used to treat viral infections, which are the most common moves. During this period of time, their team found that the antibodies in the patient's serum were too weak to clear the VFV virus, and they can't find a recovery patient. The VFV virus is too toxic, and the antibodies produced by the human body's immune system simply cannot kill the virus. This led to the study of their specific drugs. Nothing to do. After discussion, the team decided to try the animal immune serum, and found 8 animals to experiment, let the animal infected with the virus, but soon found that even the immunized bovine serum had no obvious effect on the treatment of VFV. During this time, I experimented every day and tried hundreds of possible ways. Try all the possible conjectures they discussed, and finally find that the most successful ones are monoclonal antibodies. In order to speed up the research, the 72-person team was divided into 8 groups. 4 groups were responsible for finding other therapeutic drugs, and the other 4 groups were responsible for testing the 16 monoclonal antibodies, and the group led by Yor was one of them. At the time of testing, the 4 groups of people used 1,000 times of LD50, half the lethal dose, to poison the experimental mice. Within 24 hours after exposure, mice were injected with monoclonal antibodies, 4 groups of 16 monoclonal antibodies, and 11 remaining. 48 hours, 5 antibodies were still effective. 72 hours, only 2 antibodies were effective. It was an antibody that he led the first group to study, and an antibody that was studied by a third group led by British medical scientist Judson. 2 of these antibodies were found, and they started experimenting with rabbits. Both antibodies were effective for 24 hours. After 48 hours, the ability of monoclonal antibodies began to show significant differences. Many lost their activity, and the time was long. The role of antibodies getting weaker. The incubation period of the VFV virus far exceeds this time, and such antibodies are simply not available for treatment, and the study is once again stalled. Finally, after discussion among the people, it was decided to use the cocktail method of EBOR special drug research, using the best 4 monoclonal antibodies mixed, using a virus that can produce human interferon as an adjuvant for cocktail antibodies. Let cocktail also work after 72 hours of exposure. The cocktail pharmacy was named AG72. Now, the results of the AG72 test are in the hands of Ku. Looking at the report in his hand, he was not happy because the results were different from what they imagined. When Ku and Judson entered the conference room, they felt that dozens of eyes fell on them. Many researchers on the field didn't look very good. Since the formation of the 72-person team, some progress has been made in their research, but the progress is not great. Now I hope that they will all be in the report of Ku and Judson. Come on. Yor wanted to hand the report to Judson. You come. Judson shook his head and did not reach out. Ku nodded helplessly. When everyone sat down, let the assistant send the report in his hand to every researcher on the field and walk to the position of the podium. The results of the monoclonal antibody test came out, and we were different from the results we predicted. We tested the effect of AG72 with 2 rhesus monkeys. On the 4th day of infection, the monkeys developed symptoms and were given AG72 as planned. But unfortunately, the virus in the monkey did not disappear. VFV did not cure. Ku thought heavy. There was a sigh in the conference room, and many experts shook their heads and frowned. Monoclonal antibodies are the most promising direction in a short period of time. If a monoclonal antibody fails, the specific drug will take longer. The number of people infected with the VFV virus has reached more than 26,000 worldwide, and the number of people is refreshing every day. The number of deaths has soared to 2,378. There is no cure for the time being. If the treatment does not come out, it means that the number of deaths will increase. But there is a good news that is not too good. Everyone instantly lifted his spirits and raised his ears to wait for the answer of Ku. Injecting AG72 monkeys within a week, the condition did not deteriorate further. AG72 cannot cure the condition of VFV, but can inhibit the metabolism of VFV and control the disease to further deteriorate. This result can give more treatment time for the disease. Many people on the field were applauding and cried. At this time, any little good news is exciting news. The Angel team made a breakthrough in VFV virus-specific drugs and successfully developed monoclonal antibody agents that inhibit the deterioration of VFV. The news was released, as if it was mad. It spread throughout the world, attracting all the people. Now is the most serious period of the VFV virus. At the time of global panic, The biological virus almost reached the critical point of complete out of control. At this time, the 72-person team sent good news, which is undoubtedly the most exciting time. This victory in the fight against biological warfare has already dawned. When the outside world cheered for the results of the 72-person group, the other corner had the same happy event. River Microbiology Medical Research Institute. Xi Minxing had a rare smile on his face. Jiang Company and Lanhong Pharmaceutical were merged into the Army Ant Group and reorganized into Jiang Pharmaceutical. He became one of the team leaders of Jiang pharmaceutical development and was responsible for the development of tumor vaccine. The current Jiang Pharmaceutical headquarters is the main microbiology medical research institute of Hexing Company. The main medicines of Hexing Company are all developed from here. Some time ago, Chen Mo contacted them, told them a research direction, and gave them some information, so that their research team can make data-related drugs. Drugs may reduce the activity of VFV virus, and help VFV treatment. Now is the most terrible time for the VFV virus to be raging. With the order of Chen Mo, the entire research team immediately convened personnel to start developing drugs. The team concentrated on the strength of the elites of the entire institute, and thoroughly read the information that Chen Mo gave, and the shifts were studied and finally progressed. During the period, he contacted Chen Mo several times and asked questions about the research direction. After several major breakthroughs, he finally completed the required medicine according to Chen Mo's meaning. They gave the developed drug, named HX3. Nowadays, the VFV virus in the culture dish has a markedly reduced metabolic activity at 24 hours after the addition of the HX3 agent, and the drug has reached the requirement of Chen Mo. Successful. Xi Minxing showed a rare smile. Successful. Several researchers around him also nodded and vomited a deep breath. You will sort out the report and hand it over to the boss. I will ask the boss what to do next to HX3. After that, Xi Minxing turned and left the lab. Chapter 468, I believe it. What is this? After Chen Mo took out the medicine box with the logo of Hexing Company, all the medical experts in the institute looked at Chen Mo. The agent that Hexing Company sent. Chen Mo said. Starfish Company? The experts on the field face each other and seem to have little impression of the company. Starfish is a pharmaceutical company indirectly controlled by the Marching Ant Group. Wu Bing reminded a little bit that the talents were in vain. When I opened the medicine box, I saw a dozen bloom medicines lying quietly in the box. When everyone was puzzled, Chen Mo said, this is the special medicine I developed by the River Microbiology Institute to reduce the activity of the virus. The name is Starfish. Number 3, HX3. A special medicine to reduce the activity of the virus? Shi Hongtu was surprised and hesitated to look at the HX3 pot in the box. You mean, this potion is effective against the VFV virus? The report from the institute showed that it can reduce the activity of VFV virus and cannot kill VFV virus. Chen Mo said. Really? Shi Hongtu excitedly held Chen Mo's palm and was eager to know the answer. VFV research has not progressed so far, and many methods and drugs have been tried, all of which have failed. Now Chen Mo told him that HX3 has an effect on VFV. He can't do it without his excitement. Even if he can't eradicate it, he will at least see hope. This is the report of the institute, the experimental data, and how it depends on the clinical effect. Chen Mo passed the report from Xi Minxing to Shi Hongtu and others. Great. Great. Shi Hongtu and others looked at the report and were very excited. Although the AG-72 developed by the WHO can inhibit the metabolism of the virus, it has just come out. Although it is freely shared to the official countries, it has a limited effect. The effect of AG-72 can only last for about a week. After 1 week, it must be re-injected to continue to suppress the deterioration of VFV. Now test the effects of these agents right now. Shi Hongtu issued instructions to let the team members leave to start testing the HX3 potion. That road doesn't work. They have to find another way. You let the Starfish Company send these medicines over. Is it to treat Zhao Minutes? Is there a treatment plan? On the way back to his lab, Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo. Yes, there is a specific plan, but it needs to be verified. Chen Mo said. Can you talk to me? When the two men were talking about the treatment plan, a quick voice interrupted the two. A female nurse came running and her face was anxious. What's wrong? Miss Zhao's condition has changed, said the female nurse. What? Chen Mo's body was stiff, and he quickly walked toward the isolation room. He followed him. Wu Bing and the female nurse. Talk to me about her situation. Chen Mo at this time. His eyes are anxious. Miss Zhao got up very well this morning. Just now, she said that her chest was stuffy, and she had a little erythema on her body. I will tell you soon. The nurse almost trotting, and barely stepped on Chen Mo's pace. Not long after, the three men put on protective clothing into Zhao Minutes' isolation room. Only Zhao Minutes was still watching the movie on the bed. His face was calm, and it seemed that he was not affected by the virus. Let me see. Chen Mo walked to the bedside, waiting for her answer, grabbed Zhao Minutes' arm and opened the sleeves, and saw the red bean-like spots on the arm, sparsely a dozen, on the white skin, abnormally glaring. Then, Chen Mo turned over the collar of Zhao Minutes' sick suit, between the collarbone, and on the neck. No other patients explode, horrible abscesses and erythema, but over time, the condition will worsen, pustules and blood spots will appear. Zhao Minutes' VFV virus broke out, and Chen Mo felt a stone hanging over his heart. How do you feel now? Chen Mo asked while checking. It's very good, except for a little chest tightness. There is no difference between the others. Zhao Minutes let Chen Mo check his body and calmly answer. Does these places not itch? Does the body have a fever or other discomfort? Chen Mo pointed to the red dot on his arm. No itching, no fever. Feeling Chen Mo's concern, Zhao Minutes showed a relaxed smile. Can't die. Reassured, the treatment plan has been a clue, is preparing for clinical trials. If successful, you will be able to cure you. Chen Mo patted Zhao Minutes' back, indicating her peace of mind. That's okay, you still owe me a hug. Can't run. I don't have any uncomfortable places now. You are going to be busy with you. Now is not a waste of time. Zhao Minutes said. You keep an optimistic attitude. Give me other things, I believe I will cure you. Zhao Minutes and Chen Mo looked at each other and smiled. I believe. Zhao Minutes was tested for body temperature. After the inspection, Chen Mo and Wu Bing went to the isolation room of Langxi to check the situation again before leaving the isolation area and rushing to the institute. Now that Zhao Minutes' condition has deteriorated, Chen Mo's heart has a sense of crisis. Although slow, Zhao Minutes' condition is indeed deteriorating. Within a month, he must make a treatment plan, otherwise, 1 month later, no one knows, the condition continues to deteriorate, and it will bring unpredictable consequences. Fortunately, HX3 has been successfully developed and sent, and his next plan can be tested. Starfish has successfully developed a specific drug that reduces the metabolic activity of the virus. It is effective against most RNA viruses and can delay the onset of VFV. It is currently preparing for clinical trials. This news, like the wings, once again caused a sensation. This is the second company to announce the successful development of drugs for VFV virus following the WHO 72-person team. Starfish is best known for its breast enhancement and Viagra without side effects. Two medicines are women's favorite and man's artifact. Except for the beginning, everyone pays attention to the Starfish company, and gradually fades away, only knowing the company's products. Nowadays, it has once again appeared in the public eye. Many people are concerned about the background of Hexing Company, Jiang Pharmaceutical Holdings, a subsidiary of the Army Ant Group, and a pharmaceutical company established jointly with the Roche family. There is a background of marching ants. This fact makes more people ecstasy. Since its inception, The Marching Ant Group has been synonymous with the most advanced technology. The name Chenmo is the mountain of countless scientific research workers. The news of VFV special effects drugs issued by the company of the Army Ant Group has inspired many people, especially in China. The infected people are ecstatic when they hear the news. On the second day of the announcement, the Ministry of Health issued an announcement allowing Haixing to use HX3 agents for human clinical trials. Immediately after the news came from the WHO, the dispatched personnel came to seek cooperation with Haixing Company, and also obtained a batch of untested HX3 through official channels in case of emergency. In a short time, two good news. Let the patient see a glimmer of light. Once they could only watch the VFV's condition worse, and then die in despair. Now there is at least a little treatment and hope. But unfortunately, whether it is the monoclonal antibody AG72 of the WHO team of 72 people, or the HX3 of Starfish, both drugs only prevent the disease from continuing to deteriorate, and cannot really eradicate the VFV virus. The clinical performance of the two drugs achieves the desired effect, which is a good result. With the production of both drugs, the two drugs allowed the VFV epidemic to break on the edge of out of control. When the world was initially happy to control the epidemic, a bigger news came out. Chapter 469. Congratulations, success. Kelly, you don't have to worry. The WHO has now developed a drug to relieve the disease, and soon, the special cure for the VFV virus will appear. Hardik looked at the girl wearing a health mask in the video, and was twisting her heart. Pain. The girl who once was confident, now has no courage to face him with real face. Hardik, I am sorry. The blonde girl resisted tears and her voice trembled. Let's break up. No, don't break up. Hardik heard the last few words and almost picked up. I have all the rings ready. Don't break up. You are sick. We will get married. After that, Hardik pulled out a ring box from his pocket and placed it in front of the camera. I am waiting for you to come out. At the other end of the video, the blonde girl couldn't help but tears, but she didn't agree. Hardik, you see, there is news that Amber Pharmaceuticals has developed a special drug that can treat VFV. It also cures a VFV patient. When they talked, a similar appearance to Hardik, the youth ran in and put the phone in front of Hardik. Really? Hardik seemed to suffocate the drowning man to see the straw and grab the phone. Hardik burst into tears when he saw the news. Kelly, you see, the news of the special medicine came out. The special medicine research was successful. It is true. I didn't lie to you. Hardik put the phone in front of the video, excited and cried and laughed. Wait for your illness, okay? We will get married and promise me, please promise me. Yeah? The blonde girl finally did not hold back, focusing on the head. Seeing the blonde girl nod, Hardik finally couldn't help it, burst into laughter and burst into tears, and cheered and hugged the young man next to him. A small pharmaceutical company called Amber Pharmaceuticals in South Africa announced that it has developed a specific drug, G-Boy, that can treat VFV, and cures a patient infected with VFV in the clinic. The sudden news has attracted global attention. The news spread and everyone began to question the authenticity of the news. The top 72 team did not find a special drug for VFV in such a short period of time. It was successfully developed by a company that was not known. In the crowd, everyone thought it was a fake news. The patient who was cured was interviewed by the reporter. The local hospital was confirmed and the news was true. The world's first VFV rehabilitation case occurred. As if the surprise of dander, there is no warning. Soon, WHO sent people to confirm the authenticity of the news and finally decided to find the specific drug. When the news came out, the internet appeared to be a biota created by Amber. The purpose was to make money with special effects drugs. The news was spread and the response was clarified several times. This voice has not disappeared. On the fifth day of the news, Glaxo announced that it had acquired a 100% stake in Amber Pharmaceuticals and all its technology patents for $1.5 billion in cash. The news of the acquisition was exposed, and the outside world was shocked. Soon, Pharmaceutical oligarchy like Pfizer and AstraZeneca regretted it and was the first step by Glaxo. Shortly after the news of the special drug G-Boy came out, the WHO 72 team again sent good news. The 72-person team successfully added Starfish's HX3 to AG72 to create a new cocktail drug AG72, which can significantly delay the deterioration of VFV. Because the VFV virus has lost its vitality, it has slowly changed its lifeless appearance. The haze has faded a lot, and the good news that has emerged in succession has brought the epidemic back from the out of control to the controlled area. Doctor, what is the situation? Fu Canan looked forward to Wu Bing and Chen Mo in front of him, with endless hopes. He hopes that the next words of the two are the answers he wants. He is one of the patients infected with the VFV virus in China. After confirming the infection, he was isolated for the first time. I was isolated with him, along with his family and close friends. Fortunately, his family and friends were not infected and have left the quarantine. And he was in the isolation room, watching the condition worsening day by day. The pustules on his body slowly swelled. He was desperate. With a lucky heart, he has been waiting for special effects to appear. 5 days ago, the hospital came to contact him and said that there was a new drug clinical trial. The effect was unknown. There may be unknown risks, and he was willing to treat it. If you don't treat it, you will have to wait for death. The treatment will have a hope of living a little. He and his family signed an agreement to voluntarily receive treatment without hesitation. When he knew that Chen Mo was involved in his treatment, he was ecstatic. Chen Mo is not a famous medical expert, but the man who created all kinds of magical technology will always have a feeling of conviction. With unlimited hope, Fu Canan accepted a new treatment plan. These days, the new plan did not disappoint him. On the second day of treatment, the doctor told him that his condition had improved. Now it is the 5th day. When he changed their weakness of the past, the pustules on his body had disappeared, leaving a scar just scarred. According to the results of the blood test, the VFV virus on your body has disappeared and completely recovered. Wu Bing said, "Great." Fu Canan picked up, laughed wildly, smiled and cried, and bowed deeply toward Chen Mo and Wu Bing. During this time, I tasted the warmth of the world, and I walked around in the Ghost Gate. Chen Mo and Wu Bing gave him a freshman. Congratulations, success. Wu Fu said in the isolation room of Fu Canan. She did not expect that Chen Mo's method is really effective. You are also a participant. Without you, research is not so fast, and credit is everyone's. Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He has verified that the potential agent enhances the antibodies produced by immune cells and, after purification, does have the function of clearing the VFV virus. According to his ideas, the human immune cells were strengthened with potential agents, and the VFV virus was placed therein to stimulate the intensified immune cells to produce antibodies and purified to obtain serum. Then, the HX3 agent is used to reduce the activity of the VFV virus in the patient, and the purified antibody serum is injected. This has the effect of eliminating viruses in the body. This program has been unanimously recognized by the expert group. They tested the treatment on monkeys. On the 3rd day of the experiment, the virus disappeared in the monkeys and the program was successful. After many experiments, all of them were successful, and the cure rate of the experimental monkeys was 100%. This result made the participants excited. Chen Mo will not use the program on Zhao minutes before determining that this treatment plan is harmless to the body, so only other clinical volunteers should be treated first to see the situation. The potential potency agent is only effective for human cells and is ineffective for animals. So it is necessary to use human plasma to make antibody serum. Only a small amount of antibody serum is produced, and only 5 patients can be clinically tested at present. Fu Canan was the last patient, and his body's virus disappeared without any side effects. All 5 people have recovered. It has been determined that this scheme does work. Other members of the expert team are looking for ways to make monoclonal antibodies, allowing this special antibody to be mass-produced, so that it can mass-produce specific drugs that can treat VFV. Is it necessary to treat Xiaominits now? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. A South African company has G-Boy. Do you want to try it with their medicines first? G-Boy is a clinical trial drug. We are also a clinical trial program. There are examples of cures. We are seeing it with our own eyes, and our own things, knowing the roots. Do you believe them, or believe in yourself? Chen Mo asked. Chapter 470, Rehabilitation. Shi Hongtu, Wu Bing, Chen Mo and other medical experts led the development of new drug clinical trials, successfully cured 5 cases of VFV infection. The cure rate was 100%. The patient's physical condition is good. The team of experts has found a solution to treat the VFV virus and is currently looking for a solution to produce a specific drug. The news was exploded from the most authoritative CCTV, and an interview video of the rehabilitation patients was released. The news was instantly topped by the major platforms, and the comments below were quickly overwhelmed by the cheers of netizens. Although the main areas of the VFV virus outbreak are Europe and North America, as a country open to the outside world, the country is inevitably affected. Even if measures are taken in time to isolate them, there are more or less confirmed cases in various open cities. There are more than 100 cases in the country. Not as terrible as foreign countries, but the horrors of North America and Europe have caused many people in China to be frightened. The recent emergence of good news is undoubtedly a booster for the people. In particular, the officially announced medical team, as well as the name of Chen Mo, shows that Chen Mo really entered the front line of the fight against the epidemic. Medical Team V587, call all frontline medical staff. Where is the Chen Mo? This is it not letting people live? Chen Mo said, computer experts who don't want to be doctors are not good physicists. Material experts, computer experts, artificial intelligence experts, robot experts, physicists, and now can learn medicine. Chen Mo is a true cross-border god. I admire most people, no one. Everyone here, I want to ask, is there anything Chen Mo will not? Reply, no children will be born. Reply, I won't marry the old lady. The old lady is a woman that Chen Mo can never get. Well, Chen Mo's wife, saved the universe in the last life. Why not me? Chen Mo, a good man, can't hang a tree. Shang, give us some soup. I will be willing to be a junior. Reply, I can't hang on 2 trees. I am a small 4. Reply, when the small 5. Reply, destroy the formation. Lao Tzu is a man Chen Mo will never get. The network cheered, and the domestic VFV virus was overwhelmed. The people who disappeared in the past and the disappearance of the streets reappeared. The ants dancing in the square also gathered again and took off their masks. In various cities, they began to organize a collective fluorescent night running, and all parties congratulated. Immediately thereafter, the Army and Group announced that it would donate 20 million medical supplies to WHO as a material to fight the VFV virus. WHO also sent a team of experts to the capital to learn about the experience and programs of treating VFV virus. Xiao Yu put the last document in his hand, and he had a slightly tired eyebrow and a light breath. During this time, she temporarily took over the position of the president of the marching ant and handled the company's affairs. Sitting in this position, she realized how complicated the problems Xiaominits faced every day. Usually, Xiaominits decided to make a big deal, just saying a word and signing a document. It seems very simple, but the process of really summing up this sentence, making decisions, and things to consider, involves too many aspects. This position, in one sentence, grasps the direction of the company. Once the direction is wrong, it means that the company's development is wrong, wasting the company's funds, manpower, resources and so on. In the event of irreparable wrong decisions, the company will also get into trouble. For a large group like the marching ant group, there are more to be considered at the helm. Xiaominits is sick. Chen Mo goes to study drugs and treatment programs, and neither of them can take charge of the company's final decision. As Chen Mo's wife and a member of the company's name, She is the most suitable temporary decision-making candidate, so she volunteered to temporarily take over the position. She used to be with Zhao Minutes. She learned a lot of experience. This time she rushed the ducks to the shelves. With the help of Julie and other Inquomen, she managed to cope with the company's affairs, but could not do it as easily as Zhao Minutes. Relaxed, Xiao began to look at the latest news, and the eyebrows did not consciously stretch. During this time, I was afraid to disturb Chen Mo's drug research, and she did not dare to contact Chen Mo. Up to now, she has received a lot of news about Chen Mo, and all the news can only be learned through news reports on the internet. The number of deaths of VFV cases that are occasionally exposed on the internet will always make her unconsciously worried. Fortunately, the news of the patient's cure was reported in the capital. The medical expert group also had Chen Mo's participation, and the heart she was carrying was put down. It's rare to finish the work a little idle, and the small fishing point switches to the news of the medical team. The following comments: in addition to boasting the medical team, the rest are boasting. Let her mouth unconsciously reveal a proud smile. My own man is really very good. So good sometimes makes her feel troubled. Little Fisher sister, Muge came to the video call. The projection of the ink girl fell on the side of the small fisherman. Now the new image of the ink girl is a woman in a white tight-fitting dress, with the look and body that makes women look good. When Xiao saw the new image of the ink girl, she was shocked once. Connected, fast connected. Xiao's exhaustion was swept away, and he did not win. Small fish. Husband. Xiao saw Chen Mo's projection appear in the office, and walked to the side with joy, returning to the weak appearance of the past. To take over the position of the company's acting president, she must show a strong side to the outside world, and then the majesty of the decision makers. Every day, I feel so tired. Now facing Chen Mo, all her disguise is removed, or Chen Mo is a weak little woman. I haven't seen this time, and I have become the overbearing president. Chen Mo saw Xiao's office clothes and laughed. This attire is really interesting. You are not allowed to make fun of me. Xiao was not happy at all. Think of me, think every day. Xiao nodded without hesitation. What about Zhao Minutes? How is she doing now? How do you care about Zhao Minutes? Don't care about your husband. Chen Mo said with a taste. Even Zhao Minutes' vinegar is eaten. Really nothing. Seeing Chen Mo's expression, Xiaoyula, I have seen you well. Of course, I know that you are fine. Quickly, how is Zhao Minutes' sister? Fortunately, not to be insulted, she almost recovered, and she can be discharged after 2 days. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu talked about the process of treating Zhao Minutes during this time. He heard that Zhao Minutes' condition was almost cured, and the last worry of Xiaoyu disappeared completely, and his spirit improved a lot. I am going to the capital tomorrow, and I will be discharged from Zhao Minutes. She was frowning in the past 2 days, and her face was not shown to me. You brought the ointment that I gave you to use it for her, or she would die. Chen Mo said. It is good. How is your child? Parents are taking good care of them. They let me not worry, and handle the work with peace of mind. Xiaoyu said. That's it. I haven't been in contact for a long time, and the two have been tired on the phone for a long time. After 15 minutes, Xiao hangs up and his face returns to a soft smile. The phone informed Julie and others to help deal with the company's affairs, and told everyone that Zhao Minutes recovered. Upon hearing the news that Zhao Minutes is about to recover, the top of the marching ant group, the collective sigh of relief, the repressed atmosphere of the entire marching ant group disappeared instantly.